I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
On the way to lifting the hammer, there are no shortcuts. Every second of every round is a test of your skills, brains, and determination. But as the stakes get higher and the competition gets fiercer, legends are made and champions are crowned.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Six Invitational. It's been a while. We're back in the venue in Laval. And you're hearing some people in the back, but we are not completely live yet. We haven't showed the stage. We haven't brought everybody out. That's okay. We're going to set things up slowly but surely. Ramp it all up because there's massive stakes at hand. It's been a while since we've been here. I got to say, it feels good to be back home. Not going to lie. But here we are, live at the command center in the center of Place Belle in Laval, in Montreal. And I'm very happy to be here with my colleagues, my wonderful analysts. They'll guide us through the days, today specifically. So many of people here that are already in the venue. It's early, but they've been standing out since God knows how early in the snow. So thank you all for being here. It's incredible to see more of you through the weekend. Jesse, hello, good morning. Fellow Canadian here.
Good morning, absolutely. It's good to be back in the home country, right? SI, we've been traveling around a little bit. We went to Paris, we went to Stockholm, but I think Montreal is where SI needs to be. And so it's good to be back.
Jackers, a regular UK man.
This is the pinnacle, Milos.
Yeah.
This is absolutely the pinnacle for the fans, for the teams, for the talent, for the players, for everybody. Your whole competitive year builds up to this weekend.
There's only one champion at the end of it. There's only one that can take it all. We've already trimmed through the fat, as some would say. But for those who missed the action, don't you worry about it. Got a handy video to fill you all in on the details.
This is a jump forward before gets the kill. Back to trade. Oh, the jump shot with the side army loses it.
Able to battle up front, then bring it down to a 1v1. And he maintains it, he can.
Does he know it? Yeah!
I think because he's able to find his dad. And the earth he comes.
Just seeing a body, he finds the round.
Oh, that's a huge mistake from Benjanoki, though. He might have it. He's going to step up.
All that remains, but he's going to crack shot. Back up, so they do have the extra member 1v3.
Passion, heartbreak, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears got our teams here to the final stage of the event. But who are said teams? You might have seen a bit of them as we were going through the video. But now we got to talk about things in detail. Our bracket, if you had missed the week looks like this. We had an upper bracket and a lower bracket. We're left with teams to compete here, 6 of them. Jesse, guide us through the upper bracket, please.
Milos, the upper bracket was full of teams, 12 of them coming in directly from the group stage, and we really did see some upsets. Those teams that were coming in as the number 3 seeds did a lot of upsetting on that very first day, right? Big upsets with Sonics going down to Dark Zero, BDS and W7M in the very first round, okay? We had some fantastic matches and some favorites as well who came in as 1 seeds, no longer with us. M&M Gaming, an unfortunate drop down in their first match to Oxygen. Los won as well, a failure throughout the upper and lower brackets. But of course, 2 teams still in that upper bracket. OXG, I think some favorites, and W7M, the monsters that have been destroying the year so far.
For the low bracket, I think we lost a lot of teams over the past few days. There's been a lot of heartache. But we've got 2 teams who have successfully started in the first round of the upper bracket, making the run all the way. G2, it looks like they were dead and gone until Fabian did the timeout of his lifetime. And then Astralis have done the run all the way through the lower bracket. Obviously, the Wolves and Koi dropping down from the upper bracket to face them. It's been one hell of a ride for that lower bracket and a lot of heartache for some of the tournament favorites. You know, we lost Sonics, we lost FaZe, we lost Liquid, we lost W7M. Before this tournament, if you're saying all of those are out before main stage, I'm saying, no, you're lying.
But that's why on a different day with different weather conditions, maybe these teams would be completely different than what we have. It's in the moment where you can really call yourself a world champion, a world championship material here at SI. Though, from the bracket, we move on from the general teams to specific players, essentially our top 10 players of Invitational. And I'm wondering if there's some that we would know here. Please, guide us through the numbers.
Well, Milos, we've got to start at the top. The young gunner from North America. It was the very first day of SI. I said, let's do a Newers graphic, eh? Give him some highlights. He has outperformed everybody at the 6 Invitational, ahead of Shaiko, ahead of Spoit. He's been OXG's main man, and he is the reason they're still alive in the upper bracket today.
Yeah, and looking down there, you're seeing a couple of W7M players in 6th and 7th now. You know, we expect those players that could easily be top. It's just how strong that team is as a collective unit is a testament to the fact that they've got 2 players in there now. For me personally, you know, being a bit of a UK shill, seeing 2 UK guys in there on M&M as well is very nice. And of course, the one person we've not really mentioned there is Spoit.
Of course.
And he's still in this tournament, so this can still go up, as is Newers.
Absolutely.
So on from our players, do you feel there's any surprises? Because some of these players, it's their first time participating at an SI. Anybody that also broke through that glass ceiling that might not have been on the top 10 list that you feel put in different ways? Because ratings don't always reflect the supports and such.
Certainly. I think you take a look at some of the guys on Astralis, right? Spiff, brand new player. It's his first event ever, his first game, to make it all the way here to top 6 to main stage, and then to be able to get a massive upset just a couple of days ago over BDS. I think Spiff has absolutely overperformed what anybody was expecting from him. Then the rest of the Astralis guys, of course, very happy with the show so far. It's not over, but I think we're definitely looking to see some more hype moves from the Astralis boys later today.
There's one player on G2 that isn't on that list, which is Benjamaster. And I'm sure we'll talk about him a lot today, but that guy has got serious star talent, and he can still show it. He can still show up. He's G2's top-rated player, but he can go even higher. He's gone through that ceiling that he was with at Heroic, where he kept hitting it. He didn't put in good LAN performances. He's gone through that, and he can just keep going upwards.
You know, guys, there's been a big conversation as we're going through the group stage, because this time we had listen-ins where we could hear on the timeouts what coaches were saying, and we understand how important support staff is in Siege. Of course, Jack himself is part of support staff not too long ago. So who do you feel actually stood out in different ways to guide their team to a main stage or deep into the tournament?
I mean, I've already referenced it once. The timeout that Fabian did during that FaZe game, where, you know, he's saying to them, this is the first time I've ever actually raised my voice at you. Because, you know, I've worked with Fabian and I know that he can be a little bit like that. But he needed it. When it was needed, he absolutely pulled them out of that slump in that game and got the energy back up. So that, for me, I loved. The one that I did love, actually, was Twister's timeouts as well. I know Team Secret went away in groups, and that's been a long time ago. But he was very descriptive, very passionate, and, you know, the amount of information he fit into that 1-minute block was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, can we talk about Igor as well for W7M? That man has been calling not a ton of tack timeouts, but when he calls them, they're so successful. 75% win rate immediately after that tack timeout. It's the highest of any team in this tournament. He's been so good at getting his boys just back on track, right? W7M, of course, a team you'd love to coach, a very talented bunch of players. However, he really has been kind of the driving force behind them, keeping them in pace, making sure that they're not going to be, stumbling over themselves when the going gets tough, right? So I think he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Well, between players, the teams, support staff, it seems like everything was set to get close tight games with every single map played. And we achieved the every single map played pretty quickly within the first 24 hours of the tournament.
On the very first day, we achieved every single map played and every single site on every single map played. And then it only took us 3 days as well to achieve every single operator played. You know, we've seen Kavira, we've seen Interrogations, we've seen Kali, we've seen Rook. Stuff that isn't in meta, these teams have been experimenting with on the biggest stage of all.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really cool stuff coming through. Obviously, SI is where the biggest strategies come forward. It's where everybody's been planning the entire year long, and finally they're breaking out exactly the secrets that they've been storing up. And so we've seen a lot of really cool strategies. I think the meta's developed in a really interesting way. Solus, of course, our newest operator in the game, she's been a massive impact. I believe third most picked and banned defender right now in the game, just behind Azami and Valkyrie. So a lot of impact coming through, and of course the creativity of these teams here in Montreal has been phenomenal.
I know you guys like your numbers and go into details. Operator compositions, what do you feel has been kind of the three you need to bring and rotate in and out with the other two?
I think the big thing on defense, and this is one thing that has been different all year, because obviously Solace for most of these teams, apart from the ones that played in the last chance qualifiers, Solace was the one that was the new element. And she makes up that kind of trident of defenders of Solace, Azami, and Valkyrie. Those three are the most banned defenders, but also by the same token, when available, the highest percentage played as well. And teams that, it really affects some of the teams' playstyles, you know, particularly the Solace, where teams have, if teams rely on a pre-placed drone network to start their attacks and to really start taking liberties with their attacks, Solace is a big issue on that. So they have to ban her away. We've seen that with some teams where they've been forced to ban Solace away, and then they have to leave Azami or Valkyrie open. So they're presented with new challenges at this Invitational, and that's one of always the curious things to watch, is especially when that operator just comes into it, and we don't know how 16 teams are going to use her.
Yeah, I think on attack as well, we're seeing a lot of diversity. We're still seeing the mainstays, right? We're still seeing Yana being the dominant attacking operator.
Is that, wait.
That flag.
Pull that up again. Love Siege ain't as simple as. That's a real UK reference right there. There it goes. You were saying, Jesse. Sorry, I couldn't pull my attention.
You're totally valid. Hey, listen. There's been some fantastic ops being brought out on attack, and I think the main thing that's shone through is creativity, okay? We've seen Blackbeard strats that have actually looked pretty decent. We've seen Kali being utilized on a couple of rounds, maybe to less success, but it really has been a full showing from the full force of Rainbow Six operators, so it's been a delight to be able to watch all these teams experiment.
All right, any one region you feel is really going to take us through here? Because we got a lot of variety, sorry APAC, but you know, things have been a bit different for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost guaranteed an inter-regional grand final, right? We're almost guaranteed 2 different regions in the finals. The only way we don't is if Oxygen beat W7M and then Astralis run through the lower bracket to get to the finals. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if this crowd, you know, they wouldn't mind.
So what is our schedule for our first play day here? Let's see what it looks like. Mowgli fans in here. There's some French fans flying all the way out. So our schedule for today is actually quite simple. We're going 3-2-1 as we go through our tournament. It's Wolves versus G2 up first, Koi versus Astralis, and finally OSG versus W7M to wrap it up. We've made it here. We made it to, after 2 weeks of grueling and very intense matches, live again in our venue. Jack, Jesse, thank you very much. We will be back in a bit to talk about things in detail, but first, we have a stage that people at home have not seen, so how about we hype it up for a bit? Here's what it looks like at SI.
Good.
Very well.
Didn't know if we were still alive.
Past year lit a fuse under Rainbow. Unidentified assassins got their hands on weaponry they shouldn't have.
敵は必ず撃つ。
A Nighthaven bullet killed Yahada. We needed answers.
Wolfgang, come in. We located the architect. He's being held on the second floor.
And Nighthaven needed to be held accountable.
We have company.
Wolfguard found us a way into Nighthaven HQ. And Ghost Eyes secured the intel.
That a key for your jugular.
The truth was more important than old alliances. It's clear now that this rift with Nighthaven was orchestrated as a distraction.
I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven ordnance!
Whoever they are, whatever they want, it ends now.
Have a look.
At what, exactly?
Well, this is how Rainbow dies.
Confirmed. They're spread out well enough. Operators take positions. Kavera.
Sit rep on hostiles.
I have eyes on 15 mercs surrounding the QCR weaponry. Make that 14.
Neutralize the opposition and extract the ordnance.
Red Hammer, take point. Ghost Eyes, support. On my mark.
Watch out!
Nighthaven really fucked up letting their gear fall into the wrong hands.
That's why we have to extract it.
Let's finish this.
Ash.
Run! That's gotta be tough to watch. Wholesale Nighthaven weaponry is a scary thing. It's also the perfect bait. Call me sentimental, but I'm a little disappointed they fell for it. You know, Rainbow used to be feared in my time. A covert unit of apex killers, and you turned it into the fucking Ice Capades. You disgraced my unit, Harry.
It's their unit now. And the disgrace is yours, Damus.
What comes next is the squad's fall. One by one. Every operator dies. I guess I wanted to thank you for making it so easy for us.
My job was never to lead Rainbow, but rather to help them lead themselves.
Now, if you don't mind, I happen to find you exceedingly fucking boring.
Yeah, well, don't tell me when I was swinging.
Anyone else got goosebumps right now? You've waited long enough for this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the legendary Place Belle in Montreal. Now, there are a couple of things I've learned since becoming involved with this beautiful game. Number one is that for a team to raise a piece of Siege silverware, it takes tremendous dedication, passion, and heart. Attributes that I know every single player behind this stage right now have in abundance. Another thing I've learned is that Siege fans are built different. And you know you are. You share that love and passion with every one of the players, and you show it by traveling worldwide to events like this to support them. Rainbow Six Siege is home. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th Invitational. Thank you all for coming out. Are we ready to welcome our amazing 6 finalists onto the stage? Let's do it then. Beginning with Oxygen! Foxer, Vertical, News, Dream, Sweater, a team in incredibly fine form right now. They have found a recipe that is working. They're on an upper bracket run that is showing no signs of stopping. Up next, W7M! Julia, Heads, KZ, JV9, Volts. A cracked roster, let's be honest, with a veteran Invitational winner in their ranks. And a team around him who want to make history and wave their flag high. Up next is Kai! Crying, Spoit, Kanto, Leon, Deepak. Kanto is a man who knows oh so well the weight of the hammer. And he'll be looking to raise it once again. They won the Berlin Major last year, and they are looking to make history here this weekend. Please welcome to the stage, Astralis! Iconic, J90, Shuttle, Forrest and Spiff. The so-called upset team of this Invitational. They don't see anything upsetting about it. They are as cool behind the scenes as they are on the server, that is for sure. Please give it up for Wolves! Bibu, Mowgli, P4, Rise, Shinka. This team made all the majors this past year. A lot of people say they can't do it on a big international stage. But look at them here and now in front of your very eyes. They think they can do it. And finally, G2! Doki, Virtue, Alamo, Blair, Benja, a legendary org with a new lease on life. With a man at the back there, you know who this is right here. He knows how the hammer feels, and he has whipped this team into shape. And they're ready to live up to their name. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the men you came here to see. Make some noise! What an amazing orchestra as well. Massive thank you to every single one of you. Wow, that's how you kick off an Invitational. It feels good, Milos.
Yes, it does, you beautiful man. Ian, thank you very much for the introduction of our teams, please. What a beautiful sight to see here live in Place Belle. You know, it really has been a while since we made it here to Montreal. It was all the way back in 2020. It feels like it's been ages ago. It's been 3 years since Siege has been home. It all started in 2017. Now, is there anybody here that started playing or watching Pro League back in 2017? Is there any OGs in here? There's a few of them. And for all of you, for those that have joined us from the very start, through the entirety of these years, and for those that have just joined us here at Invitational for their very first time, thank you. We really appreciate it. You're part of our family, you're part of the Siege family and the eSport family of it all. And now, since I've thanked you, more and more people will be thanking you as we go on with our day. Siege is fucking back.
I remember things 7 years ago.
Naquela época, tudo era menor.
Mais en chacun d'entre nous, la flamme brûlait déjà.
Über die Jahre sind wir zusammengewachsen.
E hoje são milhões os que nos apoiam.
皆さんの応援は我々の原動力です。
Ve sevdiğimiz işi yapmamıza olanak sağlıyorsunuz.
และสิ่งเหล่านี้จะเป็นไปไม่ได้ถ้าหากเราไม่มีพวกคุณ
Devemos tudo isso a vocês.
Därför vill vi säga
Gracias.
Obrigado ขอบคุณครับ
Danke.
Arigato.
Kiitos.
Merci. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
A big thank you to our players who've competed over the years. You'll see some of them still going strong. They've lifted hammers in the past. And a thank you from us here at the desk. Shukran to everybody who's joining us. And now it's time to say the line. Bonjour, Montréal! I missed that so much. I've been waiting 3 years to say the line. And we're back. Hello, welcome to the Command Center. We're live. You've seen the stage, you've seen the teams. And now it's time to break things down for game number 1, an EU banger. As always, it's a Classico. G2 versus Wolves is up on the chopping block. And joining me on the analyst desk to break things down are Jesse and Jack. An NA analyst, we know about those. Of course, our EU analyst for an all-EU matchup. Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
Oh, Milosh, I didn't know we were coming out swinging like that. I can't lie. Listen, this will be a great game. Obviously, Wolves G2 go back so many years, 2 legendary teams inside of Europe, now here in Montreal, fighting it out in the lower bracket. Oh, it's going to be a good one.
They don't just go back many years. They go back to the first day of playoffs, where G2 picked Wolves as a perceived weak opponent. G2 was the 2nd seed, picked into Wolves, and then got their asses handed to them by the Wolves.
Look, I'm just going to lay it out. Did anybody expect Wolves and G2 on the main stage? Look at their past year. Look at how they've done. Yes, they've made it to event after event, but an Invitational, that's on another level.
I think Wolves particularly, nobody expected. Obviously, Ian said when he introduced them, they've been at every single major this year, but every single major they have flopped at some point in a best of 3 on the main stage in front of a crowd. Now, it seems like they may be over that, but to actually have them here, especially, you know, in the lower bracket as well, they made the main stage and then dropped down. It was a bit of a surprise to see them here, but I think maybe they've got over that hill.
Coming into this event, Wolves had not won a single best of 3 ever as an organization. And so to come in now and finally start doing so well throughout the bracket, winning these matches, of course, they are in the lower bracket, but had a great run through the upper bracket just until they met OXG. They're going to be a fighting force.
So you know what? G2 and Wolves, they're known for kind of flinging stuff against one another as we go on with EUL, but also here at SI. So they actually sat down and had a chat. Let's see what Wolves and G2 had to say.
So we feel confident about our first game on stage against G2 because we've beaten them during the competition. So I think we have the upper hand on the mind game. If we stick to our plan, we can reproduce them. They don't really have experienced player besides Doki and Alimao. It's gonna be their first time on a stage so big that maybe it can mess around with their mindset. So I've got a message for Alimao. You talk a lot, man, but please show it on the server.
Our game plan against Wolves is no different to any other team. We're going to play our game what we know best and just take it round by round, nice and slow, and smash out the rounds and hopefully we win the game. Very confident against our first game against Wolves. because we played them before, and I think we should have won that game. We just played really bad individually, so if we can correct that, we good. All right, Wolves, yesterday you said to me in the elevator, I'm gonna shake, okay? I swear to God, you'll be shaking. I promise you that, you'll be shaking.
Who doesn't love a bit of trash talk? It's a lot of fun, and that's G2 and Wolves in a nutshell. Now, we introduce our teams, just in case people don't know them too well. I don't know how we got here, but you know what? G2, Jesse, help me out. What does this squad have to offer?
Milos, G2 is a team that have known a lot of different players throughout their history, but coming into this event, I think it was starting to get very, very rocky for them, just losing out on Citizen, who moved to the Sonics moments before this event started. They pulled in Benjamaster, who has been playing out of his mind this event. G2 have always been that super team inside of Europe, but they've never reached those super results. Of course, at this 6 Invitational, they are looking so good. They have that potential to reach for the stars. They have the potential to make that lower bracket run, but they're gonna need to be able to hold it down. Obviously, Fabian, of course, their new coach as well, coming in right behind them. He's been through everything so far, and now he's got to lead this team in a different role.
And Benjamaster has come into this roster, and he has given this team so much balance. They look like an actual roster that is unified behind one single ideology, one single vision of how to play the game. That's Alamo going to the IGL role. That's Doki being the first entry, Benjamaster being the second entry. And we actually wanted to compare him. We wanted to compare him between Yunchping and Charlotte, which he played with Heroic, and the 6 Invitational here that he played with G2. Because one of the things that was leveled at Benjamaster was that he was an online player, was that he was a best of 1 player, is that, you know, he didn't turn up when it came to LAN. He's turning up all right. Look at that KD, look at those clutches, the entry, absolutely everything that G2 could have wanted for him, he has provided them and more so far. And that has been a big reason behind G2's success.
A lot of success they've had. A lot of people would not have expected them to make it here on the main stage because of the player changes that you've mentioned, Jesse, because of the newcomer that just came in a few weeks ago, as Jack was mentioning. So, yes, it is a bit of a miracle, but they have a miracle maker behind them in Fabian. He's done it before twice, and maybe he's exhausted his 1 Joker card in the playoffs. We'll have to see here on the main stage. Though, talking about G2's opponents, Wolves, in this case, the French team has never been at an SI main stage, and now they get to show off their skills, Jack.
And I think we saw just how much it meant to them when they beat G2, when they made the main stage in totality, because for them, they have had a, you know, they see the online messages, they see the discussions on Reddit, they see absolutely everything criticizing their team, and them, especially when they hit international events. But one thing that I will say about this Wolves roster is when they are on it, particularly with regarding their team play, when they are executing, they are almost unstoppable when they're playing well and playing cohesively as one unit. It's when they don't do that that it tends to fall apart. Mowgli can sometimes go off and get himself entry picked quite a lot, and then they're playing from disadvantaged scenarios a lot of the time. They can still do it, but they need to be absolutely all over that team play, because when they start disadvantage, the pacing can be very, very slow for this roster, and that's a big criticism that gets leveled towards them. That being said, the first 2 group stage days, they were 0-2, they were not looking good. They brought it right the way back round. So they are a Wolves that are coming into this main stage in a decent amount of form.
Yeah, obviously this is a team that have had their struggles with pacing, right? That's been something that people have talked about quite a bit for the squad. They are slow. But I think there's one person that's really been picking it up. One person on the Wolves roster who has really sped things up for them. And of course, that's gotta be Mowgli. He's been so fast on the entry. He just goes. There's zero hesitation behind this guy. Frame perfect behind the drone. Banning his Yana doesn't seem to do anything. If you don't fill the map with barbed wire, it feels like there is nothing stopping this man from being in your sight 30 seconds into the round. Mowgli has been absolutely dominant throughout this tournament so far. He's their best rated player at the moment. His entry stats are incredible, and it's been fantastic to watch him so far. Montreal, the fastest in France, meet Mowgli here, his stats, and he does it on attack and defense too. Plus 12 on attack, plus 9 on D, second in the tournament for all 3 of those stats. He has been a monster for Wolves, and he definitely needs to be spoken about.
Well, a lot of rising happening on this Wolves squad. We're not even mentioning Rise himself, who's one of the old guys on the roster. Bebu joining him as the two keys, the cores of the squad, with a lot of young gunners that have been known for years, anyways, that they are incredible players. We've seen them in T2 competition, in French nationals, and finally having them on French team that makes it here. And that is a big achievement. Of course, you see them with their support staff in Helby, Dilun, and Robs, who are very well known in both the NA and EU scene for their performance. So, moving on from that, how does Wolves' gameplay look like ahead of a map veto? We still do not know.
I think the thing for Wolves is they need to bring the synergy between, we talked about Mowgli and we spoke about Mowgli in the pacing. That is sometimes not with the team. And you're almost looking at two kind of sub-teams. Mowgli has his own kind of unique force, and then the remaining four. I think bringing Mowgli back in, making it a full cohesive unit as 5 players, but then also I'm looking to Rise and Bebu to be bringing these younger players with them and making plays together.
And so from a general conversation, we focus on our map veto for this best-of-3 matchup. We're going through BO3s until we hit a BO5 grand final on Sunday, so by now, we know all these teams have warmed up to them. We saw them in groups and playoffs. Theme will go away first. It's a 9-map pool, by the way, for those who are not familiar with it. Bank is picked up first by Wolves. They start on the attack. Skyscraper for G2, starting on the attack as well. And then finally, Oregon as our decider. G2 having the final say. Jesse, thoughts?
Bank is going to be tough here for G2. Wolves are on a 7-game win streak on Bank, and they've been flawless on the map all year long. They've beaten Secret, Pones, G2, Outsiders again, Mirage, and then they beat the only team who was foolish enough not to ban this against them at SI. That was Liquid. That is a tough one for G2 to go up against first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I agree. And then if you look at the Skyscraper pick as well from G2, the small map pool that gets criticized from Wolves is that they don't play Theme Park, they don't play Border, and they don't play Skyscraper. So it was very much expected that G2, who love Skyscraper, would pick into it, because that's the one out of those 3 that Wolves have been leaving open this whole event. And just coming back onto the Bank thing, G2, they looked really, in stage 3, they looked really poor on Bank, but they've picked it back up this tournament. I think G2 are running close to a full 9-map pool, so I expect them to be good on Bank, but Wolves are an entirely different beast on Bank.
Yeah, and then Oregon, I really think could go either way. G2 got the stats, 4-game win streak, those first 3 games. Coming a while ago, back in Stage 2, didn't touch it at all, Stage 3. Then here at the 6th Invitational, they've played it once. M80 in the lower bracket, they sent him home. So that's going to be a map that certainly G2 are comfortable on, but Wolves as well. I mean, historically a strong map for them, Oregon, especially back in Stage 2. They did lose it once at this event. They lost to Liquid, but then they came back, beat OXG in playoffs, so they are absolutely comfortable here as well.
I think what's curious about this map veto is if you look at when these teams played each other, just a few days ago, the maps were Chalet and Cafe. Both teams have gone with a completely different banning strategy. Now it's hit the main stage. That was the much more expected. I was expected this kind of veto a few days ago. Both teams a few days ago went a little bit curveball. I think this one is a little bit more standard, and both teams will have been prepared for it.
So you guys did your predictions before we knew about the map veto. So can we bring that up on the screen, because we want people to know exactly, rub it in when we get to pull it off later. So, G2 hyping up. Here is our predictions. Fresh and Jesse looking fantastic. Photos from SI22. Wolves for Fresh. Jesse on G2. The hate train continues, Jack.
Yeah, I must just be a G2 hater at this point. I think the Wolves team play this whole year has been coming towards this event, and I think on paper, G2 have won the map veto. I think on paper, G2 should be the stronger, but I just can't get away from Wolves.
And I think paper may be what prevails here. I think G2 have been so dominant throughout this tournament, right? They made that run through the lower bracket. They're on a 6-game win streak through the maps, coming through the lower bracket, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 for 6 total. G2 are on fire right now, and Wolves are going to really need to step it up to take them here.
All right. Jesse, Jack, thank you very much for that. Are you ready for game number 1? Are you ready? I missed that so much. Our beauties have already been seen on the screen. It's Des and Fluke. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome to the casting desk. I'm Des. This is not Tim.
Laser gates.
You grown a bit of hair since last time, Tim.
I know. It's been a very stressful, long Montreal. No, unfortunately, Tim cannot participate today. He is feeling a bit under the weather, so please, everybody, give your best wishes to Tim. Last minute, I'm stepping in as best as I can to keep this idiot company.
She'll do her best. And we've got two fantastic teams to keep us company as well. G2 versus Wolves, a game that we've seen more times than probably we care to count at this point. A really exciting fixture, some big names up in the entry game here. It's so hard to call which way it goes.
I mean, that's it. We saw them a few days ago. We saw them in an 8-6, 8-6. It couldn't have been more intense. And it's sort of the history of these two teams. It's never half a game. It's always all the way. And there was...
No, it's all the way.
All the way, Des. And there was so many moments where it was just big clutches, big plays, big performances, Benja hiding in a bathroom. We're getting these moments and you're sort of like, how do you step it up again? Because they have to.
Absolutely. For me, when I come back to looking at this game, the big conversation comes in that entry battle. Doki going up against Mowgli. That's where it's really going to come down to how these rounds are shaped. But Doki believes even 4v5, his team can get the goods done. But here we go with map 1. In we step to the halls of Bank, and we'll see who can prevail in this first map of this best of 3.
Ooh, it's feeling fun. I'm so excited. I think it's the thing is obviously here in Montreal, as it's pronounced by Milosh, as he's just walked past.
Bonjour, Montreal.
Bonjour, Montreal. And it's so exciting. And to start with this, a game that we know, a game that we've had in the hotel. I mean, even last night, about 11, I heard someone scream down the hotel corridor, "I'm coming for you, Bibu."
There's been a little bit of beef between these teams, interestingly. Doki mentioned it in the video. He was saying, you know, that Mowgli's been like, oh, you're going to shake? And he's like, no. And I said to him, do you think you can beat them? He's like, no, we're going to destroy them. Big, strong words, lots of belief in themselves here. A little bit of a rivalry being formed, and we're ready for this one. Got to say, Bibu cutting the hair as well.
Oh, bald
That's
Bibu
commitment
buff.
To this game.
It's the bald Bibu buff. It's dangerous. You worry about it. But at the same time, the buffs kind of have to come through. Like, when we've seen these teams get to where they are, it's sort of a mix of who's been popping off and who hasn't. Last time they were here, P4 went unbelievable. Bibu, throughout the sort of playoff stage, has been much sharper than he was during the groups. G2, some of the players have dropped off a little. We don't have Doki, we don't have Alamau defining a game, but we have Benjamaster, we have Virtue coming back into it, finding these big moments. So it's really, you know, it's impossible to call. It's just truly impossible to call who is on a better form right now, because anything can happen.
We have rifled through those bans. Ying, the big one that really stands out there for me alongside the Nook. If you've ever watched Bank before, you know that Nook is a go-to ban, but the Ying, looking towards the smokes, the Candelas, the executes that operator enables, it makes total sense to see it taken away. One of our most banned operators here so far at SI as well. I've only just seen that for the first time, that we have the venue lighting up a bunch of wonderful colors when the action phase starts.
I know, it's cool. Beautiful. I want to see, because we didn't get a true taste of the rehearsals yesterday, but
no.
We start here in the basement of Bank, as expected. Soulless, also as expected, consistent. And with the double down of Alamau on the pulse, it's an information game that G2 have played pretty well throughout most of this tournament. They have an awareness, and they have a lockdown on what Wolves want to do. They set it on the desk. Wolves are really good when they set up, when they can play as a team. So how do you shut it down? Remove that from them.
One thing you'll often see is this layered sort of defense that comes out of G2 across a number of their maps, where Doki's normally the first one to meet them in. Then you'll have Benja as kind of the second line of defense, and then you'll find out Alamau will be lurking somewhere nearby, just in case you forget about that third member. So really, that's going to be the idea for Wolves, is to peel back these layers one by one, take them out, and get down to a spot where you can execute in a 5v3 or potentially a 5v2, assuming you can clear them all out. A little bit of support from Virtue as well around blue stairs, just hoping that someone's going to come sniffing. As of yet, not to be the case, as you can see. 2 or 3 members of G2 hold up inside open area, just trying to gather a bit of information before they drop back through the hatch in the next 5 seconds or so.
I mean, you could see the hunt was coming. You had P4 just on the shoulder, and his impact in this game could be big. He's only gone positive in 2 series throughout this whole tournament. One of them was against G2, and he went about +11 by the end of it. You need sort of that sharpness, that force on the front to work alongside Mowgli and work alongside Bibu, as I said before, who's been a big boon. The starts across the top. They're looking down green stairs, angling and pressuring the players. The first engagement, they always say, it's
Doki.
Always a bit risky, and Doki's tempted.
He's feeling a little bit cheeky, right? You want to try and poke your head up there and find out a kill or two if they're getting themselves into slightly too comfortable positions. But it looks here for the Wolves that their big focus instead is going to be trying to work out towards square side down. So potentially a bit of a dump in towards open area hatches once they have that control. We're into that last 60 seconds though, Emmy, and I'm thinking to myself, there's not tons of real information coming in on the downstairs right now. They've done really well to keep the drones alive, but they've still got a bit of work set up to do, knowing there are still C4s and smokes available on the other side.
It feels cautious. It feels like they're concerned about this first engagement. They have to have it go their way. They have to start with that mentality, that momentum. They have all these pings, all these ideas, but everybody's 3 feet, 5 feet away from the start of it. Who is going to be the first one that says, screw it, we're in?
The thing is, they've still got, again, all 3 smoke canisters and C4s, and another Vulcan canister has gone off. They've got enough here to hold out, I think, Emmy, if they carry on. Wolves are going to have to force the issue here. They're going to have to go aggressive. They're going to have to burn through a bunch of utility. Shinka inhaling loads of gas. Mowgli finds one. Bibu goes down elsewhere to Benja. We're into a 3 versus 4. It looks like it's going from bad to worse for the Wolves as we get into the last 10 seconds.
They hit a brick wall, but suddenly a bit of blue pops up. It's a 2 versus 1, technically, and now it's nobody. As you said, there was so much still in the pockets. The Wolves, they weren't quite in a conversation with G2. They were trying to say, well, this is ours, this is ours, this is ours. And G2 said, okay, have it. We've still got the site and pockets full of danger.
For me, it was the discipline, right?
Yeah.
Like, they had all that utility, and I've seen teams before layer C4s and smokes on top of each other. I've seen them panic toss C4s thinking there's something going on when nothing is happening. But for G2, that was probably the most disciplined hold of the downstairs I think I've ever seen. 60 seconds left, they rotate through one Goyo canister after the other. They have smoke start coming out from Virtue. They've got the C4s if required, and you saw Wolves have to make this sort of desperation play as we got into those last 10 seconds. And sure enough, they got a couple of kills, but had no way through to actually get the plant down. Really well played by G2, not looking to get too aggressive, falling back step by step. Wolves have got to be able to be a little bit faster than this, I feel. Try and pinch onto these players that are trying to fall back and give yourself the numbers advantage before you come round to the execute.
Round we go. Open is the next sort of potential force here, and I'm always eyes on when Oryx is on bank. I love it. I mean, in EUL alone, we've seen big plays up, rotations around on the back end. You're thinking of stock. You're thinking of rotating around underneath and maybe hitting the elevator shafts. There's just possibility. Benja, what are you up to?
Not at all surprised to see him being aggressive in the earlier round. Again, you see this out of Doki normally. He's the first point of contact initially, but then Benja is always lurking somewhere nearby. The trade play between several members of the G2 side is great. It's like a triangle between those front 3 that I mentioned a little bit earlier on. So you are going to see them looking to control parts of the map, but there's a potential backstab. P4 working his way in through the basement. Not yet spotted out, of course, but he could strike big and catch G2 on that return back to site like I mentioned earlier on.
Who is going to be that first bit of pressure here for Wolves? It was slower, it was steadier, fine, but it's bank. You have to lead in with some of the aggression. You have to make sure that you step up this early on in the sort of fight, because G2 aren't going to shy away from it when it comes to their door, but they're not going to go hunting for it. There is a take.
I mean, that's a Doki kill.
I mean, that's a Doki kill.
Nice and cheeky, straight out the door, bringing down Rise, who was at the top of blue stairs. That does give a bit of a whiff here that you might have 1 or 2 players lurking through basements, so G2 should find themselves being a little bit more careful. P4 still to emerge, I imagine, at Marble Stairs here. Also got Bibu looking to work his way forward. In fact, no, P4 has doubled up around Square as well. So Wolves all looking to come in together, but Benja is still in Archives, Emmy.
He's causing problems. He's looking for these fights. Another one's about to swing on his left-hand side. He's not fully aware, but that'll give some of the game away. It sprays and peppers. Not too many bullets left in that gun. Benja can't quite get the full connection as Doki does find Bibu. Shield's gone. P4 does win one out. However, look at what has been removed from the side of Wolves here. No more hard breach, no more Monty, no more of that A-plan push. At this point, it is all down to P4 and Shinka to see if they can try and bring a bit of a trade game. Unfortunately, they cannot even get close. Shinka has to swing. Does some of the close damage to 1, pops his way back round to Archives and looks for the lead on the next fight, but with a minute, it's a lot of time here. G2, you remember, hero plays were your downfall last time. Please stop trying to be a hero. We've suddenly gone into a 2 versus 2 from a 4 versus 2.
Oh, Shinka!
Shinka is going absolutely massive. He has all the time in the world. At this point, Alamau is in this clutch situation. He's crept in close. He's able to win one out. and it is teetering on the edge. Both of them with such a small amount of health. He's got a grenade. He can put pressure onto the swing and pop round on the back end. Alamau just has to sit, stay steady. The kit has to be put. It has to be pressured towards the site. He's got the SMG and the shotgun, depending on the range. This could be Alamau's. There's the ping, but he does not move. The pullout comes. He's playing this time as much as possible. Just saw a glimmer, just saw a sliver of the player on the back end, P4. What are you going to do? Do you swing and pre-fire the angle? Do you know where he is?
Shinka! Unreal 1v4 coming out. G2 going to be livid that they've peaked him time and time again, and he's taken scouts for fun that round. A player, let's not forget, Emmy, that when we started out in this competition, wasn't performing the best. Not really hitting too many shots, but to hit 4 in that round and win it for your team is absolutely unbelievable.
I mean, a 4 versus 1 with a player down on the ground. G2, hey, it's me. I cast your game the other day. There was something Fabian said. Stop doing the bleeping hero plays. We're throwing this game. He was proven correct, and you just think, okay, you gotta have that, you know, panache. You gotta have that want to fight, but you gotta not do that.
As energetic as they were during the group stages as well. Incredible. You know, part of the story for me today coming in, you touched on P4 already, was are we going to see Mowgli and P4 firing? Because you can almost guarantee you'll have Doki and Benja firing, but when you've got your backline able to pull off plays like that as well, zero complaints at all. A great way to get Wolves back into things here. It's a bit of a curse really for G2, because I think back to the start of last year when they played Bank against then known as Rogue, now Koi. Although they won that game, Koi or Rogue, for me, were the better team on the day, but G2 were winning because of Citizen and Doki's hero plays, going absolutely nuclear, popping off with 2Ks, 3Ks, and 4Ks every single round. There, I kind of feel people have wanted to play hero. Exactly like Fabian said, let's dial it back a little bit, boys. We don't need to go silly, hold your crossfires, but they paid the price there. Round 3 we go into. Virtue, once again, as he was in the previous round, is currently starting up on the top floor on that Oryx. He'll be up there more looking to pop out when someone does start to work their way through ATMs, of which there are 2, both Bibu and P4 pushing in from that west side of the map.
Will they find them? You can see it's a very different approach this time. Instead of going for the take directly towards the open site, they've pulled themselves around the single player at the top of square, fine, and some pressure on the windows, and round Banana and Virtue hot-foots it out of there before things become a little bit dicey, but otherwise it's a lobby take. It's the big open space, draw the attention away, go away from the shield, which plays against the response from G2. We saw so many Goyo canisters put on that close sort of other plant, and it seems like with this initial approach, they're going for more of a study control.
It's a little bit of a panic smoke coming out of Alamau there a second ago. I know he's still got 2 left in pocket, but to burn the one when there was no one there is probably a little bit, you know, panicky.
Yeah.
I thought it was Wolves who got the most panic in the first 2 rounds, but maybe now you're starting to see G2 slightly rattled by that massive 4v1.
They've got to know. I mean, they have to know that it's a big aspect of their play that has cost them dearly throughout this tournament and against teams like this. It's sort of said how you play on the day is a very important factor, and as I called now, the attention towards stock. They've got themselves in over the top. You can get control of this space. You can cause problems, but this kind of take means that those loose roam players, if you haven't got the confirmation on the kills, they can define this whole round. There's a lot of motion available to them.
They've got to make use of it, though, when it presents itself, right? It's all good having those roaming players, but if they aren't near the execute when it all kicks off, they may struggle to have an impact. We saw some really cool stuff the other day. In fact, this is pretty cool. Doki being down already there. Mowgli taking control of square and looking for a couple more victims.
I mean, he's getting in close. He's hoping someone tries to get the player. He's waiting for the audio. Will he go all brass for the swing? There's 1 take. There's 2! Is it 3? Caught in the fire, and he finds it! No, Doki just gets the trade out there.
Did you see the B4 as well. Really thought Doki might find him, but he marches in. Alamau caught completely unaware. And this is what I was talking about. These players out on the road, if they're not too close to when things kick off, they aren't going to get going. 2-1 to Wolves on the attack.
It's that pressure. If the comments that we made was round 1 of Wolves, come on, you got to be a little bit sharper, a little bit snappier, different sights, sure. Round 2 and 3, it's just been progressing and faster and faster and faster. I love that sign.
Love Siege 8.
Love Siege. 8 Tez.
Simple as.
Simple as.
Thanks, Fresh.
Thanks, Fresh. But, I mean, G2, I think you saw it there in Alamau Smoke. You saw it there in the play. The pickup, Benja just sort of back to the door, running away. It's strange to see him not turning into a fight.
I think probably because what they assumed was before you had a member of Wolves trying to push into the room itself, they would have popped out the Goyo canister that was in the door. Probably in hindsight, you know, hindsight being 2020 is exactly what it is, 2020. But if you look back at that round and say, okay, well, could Benja have shot out the Goyo Vulcan canister and then gone for the pickup? Sure, it would have been the much safer option, but in the moment, opted not to do that, assuming that instead Wolves would take it out before they tried to push in. They were proven wrong, and Mowgli just really demonstrating again why he has been such a demon throughout this tournament. First quarter's down though. Downstairs, back into the basement we go again, Emmy. Let's see if Wolves can be a little bit quicker or pinch onto a couple of members of G2, because last time it came down to that utility dump, and G2 have got exactly the lineup ready for exactly the same defense once again.
I'm having flashbacks, Derry. To the last time these two teams met. It was a similar sort of build into the game where you look down the side of G2 and it's quite even. It's not that anyone's falling too far behind or too far ahead. Then you look over to Wolves. Those players that have popped off, 3 of them so far, have all pretty much been the defining factor of a round. Mowgli, you have obviously P4 going absolutely massive in the second round. And it's that idea, that fire of how do you stop someone on their day? How do you stop someone that is feeling this game more than any other? Maybe the threats in the elevator were correct.
Maybe very so. I mean, we'll really wait to see how things transform in the second half. I do like to give teams... I mean, okay, that's the way to take out the biggest problem on the other side. Doki starting to feel himself as well, taking down that entry on the other side. I spoke about this entry battle between these two being the defining factor of this game, and that is not going to change.
I mean, we talk about a panic smoke before. And this isn't a man that's panicked, but maybe a little bit irritated. He's looking into the fight either side of Banana. The pressure comes on the back end. It's pretty much impossible to defend from 2 angles, but he's done more than enough from 1. Remember, the side is all the way down in lockers. Doki, you said it, he is happy. And he trusts the team to play in the 4 versus X, regardless of what's going on.
You've also taken out a hard breacher here, so I don't think Wolves have got enough to get every single hatch opened up. They've got to work through the top floor. They've got the 2 exothermics, but one of those they probably want to commit to the thermite wall. So really, they've got 1 hatch they can have on their side here. Doki has done enough in that round, but what I like was the response from G2. He goes down that top floor. They aren't overcommitted to supporting him, but the 2 players that were still out on the round, they get straight back to site saying, boys, it's 4v3. They don't have a head banner anymore. Mowgli's gone. We've got to sit, hold our angles, and not give them 1v1s again.
Time ever-presently ticking away, and they're just pinging and rotating their way around. They've still got gates, they've still got canisters, they've still got C4 and a pulse in the read of it to try and put the pressure across, and while there's pressure still leaning back in, the canister pops, and so does Alamau. Removes P4 on the back end, and if the Twitch hasn't been able to get the rest of the Goyo canisters, that's going to turn into another problem.
You know what I realised we might miss while we're here on stage?
What?
Back timeouts.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to hear the commentary. Maybe we'll hear it. Who knows? Who knows? But again, a lot of work being done by G2 here. A lot of it being done by Doki in the early round. We're now into that last 20 seconds. We still have 3 smoke canisters in back pocket. The first one coming out. Alamau's trying to make a play, but does get stung for that one. That's the only hero play that will be allowed in the round, though. Last 10 seconds coming in. Wolves, it's now or never. Find your kills, or this round is done.
I think it's pretty done at this point, and it's locked in by G2. They pull themselves back level, but twice on the same site. And yeah, it's Bank. It's the sort of map that Wolves wanted to come to, and it's a good one for attackers. You can see the 4-2 split is not the most common, but it's not unheard of. And you have the idea here that we want to see more like this from Doki. We want to see those adventurers. We want to see those sort of plays and bits of motion. There's the C4.
Oh,
nice.
Beautiful.
It's the pulse.
Alley-oop.
And then he ends up on the top floor somehow.
Well, he thought... Well,
you just think, how did Alamau get there to be...
The thing is, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was actually a call made by the team, you know? Okay, main stairs is now clear. We know there are 2 coming down through blue. Go for the flank. If we can hit them and then around that way, no problem. And in the 4v3, you probably don't mind burning 1 member to try and make that happen. So overall, a good call, I think. I don't blame them at all for it. I don't think it was Alamau going off the tether and trying to do anything too crazy. G2 still find themselves with the round. The thing is, Emmy, with how the last couple of rounds have gone in that first quarter, Wolves won both. You're staring at a 4-2 half.
Yep.
I do look back, though, at the second round and look at that big clutch that came out and go, realistically...
It shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't have happened.
So then suddenly it's a 3-3 half, and 3-3 halves seem to be the narrative that we've had in so many games here at SI. I forget the exact number, but I know at the end of group stage, over half of our games have gone to overtime. It's been so ridiculously close.
G2 continually juggling operators, who's going to play what, where, and when. It more seems like pulling it out of hat at points. We've already had a pretty consistent rotation of who's on what role, including the Oryx, including, you know, obviously now Blur has picked up the Goo Mines Elysian. Where they want to try and put the pressure onto becomes a bit of a tougher understanding here. Doki has obviously had most of the appearance in terms of the entry statistic, but it has strictly been Mowgli, who I believe has the best entry out of anyone in the whole tournament. He's something like...
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
G2, hello, phoning G2. Yeah, collect call.
Amazing. Now they've got to react. Shinka finds one. Doki into a trade, but answered by Rise straight away. Wolves really caught G2 by surprise here, and they've got to scramble for an answer. Bibu inside the lobby catches another one on the rotate round. They've got this set up to perfection, Emmy.
I mean, they caught even our observers and us by surprise. The spray across. They look inside its side. You're looking at the timer. Only about 10 seconds left to make the distance towards the kit. At this point, it's just being locked out, and Virtue has an impossible task ahead of him. Dez?
Yes.
What happened?
G2 were just so focused, I think, on trying to work their way around open area that they got stung in archives big time. I don't know. You had Doki and a couple of players hanging down that side, one or two hanging up on the second floor, but even I missed that one. Blink and you'd have missed it.
Well, if you're unaware, there is a tech timeout that has been called by G2. There is the man.
The myth, the legend.
Unfortunately, we can't hear him, so I'm assuming...
It's probably got the F-bomb in there about 17 times.
I mean, you can see he's angry, and you understand why rounds like that shouldn't be happening on this stage.
I think the big message you'll probably have coming out to the team is you look half asleep, boys. Like, look back at round 2 when you gave Shinka the 1v4. Look at the round just now where you've let them slip through a defense that we probably ran through 1,000,001 times. You know, little things are costing them rounds here. There's 2 rounds arguably that G2 either should have won or at least stopped happening. But Wolves are the ones very firmly in the... Oh, we get the replayed audio. Okay, stop that third time.
See, that's the thing there is... You have a conversation, you have an idea of, all right, Wolves might have stolen a second round from a huge play. There's no question that that round was theirs.
Oh, the fade out.
Little fade away.
I love it. It's very much spoken much about the coaches for these two teams as well. Not forgetting that Liloon has obviously been around for the longest time.
Oh, yeah.
Now through with Wolves, stayed here seemingly forever, along with Helby as well, of course. He's also behind the scenes. And then G2, Fabian doesn't really need much introduction, but also got Titan behind the scenes as an analyst as well.
Exactly.
Backroom staff, I think, actually, as far as it comes to star-studded backroom staff, both teams have got that.
I think that's always the thing about sort of those people on a team is we're very familiar with them.
Those people,
the parade, the ones that can't shoot anymore. Fabian, is they have so much to them. We'll hear rumors and rumblings from an analyst side of, have you heard about this guy called Titan? Have you heard about what, you know, Helby's worked out or Leland's worked out? And it's always that curiosity of they're the ones that have the book of plays. Open once again, and obviously seen twice, lost twice. One of them shouldn't have been.
Where's Doki?
Where is Doki?
Oh, he's on site. That's a rarity.
Where's Doki?
Doki is sat on site. Everyone else is off on the top floor, trying to do work upstairs, for example. Benj is out towards Archive side. They've really got a good spread here across the whole team. It's just rare not to see Doki being the one taking the entry. Maybe wanting to pause a couple of rounds here, have more impact in the later stages. So a small formation change, you might say, for G2.
Virtue is the one playing the power position where there was some panic before. This time, they're going to get the barricades up. They're going to get themselves what seems like more of a hold above. They're not going to pull back. They're not going to give away territory, not as freely as they have before, but with a little bit more time wasted, a little bit more pressure. P4, in the meantime, sneaks his way underneath. There's about to be a quick swing round with the skeleton key. Hot droned in on the back end. They had the pickup player on the IQ as well, just in case. And now, suddenly, those banana players are in a trickier situation. P4 finds Doki. Hey, we know where he was, inside sight. So suddenly, Virtue has all these alarm bells ringing. I'm under pressure here. They're putting pressure on the side. He's got to fight his way out. He gets the first. Cannot see the second on the windows.
Now he knows.
And now he's going to see if he can just hold on a bit longer. He's looking for this engagement. Will they give it to him, though? Because they don't have to.
He gives them a small breather, I think, but really there's a lot of damage already done by Wolves here, and Virtue up here on the front line. I think he's probably sick and tired of seeing the team just crumble around him being left in 1vx's. Clearly wants to make an impact, make himself heard, dipping back inside here as well, away from the window, turning his attention inwards to the map itself.
Alamau hasn't moved.
Nope.
He's stayed in the same sort of spot, and finally we get some of the rumblings, because finally, remember, there's only really one in sight, but Blur at least wins out the first fight. They're inside the kitchen, trying to put the pressure on. They're putting the pressure down on the kid as well, as you said, and how are they going to rotate their way back in? Blur is removed. Bibu cuts the site in half, gets control of Archives, and swings to the fight on green. Shinkara, he's still going to try and get the plant. Alamau, he's able to win out one, but Mowgli on the back end, and it's all down to Virtue. Gets the cover, gets the second!
There he is! Put in the front line, but can still peel to the back and decimate walls when it matters most. That one was personal. G2 win a round and take us up to 3-3.
Well, they got the 3-3 half, which is kind of what we maybe said they should, but about half of those rounds shouldn't have. No. I think that's the fair way of breaking it down. You're looking at confrontations that are impossible to call at points.
What I will give is, honestly, that was one of the stronger attacks from Wolves as well, I think.
Oh,
the rounds have
definitely.
been great, but the pincer play, they always had someone ready to take a trade, even here against Virtue. One on window, unlucky not to get the trade coming through straight away. Then when it came around to sides itself, Virtue wins the 1 versus 2. After Shinka won the 1 versus 4, you really can't knock someone for taking a big hero play and coming out on top. Just a great round overall by Wolves and by G2 in response, despite being down 2 so early on.
Ooh, look at this, 5 cameras to reveal drone spots. I mean, with Solus on the board, you'll see teams leave them outside for a long period of time. You don't just want to have them thrown away. If they're set up, they'll be spotted. So keep them.
As safe as you can.
But this, you know, it was the game that we had the other day. The drone economy from G2, to put it politely, wasn't great. It was, there's a lot of other words, and there's probably worse words that Fabian would use. You'd see them, you know, 2 minutes, 1:30 left on the round, and they only have 4 drones. They only have 3 drones left. It's a big loss against a team that can work as sort of tight as Wolves can.
I think they'll be quite happy they've got all 5 drones still alive from that as well. Even with the Solus being on board, they've spotted out that there was the Echo. They've got a couple of drones looking for flanks downstairs, for example. So it does feel like they're ready here in this first defense. You'll see quite a few differences, I think, to what we saw at a G2 as well. Heck, we already have. When you look at the castle barricades being on side in terms of the setup that it invites and the way these two teams are playing, for me, looking at how good Wolves were at pincering onto individual players in that last round, really for G2, we've got to see a similar start coming out if you're going to shut down a player like Mowgli.
How do you deal with a problem like Mowgli?
You have to put him in the dirt.
Well, let's see.
Pray that he doesn't do it to you first, which often he will.
I mean, well, that's the thing about Mowgli. As I said before, he's the best enterer of the whole game. He even tips Newers on that scale at this point, and when his performances haven't been as sort of marked about or written, it really shows how much potential Wolves have. If the rest of the squad can move in and start trying to put the pressure alongside it, you can see P4 is well and truly on the hunt for the fight, baits the play, shoots it. With
that was bait.
Yeah, getting the cover on the top, almost found it, but look at Wolves. Look at they're stacked up under Archives and above.
Alamau lucky to still be alive after that. I mean, they know the P4's around here. They tried to bait it in with Benja. It's why he was still sat waiting the door. We've seen a few teams go for this kind of bait play, by the way, although it's Rise to start things off. Benja being down, dropping his way back in towards site here. Again, Wolves, like G2, happy that they've got a numbers advantage and are now happy to play on site. Except for P4.
Except for P4. G2, in the meantime, they're trying to hunt. They're trying to find that loose thread, and we complimented the last round that we saw from Wolves on it because they were so quick. There was always a second body. They made sure that time became a factor, but to be fair, the first round we did the opposite. So G2, they still have time to grow. They still have opportunities. They're just being a bit steady. They're trying to find an engagement. I'm not entirely sure where that's coming from.
It was me.
Ow.
I brought an air horn.
Oh, right. I don't know how Tim puts up with you.
He doesn't. That's why he's not here.
Yeah, true. True, maybe that's why. But how do they put up with those grenades? Both of them. Neither makes impact. You're looking at 50 seconds. As far as I know, the Wolves still standing as well. And P4, top square.
I feel like Wolves are going to be very happy with this. Think about how they started their attacks. They were very bunched up. They pushed just 4 or 5 together at the same time. G2 have been very spread out, and Wolves have punished them by just hiding around corners and looking to tag them down that way. That's how Rise found Benja early on Square. There was no one there for a trade. There was no real support coming in on drones for him, so he got punished for that. That's the kind of thing G2 will need to get better at, I think, to beat Wolves, is to play more as a team, rather than looking for your solos, but they found one. Can't find the second as Rise gets the trade.
I mean, 15 seconds, they're hitting Beepers, they're hitting Stock Catch, and they're just hitting Wolves. Wolves entirely pushing them back in. and they take the round, but G2 had no time.
You can tell where the French fans are in the audience as well. Every single round, Mowgli just appealing to them for the cheers as they go. Again, I know we're sat at 4-3 on the scoreline, but for G2, the play style here on that first round is a little bit concerning. We do need to see some changes. They've already had their attack timeout as well. Do you want to woo as well?
No, I have to be unbiased. No wooing from me, but the audience...
What sound would G2 make?
Tears, mainly.
It would just be a Fabian voice line. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's quotes of Fabian. Okay, G2, well, if you are slow onto open, let's see how much faster you can be on a slower site. You have to try and have a lead in. And we said this a lot throughout this playoff spirit is Benja was the guy. Benja was the factor. He was the solution, as he tweeted, because he would make those plays. When you're suddenly in this sort of deadlocked situation, he would appear and get a kill, get 2 kills, might be traded off, but it starts the conversation.
One thing you can't forget is that some players in live environments like this on LAN, you know, in a bit with a crowd as well on a big stage, they thrive in that.
Oh yeah.
They get only better. And I'm not saying this is like why Benja is 2-6. He's having a rough game. They all are, really. They are being bullied around the map by Wolves, but it's a lot to adapt to. Not forgetting that he's equally, you know, really, really young. It was a miracle, frankly, that Spoit played as well as he did all the way through to them winning Berlin back in August, right? So it might just take a bit of time. It might take a map, for example, then to drop and work their way back into it. Not forgetting that it is Wolves' map pick, but things are still really tight at 4-3.
It's
far from over.
Exactly. It's not their map. They're leaning in. It grew into a 3-3 after a very shaky start for Wolves, even though it was even. It, as we've said many times, shouldn't have been. P4, he's suffered a scrape through the open windows, but hasn't handed over the territory just yet. You can see G2 still going for the full clear. Doki up top. Just sort of playing against it. The first bit gone, but they still have, obviously, pockets of utility minus C4. Okay. Goodbye, P4. See you later.
What does he take with him? Nothing really as well, so it's not a massive loss in the form of the Solus. Like, sure, the information would be great, but they've got all the tools they still need. I mean, the C4's gone from Rise, but they've still got the Vulcan canisters deployed. They will have 1 Yokai online. They've got 3 smoke canisters. We were really heaping praise on G2 for having all of that still online at 60 seconds. If they can hold out another 40 without burning through utility, which I imagine they will with Shinka playing on blue stairs, there it comes now, they could start to get punished as we get through. And the Twitch is already getting work done on site. This is much faster from G2 than what we saw out of Wolves so far. Wolves need to make sure they're being careful in this execute.
It almost feels like they know how to attack this one. The pressure's going to come around. They're going to get the hatch open, see if they can swing onto it, but they have to make sure they don't get swung onto. Benja with the cover. There's some ADSs behind the shield. They want the hatch to be open, and then if the player tries to get it out of there, he knows he's got to potentially play his life, and you know, with the danger of the hot canister behind him, with the drones rolling through, another smoke canister potentially set up there, playing underneath. He doesn't have an escape. A misthrown first grenade. The player wasn't all the way around the back, and at this point, how much longer is he going to sit there?
Got to push it from the bottom as well, but I don't know if that Vulcan canister went off. There we go. Now it pops out. He's safe. Wow. Gets one with the shotgun as Mowgli finds a second. A very committed defense coming out of Wolves for these blue stairs.
Oh, Mowgli with one more down on the back end of green, and what seemed like a fairly standard setup and go has gone. They've removed the players. The player in blue still stands. Blur and Alamau, all that's left. He's dropped himself into sight via the hatch, but he's surrounded. And he's torn up. Blur, 20 seconds. They know where he is. He's trapped in the back of a box. 3 players left. One's about to swing him on his left. He's got one on his right-hand side as well. He's able to get another 1 versus 1, and the left-hand side player pulls himself further away.
Any plan?
I mean, he has the kit, he has the option. Whether they have the intel or not, we'll probably find out very soon.
They're coming, but they are coming in. Slow pulls off there, finds Pivot, but doesn't know about the last, and Shinka's going to waste time here. I think he gets away with it. So close for Blur, but Shinka goes to 1v4. God, it's me, not you. Wolves up 5-3.
Second time they've been able to thread 2 rounds together in a row there, and we said this was better from G2. Then it got a bit worse. I don't know if people can hear from home, but I know there are mics in the audience.
There's a lot of wooing going on.
A lot of a woos.
For the Wolves, obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
just in case you think it's booze, it's not booze, it is a woos.
Mowgli was sharp as attack.
He was. I mean, really, Doki was kicking himself there. He's had 5 or 6 bullets to try and win the gunfight against Mowgli. At that range, with the ARX, you should be winning it every day of the week.
Yep. how you play on the day, mate.
It's how you play on the day.
Yeah.
This is the wonderful thing, and I always say this about Siege in general, is that on the day itself, a team can be 50% better than normal or 50% worse than expected. You have players that don't show up, for example, or you're just not hitting your shots. Everything else can be going right in terms of strats. And I gave an example earlier on when we had Rogue versus G2 back in stage 1 of VUL last year. On the day, Rogue were the better strategical team, in my opinion, but G2 still hit their shots, got 2Ks, 3Ks, and 4Ks across every single round, and they won the game as a result. Just goes to show, if you're not hitting your shots, Siege, as an FPS at its core, will not go in your favor.
G2. Timeout, obviously, a fair few rounds in the past now, and before you even got to this
and Wolves are not about to offer them one.
And Wolves are not about to offer them one. However, if we have a look at the showdown last time, G2, they had a 5-2 lead, and it flitted away from their fingers to get to OT. At one point, Wolves on the second map had a 6-4 lead, and G2 were able to bring it back from that point onwards to OT. You know, it's never really over for these teams, but it's getting over that mental hurdle of we're missing some of these engagements, we're whiffing some of these shots. We don't quite have Benja, who was, again, that big prominent power player, but they do have a little bit more, I think. Alamau, they have a little bit more Doki this showdown than the last one, as those two weren't quite in the same connection before.
When it comes to entry, you've got Wolves currently set at 3 and 1 as well. +3 overall. No, +2. I'm a liar. I can't do maths.
It's all right. Neither can I. That's what Tim held.
That's what Tim does.
He held the maths down.
He likes his numbers.
Tim and Hap.
They hold down the fort. Hold the fort. Either way, numbers-wise, I'm looking down the kind of scores that we've got here. Like, the cost so far is like way in the lead for Wolves, unsurprisingly, because they are 2 rounds ahead, but entry's with them, KD is with them. They are dominating the numbers here, and it's showing in the gameplay, again, just how they've approached a lot of their rounds. As C4 onto Doki, down he goes again. Cannot get a foot into this second half.
No, he is being repeatedly shut down, as he was before. Wolves target him, whether in the elevators with threatening words of shaking hands or
in the server.
Benja, though, does get one back, does get a grenade kill, a skill he has been an absolute master on. Not to just use his name. How can Virtue get a lead? And he's a little bit alone. And he's trying to swing the fight. There's players on his right and on his left, and he's able to win the first. The second should and does get the return, the response. BBU had to step in there, and a very important trade back.
It's been the tail of the tape again, Emmy. Yeah, again, a 2 versus 1 being sought out by Wolves. G2 leaving Virtue to push alone. I think Blur had just taken the decision to get himself up and out of the map. Maybe he was on the window repelled to assist, but it's again come down to the numbers game, and Wolves just keep on sending more guns than G2 do.
Shinka locks Alamau out on the top floor, and, well, the UMP, it can be a beast. I think it was Foxay who did an ace with it at one point on this site. I definitely know it was Bank. And then you steal the setup and see if you can replicate it. Blur, he's going to see if he can steal the site itself. He's swung his way in. They did have a bit of banana control before, but lost it now. In the 2 versus 3. Blur, he's creeping his way through. He's trying to go a bit unchecked. Wolves aren't handing him anything. Look at the time, look at the fight. Takes the first swing, ducks under the second, doesn't get traded out. Benja with some of the cover on the back end. He's
got a hold.
Looking for the loose fight. Blur, hold your nerve, hold F, and hold that down to the floor. The pre-fire is Benja's in a post plant. 2 versus 1 versus 1, and around we go. Rise either side with the scrappier gun. He's looking for the take, looking for the body, and looking for some semblance of a sliver here of Benja out of grenades, and a gun that you said should be able to win these kind of engagements. He has the distance and doesn't pull the trigger.
New versus old, and old prevails. Wolves up 6 and 3 in G2. It's looking dire on these attacks.
Whoa. There's a bit of a fight, a bit of excitement, and a bit of us on the edge of this map. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds. The separation to pull us to OT here on the first map. Wolves, can they lock it out?
Staff and open area are going to be the final site, potentially, that we head into. Wolves, of course, working through the full selection here. I think we've seen Rise be pretty energetic during the group stage, but Mowgli is on a level today.
I mean,
not just in the server as well, but
no,
but voice.
It's a level you need. It's the energy, as you said. Some players, they're online players. Some players are main stage players, and some players don't know it until they get there. Mowgli might be one of them.
It's unreal, really. I know across the world, I just look back at some of the new players we've seen come into the game over the last 12 months, and I think it was maybe 6 months ago when we were doing APAC North and the UL, we were saying, you know, there's probably in each region, 3 or 4 players that have come through. I think about like Mephi, for example, over in APAC. We've seen players like Nuas light up the night sky, it feels. Mowgli's done the same, Benja's done the same. Just so many young gunners with such talent coming in that on a day like this, when one's shining and one isn't, you can see the impact in the game.
Closing things out, a guide that wasn't written by Wolves. No. And that's the difference now, is you can talk about mentality, you can talk about fire in the round, but we always have to harp on about the pressures of the end of the game. The 2 hardest rounds are your very first and maybe your very last. And they just need to be able to slip the distance. Alamau coming up underneath, doesn't have the kit, but does have an idea on a hatch. They are going right towards a site where no one's in, but Benja gets locked down from the back end. The slightly off-center hold gets back with Virtue getting some cover, but Bibu has Blur. And Alamau, that's a nice shotgun, but you're a little bit out of range of anybody. Doki slips his way around the corner, but nobody's there. They're looking and knocking on doors, but the French have moved to a different location, and the only thing they're taking is the bank.
Taking all the money to the bank as well. What a statement from Wolves in map 1. G2 unable to really do anything, and even in a round where they tried something a little offhand, could not find the answer they needed. A lack of droning really punished them in the last round, and not a single attack on their side. I mean, I think really shows that Fabian's going to be having some stern words in the break.
I mean, he's had those conversations with world-beating teams before, and he's had them on direr circumstances than this. But he's got to go back to that I haven't shattered in 6-month bag and maybe pull out some of his favorite Fabianisms.
What I really loved was when I was speaking to Pengy the other day, he was like, that's the Fabian I remember. When stuff really has got to be done, that is when he makes himself heard. But G2 have got it all to figure out in the break. Wolves 1 map away from progressing with such a dominant performance here on Bank. Skyscraper comes up next. We'll see you after a break.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, everybody. Map 1 is complete. And our French team, Wolves, will take the advantage. Even less people were expecting these teams to be here, but much less than that for Wolves to take the advantage in Map 1. We're here to break things down before we continue on with our second map. Hello, I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Jesse and, of course, Mr. Fresh on the analyst desk. Let's start by recapping our map, because overall, Bank, it can swing either way with how these two teams play, Jack.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought genuinely we saw a G2 performance on Bank that is akin to G2 performances that we've seen before. Nothing much changed. Where I was impressed was Wolves. Wolves came with such a specific game plan for G2 on Bank, particularly the pacing on the attacks and the defense. G2 were setting up the operators to play for a lot of, executes, slow, pacing from Wolves, retakes, that type of stuff. Whereas Wolves, everything apart from the basement that they attacked was so fast-paced, and I think it completely caught G2 by surprise in that first half, and they were actually lucky to get away with a 3-3 split.
Yeah, and then we switch to defense, right? And Wolves just dominate the entirety of the map. They win all 4 defensive rounds in a row. They close it out easily for themselves. It feels like just a dominant performance from Wolves in that second half. And it's clear why they have that 7-map win streak, 8 now with this big win over G2. I think they're going to be very happy about starting SI with a win.
Shinka and B4 at the top of the board for Wolves. And it's great because they've taken a while to warm up through the groups and playoffs, and here they are on the main stage.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen them take a while to actually warm up through EUL, let alone this group, is that, there's only really been Mowgli and Bibu that was going positive up until today. So the fact that I'm seeing Shinka up there +3, P4 up there +5, that is a really good sign for Wolves.
So there have been key moments in this matchup for Wolves. Can we talk about those?
Yeah, I've got a little telestrator for Milosh.
Of course I've got together, Jack.
I've always got a little telestrator for you. So the telestration that I'm going to have today is going to be about the pacing. Now, you all saw it. We all saw it because we was in the venue, and we just saw, oh, the plant's going down, it's 5v5. And I want to take you through exactly what happened. Now, the first thing to note is that Wolves used with Dokkaebi. Bibu is in ATMs, making a racket as Dokkaebi, making a call. Now, this is a great opportunity spot, and this is what I say about the Wolves team having studied G2. They've seen a hole, and that hole was rappelling in through the window into top square, dropping down and walking straight into tellers whilst the Dokkaebi call was going. I am fully believe that this is either Helby or Liloon has seen this as an opportunity spot through a VOD review. So what do? Well, Rise repels in, P4 repels in. They know that everybody from G2 is off site. They're planting in a 5v5. This is absolutely excellent, and Bibu's use of the Dokkaebi calls is excellent as well. Uses one call for them to go in to mask that sound. As soon as the plant down, you can see now that second call is going to come through from Bibu. And at this point, you're now just playing a post plant, and that is where Wolves actually, by only having 2 people inside of the building, you see Mowgli is holding the flank there from top blue, Bibu is in ATMs. They only had 2 people fighting the post plant from the inside. And that was ultimately what undid G2 in that round. And this is why I say I do not believe that G2 were absolutely prepared for any game plan from Wolves whatsoever.
Thank you very much, Jackers. That was on Wolves, but G2 were trying to fight back in this, right, Jesse?
They were, Milosh, and if I may just step over to the telestrator as well.
Not to be outdone, of course.
Because I do think that there's something that G2 did well, particularly Virtue, and it's something that I want to see a little bit more in my ranked games. So I thought I'd show everybody here today. Now, we'll back this up a little bit. I think everybody kind of knows, of course, the classic castle strategy, right? Where you use a castle barricade to create a little wall of defense, right? Make sure that you can stay inside of this front office a little bit safer. You're covered from angles from the windows here. You're covered from angles from the windows here, right? But what Virtue does, he says, screw the castle. We can do this better. And what Virtue does is you can see already a Kiva barrier up on the lamp so that this first sightline does get blocked off. And it's a genius way to use that Kiva barrier to make sure that he's fully safe from that angle. It allows him to play not only inside the front office, but also in Banana itself. You see the second Kiva right here that protects him from the second window angle that we drew earlier. And of course, there's still the problem of Shinka on the windows. The last place you typically put castle barricades, right across here to keep you safe. Well, we've got Kibas for that as well. If we skip a little bit farther forward, you'll see them up on the top floor. There it is right there, of course. Keeping this player safe that want to play back inside of the long desk from these angles, as well as Virtue, of course, playing in that front office. And, well, does it work for him, right? He's keep him safe, but what does he do with that safety? Well, I'll tell you exactly what he does with that safety. He takes it all the way to the end of the round where he flanks down through square in the 1v2, stops the first planter with the kit, and then gets both kills, wins this round 1v2 with round 6 equalizing us 3-3. So I thought that was a fantastic little adaptation. Usually done with the castle, but of course you can do it with the zombie as well. And so please start using this in your ranked games.
It is beautiful to see the adaptation of our teams here and creating new, very detailed strategies for it. But that was only map 1 in our series, right? They're all best of 3s. We've seen it all throughout the tournament, but it continues now for one more. And our next is Skyscraper, which is a map, honestly, I'm very happy that we get to see more of it, but we're seeing a ton of it here at the Invitational versus the normal online leagues that we see outside of the main tournament. So why do we have a chat about that? I just want to show the picks and bans for everybody, just know exactly what could happen later on today with Oregon. Could be our decider. Skyscraper, Jack, what do you feel about that after seeing Bank?
So after seeing Bank, the one thing that I'm expecting and maybe hoping for, because we all knew this was coming, and you know, we had a good idea of Skyscraper. Wolves will have known if they leave Skyscraper open, G2 are going to pick it. After seeing map 1 and a lot of counter prep done on G2, that's what I'm looking for from Wolves, to see what holes that they can find in the VOD review that they've done from G2, because they knew it was coming. They haven't played well on it, particularly any time Wolves have played it. In theory, this should be a G2 map, but any counter analysis, fast-paced, a different Wolves that we've seen in Bank, if that rolls over into Skyscraper, we could be looking at a very explosive game.
Absolutely. It's important to remember G2 currently undefeated on this map at the 6th Invitational. That's through 2 games. First win was over Elevate. That was an 8-7 nail-biter in the group stage. And then over DZ in the playoff bracket, 7-1. So dominant wins from G2. Couple of plays from Wolves as well. 1-1 at the 6th Invitational so far.
Expectations now, because that map 1 was not as close as I wanted to see it. There's a lot of great plays from Wolves. That's unexpected, really.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you failed to attack on Bank, right? Bank is a very attacker-sided map for G2. They're now going to have to come into Skyscraper. I believe they're starting on attack. Jack, maybe you can back me up on that. Yes. It's a tougher map to attack by far, so we really need to see G2 stepping up their attacks. It's their pick. I expect they'll have that figured out, but of course, that's going to be the focus today.
I think that Fabian needed some stern words with them in that map 1, and you know, they were utter shell-shocked, and it's not what we expect. But like Jesse said, this is a map that they're comfortable on. This is a map that they know how to attack. It is a map that they know how to defend. A 3-3 split on the attack would be more than fine for them.
I want to ask, and let's the final question because our game is ready. Map 3, yes or no?
Yes.
Of course.
Hey, how many people are here? Do you want to see map 3? Look, I think the verdict is clear. Will we see a map 3? That's up to our teams. Wolves versus G2 continues with our wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, Milos, once again. Imagine if the crowd had turned around and been like, nah, I don't want to map.
Nah, I'm all right with 2.
I've done in 2.
Nah, I've got a long
have a
day.
snowball fight,
I've got work to do.
Snow is crazy outside.
I mean, it was, when we were here yesterday for rehearsals, there was none. This is all in one night. Canada, what is going on?
It's a mad place, and there are mad games going on in the server as well. We've spoken a good few times already about just what this means to these 2 teams. For G2, it's now or never. I hope Fabian has shared some words of wisdom because they've got to battle back into this one. One map is stands between all them and the next flight back to Europe. Let's see if they can do it here on Skyscraper.
I mean, what you want from Fabian there is another everybody listening in because he shouted that loud.
Yes.
Like, he needs to drill it into the boys. He needs to give them the idea of what needs to be done here, which is, this is our map, let's prove it. They just had the other hand of that. They were just shown it, but we had this yesterday. We had this in series that we saw of most recent play day where sometimes, if it's...
Thermite, okay.
Sometimes it's their map. G2, making things uncomfy.
This is interesting because it's not really a Wolves map, so I feel like you're trying to push towards a target ban almost here, will make things a bit strange. I see a Thermite ban come through, and I think about the main focus on Geisha Wall that we see so many teams using the Thermite for. I think it means you are going to see the Ace being brought along in basically every single round here for getting the jobs done that a Thermite might otherwise do. Hibana just a little bit too focused there with the X-Kairos. Obviously not as big a hole, requires quite a bit more of the charges to get done, so Ace is just generally quite a safe bet. Thinking about it, it was quite an interesting chat I was having with Doki the other day as well when I asked him, you know, okay, how is Fabian as a coach? And he was saying, you know, in a way when we brought Fabian in, we didn't need him to tell us how to play. And I kind of gave him that look of, are you sure? And he was like, no, seriously. Like, obviously he'll give us some ideas that we can use, but he's there to maintain discipline. He's there to motivate us. That's what he's there for. Rather than to be a micro gameplay coach. So, again, you will have seen those words coming out of him during the break, and hopefully it is enough. G2 start on the attack inside. Let's see if we have 5 players playing as a team and not 5 players just running around like we saw at times on Bank.
Discipline, discipline, discipline.
Yes.
Mr. Fabian is
He likes his discipline.
Oh, yeah, we worked
loves
with him
discipline.
for a while. We've seen him shout.
Oh, yes.
More than maybe, more than others. But no, it's what they needed. You didn't need us, you didn't need them, you didn't need anyone to say other than that's what was always lacking from G2. And as you sort of put it before, that G2 we saw on that map felt like pre-Fabian G2. Felt like a G2 that was just a little bit loosey-goosey. G2, as you said, on the attack, see if they can get 3 for a half, see if they can start with a bang, and the bang might be built behind Blur on Ossa.
Okay, this could actually be a pretty fast push coming in here as well, as they've got a couple stacked up on the window. Thought we might see a bit of a faster move in, but nope. Blur is going to be the focal point of this round. Imagine you'll see him starting to work things out more towards Shrine Balcony and work his way in from there. Plays on the window here on the Ossa, also not a bad shout on the Repel, for example, looking in towards Karaoke itself. But already based on where you can see the outlines of these G2 players, the goal is no doubt going to be taking control of Shrine Balcony, getting in top black and looking for a plant inside of Karaoke.
We start to hear the whir and the whiz of all of the pressure and control on the players. They're looking for the hunt, and the hunt is Bibu's. Takes care of the first. Bibu is removing Benja. Getting some of that control underneath the site. You can see that, as you said, there's pressure onto black. There's a refrag under. Doki drove himself round, got a bit of revenge. You've got the trader for the Solace, and she will be more impactful holding onto these map and these sites. Think of all the soft, think of the plant play, and think of what could be done against it.
You know, Doki's trying to see what he can get done downstairs on the hunt. You know, once again, it's Benja taking away the nades with him as well. That's not ideal on this map. So much soft flooring that can unsettle the defenders in Geisha inside of Karaoke. Let's make this one count, which I think it simply is not going to unless it goes a bit deeper. It is not. And that is all the fishing that G2 can do in this round.
Yeah, losing obviously Benja underneath, who has been an absolute wizard with those. It means that the pressure has to come elsewhere. They open up the top black. They're making sure that once upon a time it was a rotate, but I'm not sure if that truly popped off. There was an impact.
It did get it, no,
halfway through. No, yeah, it's connected. They're on the top black. The Talon shield is going to creep its way around. They're trying to find themselves all the way across. They have the rotate angle and they have the deployment. They have to make sure that they can try and stop this. No time. They rotate themselves closer. The impact doesn't go far enough. There's 3 kills. Suddenly, Shinka, all alone, doesn't really have much in the
against
pockets.
4 though, Emmy.
I mean, he did it before. It's that worry, the smoke. A little too late, but what else can he do?
He's got a player on window here as well. The chance he wins this one out is going to be absolutely ludicrous. He's trying to fight his way up black stairs where there are 2 players from G2 just ready and waiting. Gets swung on. A much better team-driven round from G2. 4 players focusing around Karaoke and top black and giving them the control they needed. Once the plant was inside, I think that's when Wolves were panicked a little bit, like, oh God, we can't stop him. We have to push now. But G2 had the crossfires ready.
It was G2, it was almost like, oh, there you are. After that first map, you want an appearance. You want teams to hit their stride, and it was clean, it was concise, it was all of the players. They were in a position to trade out the loss underneath as well. They had themselves with their heads in this game. And if that's the difference of, as sort of Jack said, this is them on Sky versus that was them on Bank, fair enough. But I still think you got to make sure that you don't just win the map, you've got to lock Wolves out of it.
100% Kitchen and Barbecue, they're not normally the go-to second site. Exhibition normally comes in as the pick, or potentially even a repick, of Karaoke and T, but maybe Wolves just acknowledging there in that first round already, look, G2 have got answers. It's their map. They know how to attack into the primary site that every team plays. What if we go to one that feels a little bit less ordinary and force them to have to work through more steps? Because Kitchen and Barbecue often plays out similar to maps like Reading and Fireplace on Cafe. You have to work your way through the top floor first, clear out any would-be roamers, get map control, then you start looking for the control below on site, and then you can try and make a plan happen.
I mean, if I'm stepping in for Tim today whilst he's a bit ill, I've got to bring some Timisms. Maybe they're just hungry, mate. I see him on stage and they're hungry for a win.
And the only winner is the viewer in that situation.
And the only winner is the viewer. Doki, he's starting the approach underneath. We saw him have a couple of scrappy engagements on bank. He wasn't quite able to make the full use of the guns the way he has throughout this tournament so far. So, can he step back in with a little bit more panache? Oh, what are you doing?
Yep. He's fancying it. Sees the foot. I don't know if he saw the foot on the other side of this one as well. P4 being pushed by 2 or 3 players. They get in and get 2 kills. It's a fast plan from G2. Catching Wolves on the back foot. It's down to a 3 versus 3 though. Top control being established. They've got the hatch, but it's too late because the plant is down and G2 still have the numbers advantage. Rise back 1 into a 2 versus 2 as Bibu gets 1 more. Virtue 4 and 0 on the map has got to hold it all down.
He's got it from range. They're trying to find the player. They don't know if it's the window. They don't know if it's the door, but it's the swing round, the smoke. They're just trying to force him far away. The flash, the ping of the E1D.
He's got to go.
He's got to move. You've got to get yourself into the fight. The calls are there. The pressure. He cannot connect. A sneaky plant and a sneaky defusal. A good play of the canisters to buy the space. The cover of the audio, massively important there. And a bit too late to put the pressure on.
They've been doing enough to body block there as well, I think. You know, it was, for a second, looked like he was going to get hit through the remaining soft wall. Half of it was reinforced off, but they just about managed to make it work out. Looking real scrappy, but G2 almost completely catching Wolves off guard. And I wouldn't be shocked if they'd seen the hatch in Geisha still closed and said, oh, they haven't got hatch control. No one's playing hatch. We're safe to go in the window here and just go and hit site. It was, again, a really good team-based execute, just couldn't hold on to the bitter end.
I mean, it's something you've always got to realize and compare as well, is what did we see on the rush plant attempt from G2 on the previous map? Not good. Their last take was pretty much a last attempt where they didn't even really have any idea of where the players of Wolves were. This time they made sure that was a lead in. They were still winning fights. They're 50-50s. You never quite know if one player is going to have that impact, and it's much more likely in that situation. It was a good read and response there from Wolves, but it's still a bit of a warning knock on the door.
Karaoke and T for round number 3. No Ossa on side this time round. G2 feel they've kind of played that card already, and that Wolves may well spot a repeat if it is on the way. So here they're going back to a much more conventional kind of lineup. Once again, they're looking to do some fishing with those 4 frag grenades in the back pocket of Alamau and Doki. I think it was Benja previously playing on the Nook who found himself taken out, and maybe with the, I don't want to say the Not's confidence, but clearly him having a quiet day, want to put Alamau on that duty instead. Bibu, the one looking to stop them though.
Can they get the hunt down on the Solus? Obviously, if anyone knows the pressure's coming from drones and intel, it will be them. It becomes problematic because you can never really surprise one that's playing with a good read-through. Alamau's doing his best, but the gadget would get spotted by a Solus. You've always got that awareness now. There's no such thing as an even fight against someone who's perpetually watching. And it's always that little shy away, buried underneath a similar location to where he was before. He's still got some confidence. He rotates his way back down towards the windows, thinks it's still closed, and he's buying and breaking time here.
Again, a little bit of play coming out from G2 here with, I think it's Blur, probably knows. Ben just sat on the drones this time around, trying to drone Alamau through, who's now going to rotate away. I think not wanting to try and establish control of Sushi on the downstairs. They've already got a foothold on the upstairs with 2 or 3 players working in. So trying to sweep across from east across to west rather than trying to strictly work in from below seems to be the game plan.
Now, this is the great divide, the most standard take and attack for this that you'll see generally with the changes towards the top of Black and how teams hold is breaking down across Dragon, putting the pressure onto Drum, trying to clear themselves around Gold, and then going at Geisha at the same time. There's still the pressure. As I said, Solus, you're thinking of so much soft floor, you're thinking of not a huge amount of places to hop your way up for safety. They have to be aware of this and they have to lock it down. Alamau just leads in. Gets entirely picked apart. Bibu, right place, right time, and this time there isn't a quick response. Doki is underneath. Benja moves his way across. Doki's in a scrappy fight around the prep line on the back end. They meet an electric wall, and he can't get out the door. Mowgli's there offering Bibu some support that was not there before.
And that gives them the downstairs control. They've got a C4 in back pocket for Mowgli to make it happen. Not like it's needed here, because Wolves are deleting the side of G2 when it comes to gunfights. Only Blur and Virtue, the two backline players left standing to face off against 4. P4 gets a kill through a full white flash. Virtue left alone. We've seen this one before, Emmy, but I don't think even he can do it against the onslaught of Wolves here. 3 left standing. No, he cannot. Wolves take round 3, and it's looking exactly the same as Bank, with Wolves taking a 2-1 start in the first 3 rounds.
It was very well put together there. The changes, obviously, it was a different attack. There you go. How dare you?
I'm the coach. Don't you dare.
How dare you do that to Liloon?
Liloon's wrath will follow.
Yeah, but it was the adaptations. I like that Mowgli came down to offer support. Remember last time, sure, Bibu got the first, but because of the amount of players there, he was picked apart from behind. They had a support line for him. They had the bottom. They really sort of gave an idea of we're going to fight over here, but the take from G2 just couldn't find the hole on the approach.
It started strong in round 1, when I feel like G2 had an agreed strategy to play behind the Oster, to put everything behind that plan. It worked well. But in that round then again, things just felt a little bit solo bolo, you know? You had Alamau on the downstairs by himself. He got in initially, rotated out the building, came back in, got picked up for free. Doki was a similar story. They never got to use the utility they brought in the round, the 4 grenades, to really make an impact, because there was no team effort to get control of downstairs to begin with. Wolves for me at the minute look far more like a team playing together. G2, even with the break between this map and the previous one, haven't quite got that online. I wouldn't be shocked if after the next round, assuming G2 lose it, Fabian steps in for one of those famous team talks.
It's also that sort of factor of, if you're playing behind Oster, if you're playing behind Monty, if you're playing behind something that is unique to a push, the push has to be coordinated. It forces a team's hand in terms of, well, I can't stray too much. It's like leashing the players via strategy. And when that starts to go a little bit awry is when we see G2 go a little bit awry. Here, yeah, that's pretty standard. The wall is currently open. They can try and impact back against it. They can try and put pressure back against it. It means breaching it's much trickier. They start here.
Gotta be careful.
On the opposite end, but entirely that. You know, how many times have we seen teams, including G2, just shoot out of it?
The thing is, you got away with it the first time, and I think on the defensive side, they're looking for some impact tricking. You got Valkyrie, for example, ready to start tossing them out when it comes round to it, but not in position, and Doki will get this wall opened up.
He's not sure just where the fight's coming from, but Alamau is. Wins out against the first. P4's got the chassis for support on one side. If he gets picked out, it'll be a risky fight to take, but does Doki know? That's the trade-off. That's the moment right now, is there's nothing forcing P4 to move. He can sit and wait as long as nothing's coming up underneath him from the hatch or any intel puts him in a pressure position. He's not safe, but for now, he feels it.
Well, this is the thing. I was going to comment on this before we just got shown that overhead by the observers. Really, there's only one player playing outside of sight right now for Wolves, and that's the one that's playing at top shrine. Rise going quite aggressive, looking to get a bit cheeky. A couple more steps, and he might just find the player, sees him. But the MPX is a bit of a pea shooter. Can't finish player off, and he gets away with that one quite lucky. And there's Alamau for the step back in.
I mean, he found himself against the locked soft door. I think he thought that was an escape route. Unfortunately, he had forgotten what the board said. A 5 versus 3. They have loads of time.
They do. They did well. They found Mowgli early, right? And Rise has then gone a bit over-aggressive by himself, trying to be a bit of a backstab. Bibu finds one back, but again, you know, there's 2 players on site, with Bibu currently off the one looking to contest and be the, oh, hey, you need to drone me, you've got to come clear Dragon. G2 have been sat here now for 1 minute and 20. Dragon is still Wolves' control.
And that's the thing here. This is the problem with G2. They're forcing motions, they're forcing abilities, they're trying to drive themselves through. Bibu is forced further and further back. Shinka, he's moved into the dead space where P4 was. He starts trying to hit the hammer home, but a very quick trade. Back on from Benja. Bibu. The last French statement, a 2 versus 1. They have one more! A 1 versus 1, and it is a Bibu round!
Fabian is gonna be furious. What a play by Bibu, though, working his way back into sight. We mentioned that he hadn't been droned and forced away from playing around Shrine. I think G2 is getting a little bit too assumptive in these rounds that areas of the map are clear without checking it, and they're leaving room for the members of Wolves to work their way back into this game. G2 in attack timeout, and I can see from here, Fabian looks pretty livid.
I mean, understandably.
Very understandably.
It's the second one over this period of time. Bibu, he's working on intel, and it's a great gun. Have a look at the faces on the players. The bald boo buff.
I can't help but again pull back to, for Benja having a real rough series here. I think he's got 3 or 4 kills to his name across the 2 maps, and it's not about one player. For G2, it's been the maps. I keep on saying it, they keep playing individually. They aren't droning things out. We saw it in one of the earlier rounds on this exact map with the kitchen execute. Things weren't necessarily, fully droned out or understood where players were. We saw it in the last round of Bank. We've just seen it again, where Bibu has been able to get a 4K. I think that's now 5 clutches across this series, by the way, for Wolves.
Yeah.
It's a little bit silly, but when a team is this motivated and on their game on the day, you have to find a response, and so far, G2 simply do not have one.
It's like one of the things said about Astralis is you can never tell Astralis when a round is over.
No.
They're just going to play it to the end, play it to the teeth. And that is what Wolves are doing. They have that mentality. They have that idea of every single round is possible. Do not tell me the odds. The odds are stacked more and more in their favor. It doesn't matter how close the round is at the end of the day. It's who takes the round is the scoreboard driver. It's 3-1. And there's all the woulda, coulda, shoulda. But if you can't, then you can't. And you have to move on. You have to try and piece that back together. That could be the last team talk they'll be able to have throughout this entire tournament.
Yes, unless Wolves really, start feeling the burn from G2 now, and it's Wolves who take their first tap time out of the series. But obviously right now, when you're up 3-1, there is 0 need to do that. I don't imagine we'll see one until the second half anyway, because Wolves know they've got G2 on the back foot. Here we go with a little focus and lucky bounce off the door as well. Bit of a burnt nade there from Doki, gonna get nothing done. Second one comes through and door is now finally opened. We are, of course, attaching in towards kitchen and barbecue. And Benja with it sounds cruel, but an uncharacteristic entry against Mowgli.
I mean, they need it. They need that little bit of magic. They need that little bit of energy. I cannot imagine how hard it is to step up onto this and play. And
there he is, Benny boy.
Removed the man of the previous moment, and suddenly Benja has some of this control. Remember how little they had last time because they went for that rush plant and the vertical cost them Benja!
Oh, Benja!
Well, Fabian has slapped a bit of energy. Can he go for the 4th? They don't even want to risk it. Shinka, he pulls himself out of there, but Benja isn't ready to let this fight go away from him. Please, I'm hungry, and Alamau says, don't worry. I'm happy to have the bite on the side myself. Shinka, well, we've had...
No throw, boys, no throw.
Please, G2.
They've got to know where he is as well. There we go! Wow! What an answer by Benja, by the way. 4K in the round? It's like he heard us.
I mean, he's doubled his kills from the whole series.
in one round. In one single round.
And that's the sort of thing is, that G2 attack, what we've just seen there, that's how they can attack this map. That's them with everything going to plan. That's them almost doing it, not in this room, but in the back, in a scrim, in a practice, in a prep, where there's no eyes on them. And they need to get that mentality. They need to almost shake off the weight of this room. Sorry, everyone here. And pretend none of you exist.
I think actually it was Blur that got the final one from the upstairs, but who's counting? Still a big round overall for G2. It is a flawless round, one that Wolves will put in the back of their memory and right off. If they let G2 back into this at 3-3, they will be kicking themselves. They must have felt like they've been the better team across the series. When it comes to team play, gunmanship, everything has looked stronger. But if G2 can battle back in here, what a series that'll set us up for.
All right, G2, we're back to plan B-ish. We've got some of the catch, some of the chance at finding the players underneath. You've got some of the eyes and ideas on it as well. No Oster, no tuck, black take. You can still put the pressure there, but I still think a lead in game is going to be the most important step here. How do you find Bibu loose last time around? How do you see if the support is there from Mowgli? And what do you do if things start to slip away?
Well, their answer here is going to be repeat what happened last time around and pray that you don't fall away. For the side of Wolves, though, obviously, we've said it for a number of times, they have been winning out in these gunfights so far. It's kind of what I said earlier on about teams being, 50% below or 50% above on a given day. On Bank, Wolves were that team that were 50% ahead. At least in that last round, you're starting to see Benja become on that right side of 100 as well, starting to really push the envelope for his team.
Ooh, it's a little bit of a pressure situation here, Mowgli.
It was a Benja 4K, by the way, my bad.
All right,
Benja,
he's holding on, but Benja's almost the first off the board, but it's the swing from Alamau. He's gone even deeper and somehow escapes Rise. You can see it on his face. He's kicking himself for not quite getting that trade back. It was a very risky maneuver for just the camera there, mate. And it hasn't cost him. I know, that's it.
They're so stacked up around top red right now as well, looking to cause a little bit of bother. But for G2, they've backed away. They said, look, if you want to push really aggressively into this, so be it. Walls have now spread out at least a little bit more, but you've got one, for example, on Shrine, one just inside top red doorway, one below Drum. They are trying to stop G2 getting across from this east side here without directly contesting it.
That's it. A smoke canister gets thrown through. They can see the drones. They know that there's the whiff of pressure, but with the Solus underneath, you still got to deal with that problem. It's something that is always going to harp on, and it seems like that's the rotate. The idea, Virtue's going to go hunting. They have a grenade, and they have a ping on Rise, holding a very aggressive position. He has to know there's danger coming through, and he has to know it's now focused on him to drop the fight over the Dragon stairs from bottom to top. There's pressure coming on the window, and there's Shinka getting one out. Virtue's now rotated his way around to the top of Black on the back end. He's trying to draw the players away. There's a fight for Benja's side. Shinka's gone, a bit of revenge. A scrappy one on the top of Black stairs. Bibu, he's trying to make things feel bad for G2 on this approach, that it can't be that comfortable.
Yeah, Benja's been sat on the window looking inside a site for the longest time, just waiting for members of the defense to move around. Alamau is feeling himself a little bit as well. Bibu just get a trade, but it's down to a numbers advantage for G2, and assuming we don't see what we've seen so many times this season.
I know, it's like
we could have that 3-3 half.
Assuming we don't see it again and again
and again
and again.
And again. They
have 30 seconds. They have themselves a little bit spread out. Bibu is dancing from stair set to stair set. How aware are they? A little bit, but look at the damage done to Virtue there. It will not take much to get rid of Virtue and Benja at this point, and you've got to try and slip your way past the watch on the back end. And again,
time.
Cannot mention it enough. Time, the combination of the player underneath. They've got to try and find themselves. There he is on the hunt for the diffuser. There he is waiting for the time. There he is spraying and getting the drop down. There's only a pocket full of seconds left. Can they even get it in time? He's just got to hold F. It's a trade out. It is a Bibu Solus underneath looking for the player. Benja, he's gone!
And again.
And again.
And again.
And you know how many times you say it. You talk about that. You talk about Solus. You talk about the importance. They know it. They tried to hunt her down twice before. The only safe place to plant in the entire setup of those two sites is on gold table.
Yeah.
They didn't drive for the fight there, so they have to drive for the fight on the Solus. You can't just assume that she's not paying attention because it's Bibu, and at the start of the round, he was 7-2.
He's got 3 kills in that round, right? At least the one that he came up on red stairs, and they managed to collect 2 more as well. Like, he's made it look, you know, easy. He's been given so much movement there in the close, despite having the numbers advantage for G2. But it again comes back to what you were saying. Think back to the early rounds, and we were saying, look, Bibu's been left downstairs. Alamal's kind of contested him and died. They've got no vertical control. They can't go fishing with their grenades. It's frustrating because you know G2 can play for that team level of play where it means they get to clear areas out of the map together. But they're keeping it kind of at step 1 here. Yep. Focusing on shrine control, for example, or looking to set up a kitchen, but ignoring what's happening on the vertical axis above them or below them.
It makes it awkward because they even drove the fight. And you've got to think about the context of things there is they went to try and take the fight on gold as the timer pretty much ticked out. But it didn't matter. Even if they won that clean, it did not matter. They wouldn't have been able to still win that round based on what was still up. And it's those decisions, the time it seems to be taking G2 to reach them is costing them round after round after round.
After another round. We'll just carry on. Here we go then. Wolves move on to the attacking side of the map and get to show us their fangs and how much quicker they can be than G2. We commended their pinch play on the previous map of Bank. Very good at isolating players and forcing 2v1s, and G2 played into it for them as well. It was like playing with their food at that point. I think you may well wind up seeing a lot more here. I know it's not their map pick, but given the theme we've seen across 2 halves of defense, 1 half of attack for Wolves, you can see it really starting to become a trend.
It's pacey. And that's sort of those little moments where you go, maybe Wolves are happy attacking this. This was always the big question mark on this showdown and this map, is how confident will Wolves be? We know what G2's game is like. We know what G2 does on Bank as well, and it's not the greatest, but they can do it. Here on Sky, as Fresh has sort of pointed out, it was one of their consistent bans. It was one of their removals for a long time, and regardless of how far ahead you are, if you're not feeling confident, this can be a very sticky map to try and attack and approach.
Couple playing upstairs at the minute, I think. 1 inside of T, 1 holding up in Geisha, 3 around site itself for G2, but currently more proximity off. Heavy drone game from Wolves coming in at the top of red as well, just to feed this information in for P4 to take the ground that he needs. And The funny thing is, I mean, we said at the start of the series, if P4 is quiet, this could be really rough, but as it stands so far, you're seeing all the work being done by Bibu. A lot of the strength in this team is that, okay, you don't need the 2 entries to shine when you've got Shinka who can clutch up for fun, Rise who can pop off an equal measure, and Bibu, as we've seen a number of times, especially in Stage 3, is the highest rated player. All of them can pop.
Wolves have set themselves up around and they're starting to execute. They're looking for a first engagement. The bounce of the nades, the pressure onto Doki actually catches the tail end of Blur through the soft wall. The grenade was close enough. They have the pings on the player. They know he's down and they're just going to cement it elsewhere. In the meantime, Rise goes. Mowgli is able to put some damage into Gold itself with Bibu finding the end of Alamau. So Blur still down and he is so far from recoverable. Doki has to fight his way out. Puts us in a tricky situation. They still haven't been able to cement the pick back up here. They haven't been able to cement the kill either, because Virtue's making things happen. Wolves, they tried to collapse, but they couldn't quite make it happen.
It's a 2vx. You'll forgive me for being nervous for G2 in this scenario as well. Yeah. After this series, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore about number disadvantages. The only thing really helping G2 here is the clock. The hatch is being held. They've got 1 or 2 playing at distance as well. They look ready for this step in. They find one. There's just one left. Bibu will get a kill, but it feels too little too late. Has got a Gumine in the foot, a plant in hand. There is nothing he can do. G2 will take round 7.
They hold off. But you have to sort of look at that round and you have to think how much of it was down to winning engagement, something they didn't really have before. Wolves did drift into a couple of the fights, but they also got lucky with a couple of them too. There was some missed moments. You can never forget about that. Here, Wolves went for the 2-story collapse at the same time. They had the pressure coming up here with Shinka on the back end. They tried to win the fight over the top of Gold, of Drum, of the main stairs itself. And some of those went away. The work done by Virtue, the control of the second story is the only reason the first did not fall.
See how round number 8 goes down then. Wolves now attacking in towards Karaoke and T up here on the top floor. But the 2 Funky coming out in their selected lineup for the operators as well. Again, we saw the Osta execute coming out of G2, which was fantastic. We've seen teams play a lot of Monty on this site as well for the exact same purpose. Is it just gives you coverage from the very difficult long-range angles out towards Shrine, down towards Red Stairs, can really, really help you out. But no massive changes coming in outside of a couple of changes to who is playing what. I'd love to know the reason for this as well, why P4 is going from Ashe onto Iana, Mowgli from Iana onto the Ashe. Main reason being I can think of is, again, the nades from below. We spoke about G2 going fishing, and they want Mowgli to be the one who's not having to pick up that duty. They want him being a little bit more busy by himself on the Ashe.
It's like the trade-off, is you're thinking, well, it's not about the guns and it's not about the drive here. It's more about what they want to try and accomplish.
What do the players want to do?
Yeah. And if you've got Mowgli potentially trying to hit heads against bulletproofs and shields in the far end, then, well, you can do it with a grenade, but it's kind of easier to get the swing round and a bit less dangerous to do it with the pop of the gadget of Ashe. Vice versa, as you said, the grenades underneath, it's a big part of the play here, potentially. You're looking at a hard wall, you're looking at control of maybe that wall and getting rid of, if there is a mute jammers, if there is electrics, you know, it's that sort of trade-off.
G2 playing quite deep out into the map here as well, quite far out from site itself. Still got hold of Exhibition, but have to be careful, because we've said before, walls can be very good at shutting the jaws. Snap down onto your neck, and they've caught 2 players, G2, overhanging and being punished.
I mean, Mowgli, he's feeling this round. He hasn't quite been able to have the same drive in throughout this, but with Blur shutting him down from the range, again, we're seeing this a little bit more on this map. From what was an entirely solid idea of where G2 were on the previous one, what they had for breakfast and where they wanted to be here, there's little sparks of that, but not quite the full read. Virtue, he steps in and gets locked out. He's trying to buy Alamau the break back through. He gets 1 rip and tear, but think about where he is. Think about where the site is, and think about how many people are left. If Alamau gets caught out, it's a 1 versus X, and they're really far away from any support right now. A slow.
Doubled up.
Yeah, they might be able to get the player back up. You have to slip your way across. If they've gone undroned, it's dangerous. If they've gone droned, it's bait.
I think they're trying to hold for it here, but Blur has been an anchor around Drum. He's found a few kills from this angle so far in the game. A call coming out will give the indication they need. They just know, G2 just know that if they go for Virtue, there's a very good chance that someone's waiting, holding an angle. It is Shinka, daring him to cross. They might just have to let him go here. He makes the run, gets sprayed down, but not taken out. Down to a slither of HP. Blur's here for the cover as well. Good team play, yes, Blur. That's what you want to see. A big 3K coming out, and G2 finally seem to have unlocked that thing called team play, and a massive 4K out of Blur.
Bring it on, Blur. Main stage, you're not always the biggest mainstay name you find yourself screaming out, but if that player on that back end with that gun that is a surgeon's tool in the right hand can do the business. Think about his first 2 kills there. Through the same hold, the same angle of just watching people rotate, like shooting French fish in a blur barrel.
A very big blur barrel. It seems to be every kill came for the same spot, except this final little bit, and I was really happy to see that small bit of team play coming together. When he moves away from his anchor position down towards Drum, realizes actually our win condition right now isn't holding down Drum, it's making sure we've got 3 guns online and able to shoot. Great rotation over, and again, G2 looking like they've really started to get things back together. A tactical timeout coming in. Liloon got a few words for the troops as G2 have brought the score even at 4-4.
It's time to have the talk. It's time to see if they can try and piece this together. As we said, this is Fabian's moment as well, and you know what he's seen these past couple of rounds, he's obviously much happier with. He couldn't have been sadder with what he saw before. And it's never a question of what rounds could they have won. That's something you can do in VOD reviews, you do after the game. You have to get into the mindset of this is what we're doing right now. It's 0-0.
Yeah.
We've pulled it back level. We're fighting for every single round.
And you got the defense.
And you got the defense.
Yes. I think really the big thing to focus on when you come to those tactical timeouts isn't the micro, the small, oh, you need to play better on this drone and do A, B, and C. No, it's much more about the macro. If the team aren't working together, not communicating what's going to change, you leave the players to figure it out in the server themselves what gameplay changes need to be made. Now, one thing I'll say, and I can say the same about Wolves, to be fair, there have been a lot of clutches in this game.
Yeah.
A lot of big 4Ks, a lot of big 3Ks, a lot of 1v1s being won. It is still quite tight, although Wolves generally have had a better control, especially when Bibu's sat on 12 and 3 so far on the map, going unbelievably strong. But you look over to that other side, and there's probably a blessing here that you've got Virtue, Blur, and Alamau all dropping big numbers, while Doki and Benja have been a little bit quieter, but the whole board is starting to come online.
I think that's the thing is, I would say Benja's stepped up in this map compared to the last one. He's found a bit of confidence. He's pretty much even. He's a little bit above, and Doki is the only one that slipped a bit further away. He's fishing. He's got a bite on the line, but it's not for his to have right now.
Sort of passing by at least for now, but you know he can try and get a bit cheeky and just wait to see if there are a rotate that does come in on the upstairs. Mowgli just more securing things and making sure there's no horrible jump outs. That's an interesting one that he dropped down there, expecting someone to come vaulting over the edge of their balcony.
If anyone will, Alamau will.
They'll have seen G2 do this as well. There's probably a very specific reason that's there. Doki strikes me as the kind of player that would make a play like that, so I do not fault them at all.
G2, a couple of rounds, you've been able to pull yourself together, but still far from over, and you know this just as well as they do.
Retreat their way back up there as well into house. You know, feel the pressure starting to come in on the downstairs and don't want anything to do with it.
You don't want to hand them freebies. No. You don't want to hand them those engagements far away, because we've seen Wolves do very excellent pinches and pincers. They know how to try and force a player into another player's gun. And it seems like G2 have had much more sort of respect for that game and the fear of it.
Only a little nervous here for them because they have pulled back to site super early.
I think there is one loose player on the opposite end.
There's always one.
Here it is. There's the...
Is it? It's not Virtue, is it?
It's Doki. Doki, has he gone known? There's a slow swing around. Doki wins it out. Gets the lock in. There's a second player trying to make their way back over. Does he know? Oh, he does. But Mowgli gets one, and there it is. One of yours, two of ours.
That's one of the first times this series I've seen that triangle coming online that I was speaking about for G2 as well. Doki goes down, there is an immediate response. Think back to Bank top floor when Doki was left completely isolated and alone. It's a good bit of team play coming through, and they are punishing Wolves by making them realize we cannot leave players undroned and ignored.
Well, we've seen them do it before, and again, but that's not the moment right now. This is obviously Wolves with the timeout. This is Wolves thinking, well, things are slightly falling off. We have to try and pepper and fight our way back through their first of the series. In the 4 versus 3, what are they trying to shape up here? They've lost some of their lead in engagement. When we talked about what do you trade those operators for? Well, that utility's gone. Instead, it's got to be a direct drive. It's a swing round for Benja. Finds Bibu on the back end, and Shinker and Rise. Well, if the backline of Blur has been a big step up this map, it's time for them to see if they can step in. Knocked instantly out. Shinker all that's left, with 3 standing players in front of him and only 10 seconds. G2, please do not throw this.
They really don't need to do anything here as well. Shinker can't win it out. He hasn't got the time. And they just wait and let him come to them. Bibu made a play on Shrine. I don't blame him. They really needed some map control because the last 2 players were stuck looking at display, looking at the exhibition wall. It just was not an ideal spot for Wolves. And really on the back of this man, Doki killing one, drawing in another, giving Alamau a freebie, and that really unlocked things for G2.
That first fight reminds me of Doki playing Iana in the first map. It shouldn't have been Doki's win there. The P90 is a hell of a gun in the right hands, but he wasn't instant with the lock in there. It was scrappy. The Iana, from what we've seen previously, should have won it.
Yeah.
And they didn't quite have that energy. And it's almost like Wolves are suffering the same thing, the same fear of the stage, the same fear of the map, more than anything, I would say, as G2. They've crept their way back into this one round at a time.
Again, it's one of them where if P4 was on fire today as well, Doki shut down there. They've got the numbers advantage. They're swinging around to pick up Alamau as well. The round probably goes the way of Wolves. So, again, G2 starting to believe here. You've got the vast majority of their players now all going positive in KD as well.
Do you believe yet, Mr. Dez?
On defense on their own map at 5 and 4, yeah, I think this goes to Oregon. I do think it goes all the way now. Sorry, all the way.
All the way, Dez. It won't have
to say it if we do get to.
I
have to say it. It's
I
a
know.
thing.
Anything for Tim. 5-4. G2, as I said, it's been around and around and around. They've tied 3 in a row.
Tell you what, this feels like a throwback. Ash and Zofia on the same size.
Yeah, I mean...
Feels like a thing from 3 years ago.
What year is this? Last time in Montreal?
2020, yeah, God.
You just don't see Zof too much. Obviously, we had some of the LMG Zofia, but Ash at that point was a bit behind the curve with, well, Finka with other LMGs. What are they trying to fix here? Are they trying to put some pressure around on the side? Do they think they know enough about where players are rough and they want to get a little bit more of that precise before they go for swings? I mean, the swings are happening quite early here.
It's the soft destruction, right? They've got so much of it on side, plus 6 sets of it's a bit much. 6 Claymores plus a Nomad for me.
It's a lot.
A little bit much, especially when you haven't... Yeah, you haven't seen G2 jumping out of windows and stuff, but this is where Wolves are saying, right, they're building in confidence here. We are expecting some aggression. We need to be careful about this. You can hear the air jabs as you run around the map here, just really trying to pen G2 in and just over the course of the round, shrink that box down more and more until they're stood on top of each other and it's an easy round win for Wolves. But that does require pace, and that's something that may be a little bit lacking here for the French side.
Hot droned in, Mowgli's trying to find the engagement. Last time he was putting the pressure upstairs and it didn't quite come together, so instead they've sort of picked him up, swapped him out with, I think it was P4, was here last and moved the grenades. Lean in with the guns. He was pretty sharp with it throughout this tournament. There's the start, the burn through, the shock, the destruction. There's no one close. They have the breach on the barb, and they pull away. Also a different tact. Last time they went for, as I said, multiple different angles at the same time. It seems like they want to try and strong-arm it a little bit more with less as they're sort of rode in.
There's just so many Claymores and air jabs going down. Like, it's ludicrous. It feels like they're trying to build a web of Claymores that all connect to one another. It's at that sort of level. It isn't stopping Blur being quite a challenger here, though. On towards Kochek, sees one cross, but a little bit late to the punch.
Yeah, has to drop down. He's got the rotate out if he wants to it, but the first trade is over the back end. P4 can't get the cement. It's Doki with a double, and Biboo is able to get one on the back end, but he's still in the bar, and there he is! Pops up, pops it down! Blur gets the end of it. Doki said he wants to destroy him, and that round is the first bit we've seen from the Scotsman.
The first real big round coming out of Doki that we've seen throughout the entirety of groups and playoffs. Finally starting to come online. You know, I really feel the observers have done P4 dirty. They showed everything that went wrong there. He steps across, whiffs every single shot, has to reload, can't do anything, and Doki collects an absolute freebie onto him. You know, again, we do kind of like highlighting players and how they're underperforming, but for P4 there, Doki should be dead to rights every day of the week.
Fabian even kissed him on the head. I
just heard someone to the right of me just go, "Aw." It's a very loving moment, I'm sure. But again, they know that, you know, Fabian, we've seen some really interesting timeouts. We know that he's always on their side. He always is, because he knows what they can do, he knows what they can deliver, and he only expects the best.
Oh, he has never once said they're not the best team.
No.
When things are going wrong, when things are going right, you heard it in his timeouts. Like, on the back line, the statement that he kept on sort of prophesizing and putting down was, we showed people we can be the best team, and we are the best team at this tournament. We just have to get to the end. You can't argue with the lower bracket run. You can't argue with the fact that they've dispatched a lot of people in this tournament. And sure, they might have been sent there by a certain team that they're in a map with right now, but this certain team might be another name on the big board of G2's victims.
Very possibly so. I mean, let's not write Wolves off just yet. Oregon does still awaiting for both teams. That is going to be a real spicy matchup. Very excited to see if, of course, we get there. Wolves still have a chance to battle their way back in. I know it's been quiet for most of their players on this map. Everyone except Bibu's currently going negative as well. But that's what you want from a stage when it comes around to being here live on a big stage, is to have a nice close fixture. At least as a fan, the players will take a 2-0 every day of the week.
About 40 seconds passed. It's slightly more cautious, the approach, but remember how many people died just drifting across this open space. They have to pay it a little bit more respect.
And they have.
And they have.
G2, like, remember last time round, Mowgli got a 2K by going in through single wall. G2, back past Dragon, back past Shrine, back past Terrace. They're off towards sighting around Drum. Kind of fallen back to the second line of defense, but they've forced drones and utility out of wall. So a lot better from them now.
Yeah, it was a huge round for Blur as well. He was sort of happy to hold, but he was only probably holding that position because they lost so much else. Usually, Drum will be your sort of first gun. And Mowgli is the first gun for Wolves, and he's trying to see if anybody's home. Not a true reveal as of yet, but with the gate, with the bait, with the call, they'll know that it's coming sooner rather than later. You would hope G2's aware of this.
Yeah, I mean, they know that they were trying to push it on the east side, which means if they're committing resources towards getting Exhibition off his control, they'll then move across towards Drum. They'll then look to try and hit the site more laterally than trying to make a play, for example, and rotating everyone over towards Window or towards top black. You might see someone try and backstab up there that later in the round, but they haven't cleared downstairs. They have no information. That would be a massive risk for Wolves. So almost in a way here, G2 are predicting everything that's coming at them, and they've got the right idea because Wolves are playing quite tightly, like a pack of Wolves, quite ironically here, and trying to all come in as one.
Can they scream their way onto site? Gold is only really what stands. It's going to have to be the cover to stop a swing coming through in the smoke canister. Mowgli's just waiting. Doki is being droned out, but he knows if he stops to fight it, chances are there's going to be a gun right behind him. The break on the electrics pops off. They can get the wall open. They can keep forcing space. There's 40 seconds left on the push, but look at how they're stacked up. G2, they've got to win these engagements either side. Virtue gets one, Blur with the second. Snap. That's it, the support structure, the pressure on the gold player, but suddenly they do not have those guns to drive themselves in. Rise gets one more. 20 seconds, though.
Absolutely snapping their ankles on the way through here. Virtue and Blur going absolutely nuclear. 10 and 4 for Virtue, and he seems to have that answer at every turn. Benja's there as well. Rise left standing, but can do nothing. G2 take map 2, which means Oregon will be our final battlegrounds.
We knew they had the capabilities, they knew it just as well, and it was always going to be a fight across the board. This is one of the few times these two teams haven't gone to OT. Some loud words.
I didn't have to hear the volume from Alamal there to know exactly what words he was screaming at Wolves. I mentioned it earlier, they've been at each other's throats for days, they know. I just saw Doki in the back like, oh, shaking. Again, it's all about the mental game. You said it yesterday, screaming in the hotel, Bibu, we're coming for you. Two teams just back and forth against each other. I'm so excited to see what happens on that third map.
Well, there's only one map left for one of these two teams. Potentially, we will see who keeps moving on and who drops and disappears out of the board. Obviously, there's always the watching and the waiting of who they've got next. But there's the trade-off of, well, what do we have next, Des?
We have Oregon. And before that, a very quick break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to Place Belle. Map 2 went the way of G2, and it guarantees the Map 3. Turns out, if you have a crowd that screams for a Map 3, some things can actually happen. We are back. I'm Ostavic, your host. And you're looking at the crowd here live. I'll have more as we go, of course, with our weekends. Great to be back here, now on the side of Jesse and Fresh. What a map! We had the comeback in Skyscraper, Jesse.
That we did, and another flawless second half. All defenses in a row going towards G2. 5 up and 5 completed for G2 on the defensive half. Really good defense on Skyscraper. We talked about how we were worried about their attacks on Bank, and they were okay, right? I mean, they got 2 rounds, but they turned it around on that defensive half.
I genuinely thought G2 were excellent in that game. I think strategically, out of the, 11 rounds played, I actually think they maybe won 9 or 10 of them. Yeah. Genuinely, you know, on their attacks, they lost 2 2v4s. They lost a couple of very unfortunate rounds, I think, where their pacing and their attack choice was wrong. As G2 come back to the stage, that's why you can hear the crowd behind me. But especially on the defense, I loved the defense from G2. It was completely focused on how slow they thought Wolves were going to be. I call it layering, where you're extending out. Let's say you're doing a T defense. You're extending out to Office. Then you fall back to Dragon and Shrine. Then you fall back into T, Top Black, Geisha. And on top of that, they were using traps to do that as well. And Wolves really had no answers for how they were going to penetrate those different layers. They didn't have a hero play. They didn't have a backstab. And G2 were just happy as Larry on the defense to just sit and wait and wait and wait. It was great.
Yeah, Jack, you call it layering. I call it hell. Legion, Capcan, Frost, Thorn. What are you supposed to do against this? This is the most annoying lineup to play against. And Wolves had to go against it almost every single round. I think particularly Doki on the Legion was the most effective of their trap operators, and it really did slow down the Wolves.
Is it surprising seeing an operator, for example, as Thorn, because you mentioned her? Yeah. We saw her in Bank, now we're seeing it on Skyscraper. It's an oddity outside of the usual meta pool.
I think you wouldn't be seeing it if G2 were going up against a Koi or a W7M. I think it was completely because they were going up against Wolves that they expected Wolves to be constantly doing the full clears, constantly taking their time, and then that's when the time value of those operators, particularly Legion and Thorn, comes into play.
Yeah, it's an operator that really can be explosive at times as well, right? The weaponry is very fast rate of fire, so Thorn definitely can be used well in the right hands. You know, JV92 had a big moment on it earlier in the playoffs. So you put the right person on Thorn, it can be extremely deadly.
So it seems like the issues that we saw in Bank from G2 were fixed up for Skyscraper. Looks like Fabian or anybody else spoke in the back with the squad to pull them back into shape. But now the question turns to map 3. For those who missed the map, Vito, could we put it up on the screen just for them to see? Well, being nice and courteous and hoping we'll get the response. But it is, as you see, Oregon. So, surprises for this. We're going to a classic map. Much like Clubhouse, everybody knows how to play to Oregon. Despite the changes, it's still the same map and how it plays out. So, Jack, what are your thoughts?
For me, there's a win condition, and that is the one bomb site, the basement bomb site, Laundry and Supply. Now, neither team, I've had a look back through the data, neither team is particularly good at attacking this. And so who starts attack in the third map, which is Wolves, is going to be setting the precedent. So Wolves, I'm looking at them to basically be increasing that pace. We saw them slow on Skyscraper. I want them to increase that pace again. We've seen it on Bank. For G2, you're just looking at trying to get those defenses under your belt and then capitalize by just having to win the tertiary site. Both teams like this map in this tournament. It feels like a very nice decider to go to.
Yeah, it's really funny, the parity between these two squads, right? Because back in Stage 2, both teams played it a ton. Wolves played it 6 times with a 5-1 record. G2 played it 3 times undefeated. Both teams loved it. Both kind of shied away more in Stage 3, and then at this 6th Invitational, One play from G2, undefeated 1-0. That's a 4-game win streak. And then Wolves 1-1 here at the Six Invitational as well. So kind of a throwback to stage 2 for both of these squads.
Now, we're talking about a map 3 in the series. We're at Place Belle, of course, main event. But I want to just make sure it's very clear, crystal for everybody out there. Because the loser of this game is knocked out of the tournament, just to keep it a $150, as people say for it. You win this map, you're through. If you lose, you are out. We still don't know, of course, who will be playing against the winner of this matchup. That'll be later on today, right after this game. But there's a lot of pressure on both of these squads, and maybe even more because this sets you up for the rest of the year. So, final thoughts on Oregon. How do we see, I guess, the setups, the compositions, the metagame work out?
I think the metagame, particularly for G2, is going to be that same layering approach that they took to Skyscraper, particularly on the basement, and then just try and win the tertiary sites by hook or by crook. Whether that's life rounds, the Legion, like you say, coming out from Doki, a life game from big game players. That's who you want to step up. Your Dokis, your Benja. I think for Wolves, I want to see that pacing from Bank. I really do, and I can't keep iterating this enough. When they were on Bank and they were fast and they were opportunity spotting, it looked great. When they were on Skyscraper and they were trying to play slow and play a team game, it didn't. So for me, the big question mark going into this is which Wolves are going to turn out on that attack. And I think we will know very clearly after 6 rounds who we think is going to be winning this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on Benja, as it kind of has been throughout the series. Early on that map too, Benja was struggling. Fabian called that attack timeout. Immediately he hits a 3K. If Benja starts off really strong on this map, that could be the difference maker. So I'm looking to see what he can do, of course, alongside Doki and everybody else on G2. I still have faith in them. I'm going to pick G2 still, sticking to my guns from the very start of this pregame. But yeah, it's going to be a close one.
Jackers, you're still sticking with Wolves?
Yeah, you make a decision, you stick with it, Milos.
Of course.
Of course.
And that's why I was not allowed to make a decision on this one. Jack, Jesse, thank you very much. Map 3 is ready to go. Our casters are in. Get it started, Des and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Milos. In we go for map 3. Oregon awaits, and as Fresh has been explaining, I know, nice.
That's cool.
But you like it, huh? Yeah. As Fresh was saying on the desk, pretty even map for both sides. I can't give a prediction on this one. I think it's going to be really tight, down to the wire. They were saying you get the feeling of it in the first 6 rounds who they think is going to win. I don't think it's going to be that clear-cut.
You don't want it to be clear-cut.
No,
and
I
think
time.
That, analysts, what do they know? What do they know? They spend all their time behind a desk, unlike us, who spend all our time behind a different desk. And we have the exciting idea of you want to fight. You always want to brawl. Teams have preferences and favorites in Oregon.
What? Okay. I mean,
all right.
Okay, now Wolves are banning the entire series. We mentioned this back on map 1. You're looking to really shut down the executes out of G2, where if you feel maybe they rely on the operator a bit too much, it's a good ban. The Amaru, though, is really, like,
I can hear the
out
audience has started doing that, oh, again.
Yeah, we had that in Berlin. It was very lovely.
Oh. Wait, unless it's a Tachanka. I remember Tachanka got banned in Berlin and everyone booed.
Understandable.
Understandable.
Completely understandable.
But yeah, Amaru, what are you thinking? Dorms. What are you thinking? Tower. That's about it. But Wolves do like those quick play plants. We've already seen one, almost 2 today.
Yeah, or like silly hatch hops, for example.
Yeah.
You get all kinds of crazy plays that come out from Amaru. It just seems to me like they're trying to work away some of the cheese that they might want to try and avoid. French cheese is pretty good, but...
They are, you could say, the masters of cheese. I mean, those plants, even the ones on like Villa or up through like Bank Hatch or stuff like that, I've always associated with French teams. I'm a little out of breath. The audience here got to see the fact that I had to run to the desk. It's almost...
So normally, break the fourth wall a bit. We have about 6 minutes for desk.
About 6 minutes.
Which means we have to be here. And the good lady, Emmy,
hello.
The bathroom, understandably.
Yeah.
And I had to message you on WhatsApp like, Emmy, about to go live, where are you? And then I just see you burst around the corner.
I'm sorry you're not
like,
used...
Full sprint.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not used to my unprofessionalism. You're used to Tim, who would be waiting for you.
Who is the exact... Yeah, exactly. Normally I'm the chaotic one, and this is like a good bundle of chaos together.
Poor Tim.
Downstairs we go for our first round. G2, as you can see, are starting on the defensive side. A benefit I'm sure they'll be very happy with, because building that momentum in those first 6 rounds is going to be absolutely critical. Attacking side for Wolves, got to see them hit with some pace here as well. We saw in the second half of Skyscraper, things started to fall apart a little bit. It got a little bit too simplistic. They were missing out steps, the same way G2 were in the first half, admittedly, but got punished far harder by G2 for them.
Benja, hello.
Hi.
Goodbye, P4.
See ya.
I thought that was going to be potentially a confrontation here around Zulu or around the top, but he just blew him out of dorms. He sort of led him with a C4, said, welcome to map 3. My name's Benja Master. You might have seen my highlight reel from, I don't know, pretty much every single game I've played.
P4, as we've all said, a little bit lacking on that side. One player that is not, though, is Mowgli. That battle between those two we've spoken about so many times, and Alamar will be kicking himself for dying there. 3 smoke canisters offline, had the shotgun at the ready, but could not convert. Virtue, the next line of defense inside Freezer, realizes that they have pulled away. So G2 are left with 3 players on site here to hold off against the onslaught of Wolves, who still have 4.
I mean, credit there to Mowgli. That's what Mowgli do. Pushes his way around on, swings on it. He knows that there's been this pressure on the back end. He didn't expect 2 fights, but he didn't turn away from the second, and he's a player with the caliber to get that locked in. So, how do they work now? Obviously, they're missing a bit of their self-destruction, but they do still have some. They've got the Flores drones if they really are pressed for that range damage, and with the hatches starting to pop open, there's not really too much that's been specifically removed from Wolves and from their approach here. The break onto the Kivas and the fire, even. They're just buying themselves that safety of when push comes to shove.
I love that Kiva barricade, by the way.
Yeah.
Because normally that's the angle, the arc at which you have smokes coming in, you have flashes coming in, frag grenades coming in. Unless that gets cleared away by the Flores, which of course it'll be replaced not long after 2, it means that utility can't be thrown. So it's a good little defensive advantage for G2 over something that looks so similar, so simple at first glance.
Pressure above E-box, above the hatch. They have the pings on the player holding onto pillar, but they've got to try and work together to get him locked out. There's a Kiva barricade that's just come down very close towards the default door. And Virtue, I mean, he's just buying himself time. Rise does find one more. It's a 4 versus 2. He's blind. He takes a second behind the shield because he knows he's otherwise just going to get shot. He slips away the second time round, but then he leans back in. He's hoping to catch a freebie, but he hasn't been able to see for the past couple of minutes. There's the sudden 2 back.
Yeah.
Benja and Virtue either side, Rise and Mowgli. Now all that's left, but they barely have any time. There's still some fire canister onto the default as well. No, it's been removed. The pressure comes round. Rise, he's on the back end. It's a 1 versus 1. The bulletproof gives some of the game away. There's 3 seconds and a pre-fire. Stay down!
Virtue winning out the 1v1. He goes, you boys have had enough clutches this series. It's our turn for that. A good hold by G2. I really thought for a second when Benja swung onto elbow there in the 2 versus 2 that he was destined to get shot in the back and lose things out, but played it so smart, had the answer on the floor. That's unreal. I can't believe
It's that drop shot.
How has he got away with that? With a hip-fire drop shot to get the headshot. That's unbelievable.
Somewhere, Anaton is nodding in approval.
Somewhere back in Japan, I'd imagine by now. Absolutely. Up we go then to Kidstorms for round 2. The map starting exactly as you'd expect, incredibly tight between the 2 teams, coming down to a 1 versus 1.
Hey, remember when the desks were like, this might not be so close?
It's close.
I think there's going to be a lot of this. I think there's going to be a lot of those rounds, because it's not that these teams haven't had the moments. It's just we've sort of had one team step to that level and the second team step to that level. This isn't even Battleground. This is where all those moments of mistakes, of missed knowledge, of rotates that were caught out because they weren't aware, that's all gone. All we're left is those bits that we've had of the past 2 maps and past 2 games of they know a lot more. They know a lot more about the holes. They know a lot more about the knowledge. Those kills are going to disappear, and instead, I think most of the rounds throughout this are going to be settled in either the first 20 seconds or the last.
I thought Virtue was really contemplating being a total rat there. Just climb the ladder to take out a drone, then hop straight back down. Needs to be careful as well, because Bibi does have a drone behind the chairs, sat up in Big Tower. They know that he's there. Now, Wolves have been very good at forcing 2v1s, as we've commented before, or a 1 versus 1. As said, you've got to be careful. They knew you were there, but got punished for it. Did not know there was a second drone nearby. Good discipline being shown by Wolves.
I mean, the 2 players who ended the previous round are the first to settle some of it this time round. Virtue gone. It was a lead-in from G2 the last time round. They got the entry, and then 2 were instantly bit back here by Mowgli. Can he try and make the difference worse and wider for them, or will G2 get some revenge of their own? The air jab stops the slink away, but Benja just pops his head around, takes the head back off Mowgli. He wants to go on a bit of an adventure, but he has to make sure, as we said before, he doesn't get caught by the French pinch.
Benja's had a rough series because he's currently 2-8 on entry. That's a really bad stat across 2 or 3 maps to be at that sort of stage. But even with that, the team's actually a bang even when it comes to entry throughout the series so far. So whilst he has lacked on the last couple of maps, if he starts showing up here, this could begin to get really, really rough.
Woof?
Really woof for the Wolves. I'll stick with it now. I got halfway there. We'll follow it through.
Benja's waiting with a C4. He wants to play a game of catch. Nobody wants to play with him. Instead, they get themselves an angle, and he's going to try and shoot them in the face from it. He's making things awkward, and they have to try and deal with him, so P4 comes around on the back end. Again, they're a team that loves to do this, the sort of response. However, it's Alamau. Finds the header Shinker, gives them the man advantage. There was almost a second fight there, but Alamau's learnt staircases can be dangerous. He steps away, doesn't give Wolves the opportunity to bite another player out of this G2 hold.
Wolves look a little bit lost at this point. When they're down to only three members, they've had to rotate Rise out of Big Tower to come over and join P4 on the push or White. But I don't think even that's enough. Like, the 2 angles of entry here are going to be so far apart. One coming up White, one coming in through Attic, that G2 can simply say to a couple of players, you watch this angle, I'll watch the other, and we're done. What an aggressive play coming out from Benja as well. Steps out into White, gets his man. It's gone from bad to worse for the side of Wolves. If they win this round, it's going to be on sheer gun skill alone. And it's all down to Rise. And something tells me even he can't rise to that situation. It's a round win for G2.
Very good lock-in, very, very well played there. They had a change of face. As soon as the super sign came out, they cut away.
I don't blame them. That man gets enough airtime.
But we had Benja, and we still have Benja, and we didn't have Benja before, and that is a worry for Wolves. The last time these 2 teams met, there was, you know, all this sort of fire from him, and it was still 8-6s. Wolves have had to take a timeout this early. They're currently in their timeout because they know they can't let this start to steam away from them.
Maybe I'm overreading, but that looked like a little bit of disagreement, intense, like, debate.
I think that's just how the French are, and the Belgians, historically.
You see when they disagree with anything introduced by the government. They love a good protest. And here, maybe protesting more against each other in a bit of disagreement now. Lillian's had a chance to get the troops back on side, but Rise and Bibu there looks a little bit rattled.
This is the start of chant wars in the audience. So let's go G2 and let's go Wolves.
Oh yes, and they are the only 2 chants that you will hear all weekend.
I don't know. I have some faith in Canada.
I have some faith in the Brits that we brought to Canada.
There's a little contingency.
They love a good chant. I mean, Fresh normally starts one or two off as well.
Fresh writes songs. Fresh writes anthems.
He takes it too far. He always takes it too far. Speak of the devil. Hi, Fresh.
Hi, Fresh. Fresh, give us a wave.
Give us a wave, come on.
That really doesn't translate to the viewers at home.
No.
It's a very specific visual.
You have to explain.
Very specific visual joke.
Fresh did not wave.
No, he did not wave.
Don't think we're his biggest fans right now.
Please tell Fresh to wave inside chat. Yes. Inside the game, what was the chat? Wolves, as we said. Loud, passionate, vocal. Not a great second round. They were being picked apart one at a time, and it wasn't that G2 were being handed the kills. They were taking them. I mean, we saw Benja get a 4K in various different places and points on the map across this, or a 3K, and you're sort of thinking, okay, that's a problem, because he's not been allowed to do that throughout all of their showdowns. Wolves have been very good at stopping that exact problem before.
What I find really fascinating is getting an entry. That's always a good start.
Blur with an entry.
Yeah. Coming into the series, the commentary was, you know, this front line. It's Mowgli, it's P4, it's Doki, it's Benja. Those players are actually sat. Doki and Benja are bottom rated currently for G2. Mowgli and P4 are sat 3rd and 4th for Wolves. It's all the battle of the flex and the support players right now. Bibu and Rise, Virtue and Alamau have been having a massive series so far. I speak about Alamau and I speak about P4. P4 finds Alamau.
Slips his way in, but Benja's got himself tucked on a very aggressive angle. If this goes unchecked, he can be pretty dangerous, but think of what's above him. There's Soft, there's a worry, there's a swing from him though, takes care of Mowgli. hopes for a second player, but P4, he's held up in the corridor of shower. He needs some support to come through. Wolves are sitting, waiting.
They're trying so hard to pinch him. They've got 3 players focused on him, but have yet to find him out. Blur's also here for a bit of assistance, but Benja is just dancing around these sightlines right now. It's very, very narrowed in terms of where he can play, but Wolves are the one who have to make a move here. They're the ones who have got to go forward and try and find a kill, and it's not going to be found. There's a swing coming in. Blur in for the assist. Doki finds another, and G2 have bullied them out of the dining room.
Straight after attack timeout as well.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. And that is G2 sort of saying, this is our building, this is our ball, we're taking it back and you're not allowed to play with it anymore. Fabian with a smile on his face, and you can understand why. You saw the swing come through there. Benja in a hyper-aggressive place, lying down. They try and swing and get the pickup. They didn't even know where they're being shot from. And that hasn't been something Wolves have suffered before.
That's a real telling sign when 2 or 3 players in the round have no idea where the shots are coming from. For me, though, again, I'll put it all on Benji. Yes, he was really supported by a structure there with the rest of his team. Blur, especially inside the kitchen, giving a lot of that cover to stop him being pushed. But Benji just didn't expose himself to a sightline. It's like he knew where Wolves were likely to be holding. And if he didn't know where, he assumed there would be someone there. So they just could not make a play happen, and they got punished super hard for it. Wolves are the ones who have to drive a way through here, have to find an answer. Because G2 are up 3 rounds, and that is not a good spot to be in when you have no tack timeouts left.
3 up. G2 throughout this entire showdown have not been able to get the first lead between the 2 teams. They have always been sort of trying to rebuild from the backline, and okay, it wasn't the biggest divides in the world. It was a 3-1, it was a 2-1. However, this is a different phase for them. This is a different phase for Wolves. The fact that Wolves had to call their timeout so early, all that stands between them and going home right now is just what they can do in the server.
It's all about what you can deliver on the day. It doesn't matter how well you play in groups, in playoffs, and anything. Ultimately, what matters the most is how you play on the grand final day, of course, coming up on Sunday. Really excited for the Year 8 panel. We've got it's the season reveal tomorrow. Year 8 panel on Sunday. Lots of stuff to come out this weekend. Always exciting.
Cool things, cool things.
And a fantastic final to follow up. And
Rest in peace, Harry.
Who the 3 teams are. Rest in peace, Harry.
I mean,
you didn't even see it.
I didn't. I just came back to the reactions afterwards. Apparently, the whole room gasped.
They did.
I missed it. I'll watch it back later, and what they might watch is most of the map. G2's handed over the top 2 floors. They've sort of said, look, we're happy with our lock-in defense, because remember how it happened last time was they swung Freezer stairs, got a double, suddenly picked apart, and it was a back and forth on the ground floor. It was the closest round. There's no 2 ways about that. This time, G2 don't want to have that. They're happy to sort of say, look, we've got our hold. It worked really well in the last round of the round before. Let's play that here, back down in the basement.
Well, think about what you've seen across most of this series so far. You've seen Wolves bringing a ridiculous number of claymores. They've brought air jabs along because they really anticipate you're going to find G2 looking to poke their head above the parapet and snipe out a couple of players later into the round. So whilst you are seeing G2 dug in for now, and I would assume they would stay there, Wolves are probably also mindful of the fact that G2 could look to get aggressive later into the round. So won't want to be, dead set on all 5 players are on site and they are not leaving. That's just not the G2 that we know.
A minute 10. Some pressure coming through. The Flores drones making work of the hold here. Remember how they tried it last time, was just flash and hope the player goes out. Virtue's still able to come back, but look at Doki moving up a bit aggressive. He's got himself locked in. They have an awareness. They're stacked in and trying to get the drop on the fight, but the cover's Virtues. He buys Doki a lifeline. Doki buys one right back. And the aggressive movement up towards the barrel door has just buffered them. They're trying to break their way down the back end stairs. Bibu above E-Books, the pressure from the double door, but as the canisters come out, what was that? I don't even think Doki knows.
P4 with a wonderful shot, bringing at least something back. They've got 1 pushing in through construction, 1 sat on kitchen hatch, and 1 coming down as well. A-Box hatch, sorry. Here comes the drops in, and Bibu's in for a fight. He's found 1 as well. Suddenly things start to even out. 2 quick kills for G2 as Virtue and Blur, who have had a phenomenal series, are going to destroy Wolves yet again. G2 are 3 rounds away from sending the French side home.
Where was this map 1 G2 and where has map 1 Wolves gone? The pressure has obviously intensified. However, far from over, and with mistakes starting to slip through and eke through on both teams, it's not been clean, it's always been close. This site more than any others. The difference is, can they do it on the others? We find ourselves heading to the fourth side.
I thought you were going to say, can they do it on a rainy night in Stoke?
Can they do it on a rainy night in Stoke? Can they do it on a very cold, snowy day on Montreal?
The answer so far appears to be no, but G2, a real rally coming out. And I know that it isn't often we really get to talk about Virtue, being honest. Again, it's always about Doki, it's about Benjamin Alamar in the front line. It's about, being honest, Blur, who really underperformed during the group stage. Those two players currently sat as the two highest rated in this squad. Really getting themselves known. And Virtue had a rough first map, left in 1v4s a lot of the time, but this map, he is flying.
It's the difference as well of G2 since they sort of first appeared in playoffs, got out of groups versus G2. Generally, the average rating of all the team has gone down, but Virtue and Benja are the only two who have stepped up statistically their performance from groups, and they needed it. Again, how many teams have fell victim to G2?
Oh boy.
What are you doing, Rise?
He's playing the Nino. Shout out to those who may remember that one.
Nino.
It's heroic on a big charge in through elbow to make it work on the downstairs site. Not forgetting we aren't on the downstairs site. That was just won by G2. So instead we're on the upstairs. And rather than bringing Ossa here to be what helps you plant, you instead got the shield on side. Not going to give you anywhere near as much cover as what a Montreal and Ossa might, but it does give you the ability to run at people's faces. I forget what team did this, but we did see a team scream through green using the blitz. And they just crushed the other side. I want to say it was a CAG game, maybe.
It probably usually is. This is a very aggressive hold, and it's punished. I was about to say, the fact that the entire stage wall is open, Alamau's playing an isolated position here on the stairs. Rise is in, and he's up, and he's round. Does he know? He's pushed a little bit further back. There's the swing and the reveal. He's blind. He's got a shotgun, sure, but only otherwise hope that he isn't swung from the side. There's Bibu going for the close angle, takes it out. A lot of damage in the meantime. Cannot get the second Benja, but he's stuck down a long corridor. Swings around the corner, can't make the motion. He's knifed blind. P4 left in a bit of a wake in a 2 versus 4. Gets one, a free take, but look at the position of G2. You've got one tucked on the corner of the plant. You've got one in attic above and on the back line. It's a tough, forced fight.
I mean, the Blur being close to stage, now dropping his way back behind the benches and Doki above. They simply cannot plant. They need to kill players here. And this round felt like a little bit of desperation from Wolves with the blitz coming out, but they've achieved nothing with it, unfortunately. Have got themselves in a 2v3. It's far from over yet. But looking at how G2 have played that round out, so impressed. Every time there was a gunfight being taken, even by the blitz, there was always someone else giving cover from either inside meeting or up green. Really good team play from G2, which I think should guarantee them this 5th round.
But it would not be the first time. The swing on the fight, he looks away at the worst time! Oh, and that's a little bit tragic. That could have gone either way. It was who was snappier. Shinka, he's in the fight with the Azami on the second story. Doki's out of there. See you later.
He is out of dodge. He probably would have sooner have dropped the hatch, but obviously he didn't. He ran away, so Doki could get the side swipe if he's not too careful. Noah's actually ran all the way away.
He's gone.
He did the hatch.
He's like, nah, mate. I'm not having any of that, and fair enough. Why would you? Shinka doesn't have the diffuser. They last isolated it down a very long firing line of the kitchen corridor. Doesn't have anything done really towards the site, because remember, everything that was opened up was already opened up by G2. This is their hold, their idea, their Oregon.
And my God, is it proving to be their Oregon and a half, 5-0. I keep taking a look over at Wolves as well, just to see, you know, how are they looking right now, and they do look a little bit disheveled, a little bit lost.
It's the Dez sign.
So, for those who don't know about that one, Love Siege, Hate Dez has been the kind of thing for the longest time. But the Love Siege, Hate Fresh one, I'm happy to have one of either. We can flip it round when they hate Fresh more than me.
Yeah, Love Siege, Hate Fresh, simple as.
There it is.
Rainbow Six. You've got to get a photo with the sign.
Of course it's Gibby and Whip It as well, of course it is.
All right. I mean, G2, 2 rounds away. 2 rounds away from pushing yourself forward and being another dispatcher of another team, Wolves.
Yep.
They have to find something that is so impossible to find.
You've got to dig deep. But the thing is, take a look down the left-hand side of your screens. We've gone through 5 rounds so far.
Yep.
Yet Wolves sit on just 11 kills. 11 kills across 5 rounds. You may as well call it 2 a round at that point. That shows just how far away they have been from success in each of these rounds.
I mean, Virtue and Benja are 16-3 between the pair of them.
Terrifying, isn't it? terrifying.
What do you do? And we asked these same questions on the first map. There was a slide of the second of how do you stop a player that's popping off? How do you stop a player that has found themselves?
Kill him.
It came a bit late here for G2. There's no two ways about it. But if you're them and you're Fabian, you'll probably say it came at just the right time. Here, a little bit of a wait. Wolves, they want to make sure they can get this first engagement. Start on the right foot, a foot they've been very good at, very solid on. They're trying to isolate. Maybe the rotate, the player. Benja with a C4 is just tucked onto the laundry stairs. He can take this as he pleases. P4's made his way in. He's going to hit the barbs above. Will they loose the C4 from underneath?
As of yet, no, but Benja, you just know he's going to get a backstab here unless they're drawing him out, but the drones have missed everything. They're still looking at front door, but you can just see Benja going for a swing and causing a little bit of a headache for them unless they're careful.
Doki is trying to survive a very dangerous position here. And that's also why Benja's where he's at. So if they move their way around...
Oh, no, he didn't know.
No, he didn't know that they were down. Now they've got the awareness, they've got to pay attention to it, and the pressure can go through. He was trying to keep Doki safe.
He was trying to get P4, but Benja was tucked inside the garage as well to the right-hand side. I thought that's who he was going for, but no. Instead finds neither and backs away to safety. A very explosive start in the southeast side of the building here, but Wolves feel like they have some control, only for Doki to find his man.
I was going to say, how did he escape with all the pressure that came through, but it was plucky and lucky, and then he leans back in for a fight against people that have been hunting him mercilessly. Rise, falls, right on the side of the trophy door, another one etched and collected with the impact, the Pokeball. Doki, thank you very much. Now, they can pay attention to the rest of it. They have their route through. They still have their side hold, and that's the big problem, is you look at what Wolves have spent, and you look at what has been taken away from G2. Very little. The side, the pressure, the swing onto Trophy. They've forced Alamau. He's pulled a bit further back, and Shinka's trying to find the fight with the player on the back end of it. With this being locked, they should be able to get that open, but they have no pressure anywhere else. Without pick control, without the fire, what can you do? Benja. 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 Benja! Sweeps around. Takes it on the back. Bibu's left alone on white stairs that's locked on the top. There's somebody behind him. He's able to win that one out.
Deleted. This is almost like, it's a slaughter of the Wolves right now. A real culling, and G2 are the farmers. Bibu is ready to try and take a fight, but he finds nothing. G2 have gone 6-0 on their Oregon defense. One round stands between them and a ticket to the next round.
G2, let me level with you. Let me talk to you right now. Don't mess this one up. Because they can. Wolves can fight back. Wolves can bring a huge game, but so can G2. And at this point, they're playing so solid. The gun game is sharp. The movements are together. Wolves, they have these little bits, but with that gun game, the difference right now, it's proving beyond tough. G2, if they start to step the foot off the gas because they're at where they're at, that is when things will fall apart. It takes more than just Wolves stepping up.
Look at the difference of Bank to here.
Exactly.
How strong Wolves were to kick this series off. It's now gone in full reverse, and it's G2 in command and control. Defensive round downstairs, that is how Wolves are going to stake potentially their final attempts, their final round here at the 6th Invitational 2023. Starting out with a hold by the looks of it, somewhat on the upstairs as well, with a couple of walls being reinforced off. They want to keep on playing around that big tower area, take out a couple of drones, likely then dip away. For the most part, very, very standard. But I can't get away from that feeling, Fluke, that in one of these 6 rounds, G2 will find the answer, whether it's by playing straight and narrow siege or to a little bit of cheese.
They've only got to get lucky once.
That's it.
Wolves, they have to play precise, they have to play tight, they have to play as a unit, which they definitely can do, but the pressure for them, is it insurmountable or not? That's the break. And Benja's going to see if he can try and break that instantly, the Nook on an adventure.
This is the kill spread, 26-6 across Doki, Virtue, and Benja. It's unfathomable how far clear they are right now of the rest of Wolves. Benja's working his way through. Mowgli is waiting. This will be the big 1v1 to start things off. Benja on a quick peek, straight back in. He knows exactly what's going down.
It's like the meme where you walk in and then turn around and walk right back out.
Yep.
Constantly spotted by the Valk. They know the pressure's coming around. They don't know that they're being watched, but there's not much you can really do if you're in the positions that they're in. As we said, they've sort of locked themselves down underneath. They're happy to just sort of know when the drop might be coming on the hatch. or know when the pressure might come around here on the back end. Doki.
Because they saw the Nook back away. I don't know if they know that Doki stepped in. Yes, they do, as shots of return. Mowgli taking a bit of damage there away from Doki.
And that's it for G2. Oh, they miss out. The fleeing player, they don't want to hand them the fight. They don't want to hand them the danger of the corner. It just takes a grenade to get a bounce around, and P4 pulls back as well. They suddenly realize where all the pressure's coming from, where the support's coming from, and as I said, G2 have time. You assume they won't be given the E-box break that easily. There's still bits of control, but look at the health of Mowgli now. If he's the front runner, he's got to be very pinpoint.
He has. It's been a bit of a cagey start. Mowgli's got himself in a couple of gunfights, but largely Wolves have just sat back on site here, giving G2 the run of the map. But I think they're pretty happy with this as well. They've got the C4 to play behind, a few smoke canisters in back pocket. Lots of options here for Winter. Goodbye, Blur. Good aggression being shown by P4.
I mean, that was well rehearsed, well played. As I said, they're happy for that camera to be there. There's not a lot you can do. You can do that, as proven by that point. And, well, G2, they lose a player. They're a bit surprised by that. I don't know if they know that they were being watched the whole time. Can they try and pull this one round to close it out here, 7-0? P4, he stacks up, eyes towards Laundry. The grenade is going to stack up right towards him, but it's caught by the disc. They're not able to force the pressure. The second will bounce through, but he just survives and pulls back.
Just gets away with it there as well. Really thought he was done to rights, but no. Kept himself going. Doki's really trying to fight towards Shaiko spot here, but it's not happening. Virtue looking to join in, but Alamal's gone down. Wolves have held firm, but they crumble. 2 fall down into a 3 versus 3. Shinka wins out the 1. Doki rounding into elbow here, moving his way forward. Has to win this fight, but by the looks of it, will not be able to get away with it. Shinka looking to challenge back in as well. Down goes Virtue. 1 left, and Wolves hold on.
The first of maybe of many, or the only. That's always the question. That's going to be the question that you got to ask every single time. As we said, G2 just need 1 set of things to go right. They need 1 engagement to swing into their favor. We talk about how siege timing is a thing. It is. And you can plan and you can prepare and you can be ready for it, but sometimes if something goes wrong, something goes wrong.
I thought for a few moments, Wolves have pulled back so early, and G2, they've got all the time in the world to make this work, but it's kind of weird. It's the same thing I was saying about G2, the back end of the first half, that even when they're back on site, you might expect them to come and try and be a bit cheeky, like we saw back on Skyscraper. Air jab, 6 claymores. They came armed to the hilt to stop G2 being able to poke and prod at them. That's exactly what Wolves have just done back to G2, with that cheeky C4 coming out, with Mowgli looking to go after a couple of gunfights up towards the top side of this site. They are still poking at G2 and are willing to take fights against them. It's only 1 round, but it's enough to start building a bit of confidence.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's just 0-0, Wolves. It's 0-0. You have to keep that idea. You have to say it's a 1 round at a game, obviously. A lot of games function, but the only thing that carries over from round to round on this, apart from bans decided way in advance, is momentum, and that can always be stolen. You can always win a round out. You start everything fresh.
Absolutely can. Here we go then. Kid Storms, once again, potentially the last site for Wolves here at SI, unless they can hold on and battle their way back in. Benja up there quite early on the window, looking to do a little bit of a challenge inside of Trophy itself, trying to remind the Wolves that you are not safe at any point in this round when we could be charging full force at you. So Wolves have dug in for the most part. P4 and Rise are currently sat inside Kitchen. They're the ones who are looking to prevent any fishing going in from below, the nades being sent skywards, of which there are 6 on side for G2. So that just tells you wholeheartedly they want to get in below, they want to start getting nades sent skywards, they want to make Wolves sweat.
Will they? I mean, at this point, they're not directly fighting back. They still have their support structure. The grenades are rolling out to no avail. They're trying to find that first pin. And it's Doki, right up white, gets 1. Cannot find the second. Mowgli, a very important fight that came at a big cost of damage. And you're looking at a buck, you're looking at soften the wings of grenades. And Alamau spraying on, but round the back is P4. The rotate up the tower stairs, nets a double. And that's the second of safety here. G2, they're trying to strike hard, hot and heavy. And with the swing going into their favor, it's suddenly a 3-2-2. A bit more width, a bit more angle. And Benja, he's so aggressive. Benja. 2 versus 2.
There's 1 more. Don't think he knew about the second that was still inside there. Rise had doubled up, but G2 have pulled back. They've managed to battle their way in and bring it down to a 2 versus 2. Benja and Rise both down to a slither of HP. Which way could this possibly go?
It's a pause, it's a stun, it's a swing, and a wing and a bencher catch! It is all down to Shinka, the back line, the 5th player of a team that has some bite and fight left. They know the plant's going, they get the first!
Oh, Shinka.
And they've got to stop the plant, they hold up, they take over. They get aggressive with a ring around the rosies, they pull themselves to a safer distance, they don't see it, and Shinka keeps the Wolves' dream alive!
How does he keep doing it? A player that for a long time felt like he sat in the background throughout this competition has made himself known in so many critical rounds and critical moments. Wolves had yet another strike on their tally of clutches, and G2, unfortunately for them, have often been the victim of it.
I mean, that rotate round the back end as well. Huge for Wolves. Benja just dipping in, and look at how G2's moving. This is the point. Suddenly there's a G2 player putting pressure on the site. Suddenly they're inside, and suddenly Wolves are biting back, and then suddenly the conversation goes from when will this be over to when might G2 put a pause in play and talk to the team.
At what point do you start to believe, Emmy?
I cannot answer. I can't answer because you don't want to put anything in the water. You don't want to be the difference maker. When does Fabian think he needs a pause? Does he?
For all we know after this round, if it carries on this way. And again, normally it's a few rounds in words to correct the direction of the team rather than trying to, again, focus on the more micro differences. Here, looking at the lineup, though, 2 hard breachers and Ossa on side, smokes. They are looking at going Route 101 inside Big Tower, get the walls open up on the top floor and on the ground floor, and make a plant happen once you've got attic controlled.
I always describe this as a traditional French take, a traditional BDS take, because they're the team I first saw running it quite a lot. You set up on the tier 1 and the tier 2 of the tower, you get your angles and ideas through, lock off attic, but look at this. They're also doubling down with a root and a rotate on the back end. They're sort of drawing attention, they're making sure that they can't have the freedom of a back line to lob smokes, lob pressure, because the thing that stops a plant on the stage with the Ossa is that corner.
Yeah. You know full well by forcing players away from that back right corner too, they have to move over towards the left and play on the kitchen rotate. G2 can get some really good long angles onto that if they set this up correctly. The one thing that has always stung teams on this site is not having good flank watch in the basement. I think back to APAC North and the number of teams that have crumbled when setting up for an execute here. Because of that, they cannot ignore the downstairs. They need to have someone flicking through those cams, keeping an eye on the flank if they're going to make this work.
Vibu, he's adventurous. He's just rotated before the breach comes around so we can hold the power position. P4!
It sees all.
Absolutely everything is being pinged in cover, and this is it. It's soft above them.
Oh, Rise!
Oh, Rise! Quickly traded, and Doki with a double, but Mowgli, he gets an important one back before it drops. It suddenly exploded. He's down. He went for the rotate up the tower stairs. The intel has been so good from Wolves here, and they have punished them. Remember where that cam is.
Mowgli's down, but largely unrecoverable here. He's more information. Oh no! You've made the play, you've opened it up. It's a 1 versus 1. Doki makes the shot, and G2 call the Wolfpack.
G2 7-2, but it had to be this way. They have moved along the lower bracket with the dangerous knowledge of they have been there before, and Wolves, they might not have. This could be a first swing for some of them. You know it will not be the last. Here they must fall.
What a roller coaster ride that series was for the G2. Started down on bank, a little bit downtrodden, but really battled their way back on the second half of Sky. And Oregon was a dominating performance.
I mean, it was a difference of both the two teams, and I think that's the thing. You have to remember how long the tournament is, how many games, how many rounds, how many fights that have been do or die these teams have done. Wolves, at one point, the difference of them getting out of groups was 2 rounds against Dire Wolves. They have found themselves in the top 6 teams of the whole world of Rainbow Six and have been able to play on this stage with some fresh players and a fresh idea and a project that has taken a year to get here. But as I said before, it is not the end for them.
You can't take it away from Wolves either. You know, for any player who's never been here before to get onto a stage is a massive achievement. Looking at how they've gone over the last year, both of these two teams, no one expected that both G2 and Wolves would be in the top 6. So fair play to them. We've seen some fantastic performances. I really hope this becomes more of a trend and it carries on. And all beef, I think, is left in the past now because they know what a good series that was too.
But what do you say of G2? A team that has refused to die this tournament and probably could have and probably might have at some points, and suddenly they keep finding this fire. Is Benjamaster the difference? Is Fabian? Who knows?
I think like any team will tell you, it's not down to one player that you need to win a championship. It's a team of 5. Not 5 individuals, a team. And I think you've seen real good team play start to come online there from both teams throughout that series. Just ultimately G2 were the ones who had more of it.
Well, obviously, we'll be having some words soon, and you can see the emotions on the players, you can see how much it means, but it's their first time. It's always the thing. This is the heart of Siege. This is the home of Siege. And
let's give it up for Wolves, guys. They deserve this. Entertainers from day one. Whether it was Rise losing his marbles or some of the rounds they won, through to getting here to the main stage, it's been a journey, and thank you so much for taking us on it with you.
So what happens next for G2?
They go and play another team, and another team, and another team. There is still such a way for them to go. It's no doubt a huge performance, and I know we're starting to get ready for an interview in just a moment as well. But for them, as we said, we saw the full journey in that series. 5 individuals playing together eventually grew into a team, and my God, if they deserved it.
Can't argue it. Can't argue it, and you won't be able to, but that's enough of us. Let's throw it over to Ian Chambers on the stage.
Emmy, thank you very much. Commiserations to Wolves. They do exit the Invitational here, but G2 continue to push on. And I am joined by a young man, I think, who deserves a huge round of applause right now. It's Benja. This is your first time at an event of this magnitude, and you seem to be completely unfazed by it all. How does it feel to be standing here this close to the hammer?
Fine.
You're just chilling with it? Yeah. The thing with G2 is you've got such an illustrious history as an org, and you've got Fabian now running the show. You are the latest addition to this roster. What do you think it is? We heard the casters talking about it just then. There's no one true thing that can make a team all of a sudden come together and start to put together performances like this. But if I was to ask you the question, what is it that's changed for G2? Is it you? Is it Fabian? What is it?
I mean, first of all, it's me, but it's also like the good vibes, and we're playing together as a team now.
What are the vibes like behind the scenes? I mean, I've seen you, and I know a lot of our team have seen you behind the scenes over the last 2 weeks. You get on really well, but at the same time, Fabian, he tells you off if you're getting into a little bit of trouble here and there, right?
Yeah, he does, but yeah.
Do you feel like you've got revenge on Wolves here? Because, you know, they did give you defeat a little bit earlier on in the tournament, and now you got the revenge. What was it this time around that made you the better team?
Last time we played them and lost 2-0, we played really shit, and this time we played normally, so we won.
I think that's fair enough, right? 19 years old. You're super chilled. You're probably the most relaxed interview ever. You're a man of very few words, right? But I got a feeling that maybe you would tear up a little bit if you eventually lift this by the end of the weekend. Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to your fans here in the audience right now?
No, just thank you for the support, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Benja one more time. Thank you, Benja. Like I said, a man of few words, but luckily there's a man on the desk who can talk forever. Milos, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I know you could talk our ears off too. Don't worry about it. And we love it when we hear your voice. Welcome back, everybody, to the Endless Desk. And there it is. G2 are victorious. They move on through and continue in the competition. Wolves, a very valiant effort. We can see it. This team's finally made it to a big stage at SI. They gave it their all. They went to map 3, but some small things to work on. Otherwise, let's focus on G2, because the last time we saw G2 at SI doing so well was the one that, you know, back in 2019, where they made it all the way to the end and got our infamous match against Team Empire and a full-on victory for their second hammer.
They did, and it's clearly quite a different team, right? This is not the same G2 by any stretch of the imagination, but I really think this new G2 plays the current meta so well. They are aggressive on defense. They're trading each other so incredibly well, and their new pickups, players that people weren't 100% sure of coming into this tournament, players like Benja specifically, man, oh man, did he ever perform today.
He keeps proving them wrong.
He does.
He keeps proving them wrong, and I guess there's a few heroic people wondering, how did we let this kid go? Now, G2 for me today, especially on the defense, the one thing that you want to see when you're a coach, and the one thing that Fabian will be going backstage and telling them is, boys, playing off of each other today was absolutely excellent. The refrags on that Oregon were excellent. There was a situation where one player is running away from Blitz when Wolves tried to pick up the pace, and they're playing Blitz. One of the, I think it was Benja that ran away, and suddenly there's Virtue and Alamau swinging the Blitz, and he's dead. And it was constantly throughout that defense. It wasn't about layering like it was on Skyscraper. It was about playing together and not allowing Wolves an inch of the map. And G2 did that very well on the defense. Obviously, they went flawless on it.
Fresh, do you remember back in map 1 where you telestrated that Teller's rush back on Bank? That was the last time Wolves won an attack. Last 2 maps didn't get a single attacking round, and you just gotta talk about how incredible that is for G2 have just pulled off.
If anything, this Invitational, more than any event we've had ever in the past, any control you have on the attacking side almost guarantees you a win. We said this clearly in the groups. We went through it the same way in the playoffs, and now on the main stage, it cannot be any clearer than just this.
It's incredible. I mean, it's the meta right now, right? The defense are just willing to play so aggressively. They're willing to get up in your face, and they've got a lot of tools to do that well. I mean, we saw a lot of the traps back in map number 2. We saw a lot more kind of the Azami kind of fragging back in map 1. It's really nice to see such a fast-paced style of game here at the Invitational.
Jack, I want to hammer it in on what Jesse's been saying as aggressive playstyle, because one thing I noticed with my I don't know anything about Siege eyes is that there has never been an event where also lurking and constantly flanking such a prominent gameplay style for all of our teams, but we saw it even more in this game.
And that's where I think that, you know, G2 have got it right in terms of they've got a couple of entry players now that it feels very natural that when they make something happen over here, you're getting a lurk or a flank off over here, and they've got the balance on that team to do so now, rather than having, you know, too many lurk players or players playing out of position. This is what I keep saying about G2 with having a lot of balance, and I think that's where they're finding success. They're under a unified vision, and then they're also creating space and opportunities for each other.
So now with G2 moving through, I just want to quickly finish this up on Wolves because they played excellently. They got this far. That makes them pretty much champion material when you make it all the way here to the main stage. But you saw the love and camaraderie that Fabian and Rise have between them, especially given those the career pretty much that they've had either playing against one another or together for a short amount of time.
They played together on Vitality, of course. I think for Wolves, this tournament, when you look at it, you know, take a step back and look at it holistically, is that it has been a success. It didn't start off well. They went on a great run of momentum. They made the main stage, which I think, you know, at the start of the tournament, they would have said, we would be happy with making the main stage. Sure, as soon as you're on the main stage, everyone is going to start thinking, what ifs? But, you know, they'll go back, they'll regroup, they'll have to think about any changes that might get made, changes in playstyle, changes in players, whatever it may be. But I think overall, this tournament has been a success for them.
Yeah, I think they're also working well with their new players, right? I mean, it's not the brand newest, but still Mowgli coming in relatively recently. I think Shinka has been performing well for them as well in those late rounds. We saw the big clutch, of course, here in this map as well. So I really do think that Wolves, they should hold their heads up high. I know this was a tough game for them, and obviously the attacks were not really there for them today, but they are an incredible team, and of course, they're here for a reason.
And both of our teams have been feeding off of the energy of the crowd, which, for all the players that are here, they have not really experienced it this way. Wolves have had a bit of it, G2 have had a bit of it, but nothing like this before. That's something that you have to account for, right, Jack?
Nothing quite like this either. If, you know, just think about the layout of this arena.
Yep.
There's fans on every side from a player's point of view. It's not, you know, in Charlotte, Berlin, where it's just straight on in smaller venues. This is a big venue with a big crowd that is going to get hype. And, you know, as we go through, at times they were behind G2, at times they were behind Wolves. It gives the players, they don't hear it, but they feel it.
I mean, overall, the audio here definitely makes it tough to not notice it. But now, our MVP for the matchup. Who is it? In the words of Michael Jackson, as they say. Bring it up. There it is, Virtue MVP of our matchup. I want to remind everybody that G2 are a massive mix of nationalities on the squad. Virtue, the APAC representation, still left on here. So, James Mandy, I know you're very happy in the backstage.
Yeah, Virtue, I think, really did step it up, especially in this third map, right? He and Benja were the ones to really come forward and start getting aggressive on these defenses. So I love to see that come through from Virtue. He even had that great play kind of back on bank. I know they lost that map, but I still thought he was playing relatively well back then as well. Of course, we saw those Kiba barriers up on the top floor. You got that 1v2 clutch. So Virtue, it's nice to see him developing. You know, he's been on this team longer than any other player at this point. Sometimes it still feels like he's the guy they picked up just recently, but no, I mean, he is kind of the old guard, and I really do think that he has been continuing to grow on this roster and continuing to look so good.
He's been on this team that long. I was on the team when he was on, when we first picked him up. So, yeah, I think for Jake, like, he is an unsung hero of this roster. He does a lot of the dirty work, and I think the fact that he did so well today is a combination of two things. I think he's been feeling himself with regards to shooting. He's been allowed to play on a little bit more expansive operators, particularly on the attack. We saw there it was Ash main on, you know, on the screen. And then the second thing is actually he played very well. I talked about how G2 were playing off the teammates. Jake was there pretty much every time to pick up refrags. I'm thinking specifically Oregon here. He was picking up the kills that he should be picking up every single time in the situations that him and his teammates were creating. He's a very smart player, and I'm glad that we're finally talking about him a little bit, because it's obviously a lot about Doki. It's going to be a lot about Benjamaster. And Jake doesn't necessarily get the highlights he deserves.
Yeah, we'll probably see it soon on the highlights up on the big screen. But like you talk back to about round number 4 where Virtue and Doki play around the bunker right here.
This one.
Right? Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about, Fresh, where he's playing with his teammates. He's moving around the bomb site, making these little adaptations and rotations to help out those teammates when they go down, when they lose those frags.
Yep.
Oh, he has just been working so well with this team, and it really does kind of speak to the fact that G2 right now look like a total package, a complete unit.
And we'll see how far that unit goes through here at the Invitational. Very quickly, let's recap our bracket just to show you how things are going. We still have 2 best-of-3s to go through today after this. The second lower bracket match and the upper bracket OXG W7M that's later today. G2 advanced, Wolves knocked out of the tournament, and Koi versus Astralis. I know everybody loves Koi, but still, we're in North America. There's a lot of NA fans sitting here in Montreal, so Astralis, they're gonna have a lot of people backing them up in their matchup. That's what we are awaiting in just a few minutes. But to wrap up our desk for this post-game section, thank you very much, G2, for this matchup and Wolves. Unfortunately, they're eliminated. So a lot of fun having them on here. Thank you very much, Jesse and Jack. We are going to take a quick break. However, if you remember, every Invitational, we have commendations for people in the community that we absolutely love and that make our community better. And one of them is our own colleague that is the first one receiving it this week, Ante Medics, as people will know him. He gets the first commendation with Ian in just a bit. So we'll see you for more on the desk.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2023 Six Invitational here at the home of Rainbow Six Siege, Place Bell in Montreal. Is everybody having a good time? Thank you once again for joining us. A quick question. Is there anybody out here that's been to an SI before? Of course. So you know how it goes. Of course, we have our commendations every single time an SI comes around, and this year will be no different. It is where we like to recognize and celebrate some of the people behind the scenes when it comes to Siege that have made an excellent impact on this game and the esport in general. And our first commendation, he deserves all the plaudit in the world. Now, when it comes to observers in esports, most of the time, they go unrecognized for the hard work that they put in, the graft and the effort that they put in behind the scenes. Medics has been doing this for 5 long years.
I don't like to do spontaneous decisions in my life. So a lot of time we will end up in some chaotic situations where we just need to take a pause, go into overview mode and figure out what the hell is happening around us, because everything has consequences and we all want to make good decisions in life. My name is Ante Medic, also known as Medics, and I am the in-game observer for Rainbow Six Siege. I come from a place called Velika Gorica, which is very close to Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. I was born and raised here. Croatia is a small and proud country, I would say. The more I travel around the world, the more I appreciate life in Croatia. Before the whole esports thing, I didn't have much opportunity to travel around the world. I feel like maybe it was a couple of months since I got my first international LAN and opportunity, but it's actually been almost 4 years. I feel like I was a bit lucky here with Siege.
Medic he's actually everyone's best friend, but no one knows it, right? If you watch the game from home, if you're in the crowd, if you're a cast, if you're a pro player, it really doesn't matter. He's your best friend. But he's invisible because he's behind the curtains and he does a good job.
Yeah, the observers are hidden in the production basement behind the curtains. But yeah, it's funny how we have so much control over the broadcast, because it's basically we decide what is shown on the screen, and you know, with one single thing we can just ruin everything.
A good observer is able to predict where the action is, who's going to be starting that action, when is it going to happen, what's the follow-up going to be.
I like to think it's kind of like a storytelling segment of the round.
It's not like an automatic program that catches the kills. It's a person who sits there with a controller and a mouse and keyboard, and he will choose which person to watch at any given moment.
I think it's really important to have a good chemistry with the casters. Because casters are also joining in on the storyline. I'm showing the storyline and they're just doing a voiceover and explaining to the viewers what is happening.
And he will help me tell the story that I want to make, because I can't control the camera. I can only try and navigate us there. So it's a symbiotic relationship.
If we didn't have that, it would be just randomly watching players how they shoot at each other, and it would just be a boring experience. So in Rainbow Six Siege, there is a bit of a longer build-up to a huge gunfight that happens in literally 1 or 2 seconds, and then everything, the round is over. And by going into an overview of the map, we can take a step back and get a clearer picture of what is actually happening, what is a team trying to do and trying to achieve. Because in those 1 or 2 seconds of a gunfight, we miss out all the preparation the team made for that execution. And I think that is quite the important thing to show in Siege, how a team works together. It's not just gunfights, it's the teamwork.
The way that you watch a game like Rainbow Six is going to make or break your experience. It is an impossibly challenging game to keep up with, and it feels like when he's spectating, you're missing very little of it.
The only reason why the viewing experience and the casting experience is so good is because that the observers are so good at their job in Siege.
Gaming in Croatia is still aligned towards some kind of negative habits. but it's actually not. I just hope that I can show to other people, like learning stuff, communicate with people, get in touch with other people, cultures, and just bringing new experiences in your life in general. I think everyone could use a little bit of observing before making any big decisions. Yeah, it's always good to just, kind of like step back, go into overview mode, figure things around you, and then just think about what we should do next and what are the consequences of those actions, and then proceed with a good decision.
Now, Montreal, over the next few days, I'm going to ask you to get very loud, but this time, I think this is a real, true, worthy reason to do it. Welcome onto the stage, Medics! Keep that applause going as he makes his way down the ramp onto a stage that he knows oh so well. Known as Ante, we call him Medics. Before we have any discussion, Medics, please accept this award with a round of applause. Medics, you've been doing what you do for quite some time, 5 years. And this is, of course, this game, this esports biggest stage. And you're on it, being recognized for your incredible work. How does that make you feel?
It feels great, it feels amazing, and it's absolutely good feeling to have all this time and effort being recognized. And I feel like this is not just for me, but everyone who works in the production, my colleagues, Easy and Sano back in the production room.
I heard Easy make you promise to mention him. Is that why you're doing it? I'm kidding, you love him, right?
I love Easy. He's my duo forever.
Absolutely. One thing that every single person in this arena right now has in common is they all love Rainbow Six Siege. And I know that you do too. How much does this game mean to you, and when did you fall in love with it?
2017, got hooked up during a free weekend. Thought I'm gonna play for a couple of hours, but I ended up buying it, and now it's just a crippling addiction at this point.
You ever gonna get over it, no?
No, never.
What has been your favorite event, and what has been your, we saw in that video package there that you have been blessed to be able to travel the world with your job. Where has been your favorite place to visit?
This place, 3 years ago, my first SI, it's special. You just never forget those moments.
Where is this trophy going to go in your home, back in Croatia?
Most likely at the table right next to the PC.
So you can watch it while you're working?
Yeah, or just play.
Can we all agree as well that Medics looks wonderful? He actually asked me, he came and went, what do you think of this jumper? I said, you look sick. And he said, I want to look healthy. So I thought that was quite funny. Medics, one more time, please give this man, this veteran of the game, a huge round of applause. You deserve every second of it. Are you going back to work now? What's the deal?
Yeah, lunch and then work, back to work. It's a long weekend.
He's going to have some lunch, guys. Give it up for lunch! I'm kidding. All right, thanks, Medics. Appreciate it. Congratulations once again. You're a legend, all right? Okay, we are going to be giving out more awards as this weekend rolls on. And we're also going to be showing you video packages where we celebrate some of the amazing people that make this game tick behind the scenes. Right now, it's time to take a look at our illustrious art team.
My name is Patricia. I'm the production manager on the narrative team for Rainbow Six Siege.
My name is Frank, and I'm a storyboard artist on Rainbow Six Siege.
My name is Marielle. I lead the narrative team.
Hi, I'm Pete. I'm a writer on Rainbow Six Siege. We're the Rainbow Six Siege narrative team. Our role, I guess, within Siege is to, any place we can, is to help out with story, add some extra narrative oomph. And that's what we love to do, because we're storytellers, and I think the whole team at Siege are inherently passionate about stories, so whenever we can, we like to tell stories.
I think it's interesting, too, to do that, right? To try to figure out a way to pull out every single part of where you can add as much story as you can in a game where you can't really focus on story.
Yeah.
Even though you'd like to have more of everything, you can't. beginning, it was a blank canvas, right? And there were no operators and nothing existed. And
So it was an original IP-ish that you were creating, like,
Yeah, it was original, and there were so many gadget ideas that people, like, timing of how gadgets functioned and everything at the beginning was very, like, loose. So it was very easy to explore a lot of stuff, the looks, the feel of the intro videos that each operator had back then when we had their kind of vignettes, their personal vignettes. And then once we started going more with animes and all the other trend marketing stuff, it felt a lot more narrative driven and a lot more story focused than rather just like what's a cool functionality or what's a cool style.
Media strategy, right, is super ambitious. We have a year-long meta story that we create, and then that year-long meta story is broken up into seasons, season 1, 2, 3, and 4, where we introduce new characters, and then our narrative actually gets told through our seasonal assets. And those seasonal assets are the anime, our narrative pages, we've got in-game events, MTX sometimes, we try and tie narrative into that. We literally infuse narrative wherever we can.
Every single season, it's always the same routine. It always starts with the same thing. One pager. Who's the character? Personality, background, culture. But even before we can actually have that operator, we need to know what's the gadget, what's the country. Once we have that, we can start working on the bio. Once we have that bio, all right, we can go casting. But before casting, then we start working on the anime. Yes, the season is 3 months, but doing an anime is like 6 months.
When you're working on an anime, you're going to see it go through an enormous amount of stages of production, right? So we're starting with a high-level concept, and we're developing that through a synopsis, into a script, with storyboards, through several iterations, getting feedback from all of the other teams and incorporating it. And then we go into production, and we're working with an external service provider, so we're having multiple iterations with them. We're seeing dailies probably every week of how the asset is progressing. And then our audio team does a sound pass on it, and our audio director works with the composer and does a music pass, right? And so when those elements start coming together, and all of a sudden you see the vision that you had come to life, and it works, and you're like, yes, like we nailed it.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
Something else that's incredibly rewarding on this team is getting in a room and being like, okay, what if? What if we do this? And just working from there and like banging it back and forth until we have something.
I think that's how you get the best stuff too.
For our characters in Siege, dying is not the worst thing. Dying, the possibility of dying is part of their everyday lives. Right. So the actual worst things for our characters are usually is not death.
Failure.
It's not their own life. Yeah, there's other things that matter more to them, and it's figuring out what that is for each character that makes those characters come to life. In Brava's case, what's interesting is that she is such a high-level performer as a counter-terrorism agent. You know, as an operator, she's amazing at what she does. To get to that level, some of the story we've explored with her is that it came at a personal cost. So I think that conflict for her is what justifies success, mission success. And in one of our assets, we put her through the ringer. We make her have to make a choice between mission success and another form of success or failure that would be worse than her own life.
On the Solus anime, so Solus was year 7, season 4. We were having a difficulty in a part of the anime getting some context across, so the fact that it was Solus that was blowing up the drones. And I think by mistake somebody mentioned something about finger guns, and it just fixed everything, and it made everything make sense, and it worked really well, and it worked really well with the character. And I think that the community is loving it, which is really cool. But that came from something that wasn't quite working, and it was a problem for us on the production. And so that was a
interesting solution, creative solutions.
Because we're hundreds of people on our game, there are so many ideas floating in the air. Amazing ideas that we want to draw from. So it's so fascinating on a daily basis to just like see what's there in our sandbox. And like you said, you know, the lines are always moving. The creative process is changing from operator to operator, month to month, season to season. And that's part of the fun and the challenge, I think, is collaborating with other teams, you know.
If I can add to that, I remember, I think it was for Brava and for Solis, we were contacted by people on the floor having that background, being like, can we actually look into it? We would like to share our knowledge and what we know about that culture, and be like, you know what, this is great. So we basically exchanged like the visual, the script, what we had, like, what do you think of this? We have somebody on the floor that can actually help us out, which is not in the narrative team, which is amazing.
I remember when I was working on Brava, like, I wanted to have a story being told in Brazil in a natural setting, so my non-Brazilian ignorant mind went, let's do it in the jungle. And then I was like, you know, someone on our marketing team who is Brazilian was like, knock knock, love the Brazilian jungle, it's awesome, I love that you're telling a story, but can we explore something else?
It is very important for us to consult whenever it is necessary, and it's often necessary. It allows us to get a viewpoint from a consultant expert on the topic that we are touching. It could be country, it could be anything to do with sexual orientation, to non-binary, to a trans character, and ethnicity. For example, for Thunderbird season, we had heavy consultation. That was a First Nations character from Canada. And so anywhere where we don't have the expertise, we're gonna consult. Our year-end CGI comes to kind of cap off the narrative of our year-long meta story, and it also kicks off the following year's story, so it acts as a story engine to launch us into that next year's story.
The CGI for SI this year that everyone's watched already, right? Probably at this point. We got to do a total departure from what we used to do on Rainbow for so long, so it's nice to finally open up the world and get to explore new things with operators and have real stakes, and to push the story in a direction where no one's gonna really know what's coming.
Just some more of the amazing people that work with us behind the scenes. But right now, Montreal, are we ready for another best of 3 series? We've already had our first lower bracket quarterfinal where we saw G2 progress and Wolves dropped out. Who will meet them in the next round? It's time to welcome our next 2 teams onto the stage. They've got legends, prodigies, and muscle. It's Koi! Oh, wait. I'm just getting you super excited. It's not Koi yet. So hold that thought, hold that applause before we bring them out onto the stage. This is a mess up from me, so I'll take the heat. Let's see these 2 teams face to face.
Our first game is against Astralis. Me and the boys are feeling really confident going up against it. We're going to take it. The game plan is the same as always. We're going to play together, we're going to be aggressive, we're going to be fast to make sure that we're doing things as a team. I think Astralis, you know, they're one of the pool boys just like us, so I think they're going to have the same play style. They're going to play very aggressive in our faces. So I think it's going to be a very tight matchup with a lot of gunfights. This is to Astralis. You may have beaten our French brethren, but we're nothing like them. We're going to show you what EU's really about.
The game plan for Koi is, you know, we should go out there, play our style of Siege, adapt to what they're doing, and just kind of try to stay ahead of them. The strength of Koi is probably their team play. They're an amazing team. I feel like everyone already knows what they can do, showing that they won the Berlin Major. Have some great talent, some nice friends on that team, so it's going to be a fun matchup. My message to Koi is, I'll see you guys in the lobby.
You can see it in the video, and I can tell you from behind the scenes, every single one of the players on each two teams believe they will make it through this process all the way to the grand final. Please welcome onto the stage, this time, it's Koi! The only major winners from the past year to make it to the grand stage. A team brimming with confidence, saying that their last loss was just a blip. And one thing's for sure, this team absolutely loves a live crowd. I call their opponents the coolest team in esports, and I've got a feeling they've got a huge fan base here this afternoon. It's Astralis! They didn't come into this in the greatest of form. They were shaky in the groups, but they wiped out the major champions and showed the world that they absolutely deserve their place on the main stage. Our next upper lower bracket quarterfinal is lined up, and all of these players are ready to get into the server. But before they do, let's get back over to our analyst desk with Milos.
Thank you very much, Ian, for your introduction. It's always a pleasure to see you on the other side of our stage. Astralis is back in North America. We heard everybody in Charlotte. They're here to compete in Montreal. But Koi, they're no slouches when it comes to handling a crowd. We saw them in Berlin, and some would say without a crowd, it would have not have been the same victory that they were able to achieve at the major. We'll see today. Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm Alex Domedic, your host. With me as we continue on with our day are Jesse Jerry Chirk, of course, Mr. Fresh Jackson Allen Jack.
You can call me whatever you want to call me.
Sally. All right, gentlemen, let's set the stage for this, because much like our first matchup, whoever loses this game is knocked out of the tournament. And both of these teams have had a lot of surprises come up against them in our group stage and the playoffs.
That they have, Milos. I mean, I think we kind of have two teams with quite different stories, despite the fact they both have had challenges, right? Koi were a team that many people expected to go far in this tournament. They are major champions, okay? They won back in Berlin, and Astralis aren't. They didn't really come close to that. I mean, their last couple of stages have been kind of poor. Stage 3 was had some problems with it, right? The group stage was a little rocky, so it's kind of a David versus Goliath here, especially when you look at the stats throughout this Six Invitational thus far. But if anybody can make an upset run, it's these guys.
There's a few buzzwords that I would use to describe both of these teams. I think they are so similar to each other that it hurts. One is chaos. Another is consistently inconsistent. We don't know which team's going to turn up from both of these teams because they've had absolute heart-in-mouth moments, especially Astralis, right? Yeah. Their lower bracket run, every single game, every single map 3 they went to was a 7-5 or an overtime. It was so close to them not even being here today across the map 3s that they've played so far. They have. And I think one thing that these two teams have got in common is they are both going to feed off the energy of this crowd.
Exactly. Saw it in Charlotte, saw it in Berlin, but now we'll talk about Koi, our Berlin major champions. Back then we knew them as Rogue. They're known for their star players, their basically duos and trios, and how they function, but also their support staff and how important it is to them. So a bit of a chat about the squad. What do you guys think about Koi?
Well, for Koi, they are a team that is built off two things, trust and vibes. Now, they play a very, I would say, standard style of meta with 3 frontline players, 2 backline players. And now what I'm talking about trust is, this is the triangle. if one part falls, it all goes wrong, and it all comes crashing down. And that's what we saw in groups, and we've seen in the playoffs as well. We saw it against W7M. When it goes right, it looks really good, but when it goes wrong, it looks really wrong.
And they are a triangle, and they really do rely on working together, but I think the top of that triangle is a pretty clear point, right? You have to talk about Sploit on this roster. The kid is incredible. Obviously popped off for his first event back in Berlin, won the whole damn thing, continued to impress throughout this 6 Invitational, 4th highest rated player that we have here at this event, just barely under a 1.0 KPR. He has been fragging out of his mind consistently. So for him and the rest of Koi, they're going to be looking for another big performance against Astralis.
So now let's take a look at Koi's opponents, or North American squad of Astralis. And Jesse, you know a thing or two about NA teams, right?
I may, Milos, I may. And these kids, I mean, they are the giant killers, right? They had a really rough stage 3, lots of low points. They went through SCS and really didn't find success there either. They had to come through the group stage. They only won a single game in groups. Meant they started in the lower bracket. Everybody was doubting the squad. You could line them up from Vancouver to Montreal. But then they beat Sonics. They beat Los One, and then they beat BDS, the tournament favorites, by the vast majority of people coming into the 6 Invitational. Astralis have done the impossible and made it to the main stage in front of their home crowd. They must be feeling themselves, but of course there's a long road still to go.
The one thing I think about the way Astralis play is it's a much more international meta, if I was to describe it.
Yeah.
I feel like the NA teams know what's coming, but the international teams do not necessarily know what's coming. It makes them very hard to play. You know, I think of Astralis, I think of big moments, I think of hero plays, iconic, Forest, just balls to the wall, just going for it.
And now you're comparing them, I guess, in gameplay, but if we compared stats, Jack, would it still tell a different story?
When we compare the stats, these two teams have, I would say, very erratic stats. They, despite being on the main stage of the 6 Invitational, we looked at 5 key stats where you don't want to be. Clutches, for one, both of these teams. You don't want to be in the top 10 for clutches because that means you're having to be clutching enough. Multi-kill percent, sure, it could be considered a good thing, but this buys into the narrative that these teams, and a multi-kill percent is a free K or more. The percentage of rounds one of their players gets a free K or more in. Entry, they are low, they are bad at entry, both of these two teams. Recovering a round, which is winning a round when you've lost the entry, they're both very good. And then retakes, they're both in the top 10, which means these teams, to put it frankly, are having to pull rounds out of their asses every single game, and it is so chaotic when both of them play.
Yeah, and I think you definitely can look at Koi as the team that's done that more consistently throughout this tournament, right? They obviously have a similar playstyle where they do want to be kind of getting scrappy into the late rounds. But at the same time, I do feel like Astralis have an edge that Koi just don't.
Which is, come on, man.
Have they signed new ones?
It's everybody in this arena around us. We're in an NA crowd.
An NA crowd, come on, man.
You can talk about how both these teams feed off the energy, and that's absolutely true. But this building's not sending energy in equal directions. This is the crowd buff, and if we look at the year's games, this is every match that was played in front of an audience through year 7, when it was a home team versus an away team. The home team's got a pretty good record. DZ and Oxygen in Charlotte, Wolves and Rogues in Berlin, and then BDS, of course, in Yongshiping. It is good to be the home team.
And now on from the crowd buff, as we see the teams getting ready for our matchup, we go to our map bans. A 9-map pool that we have in esports here in Rainbow Six. We get for 4 bans, and a pick, 2 bans, and a decider. Bank is first, where Koi start off on the attack. All right, that is a Astralis pick defense on Bank. I need to double check that. And I think production is also double checking it as we get it all set and ready on the score. We got some Astralis fans in here, right? They're on this side of the screen. Well, let's hope that the team has the same amount of energy here, because I'll be asking for predictions from our analysts in a bit. But here they are, Bank starting on defense for Koi. Makes a lot of sense, right? You go for a second one, which we would like to see for just a second. Did you guys catch that?
Nope.
I can barely see from here. I got myopia. I can't really do too well with that.
I can pull it up on my iPad.
I believe the map should be Bank, going into Oregon, going into Border for our 3 maps here.
Okay,
Hassan.
surprises.
Okay, so if we talk about Bank and Oregon and Border, so holistically, the Bank and the Border for Koi, I would say the way these two teams' map pools align is that Astralis have a bigger map pool where they like a lot of maps. Koi have a bit more of a condensed map pool, but they love certain maps. Now, there's 3 maps that Koi love. Bank, Border, Skyscraper. They've got 2 of them. So for me, this completely hinges on their map pick of Bank. Should they lose that, I imagine Astralis are going to be very strong in Oregon and it will be a 0-2. Should they win it, we will see a Border as an absolute classic.
Yeah, and I think Bank is pretty comfy for both these squads, right? For Koi, it's their most played map of the year, including 2 plays, both wins here at the 6 Invitational, beating Elevate 8-7 and the Space Station in a much more dominant 7-2. And for Astralis, looking at Bank for this first map, 2 of their first opponents picked Bank against them, both Auction and Cyclops. OXG did win, but they got the win over Cyclops themselves.
So now our predictions. What do they look like? Our 2 analysts sat back before we knew what the map bans were earlier today. Wow, fresh for Koi, but also Jesse, we got a trade over here.
I knew this.
Putting these up.
Even the NA analyst thinks that Koi is going to take it. You better justify it to these people.
I'm not taking heat.
I didn't realize we were putting this up there, to be totally honest.
Well, yes, you did.
Listen, Koi are an extremely dominant team, right? And they have the players to back it up. Spoit has been ridiculous throughout the tournament thus far. I have a lot of trust in Leon as a support player and as a caller for this team. Astralis, they've had their struggles, right? Shuttle's not had the best tournament, so yeah, I went Koi, I'm sorry.
Do you still stand by it now that you see the map bans? Mob is ready.
Yes.
I'm doing it. I'm sticking with my guns. I can't fall to the mob.
There you go. It's not on me. All right. I know we're booing, but we're about to get in the game, so we need some more action with that. Are you ready? There we go. It's a classic EU versus NA. It's Koi v Astralis. Onto our casters. It's Pengu and Intero.
Thank you so very much, Milos. As you heard, we're excited for this matchup, but before we get started, there's been one question that's been asked all week long, and I'm going to ask it again, Nick.
What's that? As long as you're comfortable and confident, it doesn't matter what you do, Parker, you'll find success.
Thank you very much to Liam for providing this prop, and great joy on this broadcast. It's great to be back in Montreal and see a team from North America compete. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Dez and Fluke were really nice to you, but you could have been much louder in that first game, and I am going to shame you if you do not live up to the hype of an SI crowd. So one last time, I want you to get loud for Koi versus Astralis.
It's better.
That's significantly better.
Much better.
The lower bracket quarterfinal, one of these teams goes home. Astralis is on a miracle run right now, Nick, playing almost every single map that they can play. They're going to have their hands full against Koi. Operators will come in, and we're going to go to Bank for map number 1.
Very exciting first map episode between these two teams. It's all about the map dynamics, the opening picks, and both teams, they fight so well for those early engagements. Operator bands coming out. Dokkaebi, a staple from Koi every single map, time and time again. And whoa! It's Mira. Pretty basic. But in between those two first and last operator bands, you see the information being removed from the board by both teams, the Valkyrie and the Zero. That's due to the sheer scale that Bank has as a map. Information, such a key element for the defending side. But this also opens up this big question mark for Astralis to deal with when the side sword comes. The nuke has been left open and is going to be put into action in this first round by Astralis themselves.
Attackers need to locate and
All right.
as many bombs as they can.
Starting on the bottom floor of Bank, this is a map that has been played quite a lot here at this event, Nick.
It is.
It's been played twice by Koi. It was an 8-7 victory over Elevate and a 7-2 victory over Space Station in the groups. Koi didn't really need to play that much after the groups. As for Astralis, again, out of every single series that Astralis was in, there's only one more map they could have played. Every Astralis series, except for their series in the groups, against CAG went to all 3 maps. They have played an unbelievable amount of Rainbow Six Siege here. And because of that, they have played quite a lot of maps as well.
Yeah, and it kind of bodes the question as well about fatigue, right? Because these are long days, and it's a very long event as well. There is one big difference now, however. There's a crowd. No matter how tired you are as a player, no matter how grim the odds might be looking, the crowd can fuel you round by round all the way through all the three maps that you might see.
Last time we were back here in 2020, there's no denying that the crowd were able to will Space Station back into action in the grand finals against NIP. Did that crowd buff give SSG a world championship?
I mean,
the Brazilian fans seem to think so. There's the first pick. Iconic hops in Skylight. Down goes Spoit. And there's another to follow. The King breaching into the site. But there's a Capkin trap to stop him. Kanto down to Shuttle. Astralis trading out, and I'm sorry.
Landing.
The diffuser going down. There's a single player left. Crying in a 1v4. What was 2 minutes left in the round has been reduced to just a couple seconds. Another one of those Capkin traps hit. The Shuttle up top for that insurance policy, and Astralis make round number 1 look so simple.
The only point of damage Koi could do in that entire round were the Capkin traps. And Iconic, he's had a rather quiet tournament so far, and it was, if you go back to Charlotte Major, it was him being the kingmaker every single round for Astralis. Opening round, he's right back with that crowd, showing that just what he can do. He belongs in this arena.
It was at one point during the Charlotte Major, we kept hyping him up because he was like top in almost every single stat.
Yeah.
Does he take the crown from Shaiko, who had that designation as being the best player at this event? But then Astralis knocked BDS out of SI. Hold on a second here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Caveira on the board.
On the second round.
This is not that uncommon on this map, though.
It is a big map, and there's lots of places to hide, and you see Cryan all the way down in the basement, just hiding in the corner, avoiding all the drones, right? Cryan's entire purpose in this round is to go unnoticed. Then come up a flank, up a staircase at some point in the round, usually late in that round, try and find an isolated target from Astralis, and if he can get off a successful interrogation, that's almost a guaranteed round victory for Koi. It is that simple in theory, but in reality, besides drone work and how they play together, not gonna be easy.
That's better.
Slower second round. Koi is holding on to angles. They don't want to get rushed once more. Iconic with that early drone is looking for the next entry point for Astralis. Selma charges going off, 90 wall opened up, nothing to denied. Even if there was, Astralis, they bring out the Thatcher, the EMPs, they'll tear through any wall at any point in the map.
Didn't you tweet about this after that very first game, that the lurkers are the ones who are setting the tune?
They certainly are.
Setting the tone. Leon Gidd's first to die. Speaking of lurkers, the Solus is gone. Iconic is on the hunt.
Oh, yeah, you see it there. Open area entry.
He gets him. Caveira still sneaking away. EMP goes off. Spoit, you can't shoot that. Astralis' entrance coming over towards square. Cryan is on top of blue, so he can sneak up on them. They have the numbers advantage, so Astralis can put somebody on that flank watch. Down goes Forest. Koi gets on the board.
Need more, though. J9 walking up, but it's Iconic with a second kill in the round. Cryan with a possible flank.
He sees this, he'll ascend the back stairs. Koi fighting back on the bomb site. These two teams wrestling for control. Astralis in trouble, though. They're about to get exposed by the Caveira. As long as he gets in, Shuttle gets the drop onto Spoit. 2v2. Cryan's still on the board, but he's been spotted taking some damage. The game is up. There's no surprise here. Well, it's whizzed past the head of J90. Shuttle good for 4 kills. He was the lowest rated player at this event, but 5 kills to start off, and Shuttle has shown up huge.
Not just that, but when you got Cryan running away from a gunfight, you know it's not looking good for Koi. Usually, Koi as a team, they want to get in these engagements, but they're being shut down in the early, mid, and late round by Astralis. And one number I was looking at before this game started was Astralis. They're not a very successful opening kill team. They're barely positive on their entry stats. The one saving grace for this team so far has been their teamwork and coordination and their clutches. Astralis with the #1 amount of clutches in the entire tournament so far, sitting on 21 individual 1vx's. Koi, in comparison, sitting on 12. That is a big difference in rounds 1. But in the first 2 opening rounds so far, it's been Astralis' individual performance being the difference maker, getting early kill, getting map control, and applying pressure onto Koi where they cannot just fight back in even numbers.
Seconds to go.
This map picked by Koi, Nick.
Yeah, they should win it, right?
Oh,
but
that's the thought process.
Yeah.
Again, it was played by Koi twice. They're 2-0 on it. As for Astralis, they actually played Bank on the very first day, a 3-7 loss to OXG. Will be competing in the very next series once this one finishes. OXG versus W7M, winner of that goes to the grand finals and gets Saturday off.
It's pretty sweet.
Have a spa day, maybe. Some nice R&R. Who knows?
I think it's worth noting out that you said Astralis played this map 3 times, but they only beat CAG on it.
Oh! Surrender the very first pick in that round. Down goes Spiff. Spiff has had an extraordinary event so far. Forrest is lost as well. Window goes open. Spoit prepared upstairs. Astralis' advance is being swatted away. They can't even get in the building without taking a beating.
Well, Shuttle's still alive, Parker. Anything can happen.
6-0 for Shuttle, and we will continue to mention his performance. 7-0 maybe? No. 6-1. Leon Gids reduces Astralis to just J9-0. There's a Maestro cam staring at him. It's over his shoulder. They have the information. J9-0, softened up from multiple angles. Leon Gids credited with the final pick. Koi get on the board.
And they need that. Once you start losing 3-4 rounds in a row on the very first game on the big stage, you can start shaking. And mentally, it's hard to come back from. So Koi finding one of the first 3 rounds, it's going to bode well for them against Shuttle with the entry, but it didn't matter that much because in a 3 versus 5, or a 2 versus 5 rather, you're down so bad in numbers. There are so many opponents to fight, left, right, and center. Leyan with 2 on the round, secures the round for Koi. Seeing Kenzo on a stage like this again with a crowd, it never gets old. Maybe I'm biased, but it warms my heart.
Yeah, whether you're cheering for Koi or not, I think you have a you'd have a soft spot for some of the players on the team.
Yeah. The history.
It's hard to dislike Kanto.
It is hard to.
As a player and as a persona, it's hard to dislike him.
He doesn't say much. It's easy to, you know, he's just there.
He was such a nice boy on Ents, and then you took him over.
No. We didn't.
You and Fabian's influence on him.
Made him a beast.
Made him a world champion.
That it did.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, you must be proud of seeing G2 succeed on stage as well.
I was proud. It also felt odd, however, seeing them walk onto stage and I wasn't a part of the squad. But yeah, heartwarming victory for sure.
Great first series, obviously. We've been treated to some of the best Siege that we've watched in a long, long time. The groups were good, but the knockout stage that followed in stage 2 was just, every game was a nail-biter.
Yeah, it was fantastic Rainbow Six Siege, and honestly, every single team is so close in competition these days. There are no free victories and free rounds being won. It's outplays, left and right, always.
Yeah, no teams getting pity invites either.
No. And you saw what happened if you do. If your Viden team was not good enough to be at the competition, they won't make it very far.
Sorry, you made top 8.
We did. No main stage, though.
Back upstairs, second attempt at this bomb site for Koi. Their only victory coming on open area. Astralis might have assumed that it would be a downstairs take. Spoy, damage through the walls, secured is crying, and now the Monty's in the site. Astralis not wasting any time whatsoever. It's just Leon Gids upright, and he's done. These rounds so dominant. When Astralis wants the round over, they make it happen.
And they're everywhere. When Monty is ADSing 2 different members in a round, it's because Monty is not really under any pressure from the defending team, and that's because Shuttle, once again, iconic, they're supporting Monty on the entry. It's Forest starting it, but it's Shuttle to end the round for them. And Spiff dropping down that main Scala just opens things up further. Everywhere. What a trade.
The beauty of LAN getting to see all these kills. Honestly, for a momentum-based team, this start is enormous for Astralis.
Yeah.
To have them come in, making this run through the lower bracket, fighting off death every single step of the way.
And now having the crowd as well.
Crowd buff is huge. This does really remind me of Charlotte, though. I mean, obviously, Astralis came in as a team that we knew were good, and a lot of people speculated that they could make a deep run, but it still felt like because we were used to the Astralis team, that I'm just going to come out and say it. We're not really good at the beginning. They made some roster moves. They bring in Forrest. They bring in Khaled as a coach. And suddenly, this is a team that makes it to the major finals.
Yeah.
And puts up one hell of a fight against DZ, a team that is, I think, indisputably far more experienced than them.
Certainly.
And then we come into this event, and you looked at the teams from North America that everybody had as your favorites, and most people were saying Sonics.
Yep.
A lot of people were saying OXG. Astralis sent Sonics home. And then a lot of people said, well, BDS looks so good. And Astralis sent BDS home. And suddenly, I think people are starting to clue in that maybe this isn't some fluke run from Astralis, but that while they might have had a slow run through groups, they finished 4th in their group. That now they've had time to gel, and they're able to beat some of the best teams here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue against that. Beating out some of the best teams that put you in a position of you are a threat, not to be underestimated. Spiff, so young, looking so good.
Okay.
Finds one.
And Spiff has another, but it's a sloppy duel against Spoit. God, that one was ugly. Yokai drone concussing Shuttle. He doesn't see Kanto and Square. Long range. Koi takes the advantage in numbers.
Kanto's isolated.
He is.
He has no help.
He's going to go through main lobby. Forrest will hunt him down. Astralis cannot afford to keep one player on Kanto watch because they don't have the same numbers. Oh, it doesn't matter if you send one after him. Kanto was ready. He had the read. Another will come in. And he wins that one too. He dies, but not before dragging J90 down with him, and it's iconic in a 1v3. Half the round to go. What can you accomplish?
It's a basement defense, by the way. All the action happening upstairs, and I mean, even the drone is in garage. To scout for information, but with 3 enemies to find, the crossfire being stepped on the hedge drop, it's not easy.
He's going to take this engagement against the Goyo, but Spoit is repositioned. The crossfire from Koi is good enough. A close game. Final round of the first half. Astralis can't lose it. Koi looking for the tie.
Before the round just started, by the way, Koi called their tactical timeout. So they're hitting those breaks. Maybe the coach of Koi, of course, giving some words of encouragement, but possibly a strategical change in how Koi plays these rounds because they're playing super aggressive on the roam, right? Far off the bomb side with those Yokai drones from Deepak, assisting the roam, fighting Astralis on all the entry points, and it worked out so much better in their favor. Open area, bomb site. It's another bomb site where you can just exploit the size of Bang. Play upstairs, play downstairs, the evil eyes, the information game is massive. Tagger repicks, of course, you can see it right side of your screen. Astralis are changing up their approach significantly. Not going up for the Ying for the execute, but get some more soft beat utility. Verticality on the sledge, those with terror drones on the Flores. They recognize the Asami and Maestro are a problem for them.
Keeping that same backbone of Yana, Ash, and Ace, but other than that, more soft destruction. Lots of soft destruction here. And you're right. I mean, this is the way it's always been. The more bulletproof gadgets that exist on defense, the more you have to answer that on attack. That's why Zofia was so strong for so long. Ash, Finka, Yana. When Buck had nades, Buck obviously Sledge now.
Yeah.
You have to answer with their indestructible gadgets, with whatever explosives you have.
But while Sparta's setting up the bomb side, they're also setting up their guns, and this is something that's hard to counter. Sport and Cryin upstairs, they want to engage in these gunfights, and the only real answer if you're an attacker is to shoot back. Gadgets are sure flashbang nades that can help you, but ultimately it comes down to if you can hit the head.
Curious why they swapped off of that Ying, because this is a bomb site where she can do some serious damage if you bring enough soft destruction, especially towards the back of the bomb site. But that's a question for them if they win as to why they would have done this. Forest engaging first, Cryin the first pick! But look at what Forest can accomplish. 2 very fast kills, clearing out CEO upstairs. He's looking for more. It's Spiff now to engage with Kanto on the stairs. Advantage for Astralis, half the round to go.
That's again the gunfights, right? I mean, Forrest, he has 2 nades in pocket, didn't need him. He has 2 drones, didn't need that either. Just goes on in with confidence, seeks the 1v1s, wins them. Oh, he doesn't know. But it's free.
That's the crowd buff in action, isn't it? It's an extra set of eyes playing on cams. Astralis now doubling up on the numbers of Koi. Quadrupling up. Leon Gids isn't so great. Are you kidding me? Starts with 1 kill, but Astralis are better at the trade back. First half in the books. It's Koi's map, but Astralis have already forced Koi to take their timeout, and they've grabbed 4 of the first 6 rounds, setting themselves up excellently to go on to what statistically is the better side on bank through this event, which is defense.
And the thing about Astralis is that the way they won the first 2 rounds, it wasn't, I mean, it was very decisive, and it's like, the round shouldn't really have played out that way. They just stole the show entirely. Iconic on the nuke, found 2 kills in the very first round. Second one, it's Monty storming to the bomb side. Koi can't really do much in terms of adaptation in the rounds to come, and it's why they find themselves in that 2-4 scoreline.
Your tweet talked about it, was it not yours, that said that, you know, these maps are so defined by lurkers and flankers? Was that you on social media?
It wasn't, but I'll take full credit. That was certainly not my tweet.
Okay, what was your tweet now?
Okay, I said that.
There you go, thank you. That's great insight. But I think it's correct. How many times on defense, most of these maps, by the way, defender-sided?
Yeah, might be every single one, actually.
As of the stats that we have today, every single map that has been played so far is a positive round differential for the defenders. So yes,
every single map.
It really is an incredible statistic. Usually, back in the day, you'd have 1 or 2 maps that would skew in that direction. Maybe Border, Coastline tend to be there for a long period of time. Chalet was there as well.
Oh, certainly. Things change. Asami and Solis, 2 operators in defense that change things around a lot.
That's exactly it. 2 incredibly strong defenders. Grim on attack and Sens on attack, not having the impact that they want. Can't say the same about Kanto on Repel. Forrest decides to ego peek the window and square and loses his head.
You can see Kanto, the second he got that opening kill, he just peels off, right? Koi saying, keep the man advantage, do not seek these engagements that are risky. Sport has a drone way ahead of him, not taking any chances there either. He's gonna force Astralis to go aggressive to try and get that kill themselves or fall back towards the bomb sites. In both of those scenarios, Koi come out the winner. They get either the map control or they get a 2 versus 1 to further build their lead, and you can see the outcome. Astralis, they've surrendered the entire roam off that initial death, and that's smoke. It's the biggest operator you could have killed from the side of Koi.
It was a really perplexing decision by Forrest, because it didn't look like he was just scouting for information. It looked like he wanted to engage. And I mean, if Astralis are feeling confident, that confidence becomes hubris very, very quickly. I think it did for Forrest. It's a hard lesson to learn. And yeah, no gas canisters remaining for the final 90 seconds.
Yep.
Good news is they got a bomb site that allows you to turtle all you want, so Astralis can sit pretty.
The next step, of course, is going to be either you clear the server stairs, that's Spiff sitting here, shield and ADSs, and then you go for a server attack. And it looks like Koi, they will challenge. 3 members there, hatch can open up. It's Shuttle and Spiff in a 2 versus 3 on this server position. Big C4.
Nicely tossed on the D-Pack. Grenades will come in. Spiff's gotten away. The shield is still up until it isn't. They don't have information. Spiff has been good with his shots, but can he do it here? Yes, he smokes Sploit. Does a lot of damage to Leon, but not enough in the follow-up. 3v3, HP favoring Astralis. Clock at the moment, not really helping either team.
Yeah, but this is gonna, again, you can see it on Leon Git's positioning. He doesn't know where to attack from. He has 1 HP defuse on hand, but you can't go for server now. You can't challenge, so backside hatch drop instead. Take those 2v3s and no shuttle stock inside of servers.
There's still 1 Nitro Cell on the board. Even a tiny bit of that explosive will kill Leon Gids if he goes for the diffuser plant. Heading down the stairs, J90 losing the engagement. Koi have control. Looking for somebody on the flank. Doesn't get it. Iconic dispatch. Shuttle will need to clutch. But he's getting watched from multiple angles and he can't do a damn thing. Koi, a strong start to their attack. They're keeping this matchup close, even if Astralis does continue on with the lead.
Leon Gitz really is great. In that round, gets the initial trade on server stairs, runs into bomb site with literally 10 HP left, gets 2 kills. Spiff, disgusting pre-fire, but this right here, oh. And then Leon trades it right back.
That was, you could thank the Type A, the Bearing 9 rather's recoil for that one, as it just flicked all over the screen. Landed on the head, tough spot for Shuttle to be in.
Huge round for Koi. Around that, didn't look like it was going to favor them in that 3 versus 3 due to Leon being so low and then not having server control, but the teamwork.
It makes the dream work.
It makes the dream work, and both of these 2 teams, Astralis and Koi, they thrive off playing together every single match. And it's why these opening kills are so important, because if you can get an uncontested opening kill, play that 5 versus 4, that can get you so far in these rounds. And speaking of far...
Well, hold on. Look at this lineup.
I was going to say fast.
A blitz and ascends.
Yep.
Now, you don't exactly have the tools to slow down this rush. There's no Capkin, there's no Legion, but you've still got those Azami Kiba barriers that you can throw out. Frost mats will, I suppose, be the biggest thing in your arsenal.
We saw Koi attempt this. I think it was back in groups, and unfortunately, Leon died immediately, so Sense couldn't be utilized for the execute. But the general concept is get that bottom heaven control, bottom skylight, and go through that double door, throw out your Sense wall, and you can like safely get escorted with Diffuser and Blitz and try and get that plant down. Koi are gonna start their step number 1, take top square control. That's what Kenzo's doing right now with the support of Sport on the window rappel. And they're just gonna take every precaution that they need right now, because if they can get to the bomb site, it should be around for them, and they're gonna start it right now.
Here it goes, that wall will go out, but there's Shuttle prepared and ready. The Warden countering it perfectly, 12 kills for Shuttle. He's heard the haters talking, and he's here to prove them wrong. Still have 1 gadget left in Senz's pocket, but that entire strategy, you said Leon Gitz died first last time. Well, Deepak walks in. He gets punished. Now Koi have to go back to the drawing board.
The only way this round is easily winnable by Koi is if they kill Shuttle on the ward, and then they can still get the plant down, but Astralis, they recognize they've won the strategical elements now. They're playing far back on site, not giving those kills away.
You saw it in the BDS match, you saw it in the Lost 1 match. Astralis, so patient. On attack, formidable. They can get in very quickly. Down goes J90. That was a joint effort. Cryan thought he had one from above as well to help out. Forrest will retake from above. Spiff does, but there's a set of eyes from Koi. It's Kanto far enough back inside of square. He's got that line of sight all the way over towards Conference, and I think it's enough to spook Forrest away from doing that.
Yeah, you need your members alive now. A 3v4 is very winnable, a 2v4 is very tough. There are so many entry points on this bomb site. Koi have a decision to make. Do they take full top floor control? They can start using those hatches, the verticality. They got 40 seconds. The bomb site itself is rather weak. Only shuttle inside the site itself, but Iconic on server stairs and Force hiding in that main stairs elevator could be a quick one for Koi.
Still that one last gadget remaining for Leon Gids. 30 seconds, you gotta go quickly. Ooh. Iconic might know. No, he doesn't. Trying to give him some information. Leon Gids in, that's diffuser down, surrendered in the bomb site, but they will gang up on Iconic, who far enough away is good enough. No, many! Past the point now where the diffuser needs to be picked up from Cryan. They'll go for the plant. All he needs to do is wait out time, and here comes the run for Iconic. Cryan almost finished. What the hell was that from Iconic? A monstrous round from Astralis.
It's what he does. At the Charlotte Major, now at the 6 Invitationals, he shows up when it matters the most and the crowd is there to witness it. A 1 versus 4 clutch in the round. It should have never been going to Astralis, but they still win it.
I mean, they peaked one by one by one. Watch this. Thing of beauty. Nice pick by Cryan, but this one is just...
Oh, it's a frustration.
The beauty of the UMP with its low rate of fire, but low recoil as well. Ever so consistent. Timeout already burned by Koi, so if things go bad, they have no way out of this matchup.
You saw it on Cryan's face. He realized that they'd done goofed when the 2 members died, and all of a sudden, what looked like an impossible round for Koi to lose became very losable, and I feel bad when it comes down to the 1 versus 1, and all you can do is stick the plant with 0 seconds left and hope that somehow Iconic either runs into your grenade on server stairs or just forgets to push the bomb side, and then maybe you can get that diffuser down and take your 1 versus 1 gunfight, but it doesn't go there. You're still planting with 2 seconds left, you get shot from behind, and you lose the round 3-5 in favor of Astralis. They're going to towers.
I was gonna say, the lowest picked site on this map.
Yep.
And the only bomb site on this entire map that has a bad win-loss differential for the defenders. And look at that. Cryan's gonna exploit it. He's already in the middle of the site. The Nook gadget goes, invisible to all cameras except for set of eyes.
Yep. He might only have gotten 1 kill, but the amount of pressure he's applying onto Iconic and the rest of Astralis right now, they need to get back to the bomb side, so now force him to stop making too much movement across the map.
Still drone work outside. Iconic might be able to catch one of them.
They've missed him. There's no drones here.
And there might be another drop on down. There you go. Leon Gids will run in. He has no idea. How do you miss that, Iconic? Good Lord. Everything that went well in the last round completely undone by that.
Count your blessings, Leon.
Do they have information on him? There's a trade. Iconic from the same position. He lets the Nook walk on by. Iconic could very easily peek here. Cryan's making a ton of noise. Iconic's a bit too slow on this.
He's waiting
Again,
for Leon.
no drones, but look at all the time that's bleeding through. This game of cat and mouse that they are currently playing. The bomb site has been under control of Koi for a minute solid.
It has, and now Leon's there with the diffuser. They can stop planting. They have repel control up above.
And they're doing it. Leon Gids is in. There's Iconic on to Spoit. Leon Gids successful in getting the diffuser down. Post plant. They know exactly where Iconic is. Cannot outduel Leon Gids. Double duty. Objective play and the killing for his team. Trying to prevent Astralis from moving to map point, but Astralis will clobber the play. They're in damning position by that door. The soft destruction above will keep them busy. J90, the thought of long arming, but you need Spiff to act. Deepex stops him in his tracks. Spiff goes down to Leon Gids, and Koi in the post plant, as good as ever.
Koi playing a really good round of Rainbow Six Siege, having the sledge up above for the post plant. Leon Gids playing far back, staying alive, and Cryan having bomb site control, as you said, Parker, for over 50 seconds straight, and then just playing around it. Nice jump out from Forest, trying to get something, going, but it's a trade at best. I am curious what would happen if Leon Gids was found by Iconic earlier.
If Iconic doesn't miss that easy kill onto the electrical door, this whole round might have fallen apart for Koi. because that allows Iconic to still play that pivotal position at the top of server stairs on blue. You lose your diffuser. Somebody needs to move out of their position, likely Cryan is sitting in the bomb site. So now he needs to go pick up the diffuser. But Iconic would have control of that part of the map. It completely changes the way that Koi go about it. And now Deepak, who's sitting upstairs on Sledge, well, he might not be in a position to hold that reliably.
Everything works together like a game of dominoes. And when one small thing goes the wrong way, big mistakes can follow along shortly after. Most of these rounds, for most teams, they have predefined places that they gotta go, and if not, they communicate them in the drone phase or in the early stage of the action phase. And if one member doesn't do their job, well, someone else will have to be punished for it.
Crowd buff coming into play. Koi changing things up on these attacks, locking in the Amaru this time.
Spicy!
They made a gamble on the Blitz and the Sens, but did not pay off. Astralis using Warden, whose prevalence has been very high so far. It's a great question that was actually asked on the subreddit about why is Warden played so frequently, and it's because, again, Warden is being brought in anticipation of this attacking lineup having a Ying, having Smokes, a Capitao, all operators whose pick rates have been higher than usual. You need the Warden to fend that off because, yeah, bulletproof camera's good and Evil Eyes are good, but sometimes a Maestro's not gonna get it done. Sometimes you need more than just that, and a Warden is good in a pinch.
Yeah, the Warden, you have a gun up as well instead of being stuck in a drone. Goyo, same story. A lot of rushes happening, aggressive play. Goyo fire stalls for 20 seconds. Another note for that is that a lot of these rounds on the attacking side are relatively slow. You get to the bomb side with 40, 30, 20 seconds left, and that's where that Goyo fire again, it can pay off and win you literal rounds.
Now, the last time we got a look at this bomb site, it was when Forrest decided to ego peek the top of server stairs.
Yep.
Not gonna make that same mistake again. He's got a mute jammer, 2 ADSs, a deployable shield, and out will go one of those 3 gas canisters, biding as much time as possible.
Yeah. Combine that with the Goyo, and all of a sudden, Koi gotta rush the side with 10 seconds left on Forrest. If he can get a kill here, that'd be massive for him.
It's been a slow game from Spiff. It doesn't get any better. He's the first one to die in this round. Astralis will battle from behind. Spiff knew he was in a rough spot. All of that gadgetry that was up for Astralis at the top of server stairs is now gone. Forrest could be the next one to die. Spoit is down. There's the gas doing its job. But Kanto has found an opening, and Koi will wipe the floor with Astralis in the ensuing fight.
Yep. Eyes on the Goyo fire now. Bombs have all getting opened on up. I think they've already been popped, so Koi might be okay. In a 3v2, one can plant, 2 can cover. Just starting to challenge this bomb side plant.
The only denial that we see at the moment is the Nitro Cell of Iconic, but
it's ripped.
It's ripped and ready to go. Here comes the dance, 10 seconds left. Leon Gids now taking damage from J90, but there's the hatch control. Iconic doing it again. How does he pull this off? The king is back. A 3K to propel Astralis to map point.
That's not supposed to happen. You got the hatch control, the flank from Garage. The C4 missing, not doing any damage to the planter. But as long as Iconic is there, Astralis always have a way to win these rounds. The frustration from Koi, it has to be building up. The Toxic Babe kill from the Injures. It's a great trade again from Koi, but in the late stage, they cannot get the job done. Look at this. Anticipates the hatch, recognizes he's not there, and then gets the flick and the kill. You see it. Pure frustration. They thought they had the round, Koi that is. Oh boy, and now it's match point.
Astralis. Teller's Archives.
Again. Yeah, why not? I mean, it was small things not working in the previous round, right? Because they lost the opening kill very early on. Then Iconic had that hiccup, and they lost bomb site control. If Cryan doesn't just walk into site, that entire round plays out differently. So Astralis, that's the main priority. Do not let the pass repeat itself. Hold this top floor and force Koi to deal with it this time.
This is such a gamble, but this is also exactly what Astralis does.
Yeah.
They do the silliest things, and then they make it work.
One big thing for high-pressure games that I can speak from experience is basically risk assessment, right? Making decisions from home when you're comfortable in a game is relatively easy. Making high-risk decisions and doing so with confidence at a major event on a big stage with a big crowd, all of a sudden those lines can be blurred. Going tailors twice seems like, oh, it's not a big deal, but honestly, it really is. Statistically and strategically, this is a really, really quote-unquote bad decision to do on paper, but it might just win in this entire map.
I mean, there was one missed opportunity from Iconic from changing the entire result of this bomb site last time around. What can they accomplish? What's the change in this setup? Iconic and Shuttle combining for 23 kills so far. That is outlandish. And they're doing it while the superstar for Astralis through the groups of Spiff is having probably his worst series up to this point.
I think that's fair to say.
First time Spiff is playing on stage in front of a crowd. I have to imagine there's some jitters there. No, Kanto Raketti walks right in. No jitters for the Finn. He wants more than just a single pick upstairs in CEO. They know he's there. Astralis not paying him any attention. They're distracted by the advance over by Square. Spiff will test his mettle in that engagement. Spoit has enough time to walk up. Cryan walks in, down goes Forrest. Astralis losing out on their 2 offsite players. Spiff has managed to get away.
Not just 2 of their offside players, they lost the point of the map that they care about the most. Having top floor control gives you bomb site control. Because Koi they roam through successfully, they will now get bomb site pressure by destroying the floor above, applying that vertical pressure.
That's exactly where DPEG is gonna go. Kanto can stay up there as well. You keep an Ash up there, you keep a Sledge up there, you are gonna lose out on so much of that protection on the bomb site. And you can't retake if you're Astralis. You are in a 3v5. Unless some kind of magic happens, this round is effectively over. Iconic has had his share of heroics before. He'll attempt for a retake, but this is a daunting task. A flawless round by Koi. They made that one quick. We said on paper it looked like a bad idea. Well, in the server it looked like a bad idea as well. All 12 rounds needed. Astralis still have their timeout. They can still slow things down if they want.
Yeah.
And they're gonna take their timeout, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, this is you can call it a gamble if you will. Now you're giving Koi a chance to talk to their coach and calm things down themselves, but if you're Astralis, you're on match point. You want this final round to go your favor, take it 7-5 and go next. So you're gambling everything on this, and worst case, you get a best of 3 in terms of round count in that overtime scenario. And I think the big thing for Astralis is to discuss which bomb site to go to and which particular strat to apply, because you got 4 options on Bank. It's not easy to choose between them. Now, note, basement is locked, but the other 3 bomb site of Taylor, CEO, and open area, they're all open for Astralis.
Imagine before this map was picked, there's a good idea of where they were gonna go. Astralis would have been watching.
They're gonna go back to Taylor's again? It looks like it.
Sure does. Why?
I mean, there's going to be a strategic change in operators.
Astralis has only gone to open area one time. It was that Sen's Blitz Rush that came in from Koi that was answered by Iconic's incredible clutch. It wasn't exactly a great team performance. It was a great individual performance. So I can understand your reluctance to go back to the bomb site. That was only won because of a hero play. But again, you have to wonder what's going through their heads.
That's exactly what I'm wondering. I'm trying to pick it apart. I mean, operators are different. Ella obviously being the most notable one to look at. Asami from Iconic instead of Oryx. But the rest, it's relatively the same. Shuttle on the Kaid can maybe make a big impact with the Kite Claws from below, because there's going to be no EMPs from Koi unless they read this with the attack or repick. But strategically, this plays out similarly. It's Astralis trying to hold top floor control, and if they lose top floor, they lose bomb site. So it's do or die upstairs, and Koi, they know this.
Matchup is not on the line for them, because no matter what happens in this round, either Astralis goes out a winner or they continue playing, because they have overtime on their side. For Koi, this is where the stakes lay. I was saying before the timeout was called, and before we mentioned this Teller's Archives bomb site, that Elevate against Koi were able to push this Koi team to the brink on bank at 8-7 that Koi ended up walking out of after quite a scare. I imagine Astralis have watched a lot of that footage, and well, after that, it was a 7-2 over SSG on bank, and that was the last time we saw it from Koi. Already, Astralis seems to be doing better than most of the times that they've played on this map. That's a confidence boost, but this team doesn't want to get close. They want it all.
Oh, Forest.
What is, this is not good.
Get out of there.
Run, Forest, run.
Kryno gonna flank the main stairs.
And he gets spotted by Iconic down below in the bomb site. They didn't expect that opening, but teams love to open that part of the wall up and play on the stairs. They've just reversed it. Astralis is just playing from the bomb chassis, looking in that direction. Now Spoit has one in his sights. J9O's fallen off of an engagement, doesn't want to contest too early. Waste as much time as possible. This round, Nick has flown by for the halfway point already.
Yeah, it's worth noting that normally defenders can just fall back towards the bomb site when things get rough.
There's a nade tossed in. J9O is no more. He didn't want to engage in the gunfight. Spoit says, that's fine, I've got something else up my sleeve.
But Astralis can't fall back. They care too much about the top floor for a good reason, because they need some control upstairs. It's why both Spiff and Forrest are holding on strong, even though J9O fell just 20 seconds ago.
Spiff versus Spoit.
The youngsters.
Who's got the better aim so far in this map? It's been Spoit, and they will want to engage. Spiff might not have picked the right opportunity to do that. An inexperienced player is going to make those mistakes. Forrest looks like he's gone undroned. Proximity alarm goes off. The dynamic duo of Iconic and Shuttle. They've been phenomenal so far. They're both still upright. Forrest will be the difference maker. Advantage for Koi in the final 30 seconds, and Forrest will drop away. But Koi can very easily collapse on this. They've got two players inside of the lobby, but none are watching. And like that, Forrest gets one pick. Another could be there as well. He'll keep their focus for the 20 seconds, playing shrewdly around the wall, losing out to Leon Gids. A pivot has to happen from Koi with 15 seconds, or that's the map, leaving Iconic and Shuttle to deal with this advance. Diffuser in the hands of Leon Gids. Shuttle playing this small angle. He needs to pop up. Iconic softened up. Shuttle will need to clutch. He's flattened two of them, and he gets all of them. Holy shit! How does Shuttle do that? Astralis in stunning fashion take map one.
I think it's your fault, Parker. During the group stage, you're going in on Shuttle, and that he was not there in the server ever. He really showed up on map number 15 kills. He ends the round from a match point 1v3. On Astralis' clutch factor, it's too much for Koi.
How many rounds have they won at a disadvantage?
I need two hands for that to count.
What a first map by Astralis. Absolutely stunning performance. The one man in the crosshairs of social media, and no shortage of hate, I'm sure, thrown his way for being at one point the lowest rated player in this entire event.
Yeah.
You don't make it this far if you're Astralis with Shuttle. That's just map one. We've got at least one more to go. We'll toss to a quick break, and then we'll come back with more Astralis versus Koi.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to the command center, the analyst desk at Place Belle. And I don't want to quote Intero, but y'all heard what he said. And I think that really puts it together in this game. Astralis victorious on map 1. And North American team is one step further to making it to a game against G2 Esports. Welcome back. I'm Ellis Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Jesse and Fresh, who are currently dumbfounded. I think flabbergasted. What are other words that we can fit in here?
There's not many that I can say.
Stunned.
Stunned. Look like at some point Koi were.
Speechless.
Look, the two of you, if I am not mistaken, predicted Koi to win. Now, hey, there's people around here. Do you remember when Jesse predicted Koi to win the first map?
I don't know. I don't know if I did. We'll have to check the tapes. It's not really important right now.
Sure, whatever, man. Copium is still huffing, but by all means, there's no way this should have been an Astralis win.
Do you know what did happen? Koi did win strategically. They did win most round, but Iconic showed up with 2 1v3s and shows up with a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane, the stat board right here. At one point in that cast, I believe right at the end, Parker said that, quote, at one point, Shuttle was the lowest player at this event. No, Parker, an hour ago, he was the lowest rated player at this event. Coming into this game, he was rated 100th out of 100 players, and he drops 15 and 7.
Do you know what it is?
What is it?
He was watching Pengu's boot camp. 4 seconds left. TCSG in hand, what do? You swing them all and kill them all.
It's a big win here for Astralis against Koi, but that is only map 1 in the series. We saw Bank, and our immediate reaction was, yeah, no matter how you cut it, this is gonna be a tight map 1. So let's revisit it. Tactically, as you're saying, Jack, Koi were winning rounds, but where was the point where things fell apart for Astralis to recover?
I actually think Astralis won the first half. I think Astralis on the attack played really well. I think they looked at how W7M dismantled Koi by bringing that pace, by bringing a little bit of risk on the attack as well, by just forcing their way in. And Koi got caught unaware. I don't know what was going on with Deepak. You know, he plays the Echo, he's the big information source for Koi, but there was so many gunfights that Koi were just not aware of. Once they got onto the attack though, they played it really well. Until literally about 10 seconds left in the round. They were full clearing, they were bringing pace themselves, they were winning the gunfights, executing as they should have been, and then just 1 or 2 moments have happened that swung the round the other way.
Yeah, I felt like the entry pick was always going the way of Astralis in that first half. As you were mentioning, right, it really did feel like Forrest and Iconic were doing a great job finding the opening picks on those top floors. Didn't feel like Spoit and Crine were able to work together to stop that from happening. But yeah, that second half, it looks really strong from Koi throughout the majority of the round, time after time. But it's always Astralis who finish first.
I want to ask you about that 0 ban, because we know that Koi loved to use information that would swap it out for other ops, but was this a good target for Astralis?
I think personally I would be looking to ban Deepak, because I think what teams have started to realize is that he is the livelihood of this team. He brings the information to that trident, to that triangle that we talk about. The 0 ban is a part of that, the Valkyrie ban is completely a part of that, and it's focused towards him. Obviously it opened up opportunities for the Nook, and you know that's coming. We saw a lot of, I forgot the name, we saw a lot of wee-woo alarms. Proximity alarms. That's
wee-woo alarms.
We saw a lot of wee-woos going on. And I think there's only one ban. You either get rid of the information that benefits the whole team, or you get rid of the Nook that benefits one player.
So if we were to look back at some specific moments in rounds, Jesse, do you think we can find anything worthwhile?
Well, I mean, there's gotta be a couple rounds from Astralis, right? Let's take a look at one of these clutches coming on. Of course, this was a big one. This was Iconic down in the basement, right? You should be able to remember this. It was a pretty incredible round. We'll skip to about halfway through just so we can kind of set the stage, right? Because right here, it's looking pretty good for Koi, okay? You know, there's Shuttle in here. He's going to die pretty quick. There's Forrest over here. He's going to die as well to somebody dropping the elevator hatch and taking him down, right? They've actually got a pretty good setup going. They're about to plant the kit. You can see Leon there on the right. And then we play it for just a moment. And at this point, the round is over. It's a 1v3 for Astralis, but it's Iconic in the most perfect position. And I want to make it really clear here that I don't think there's anything Koi could have done. There's 15 seconds on the clock, but the defuse kit is down in maybe the worst possible position it could have. The biggest mistake Koi made this round was letting Iconic sit here and having absolutely no idea what he was going to do there. It's a big problem with information. It's a problem with communication, perhaps. You've got to be able to keep track of Iconic because this play is perfect from Iconic, right? I'm not trying to downplay it. He kills Kanto on the first swing. Boom. He kills Spoit on the second. Boom. They have to swing that because they need the defuse kit, right? Then he backs off, avoids the nade. Iconic plays it perfectly, right? But that's what he's going to do. And if you're Koi, the way to beat that is not to somehow win this massive disadvantage swing against Iconic. It's to not be in that position in the first place. So this is what Astralis are doing in order to win these clutches. This is what's consistently making them find success in this area, right? And so I really want to see these teams trying to address this clutch problem in the early round so that something like that can't happen to begin with.
There you go. You set yourself up for success, Jack.
It's basics. It's basics. Everybody knows if you are going to plant in that plant spot, which is what Koi tried to do twice, you make sure you have information on blue stairs, and you make sure that if you do know he's there, which obviously Koi didn't, you go and plant somewhere else, you push deep, or you create another plan.
Well, as you see here, our players are back in their spaces, so we're only a few minutes away from going into map 2. So have a chat about that. But first, can we bring them up to the maps on the screen? Thank you very much. Oregon is our second map in this series. Astralis have picked, and they start on the attack. Koi going for the defense. Jesse?
Listen, this is a good map for Astralis. 10-2 overall record for the year on Oregon for AST. A 3-game win streak, all 3 of those wins coming at the Invitational. They beat BDS, Sonics, and Los 1 on Oregon. I mean, Koi will do their best not to be the 4th in that streak, but I don't know if they've got it in them.
Yeah, if you look at preferences, it's their second preference. I'm loving these signs. I'm loving these flags. If you look at the preferences, the second preference map is the highest percentage win rate on round percentage win rate for Astralis. I would be worried. I said that I thought this best of 3 hindered on Bank. Bank has been lost by Koi. I think they needed to win it to win this best of 3.
Yeah.
All right, now it's the question. Do we go to a map 3 or not? That would be border. But look, hey, we're going to ask the people around here because I heard that there's a lot of Astralis fans, but there's also people that want to see a map 3. So do you guys want to see border? Yes, no? That sounds like a mixed bag here. Are there any Astralis fans? Any Koi fans in here? You know what? I think that's pretty equal. So we're going to leave it to the cast to decide how it all goes. Pengu and Taro, take it away.
Oh, thank you very much. What a first map that was. And people like to ask us, who are we cheering for? And the answer is we always cheer for the best game possible.
Yeah.
Which means that we want all 3 maps. I know, boo, boo. But boy, oh boy, if the next map is anything like Bank, then I do want all 3 of those maps. Because that is one of the finest 12-round maps I've ever seen.
I want to see Koi possibly clutch round as well. It was all Astralis when it came to clutches, and that's the story for the entire tournament. They're leading. Before this map, that 21 clutch at this tournament, that's unheard of. 21 individual rounds won in a 1vx scenario. It doesn't happen.
Usually that's so unsustainable. We talked about it during the first map as well. You winning a round off of a crazy 1v3, 1v4 usually doesn't happen because you're better. It's often a combination of you being a bit better, but your opponents simply not playing it well.
You're correct. There has to be a gap somewhere to be exploited. Of course, Operator bans, we gotta do it every single time because that's how the cookie crumbles. First Operator to fall is Dokkaebi. Business as usual. Ying being target banned by Astralis to impact Koi's ability to execute on that basement bomb site in particular. That's the big focus point because defenders should be winning the vast majority of the basement bomb sites. And with Ying off the board, it is so much more difficult to attack on that basement bomb site itself.
Oh, absolutely. Every single time we come to Oregon, we are contractually obligated to talk about Ying's obvious benefits and some of the less obvious benefits on this map. Number 1, the biggest thing about Ying is those Candelas. They're her gadget. They're great at blinding people, and usually the defenders will bring a Warden on most of the bomb sites, depending on the way the teams like to play it.
Yeah.
Getting Ying off the board means that you don't have to worry about the same level of flashbangs coming in. You still got operators that'll bring the flashbangs as their secondary gadget, but then we talk about Ying's secondary gadget, which is that hard breach gadget. If Kaid is banned, then Ying can open up 2 of the hatches when attacking downstairs.
Yeah.
Ying can open up a small portion of the attic wall upstairs if there's no bandit being brought. Because you're not gonna, you might bring a mute up there, but we don't see a lot of teams doing that as often anymore. So,
no.
And then on top of that, Ying just has a great gun, the suppressor on it with lots of bullets. She's a strong operator that impacts every single bomb site on this map disproportionately compared to the rest of the attackers. She's a solid ban, and it's not a surprise to see her gone.
The only big surprise in this operator bans is that, again, Astralis, they're perfectly happy with letting Nuke go through. And that's one thing that most teams don't allow against Koi, because Cryan, arguably one of the best Nuke players in the entire world of Rainbow Six Siege, it's usually the target ban for the opposition. But Astralis, they're happy with it. And Koi, they did find 1 round of success on that Taylor's attack the first time around when Cryan got into the bomb site successfully. But after that, Astralis, they're on the watch, holding every staircase and entry point for basement, not allowing Cryan any space on the map. Now, Banks are a big map. It's oriented around the opening kills. Oregon, much more execution heavy.
Wait, how?
Shuttle's injured.
Is that a spawn peek from Leon?
Yeah, Master Door. Does he have impacts? He has 1 in pocket, doesn't toss it out.
Shuttle's bleeding out very quickly. I'd imagine he's trying to get to safety. Whether he's retrievable or not is anybody's guess.
Doesn't have long left.
He'll only be back with a tiny bit of HP. Yeah, this clock on Shuttle is just running out so fast.
General's trying. He's coming for it.
He's not going to make it.
Oh,
no way!
He gets the save.
Holy smokes. Now it's Iconic taking a lot of damage.
He has 1 HP left.
Koi are wasting no time trying to stop this Astralis advance. Given what happened in round number 1 of Bank, saw how quickly Astralis get in the building, and now there's a down of their own. Forrest wants to secure. Oh, there it is, the old Assassin's Creed.
What?
And another as he cuts the head off a Spoit.
Nah. They keep going as well. I mean, that's worth it if you're Forrest. You get 2 for the price of 1. Jackal's dead, but you've done the duty of the roam clear. You don't need the Jackal anymore. Now you're in a 2v4 because of it. Astralis not wasting any seconds when it comes to decision making.
And Gids did a lot of damage to begin with. There's only a single point of HP on Iconic. It's now gone. Leon Gids could have another over towards Freezer, but Spiff, the spaceman himself, out of this world. Deepek in that same spot. Nice kill with the Supernova. Do not engage him at close range. Oh, J90 gets it done.
The read. He goes to the flashbang expecting the swing because of it, because Deepek has no other option than to get blind to the corner or swing out on the offense. He prones on the floor with a pistol in hand and gets the round. It's another 1vx for Astralis. Beautiful opening. Ensure the card they traded back, but they lost so much from Forrest's play.
Really well played by Leon Gids, especially at the start of the round. Had some difficulties over by Freezer.
He's 1 HP as well. Oh.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
He's saying what we're all thinking.
Yeah. Shotgun close quarter, you gotta win those.
And Deepek absolutely adores the Supernova Echo. It is not unusual to see him on that operator with that loadout.
It's also just not usual to see Koi lose these kinds of rounds in the 1v1s. I mean, if you're to look at Koi and Astralis from Europe and North America, it's like they are very similar teams. They have great individual skill, great clutching capabilities, and they play a very team synergy-oriented style of Rainbow Six Siege. But when they're matched up against each other, it just looks like Astralis comes out ahead in almost every single aspect right now, at least in map number 1 and their first round of Oregon. It's unlike Koi to look like this against any other opponent.
See a lot of this Flores in this bomb site. An undefended deployable shield now taken care of by Elbow. Koi, just as in that first round, very dedicated to holding off the site. There's a methodology to this laundry supply room site down below. Whether you want to turtle up, same with the bank basement.
Yeah.
You can turtle up down there. You can invest in a heavy roam. The crowd liked that one, but there's nobody up there for him to fight.
Oh!
Oh, well, that could have been real bad.
That could have been an injury. Just lose a bit of HP, not a huge loss. Roam clear, of course, in the...
Wow!
Oh, okay.
The cojones on Spoit and no trade potential for Astralis. They let Spoit get away. Do you know why Spoit gets away, Nick?
Because he's the fastest operator in the game.
As he's the fastest operator in the game. Leon Gids gets taken down, and now Iconic over towards Frieza will run into Spoit. Koi really getting their licks in on Astralis as Deepak gets revenge against J90. With half the round to go, Forrest is the last one up for Astralis.
I honestly really like the play from Astralis, right? Koi is on the offense, far off the bomb side, so 3 members that are nearby the side itself, they just hit it. Basement stairs, meeting hash drop, etc. And they try and fight it out on the bomb side, but the other 3 members of Koi, they are there to shut it down. Deepak, Yokai, drones as well, granting that information for Koi. They can make that decision knowing what's about to happen. And I mean, even if they got bomb side control, the diffuser, it's outside the building where Spoit got the initial kill early in the round.
It's gonna be a long minute for Forrest, or Koi can make it not a long minute for Forrest. It really depends. Do you decide to ego challenge in a 1v4?
They're allowed 1 fight.
I mean, yeah, and it's relatively routine for Koi here. Astralis had no chance of coming back whatsoever on that round. Forrest wanders into his demise. Though I will say this, if I'm Koi and I see Forrest in a 1v4, I'm still shaking from that bank.
I mean, that's fair. I do believe that a couple of teams here at the Six Invitationals, they have this rule, quote-unquote rule, if you're in a 1v4, you're allowed 1 person to throw it around. Just 1. Because a 1v4 to 1v3, it's still like a significantly favorable position, whereas going from a 1v3 into 1v2 becomes much more difficult, because you can only set up 1 singular crossfire instead of 2. So, if any team knows to throw bodies in these 1vx's, I know Koi scrims from talking to Leon Gids and seeing his tweets, they often find themselves throwing some of those man advantages. Leon's always like, don't peek, please, hide in corners. And then Spoit's like, I need that montage clip, goes for it anyway.
I mean, you've got 2 players on Koi who, in the past, have struggled. Not so much the past for Spoit, but for Leon Gids, definitely, and if you're Koi, hopefully in the past. I've had issues with just getting a little too cutesy.
Yeah.
With taking challenges that don't need to happen. I mean, it's happened at this event with Leon Gids. You and I even casted the match where we're like, this is like Team Secret Leon Gids, who decides to take every engagement on very valuable utility roles and loses those fights. His team's in a perpetual 4v5. Mind you, that was when Leon Gids was much younger, far less experienced.
He certainly changed as a player in a positive way. I mean, the leadership from Leon, from being the young gunner to being the, not old, Cryan is way older, but being the leader on his team for these big players like Kento, like Spoit, like Deepak and Cryan himself. It's a huge role to fill.
Up to the second bomb site we go. J90's got a target acquired. Kanto, though, on the roam is soulless. He pays goodbye to Spiff, still on stage. Literally and also in the server, Forrest is there to flush out Leon Gids right into his waiting arms. But he doesn't expect Cryan. Look at Koi, they're all over the map.
Yeah, they're sprinting around, and it looks like the game plan is to not let them execute. Just fight them every single place that we get the opportunity, because if Astralis hits the bomb site, we lose the round.
Speaking of the bomb site, where is Shuttle? He's in the bomb site. So is Deepak, though. Koi winning their engagements. Deepak puzzlingly looking away, but they hit all their shots. Koi takes the lead on Oregon. It's Koi's very first lead of this series.
I was gonna say, yep, that very much is the case for them. I'm curious if Astralis is gonna change their attack in rounds to be more direct. Hit the side itself, not deal with the roam clear.
Tertiary bomb site coming in. You've got 2 of them to pick from. Do you go to meeting and kitchen, or do you go to kitchen and dining hall? Historically, it's meeting that is seen as the favored bomb site. In terms of overall win rate, Oregon, extremely lopsided towards the defense. Expect Koi to win 4 of the 6 rounds if those numbers hold. So far, they're halfway there. Laundry Supply Room has been competing with the couple bomb sites as the most defender favored in the entire. Is there something? What are you laughing at?
No, there's nothing. There's not broken. There's just Peter on our left with a little gesture. It's a wave now. Okay, hi Peter. That's all. Sorry, distracted.
There was a period of time where Laundry Supply Room was the 2nd most defender-sided bomb site after Armory and Throne on Theme Park, sitting at 70%. I'm gonna have to guess that it's a pretty favorable site. But then when you go to Meeting Hall and Kitchen, it's actually underwater for the defenders. 42% of the 26 rounds won by the defense. So the attackers have a good shout here. If you're Astralis and you want to stop that 4-2 happening, Astralis already won the Laundry Supply attack in round number 1. A victory here in Meeting sets them up really nicely to go 3-3 through this first half.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And Astralis, they are one of the best teams in the world at attacking that Oregon basement. Same with Theme Park. They're so good at capitalizing together as a team on those small gaps that they can find. But again, the shutdown has been there from Card, but this time it's on Shuttle's duty to shut that back down.
The Alibi will be able to get around the map and relatively quickly. Good gun in hand. Cryan was roaming on it before the operator, now traded off to Spoit.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Spiff is going to find one, and he sees it, but it's a shotgun at close range. He does a lot of damage to Kanto. Kanto's going to bide his time, let them get a little bit closer. That's that SAS shotgun. You have to believe in it. The more you believe in it, the better damage it does. There's another for Koi. Astralis struggling after getting that very first pick. Koi are so fluid on this roam. Shuttle will equalize. He's starting to come online for Astralis. Diffuser in the hands of Forrest. It's going down. J90 sitting over top of him. Koi sequestered in main lobby and over towards Meeting.
No one's above.
The timer will run. How crucial is that top floor? And there's nobody from the defense up there. Nitro Cell goes out. On the door, Forrest shrugging off a lot of damage. J90 can be tagged on in. Do not lose sight of that diffuser. It's a 3v3. There's Shuttle to play from above. Kanto's retaken it. Diffuser at the halfway point. Deepek cannot do anything against J90. Cryan is gassed to distract it. Now he's behind the Kiba barrier. They have to rush in to pressure him. Staying on it. But J90 gets in for the save, and we got a tie game again.
Card playing it well, recognizing that top floor is step number 1 because they got to shut down that retake from up above. They get it, but the number is still favoring Astralis. They fight tooth and nail on the side horizontally. Kanto just barely winning that shotgun fight. Honestly, made a huge difference. But the bomb side, well, no one was there to stop the plan from going down. Once that happens, Astralis, it's easy for them. Oh, they keep a barrier as well. They almost had it.
Ever so close, but you choose the right player of the two to go in and take that peek because as you saw, Forrest was such low HP, that gas probably would have killed him.
Yeah, that's a good point to note.
You got J90 at full HP, so just send him in.
just force into the gas.
Yeah. Defender lineup looking similar to what we've seen before.
But the attacker lineup has some new operators being shown, at least in Oregon.
Not locked in yet.
Not locked in yet.
There you go. You
come on. There's 6 seconds.
This is why you don't talk about it until they do it.
But if you don't, they rush the side. We don't get to set it up, really. They're just going to be in the bomb side without us really realizing.
You got time right now to talk about it. You could say, wow, look, Forrest had played Blitz. See, look, I had enough time. I have more than just 20 seconds.
I wish he had played Blitz, but he's on the Thatcher.
Alas.
Sometimes you need more than 20 seconds to achieve what you want to accomplish. No shield. Oh, that's a shield, actually. But not for long.
The same thing that's happened all 3 rounds. 1 deployable shield, 1 Rotero drone. And Leon Gids keeps putting up that barrier inside of Elbow. And, well, one of the 4 that are brought by J90 are used. I'd say that's great value for Astralis.
I mean, it's incredible value. It's if you get to the late round stage, that backside is going to be so much weaker for the defending team. There's no backup. No.
Oh, crying.
No. It's the first bullet too. It wasn't the intent. It was just you just wanted to open up the window.
Spoit, look at that crossfire established in small tower. Astralis just dealing with a lot of chip damage. Piece by piece, Koi softening them up for the execute. There's no real post-plant damage to be done other than maybe the impacts that are in the pocket of Deepak. So getting them low on HP, you don't have to worry about a nitro cell, you don't have to worry about the gas canister because that's just not gonna come, it's not there.
No Finka, of course. We do see Finka being brought out occasionally, mostly for those chip damage scenarios. Like, they're gonna go for Hydra Parker. Down the box to go. 3 members of Astralis.
This is a cheeky play, and they all hit the deck. Leon Gids activating those smart glasses. Nobody from Astralis coming to blows with Koi just yet, but there it is. Leon Gids in this tight corner, taking damage, but he doesn't know from where. Through the soft wall, what a read from Leon Gids. Astralis' gambit is not paying off. Iconic's been smooth on his shots. If Astralis wants to win this one, they're gonna have to be a little bit better in these engagements. Iconic is on low HP, as is J9O, so you don't want to put yourself in direct 1v1s. Play a bit safely. Flashbang goes by Spoit on Freezer. Both players from Astralis stacked up in the back of the bomb site. They have plenty of time to get onto the drone. But you know what's in play? A Solus. And Kanto Raketti can actually tell exactly where they're coming from when they're on those gadgets. Especially when J9O shoots away at the soft wall. He's the last one left. Iconic has been found and finished. Right by elbow, Spoit doesn't need to do anything. That is the rest of Koi. Though Spoit could have been the one to take care of it. It's Deepak who gets the very final kill. Koi regained the lead.
An attempt was made for Astralis to catch Koi off guard, but it was not successful. They might not have had the information on it, but they were prepared. The moment the hatch got popped, Leon instantaneously gets into a safe position, pops the gadget open, no flashes or smoke to work against the Warden, and finds 2 kills. Astralis doing a great job of just slowing things down. See if Koi starts swinging unnecessarily, but they don't. The discipline is there from Koi. They're respecting Astralis and their clutch potential due to what happened on Bank.
Final defense now for Koi again. Based on the numbers on this map, you expect the defenders to walk away with a 4-2 We say that, but then we'll see a map that is historically extremely defender-sided.
Yeah.
Didn't we just cast an attacker-sided theme park the other day?
We did.
Things change.
Oh my god.
Depends on the comfort level of the teams, depends on the level of preparation, depends on attacker and defender bans. Those can also play a huge part.
Oh, is that 3 Capcan traps in 1 door?
At the top of White Stairs, it sure looked like it.
Oh boy. Well, you're right. Even the individual team style, or play style from teams rather, and how they match up. Astralis historically being known for a very good team at the execute, right? When you get the 5v5 on bomb side, Koi, very much the opposite. They're great at playing aggressive in the early round, and it's what they've been doing so far, and it's paying off. Spawn peaks, applying early pressure, finding those opening kills. Diffuser being lost from Astralis time and time again. Strategically, Astralis is doing great, but then Koi says, meh, take this gunfight and then shut that plan immediately down.
Yes, sorry, admin's here. Can I get a verification on the noise that they make? I want to know if Nick's noise is accurate or not. What is that? You sound like Waluigi. Look at that. They see the 3 Capcan traps, by the way. The game is up. And look at... Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Capcan's value obviously increasing. More that the clock continues to go down. Why? Because you don't have the time to scout any of this stuff. Leon Gids now disconnected from the overall defense. It's a Dorms defense for Koi. Astralis will need to flush Leon Gids out of tier 3.
The only thing is they can't. There's not enough members there. You need at least 2 or 3 members for that to work out unless you get the gunfight. Then Gids is looking for it, but as long as he has big tower control, Astralis can only attack from master bedroom.
Forrest is absolutely the type of player who's going to say, no, I got this, and then try it and die. An obvious concern. Doesn't take the engagement just yet. There goes some nades, and look at Forrest's HP.
You were right.
Good lord.
He's still alive for now. He's got one line charge in pocket.
Spiff, the first engagement, almost reducing Kanto Raketti to 0. Leon Gids gets the first pick. The remainder of Forest is found out. Koi in great position to end this first half with the advantage that they need. All the while this is happening, Spiff trying to distract the Solus of Kanto Raketti, can't get it done. He loses a lot of HP in the process. Iconic will go downstairs. Astralis scattered throughout the map, closing in on the point where they will need to get that diffuser down.
Iconic playing Nuke against Koi this way is almost disrespectful, but it's working so well for them. Spiff injured, no one nearby. He might be out for the count.
Spiff again having a really tough series. Leaves just J90 and Shuttle Up as Iconic does battle with Leon Gids and can't succeed. Look at Koi. They are so formidable. Astralis are eager to take every engagement, and Koi's gonna let them. First half 4-2 for the European squad.
Statistically expected, rounds mostly still close. It's individual 1v1s kind of swaying the numbers one way or the other. But now with the halfway point being met, the sides they swap. Koi will have to attack against Astralis setups. Things will change now.
This bomb site really works to your benefit on defense. There weren't a lot of drones left. Even though the time was still there, Astralis didn't have a lot of those cute little buggies to drive around, gain information. I believe the memers on Twitch chat would say they lacked critical information.
Yes, that is the one.
First half in the books, tertiary bomb site, a meeting came out just one time. Laundry and Dorms played all the rest. In terms of opening picks, Koi almost perfect. Either getting the first pick or trading very quickly after.
Yeah.
Only one round did Astralis actually have an advantage. That was all the way back in round number 4 where they got the diffuser planted as well. It was one of the 2 rounds that they succeeded on. Now, if you listen to the desk before this match, they underscored just how dominant Astralis has been on this map.
10-2.
10-2, and you expect them to be strong on both sides.
Yeah.
I think for Astralis, a victory is holding this Koi team to a 3-3 at minimum. So, are Astralis going to be happy only taking 2 rounds? Based on what we know of the way that this map plays, they should be.
Yeah. But will they? That's a different question, of course. Only they can answer.
That could be a troubling sign for them.
It could, but I mean, scrimming Oregon, as you do pretty much every single day as a professional Rainbow Six Siege player, you find yourself in this position rather often, whether you're good in this map or not.
There's Spoit taking some damage inside a freezer.
It's a quick injury from Koi. They got full map control besides the big tower. Forest is still creeping around. That area yet to be challenged. Koi's gonna lock down the staircases and initiate the phase 2 of this round. That is going to be the setup. Open up all the hatches, apply pressure, scout the bomb site and figure out where are the ADSs, what are the strong areas for Astralis, and are there any gaps we can exploit later on. That all builds towards that final stage of a round. My personal favorite, the execute. And often Oregon basement, you see a 5 versus 5 or a 4 versus 5 in the last 30 or 40 seconds in the round, and everything gets extremely chaotic out of nowhere. That's where the capital fire from Leon, the nades, the flashbangs, etc. are gonna follow through, and Astralis, they gotta hold their gun and fight because they have nowhere else to run.
I don't know if that was a botched nade by Spoit or if he was anticipating banking it off of the hatch. The crux of this execute for Koi is going to come in the hands of the Capitao. Both fire bolts and both smoke bolts are still there. And Leon Gids is going to do all of it. Not just in terms of utility, but he gets the first pick on the Forest.
It's a really good read, honestly. And again, numbers advantage plays a huge factor on this bomb side. Sure, it's the Jaeger gone. Utility already put down. Those ADSs are not in his pocket. But now there's one less gun on the attack inside. That's going to bode well for the execute about to come.
There is a Warden still in place, so Spiff could be the difference maker as long as they read into where this is coming from. Leon Gids will walk through the smoke. Flashbang's going out, but that's a team flash. That'll kill some time. And look who's waiting around the corner with the shotty. It's the superstar from the previous map. Astralis are waiting. Spiff and J90 get 2 picks, keeping these numbers close. It's a team kill from Koi. J90 and Spiff last 2 left. And it's J90 to take some damage, but break on through. Giving Astralis on their defense, their first round.
A very big turning point in that round for Astralis is how Shuttle played passive inside of that elbow position in blue, and J90 swinging offensively on that pillar door. It meant they could get 2 kills at the cost of 1, and then a team kill occurred as well. That's how Astralis, they equalized back to a 2 versus 2, and that is where they shine, playing so well together. You see it there, the 1 and the 2nd to follow. Spiff holding his gun into the freezer as well. Oh. It was a great cover attempt by Koi, but misfortune. It's a team kill instead, what could have been a 1-tap upon J90. A heartbreak of a bullet.
I want to say one thing about Spiff, because we will spend a bit more time talking about the players who you might not know a lot about. Obviously, Spiff coming onto this roster, playing in some amateur leagues with Astralis to find his footing and to allow the team to gel with him. Spiff's first match with Astralis was not here at the 6 Invitational.
No.
But the level of competition that Astralis is going to face is going to be significantly higher at SI. Spiff still has been extraordinary for this Astralis team. He came onto the squad and almost immediately you could see what he brought to the team, often competing with the superstars that Astralis would play against. But to have him struggle on the first main stage game of what could be a long career, it's really not that unusual.
No, I mean, you're up against legends. You're playing with some legends as well.
Why are you doing that with the Scorpion?
Yeah, bad idea. Yeah.
That looked like I was aiming. Now, the one thing I did want to say about Spiff was that in that last cam reaction after the round was won by Astralis, Spiff was laughing, shaking his head. He might not be having a good game, but at least he's keeping his motivation up. J90 is gone. First pick goes to Koi yet again. This is something that you've heard us say an awful lot today.
Yeah.
We have no reason not to expect it to continue. Forrest decides to take an engagement at a bit closer range, and it works out better for him than the first time. It's a sledge of Kanto removed from action. Okay, Forrest.
Just redeploying the utility, why not? The first battle has been had, but Koi don't gain the map ground, and that's an important thing to note because sure, as an attacker, you can trade a 1-for-1, but right now, you're not gaining anywhere. Spot has 1 grenade left in pocket, there's a shield inside a trophy, you cannot go for a direct bomb site execute because this is the top stairs bomb site. You only have white stairs and then master bedroom and attic. And well, Koi, they're nowhere to be found in any of those areas. They gotta fight their way through, preferably where Spoit is right now, but he has no support.
Where is Cryan going to go on the Amory? That's what I want to know. Spoit drops. There's information towards the main door. Guzmant mine that was thrown out by Forrest earlier might not be something that can be pounced upon, but at least you know where somebody is, just like they know where Deepak is. In the ground. Leon Gids is going to jump on in and then jump on out. Iconic will be frustrated by that one. He's also having a rough game. Look at that. Through the window, Leon Gids could have had a pick. Shuttle, little bit of lag there on the reaction. He was too focused towards the top of white stairs. Astralis have a good idea of where 2 of these 3 players from Koi are, but again, where is Cryan? Where is the Amaru? Is this a strategy from Koi to hide him and just have him Gara hook into the bomb site amidst the chaos? I mean,
I don't know, he's downstairs.
He's downstairs just waiting towards white stairs.
Gonna walk up the white stairs.
He's not gonna have a hatch to go through.
No, it's gonna be a big window. Leon gets with diffuser and Cryan white stairs and Spoit cutting the cross.
And there's the Banshee to give him away. That's where Shuttle was eyeing just earlier on. Flashes go out, Cryan looking to isolate towards games. Forrest taking care of Leon Gates. Cryan with 1 tries for the flick. The advantage goes to Astralis, and they've now tied the map.
Spiff playing very patient inside a trophy. Just understand that he's in a crucial position because he's the backbone of the entire bomb site. The moment he leaves, so does Spoit. They miss each other, but of course the bomb site favors the defense. Therefore, Astralis come out on top. Tactical timeout from Koi. 60 seconds to talk for both teams to their coaches.
feel almost like it's a courtesy to be quiet during the timeouts now. During the group stages and then during the knockout stages that just ended, coaches were mic'd up. You could hear what they were saying. You could hear what the teams were saying. It's a lot more challenging to do that when they're on a main stage and there's an audience present. Either way, whether you can hear what is being said or not, I don't think there is any doubt that Meepy dominates that clock during a timeout.
No, he has to.
The value that he brings as a coach is heard in every single time that Koi decides to take that 40-second break.
Maybe always has one key note to tell his players during the tactical times that we've heard so far. Something very specific, where he says, oh, these guys, they prone a lot, aim prone level, aim crouch level. And it sounds kind of silly for that to be pointed out, but it pays off. If you're playing as a team that's always prone in corners, that was in the Dark Zero matchup, and you start aiming at the floor, well, you might start finding some free kills. And it's not always easy to recognize these things as a player in the server. There's so much going on. One thing that's for certain for me watching this game is Koi, they gotta figure out how they want to structure these attacking rounds, because so far they don't have a clear structure. Things are very messy, and it comes down to those wonky 3v3 subpar executes where you just kinda gotta either get lucky or hit a fantastic shot. Koi needs stability. It's what Astralis they have time and time again. Consistent teamwork, trusting in the process. That doesn't seem to be what Koi's doing right now when they start struggling in these rounds. Then they try a couple things until something starts working, but you're 4-4. Things have to start working now.
You already see some immediate changes as to how Koi wants to go about this. Astralis successful on the first 2 sites means that's the tertiary bomb site time.
It's an important moment, right? If you get that perfect rotation, all 3 in a row, well, Astralis go back to the strongest bomb set of basement defense. So breaking this streak is what Koi has to do right now.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is the same, I suppose you could say, same thing that we said for Astralis.
Yeah.
Same condition.
Yeah.
If Astralis can win Laundry Supply the first time, which they did, and then win Meeting, they were in great shape to 3-3. Now, obviously, that didn't materialize. But just because it didn't happen didn't mean that the likelihood still wasn't there. Same thing goes for Koi. They win here. Well, number one, they regain the lead, but they're in good shape.
Wow.
J90 decides to go after Spoit. What an angle that is. Koi with the first kill. Again, we're gonna keep talking about this. Nitro Cell goes from Forest. Misses, thinking that Spoit would be a little bit more aggressive, and the Nook paying off. This is why teams ban Nook against Koi. Cryan is incredible at getting in the building, incredible at finding those openings. He's not the only one that's incredible. All of Koi seems to have found an opening from above, and Astralis, they're losing out. They're losing that map control. And it's now Koi doubling up over the last 2 players of Astralis.
And Iconic wasn't a flank and was looking to be successful. Deepak drones it out a second time inside of Attic, and then Iconic has to drop. Forest, same story. No one needs the side besides Iconic. He's gonna take this 1v1.
Leon Gids is taking matters into his own hands, but nobody sees Iconic. He'll run into a position where from above, he needs to be very wary. Scampers away, finds some safety, knocked on over. Still more being done. How is he living? How does he get away? Diffuser now in the hands of Deepak. Plenty of time for Koi to get this one down. Forest cannot control it, and it was a valiant effort. But Koi are just better in the clutch. They had too many bodies, and they take the lead back from Astralis.
I can't believe Iconic lived for so long. I mean, the air jab as well. He gets out, but the round still goes in favor of Koi. And that's the round that they needed to win, because now they have this difficult task in front of them, the basement attack, where they had the 5 versus 4 last time with Leon getting that opening kill, but they couldn't make that work in their favor enough to actually win the entirety of the round.
Astralis still with their timeout as well. Koi have just been very, very proficient on this entry. Even if they lost those 2 previous rounds, their entry was almost perfect. But sloppiness and that team kill, the mistakes that came around that late execute, were ultimately what allowed Astralis to take the Laundry Dorms bomb site when it first showed up back in round number 7. Not sure if you can credit that as an Astralis victory, Nick, or if you can just say that it's more of Koi losing out on the round.
You can certainly argue the point, and again, Koi, they did the right thing. They got the right opening pick, and then very, very small things almost out of their control don't go their way. But to get a second shot at it, they bring the same kind of operator lineup, 4 grenades, the Capital fire onto Leon Gitz to enable the execute. Astralis playing the same defense as well, not playing too aggressive, just playing on the staircases, shooting the initial drone, falling back one room, and just kind of slowing things down, trying to buy a little bit of time. That's the only real thing you do in defense unless you are going for that aggressive roam, is that you need to burn down the clock. By killing these drones, denying information, Koi, they're taking half the map. Lobby small tower, freezer stairs being locked down by Cryan, Spot, and Kanto. Iconic still at a big tower.
Hold on a second here, hold on a second. Cryan is feet away from being in the bomb site yet again.
Yeah, bottom laundry.
And they just don't know.
He might make a playoff.
They're unaware. The Warden spots him. The jig is up. Cryan gets away, and maybe there's another avenue that they're not watching where he can try a second time.
That is the scary part about the Nook, and just the fact that he showcased the operator now means that they have to fear the entirety of this round. And it's why you gotta hold on to the staircases. It's why Ella even sees play in Pro League on the basement bomb side of Oregon.
Electroclaw spotted, good coordination now with EMPs going off. Capital providing that very valuable utility that we were talking about Ying bringing to the team. You've got smokes and the secondary heart breach gadget. Capital obviously can displace the defenders given the fact that he's got those fire arrows. Jade, I know, gets dropped. I imagine that's from a nade, but he'll be retrieved immediately. No! Look at the damage. That could have taken 3 of them down. Koi could have moved to map point on that one.
Jesus. The flying has to work out enough for Astralis.
There's another kill from Koi. They're just slaughtering Astralis. Down they go, and they'll collapse onto AST. Forest in the midst of this. Oh, what? He's got something going. Diffuser going down, fire arrow off. They will watch very patiently. Where is he gonna come from? They know he's inside a freezer. Ice in the veins of Forest. Can he vault on over? Deepak and Leon Gitz have time to reposition. Koi just waiting. They're not giving him anything. Spotted on a drone. They know exactly where Forest is. Inside of Elbow, there's a crossfire now. Forest in an impossible spot.
Great discipline.
He's losing all of his ammo. Look at that. These pre-fires. He has no idea whatsoever. And he's almost at the point of no return. Leon Gitz seals the deal. On Astralis' map, now it's Koi's turn to go to map point.
They had the flank going for them, but no bomb set to protect and no value to be gained. I mean, it's a nice 3K from Forest, but it does not matter. And that's gonna force the Astralis tactical timeout. It's match point, it's now or never. If you lose the next round, you get a third map off board where things get even crazier. Most likely based on how that map plays out.
It's really just been steady as she goes for Koi here on Oregon. It hasn't really been that flashy. Look back on that bank map. Round after round after round that Astralis should have lost.
Yeah.
For Koi, this could have been a 2-0, obviously depending on what happens in this round, of course. But clutch after clutch after clutch, Astralis keep it close. They keep it very exciting. Come to Oregon, and things have been routine for Koi.
Yeah.
They haven't been flashy. There hasn't been really any impressive displays the same way that we see from Astralis. It's get in, get an early pick, get out if you need to, continue on with the advantage that you have.
Yeah.
There's nothing really that sexy about it. It's just routine Siege.
It's also about shutting down Astralis, right? Like, don't let them just run around the map like they own the place. Because honestly, a good attacking team, that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna make it feel like as a defender, you have no business being off the bomb side. And Koi, they're taking full map control in 30 seconds on the basement roam. And I'm actually surprised to see that Astralis will return to this bomb site again with how things are shaping up. They got the Goyo, sure, but it's not like time is a problem for Koi. They're executing with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm more surprised that they aren't roaming heavily aggressively and trying to shut down Koi because they're playing for the execute now.
So many rounds that could have gone in favor of Koi. Not just on map number 1, but now here as well.
Uh-oh. It's happening. The Blitz is locked in with the Lion.
And the Nook.
And the Nook.
This could be a very quick end to Astralis on Oregon if they are not ready for it. There is no Warden. That is a massive concern.
Yeah.
Smokes in the hands of the Blitz. Flashes that will go out as well. Rotero drone to scout in and gain some information. Shuttle missing out on it. And now there's elbow control for Koi. That's an excellent start. Both of these teams really haven't struggled to get that elbow control. And look at what this single Rotero drone is gonna do.
Value.
Huge value.
2 Goyo cannons as a Banshee and the door. The thing is, it's not going to be a rush for Koi. They're gonna set things up a little bit. It's gonna be Spot hitting the main stairs, Crying sneaking around, 2 guys inside of blue. They can go at any moment's notice when they want to. It's gonna be Leon Gitz on the Blitz, of course, leading the charge. But they want to get all the pieces in the right position first. Make an informed decision instead of rushing blindly. Again, this is match point. You gotta make the right decision right now, otherwise you lose that initial lead of 2 rounds.
Cryan is in, being guided by a drone. There goes Forrest. Things starting out so well for Koi to push us to a 3rd map. Off-site, Forrest not making any real noise. That's troubling. Rest of Astralis looks bunkered down in the bomb site.
They are totally bunkered in. This is where the Blitz starts to shine. Has 2 smoking nades in pocket as well. You got the Lion charge to keep people in place. And to make things even better for Koi, they got 1 minute and 20 seconds to just keep figuring out what the bomb site actually looks like.
Astralis has gone this entire half without getting the first pick. They have trailed in every single round. No trades either. That allows Koi so much time to just recalculate. Okay, we got an early pick. Where do we go next?
Well, they're going blue, Parker. Smokes are gonna go out, and then Leon rushes on in.
There's the Lion, down goes Spoit, and now it's Smoke, but Shuttle wins the duel! That's not supposed to happen! Astralis pushing back on this Koi entry, but wait a minute. You've got Cryan as the insurance policy.
Yep.
It's a 2v2. Deepak and Cryan have now made this so winnable. Grenade ready, they take advantage of that. Astralis clinging to life, and they survive at least 1 more round.
Spiff going on the offense in a 1 versus 2 to save Astralis? Who said he's crying under pressure? He's stepping up when it matters. Cryan was like, he's gonna stay in the corner, I'll pull out a grenade. Spiff says no, swings to Cryan's surprise. We have to grab to the Blitz play by Leon. Going for the melee on long distance rather than the flash. Oh!
Shuttle just doing an unreasonable amount of damage to the calves of the Blitz.
Some G11.
Iconic retakes. No timeouts remaining for either teams. Last round will be played clean. Up to dorms they go. You question the bomb site of Laundry Supply down below. Astralis, though, now won it 2 of the 3 times they've played it. They've only gone to dorms once. They were successful that first time. So now they go back to a bomb site with a positive win rate for the defenders. Excluding this map, 55% of the rounds on this bomb site won by the defense. In keeping with what we know of Oregon. Not as strong as Laundry Supply, but still something that just you expect the defenders to do well on. Koi going with a very flexible lineup. Lots of explosives. Yeah. Flores being a must pick to deal with so much of this defender utility that Astralis loves bringing.
I love that Flores is on the Ela here because Cryan has been a big problem for them on the Nook. And Ela will shut that sneaking around immediately. The Griswold Mine is in important positions, white stairs, armory stairs, etc., to keep Astralis informed if anything happens.
And it was Forrest on this same Ela pick, if you remember, that got that pick on the Canto.
Yeah. So it's worked before. It's almost like an insurance policy now. Opening kill, as you said, Parker, it goes in favor of Koi heavily in these rounds. So Koi did thrive early on, but Astralis' mid to late round clutch potential, it's always there, lingering in the air. We saw it in the previous round. We might need it again.
The fact that Astralis are keeping it this close, despite only having a single uncontested opening pick, is phenomenal. Because every round, Koi are getting these picks, using that advantage, having the luxury of time. But Astralis still win 4 of those rounds. Now, as I said, there have been mistakes made by Koi. There's Cryin on the Nook to walk in. Is it a mistake that the Guzman mine goes off? No, it isn't. Astralis don't really want to engage with that. They hear it towards main lobby. They get away. Cryin over towards Armory. He'll sit on Nook, potentially go on to drone.
Note that the generator wall to master bedroom is open with the rotate. There's no spare reinforcements. That's going to stay open the entirety of the round. Iconic's playing close with the shotgun, trying to hold on to the ground, but Kanto has grenades. Rotero drones as well. He could get picked off easily by Koi.
Not just Rotero drones, 7 drones still on the board. And despite the fact that there's a mute being played, that's a lot of intel that Koi could have. Final moment. 60 seconds left. Koi hoping that this is a victory, forego overtime, and immediately move on. They start by getting Spiff. He doesn't know that Spoit is so close. Let's control a white stairs. And now a nade goes out too, does a lot of damage to J90. The flank from Forest comes in. Is that a nitro cell that goes off? Tossed out by Iconic. Another nade to go. No target, but maybe it'll flush you out of that position. This is where the Ela shines. Forest just needs to be a little patient. He gets one, but Kanto Raketti taking care of J90. Forest can only get a bit of Spoit. Spoit will not win that one at all. 3v3, Cryin to breach through the door, find an opening over towards dorms. They walk right in. Astralis far back. They've lost numbers and they've lost only Forest remaining, who's boxed out of the bomb site by Cryin. This is such a tough duel. Deepek on the diffuser going down, and Cryin will send us to a 3rd map.
All the way. That's what's needed. Oregon in rounds is close, but Koi is so dominant in those opening kills. It really makes a difference playing 5 versus 4. And we saw it right there. They take it on 2nd map of Oregon.
10-2 to 10-3. Streaks remain to be broken. Excellent performance from Koi. Not just here, but again on Bank. That first map, if you don't have Iconic clutch, not once, not twice, if you don't have shuttle clutch once, this is a 2-0 for Koi.
Yeah.
So a mental reset for Astralis as Border awaits us. The thrilling conclusion between these two teams up in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
You willed it into place. We got ourselves a map 3. Come on, yeah, I know you wanted Astralis to just take it, but you gotta hand it to Koi. They fought back, and we all thought with the amount of clutches that were going down in the series that this had to be Astralis to take it, but Koi still fought back. Before we talk about map 3, we're gonna recap our second that you just saw on our classic Oregon. Hello, I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Jesse and, of course, Mr. Jack Fresh on the other side of the desk. Let's go through the map. You'll see highlights of it. I gotta say, this was much tighter also than, I don't want to say than we expected, because everything so far has been chaotic.
And that carried on throughout the whole of this Oregon, I think. Stylistically, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Koi were forced into playing a very, very default European meta way of playing Siege, which is not what they're used to being known for. It's not what they tend to play. It's not usually their win condition, but they went through it and they did it. I think they very quickly realized after a couple of rounds, you know, there was plays made on Jackal and random windows being punched and random areas being entered by Astralis, and Koi realized we've got to tighten up, we've got to play closer together, we've got to play closer to the site. They get that 4-2, and then obviously they get themselves back onto attack, and again, it was very much same.
Yep.
The rounds that they got drawn into playing Astralis game where it didn't look like there was a team plan, it just looked like gunfights, they lost. And they got forced into playing that team game, that default style that I would consider, and ultimately just got over the line on the attacks.
Yeah, and I think that adaptation, it did look good, especially towards that end of the game, right? You take a look at those last couple of laundry rounds, right? Rounds 10 and 11, where Astralis are doing some interesting strategies where they're spending a lot of roamers up on the big tower. They've electrified and reinforced the full wall from backstage. And what do Koi do? They just say, all right, we'll hit site at like 60 seconds, okay? And Forrest can bait up in the tier 3 tower. This is the round right here. They just look at this time, 50 seconds on the clock, 55 seconds. Everybody's in control of the site on the side of Koi. Force has to come back and make a 1v4 clutch. It's just not going to happen. I really do think that they kind of adapted to the things that were going well for Astralis, and they started to counter them, especially in those kind of rounds 9, 10, 11, 12.
So tight game overall, and there was a moment where we're thinking, wow, this actually might go into OT, but we continue with what we had on map 1, which is constantly flanking, constantly trying to lurk for any player on these two teams. A lot of it on defense, but we're seeing the same thing with attackers, trying to lurk around to get important picks and open up bits of the map.
Yeah, I thought the attack on the side of Koi really did a good job of finding those opening picks. You see the stats in front of you now. +4 on the side of Spoit, 5 and 1 on the entry. That's half the rounds in this game he was involved, and he was very often being able to take advantage of that. I thought a lot of that did come from great droning from Leon as well. He was often able to either guide in Spoit or guide in Cryan, who also had a good couple of opening picks, to really kind of break that that map open on the side of Koi. So I like seeing that from their angle, right? I like that Koi were often able to start off on that Bigfoot.
And that's how the flow should work, right? Is that Leon is droning, Spoit is being the force that Astralis know about, that gets the entry. He wins that entry pick, it then allows Cryan to push in on the Nook. We saw him do it time and time again, and that just keeps compounding things. Cryan was a very highly rated player, but he obviously wasn't getting any entries. It was all Spoit.
Now you see the teams are getting back, huddled up, and they're almost set to go. So from our map 2 conversation, I'd like to talk about our third one. Production, could we pull up our map picks and bans, please? And thank you very much. There it is. We went through Bank in Oregon, now we head to Border. Astralis had the ban, the final one. They remove Chalet, and we go to Border. Again, a very attacker-favored map as we know it, very aggressive, brings out a lot of chaos, which we've already seen a lot of here, but there has to be a point where the entirety of Koi have to figure out what to do, because you talked about the adaptation on Oregon, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, if the win condition for Koi, they now consider that to be a very default brand of Siege. We're going to the wrong map for them. I love that flag, by the way. It keeps getting shown. We're going to the wrong map for Koi, really, aren't we? Because Border is all about gunfight heavy. It's about taking fast map control. It's about refragging each other and fighting for every single inch of the map when you're on the defense. Now, that's where Koi are currently losing this battle. They're winning the match when they outthink Astralis. So Border, for me, normally I would say I love Koi on this map. Today, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think Koi historically have gone for some kind of creative strats that haven't always worked out. We saw in the group stage some really kind of wild strategies. The Collie coming out to attack onto bathroom tellers was one that I really can remember back on, sticking in my mind. Astralis as well, though. I mean, they can go for some kind of fast rushes. They like their Amaru a little bit, right? They like to kind of get in there and find those opening picks. I think their clears on this map can be really, really good. So, I mean, it's a good map for attack. Obviously, we'll see what these two teams can do on it, but it's certainly going to be one that can get messy.
Quick point on operators, because the game is almost ready.
Yep.
Jack, what are we expecting?
Well, the thing is for Astralis on the operator bans, especially on attack, they like to vary it. You know, I'm seeing a Buck ban, I'm seeing Nomad bans, I'm seeing Iana bans. They do the homework on their opponent, see what they crutch on, see what they like to use, and get rid of it. For Koi, we're expecting a more default. There's Bando could be a lot this tournament, even today, and then Mira as well. So I feel like Astralis will have looked at it, into it, and even if it's just getting Spoit off the entry, getting him off the Iana, maybe we might see that coming out from Astralis.
What I would like to see from Koi, I know they've banned the exact same ops both maps so far. I'd like to see an Azami ban. I think that that's such a powerful operator on border. I think Astralis will run really well with it. Mira, not so much on this map compared to ops like Azami, so that's what I'm looking for from Koi.
This is a classic EU versus NA game. These two teams are young gunners in many ways also. They played very chaotically in their games and also up to here their matchup against one another in the playoffs on the main stage. And the crowd willed it. They took us to map 3. So, are we ready for map 3? I have in-ears. I need you to go a bit louder. Do we have a map 3? Thank you very much. Caster's ready. Intero Pengu, take it away.
Well, what I imagine will be an exciting finale to this series leads us to Border, a hectic and chaotic map that plays to the strengths of both teams. And even though the desk seems to think that it might not be Koi's day, so far on paper, this is a team that very easily could have put this series away 2-0 already, were it not for some inhuman clutches from Astralis.
I certainly wouldn't count out either of these two teams. Even if we're going to Border, I think it's going to get bloody. My one big question is, what is Astralis going to ban on their attacking side? The Nuke, the Iana, target ban the members of Koi? Because something has to happen to leverage that, because Astralis did not look that comfortable on the defensive side of Oregon.
No, they really didn't. And I mean, it's abnormal for us to watch a Koi match. And you and I have casted them, just a couple times.
Just a few.
And that Nook ban is so common to deal with Cryan. Now, this is not going to happen. It's a Yana ban. To be fair, that was one of the operators was talked about as a potential target ban.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense if Spoil's going 5-1 on entry rather, being super successful, you take that away from him, force him onto a different operator, make that nade economy more difficult to have, as Anna is one of 4 of the only operators that has those frag grenades, and Anna can easily block every single round. That's gonna change on Border now. You only have 1 set of grenades most likely. That's if you bring the Sledge or the Nuke. The 4th operator is Glass. You're not gonna bring Glass grenades.
You didn't know that.
You shouldn't be bringing glass grenades.
You don't know that.
So, okay, my point is, grenades are gonna be a rarity to have, most likely only 2 in pocket in an individual round. Border is a map where you can do some pretty crazy things. You can rush almost every single bomb side. The Monty, the Blitz, Ying is on the table as well for both teams. So I would not be surprised to see a Warden every single round, just to make sure that if a Ying is brought, at least one defender can deal with that gadgetry. The Candelas going out, the smoke grenades, etc. Astralis first round showing us the Capital so far. That's going to be that execute-oriented operator. Koi are bringing both the Solus and the Warden. Deny information, see through the smokes and the flash grenades. A versatile lineup.
Solus makes a lot of sense as well because you can roam quite effectively with it. There's only a couple entry points that we see these teams tend to favor, and whether you've got an Oryx or a Solus, try to rebuff Astralis should they try to get into the building a bit too quickly. And based on what we've seen on these two maps, Astralis likes to play to the beat of their own drum.
Oh, yeah. And I think that's really going to be the important factor for these first couple of rounds is which team sets the tone and the pace for Border. Because the attackers start running away with the rounds, defenders have to either you know, do something very offensive, go for spawn peaks, or just try and bunker up and keep the bomb set alive. Whereas if the defenders do not allow the attackers inside the building, opposite story. So these first 2 or 3 rounds of border are really important for these teams.
Leon Gids inside a break room. Nade goes down below. Shuttle walks right in. The engagement favors Astralis. And they pick up 2 for their troubles.
That's huge.
Spiff has had a disappointing series so far. And after the heroics of the first map, both Shuttle and Iconic disappeared in map number 2. Shuttle getting the first pick already. Spiff finding the first pick for him as well. Both setting a good pace. And honestly, is exactly what they need.
Yeah. Border, of course, a less linear map than that of Oregon. That is probably the most linear map of all of Rainbow Six Siege in professional play. It allows for these openings from Astralis to be abused more, and it allows somebody like Iconic more freedom to work around the map. J9, he finishes off Crying. He was 1 HP from that earlier engagement.
First kill for Koi is in the hands of Kanto Raketti. But funny there to see the Warden get flashed out, but on go those smart glasses. Now it's Spoit to get up into the action. J9 picks up another. The brawl inside of the hole favors Astralis. Round number 1 is theirs.
You can see it. The moment they got that initial 2 opening kills, Shuttle getting the very first one, Astralis did not slow down. They're always being proactive, always going for that next step in the plan. Corey not in the position to punish it or shut it down. That means Astralis, they will just bulldozer through them. That's the difficulty of border attack. Sorry, border defense, is that there are so many long lines of sight. There's so many soft walls. You can essentially get shot at any given moment. And Shuttle just walked right on in. Almost looked too easy for Astralis in that round. That's where the questions come. What will Koi do to fix the problems of that previous round? Play closer together, that's for one. You can't die 1v1s like this with no trades going on. If Astralis can fight you 5 versus 3, you're almost guaranteed to take the round with how good their late game is. Koi, they thrive in the first, early half of the round. They need these early advantages to go even or in their favor.
5 seconds to go.
Border's the second most played map so far at this entire event. Trailing Clubhouse, picked 21 times. It's a coin flip map, the closest that we have to a map being attacker favored. 52% of all played rounds won by the defense, 48 by the attack. So when we see that number, again, tends to break down. What operators are banned?
Yeah.
What bomb site rotation do we see? The teams that play it, do they tend to be a very good defensive team? Do they tend to be very good on offense? Those things are all major considerations. So there isn't a ton to glean from an early start from Astralis racking up rounds, same with Koi. The good news for Astralis, they got the first pick in round number 1. They're close to doing it again. Forrest closing in on Leon Gids. There's a run out from the Solus.
Of course, Solar can see any claimer being put down on the map, although I think Leon hurt that one. No gadget needed. Astralis trying to set up passive leads on the map so far. Just drones, get a foothold somewhere.
Oh, there's Iconic on the Nook. Down below, inside of Customs. Yeah, you know what? Crying's a pretty good Nook, but if you leave it unbanned and Astralis sees some success on it, then maybe it wasn't a terrible idea to go after the unabandoned over the Nook.
Not at all. I mean, Iconic was all alone. Sure, he had a drone, but the other 4 members are halfway across the map, so he's just finding this individual success for Astralis.
We're 2 rounds in, Nick, and Astralis already has more first bloods in this map than they did on all of Oregon.
Oh boy.
Nice bounce back. Playing more like themselves. Nades tossed down from below, don't connect with anything. Only 1, or rather none remaining. 1 EMP in the hands of J9. In terms of throwables, that's it.
Yeah, there goes the archives window now. Smokes and fires and God, they can try and get that plan to execute in.
There go the fires. E1D to go as well, but the fire is lingering. They're boxed out at the moment. They can't get in. Crying finished off by Spiff. Now it's Kanto Raketti as well. Koi just dying 1 by 1. The first domino falls and then they're all gone.
Oh my. Flawless round on round number 2. And again, Astralis are everywhere. Koi are playing so close to bomb side, fearing an execute, which, to be fair, it was about to happen. They completely forgot about the fact that Iconic is on the nuke, just waiting for his moment to strike. So either Koi will weaken the bomb side by holding the flanks, or they will give up that exact flank that punished them by trying to make sure that they do not plant that diffuser down successfully. There's no winning for Koi right now. They're losing on all fronts.
It's the space that Astralis is making, and I mean, the drone work isn't even what seems to be that impressive. I saw very limited drone work from Astralis through the execute. Yeah, the discovery phase is going to have an abundance of it. You're going to be on drones for the whole minute, at least 2 or 3 players on the team, gain intel, get in. I have no doubt that that first pick from Iconic was aided by drone work to get the Nook into the building, again, just as Cryan did, exploiting those blind spots and exploiting the laneways to the bomb site that are not being watched. Get in, get the pick, get out.
That's the thing about Borders, that every bomb site has an external, immediate access point to the bomb site. Teller's window, okay, not a great one, but it's there. That we just saw, Aka's Armory. Well, both bomb sites have an immediate door or window leading into the bomb site. So while roaming is great for Koi, they can't go too much on the roam, and the bomb site becomes weakened. Astralis, if they see that, they'll just rush for it. Koi knows this. Astralis, they have no issue going fast if it favors them statistically. Yeah, 1 versus 5 definitely favors the 5, not the 1.
We talk about intel, whether it be drone work in Discovery or whether it be drone work through the execute. The addition of Flores, yeah, you're going to want to use those Rotero drones to blow up the utility, but you also gain information from them.
Yeah.
And while you gain that information, you can use them as displacement. Somebody's playing on a deployable shield, somebody's playing next to a soft wall, you open that up. Not only do you gain info on that, but you also move them out of that spot. A second drone, easy to follow up on, or if the drone is being guided in, just as Forrest was, trying to bamboozle Spoit, but not being successful. J90 finds one for Astralis, so even though the first pick goes to Koi, it's traded back right away. Was that a Nitro cell that went off and did no damage to Shuttle, who now collects one on to Cryan? He's got security under his control from above.
You see Astralis, that they're a trade, right? Always playing 2, 3, or 4 members on the same side of the map, whereas Koi, they have 1 member side of Armory isolated, and Cryan side of Security also isolated. And both of those members, they fall relatively early on. It did cost the Armory of Forest, but I mean, that's the Armory's job. You go in fast, sometimes you die, sometimes you don't die. It's not a huge loss for Astralis. They get a permanent flank watching drones now.
Very rough start for Cryan, unable to find the scoreboard. 3 players on Koi, in fact. Killless at the moment. Concerning one is Cryan. Leon Gids and Deepak don't tend to dominate the scoreboard because of the roles that they play, though they obviously still need to get kills. That's a no-brainer. Deepak will drop towards the bomb site. Bathroom tellers, the site. There go the Rotero drones. Selma's also going off. Tons of explosives.
Yeah, tons of time. 45 seconds is a really great pace for Astralis. Koi surrendering map control a little bit too fast. They can just execute when they want to. They're going to destroy the floor first, of course, get 1 drone into sight, get a little bit of information. But J90 on the window, 2 members on the hatch, last guy holding flank. They can just go for it.
Spiff was trying to scare them off. He walks in. Down goes Spoit. Usually has a good head on his shoulders. He doesn't have anything on his shoulders now. Deepak will... No! It gets shot! At the last second, the Nitro cell could have been so good. Somebody's been in the shooting range, Nick. 3-0 for Astralis.
And guess what? That's Koi's tactical timeout again, burned for 3 or 4 rounds. Always being forced out early, and then they have no breaks to slam. They just gotta keep suffocating through these rounds to come if they don't start finding success.
Both teams used their timeouts in maps 1 and 2. All 12 rounds were needed on Bank. Same with Oregon. I wanted to hear the rest of it. I'm sorry, please. After the timeout that was taken on Bank, Koi won every other round, but the problem was they took it after Astralis had already stormed out to a 3-1 victory. That's how the scoreline ended up finishing, with Astralis winning with that impressive clutch at 7-5. On Oregon, the timeout that was taken by Meepy net Koi the next 2 rounds, immediately paying off. Astralis took a timeout, and then they win the next round. But again, Koi's lead was just too much, and in that 12th and final round, Koi won the map.
There's something very, very clear in the Orbital lineup right now that seems to have been influenced by that tactical timeout. I'm pretty certain maybe he said something along the lines of, guys, fight them. Go aggressive. Right now, strategically, it doesn't matter. If they plan it because we're all dead, that's whatever. But we cannot just lose members. You give Cry Individual, give Kento Demazi, Leon Gates on Asami, every single operator besides Deepak, the core support player on this lineup, they can just take every single gunfight now with great guns and comfort on their side. I think it's a wise choice because these rounds are decided by Astralis in the first minute of the round because they're not making any mistake in their mid-round gameplay whatsoever. It is a clean border attack so far.
Cryan likes Nook so much, he decided to bring her on defense. I think that's very cute.
Okay. That's a fair point. The thing is, Cryan has to make it work for him, right? You said it, Parker. Him being 0-3 a bit concerning. Then gets a Deepak less. And Cryan is on the front lines for Koi, always in those early engagements and just losing them out. He doesn't have to help or support. No Echo, Yokai drones to help you. Valkyrie's banned by Astralis. You're working off what you see and what you hear. There's no external help besides default cameras really assisting these roamers. Whereas normally Koi, they have, as I said, Deepak on the Echo, utilizing those Yokai drones. That has not been the case so far.
Spoit 1 and 3 as well, somewhat concerning for the highest rated player on the team through this entire event. These are not Deepak's second highest rated player.
Yeah, Deepak's actually second highest in injury stats, which is very surprising, before this matchup at least.
It's a lot of players that have competed, so I mean their numbers don't matter. You say, oh yeah, he's 46th on entry. There's got hundreds of players that are here, at least over 100. Speaking of Deepak, he's taking a bit of damage. That's really it. The rest of it for Spoit, self-inflicted. Leon Gids, kill number 1. There you go. And looking for more, gets it on the fadeaway. First kill for Astralis comes in from Forest. He dies to Cry, and there's the Vigil coming into play. In the span of 10 seconds, this entire server is cleared out, leaving Spiff in a 1v4. Lots of drones available. He's got one in his pocket as well, but are you going to go to it? 1:15 left on the clock.
Beautiful C4 by Deepak. The lineup there from the side was as good as it can get.
Kanto goes down to a nade. Spiff has blown this round open. But he needs information. That's the bigger issue. 1 minute to go. This is really going to test the mettle of Spiff. There's too many ways to clear.
Koi finds the round. Leon Gates not just gets the opening kill, but he finds Iconic on the Nook inside that long hallway towards 19 off his double door. And that's a huge pick because now Iconic not going to feel as comfortable just walking around where he pleases as that Nook operator. And he has been finding openings in the first 3 rounds. That might not be the case going forward because now he has to be more cautious. That's the C4. Beautiful lineup. Cryan even got a kill.
Yes, he did. Woo. Everybody on the board. How nice. How nice, how quaint, how cute. See, we're not supposed to swear on broadcast.
No.
But there's nothing stopping the players from doing that. In terms of bomb site rotation, there's only been 2 bomb sites that they've gone to.
Yeah.
Armory 3 times, and now Bathroom Tellers will emerge a 2nd time. Not sure if it was a deliberate decision during the timeout to stick Cryan onto this role, but he's going to stay in the Vigil.
So there's a high chance here that Koi, they're expected by Astralis to be way off the bomb site. That's why we see this kind of direct push lineup potentially, right? The Glass and the Ying and the Gridlock means a direct Tellers window planned if that's what they want to opt for.
I think they're going to take a little bit of time. Go upstairs, clear out a little bit, get the Rotero drone in play, have the Glass far enough back. Isn't this the same strategy that we saw Koi do once?
Yeah, we did. Are they just going to go for it?
It looks like they're going to. A potential vault in. The glass gives his position away. Diffuser in. Forrest getting it down. Candelas to go off. It's chaos inside of the bomb site. 40 seconds off of the clock. Everybody's still alive. And the diffuser is down. Smokes to go in. Track stingers as well.
Oh my.
What a mess this is. And the clock will continue to run. Right now, nobody knows what to do next. We're at the halfway point of the diffuser, and everybody is still alive. This is unprecedented. Flashbangs dumping in. There goes a Rotero drone as well. The gridlock will take from above. First kill goes to Cryan, but look at the time. Suddenly, you are at the point where you just need to hop on this diffuser, and you can't get it done. Astralis thrive in the chaos.
Such a good read, expecting that heavy roam aggression because that's the adaptation Koi made after their tactical timeout, going for that direct execute. Call out, he might not look super happy behind his players, but he's proud.
Call out almost never has any emotion on his face. And I remember back when we were doing the NAL, we used to do exit interviews after matches. And it was shortly after Call Out had been picked up as coach for this team. Astralis, sometimes they like to do a lot of talking. During the exit interview, I tried everything in my power to get Call Out to engage in just a little bit of smack talk about their opponents. He would not take the bait at all. He was just so steadfast in, you know what, they play a really good game, we just got to be prepared for it.
Okay.
So, he doesn't show emotion when you look at him on the camera. He's not showing emotion in victory. He doesn't really show emotion in loss. He's a very even keel presence, and I think that honestly helps center this team.
I was gonna say, that brings a ton of stability, having that core standing between the players, is not really being worried all too much. And if you look at Astralis throughout the last 12 months, they're a very different team. I mean, they're the same players besides Biff, but the way they act in the server, their composure, their mentality, how well they play together in terms of synergy and trading one another out inside the game, phenomenal. They've really gone down and just honed the core principles of their craft as much as they can, and it's gotten them this far. The biggest stage of the year, the 6 Invitationals, top 6 guaranteed, but they want more.
Winner gets a date with G2. They punched their ticket. Defeating Wolves in an exciting best of
Not again.
3. There's no way this is happening again. Hold on a second.
It's gotta be a fake.
That's a lot of utility to waste for a fake. Is it going to get them back on the bomb site? Leon Gids desperately searching to see if the diffuser is going down.
Oh, they know something's up.
Could it be a back take? Leon Gids now over towards Tellers. Forrest is in on the Nook. It did look like if it wasn't a fake, something about this Koi defense has given them pause.
Yeah. Initial fake into backside strike, and now chaos on the side of Koi. They don't know what's happening.
Forrest gets the very first pick. Spoit, he's having a miserable map. They need more from him. Kanto Raketti, another one of the top fraggers on this team. They need more from him as well. Leon Gids picks up 1 kill. Kanto on the board with the kill onto Iconic. There go those Candelas, and both teams will fire back. Cryan looking for the secure to get it.
Oh my
He's
God.
last man standing. Spiff on 7 kills. They'll hunt down the Warden from above. Diffuser in the hands of J90. Out goes a nade. Not dislodging him, but the tinnitus will ring in Cryan's ears. Astralis have a stranglehold on this map at the moment. Cryan's made it back to the bomb site. Oh! He can't outduel J90. Missed opportunity. First half in the books, the most dominant side that we've seen from either team. Astralis emerge 5-1.
I know a lot of people are going to question why did Cryan drop back down to the bombs in that scenario. It's very simple. He doesn't have a shotgun, didn't have a C4. He has to challenge horizontally because vertically, he cannot gain any more information, and his side didn't have any. Koi were relying on the solos to stay alive, to tell them where they were going to be planting, and that worked the first time around. But then, Leon gets in the solos, he got shut down. A very bloody upstairs trade, back and forth, 1 by 1. But again, Astralis, they come out in a 2v1.
I mean, Astralis gets the uncontested first pick, but they just continue that snowball.
Yeah.
Rolling down the hill, gaining steam the whole way. Leon Gids coming very close to a successful spray transfer, getting both of them. Having that control of upstairs, Leon Gids still in the fight, would have likely turned the round on its head and given a major advantage to Koi.
When the last 2 rounds of the first half goes the way they do, Telos pumps a rush for Astralis into a fake, into a just absolute massacre. Koi have to question the reality of things, the actual state of this match. Can they believe what is actually happening right now? Because they're actually being played mentally very hard by Astralis. Now, of course, side swaps are happening. Koi can now get back in control as the attacking team, but your confidence, it's gotta be a little bit fragile after the last 2 rounds.
It's all about the confidence, especially for a team like Astralis. Their mood plays a huge role in how they show up. And right now, you can see it. They are fired up, succeeding in pretty much every way. Koi, by the way, struggling to get on the board first, just as Astralis did in the previous map. This time around, it was Koi having some great degree of difficulties with those first picks. Nothing really working.
Solis giving all this information, where the drones are, where the drone person is as well. Koi taking first map control of CCTV, but honestly, Astralis, they don't care too much for this part of the map. They got Fountain, they got Office, they got the bomb sites themselves, that's all they want.
Spoit almost getting that first pick, but losing so much HP. Shuttle's turn. He's roaming downstairs in Workshop, but you gotta pick where you're gonna go. Cryin pick number 1, it's on the Forest. Leon Gids assessing the destruction.
Oh.
Coming so close. The pre-fire still dancing around it. This is like Battleship.
He ain't moving.
Oh! And he gets it this time, a proper read through the wall. Koi with a bang, 2 picks.
It's deep pick with that drone, the yellow ping information. Leon was right in his feeling as to where that enemy was, but the yellow ping just confirms it, guarantees it.
Spiff creeping up. His name on the tip of our tongue through most of these first 2 maps. Disappointing, but they know he's living up to it now. They know exactly where he is. Kanto worried, but Koi got this round in the bag. Unless J90 can do something. He's 8-1, by the way. Doing it for the stats at this point. Currently playing by Beepers. Down he goes, Metal, and a bit of a scare from Spoit, who celebrates upon that one. A flawless start to the second half for Koi.
So we can look at that round from Koi and say, Spoit hit a nice shot, Leon gets with a wall bang, Cryin opening kill, but there is an unsung hero of that round. Deepak spent 80% of the entire time on drones. Even at that last 1 versus 5, there's a drone at the feet of J90 the entire time, leading Spoit into the fight. Flank drone spotted both the 90 flank and the break room flank. Every single one of those kills, besides Cryon's, was actually due to Deepak's information game on the drone.
Always like to highlight the things that don't get shown on the score sheet. Contributions that somebody like Deepak is capable of making to this team. On defense, when he plays on the Echo, the Yokai, scouting. Sometimes he'll keep them in sight. He'll be great, knock you off the diffuser. Or he can use them to scout. Again, there are contributions that come that are not easily visible. And for those that don't have the keenest of eyes, it's nice to know the value of these support players. First round for Koi on attack is successful. Again, flawlessly done. That's an excellent start, but they've got to climb out of a 5-1 deficit. We are not used to seeing 5-1s on this map in particular.
No. And I mean, one of the big reasons is that border can really go anyway either round. We always say that border is the new coastline. It gets really bloody, really messy, comes down to the not only individual gunfights, but how you play in them in union as a team to try and get into those 2v1s. You see right now from the side of Astralis, they got a member armory door, 1 member security. They're working together to try and isolate Leon Gids if he were to strike first.
Excellent drone work on the first round. You can follow it up. As long as they can keep that pace going, they're going to benefit a huge amount. Tracers go through that barricade right next to Iconic as he drops. Oh, Customs, nice read. And Leon Gids is prepared for it as well. Koi again, their drone work, immaculate. 2 picks, not just the first pick, but the second as well. They've done that both of their attacks so far.
Maybe solo should be played again. It was last round, but unsuccessfully so. Koi, they got the map control. They got Leon Gids in a deep position at the Customs. They got half the map at their disposal, and they're finding more and more and more.
And they're going to continue it. Astralis have been held off the score sheet for their defensive half up to this point. 4.5 minutes of 0 kills, and it's going to continue.
Oh my God.
Flawless back-to-back for Koi. That break the spirits of a team that need the vibes to be good, Nick. Shuttle in a 1v5. Floating in no man's land. There goes the nade, he gets the pick, denies the Flawless. But very valuable information gained from Shuttle now. Back inside of Customs. Shooting what certainly feels like more than 10 drones on the battlefield at this point.
Where's the diffuser, Kento? Like, it's not being planted yet. There we go.
Kanto, of course, the hardened support, who's often planting that diffuser, Nick. You have to forgive him for a second here. Shuttle knows exactly where they are. Diffuser goes down, and there are far too many guns trained into Shuttle for him to survive any longer. Now it's Koi with a comeback brewing.
Yeah. Information is such a vital part of their success, and it's incredible to watch because Astralis, I mean, while they also had information, they weren't leveraging these yellow pings to the same level that Koi are. They're finding half the kill thanks to it. Again, yellow ping for crying.
There's so many of them. And like I said, it feels like there's more than 10 drones on the field.
It's so unfair.
They are just permanently being surveilled by this Koi team. It prompts Astralis after 2 tough rounds to bring out their timeout.
Yeah, I think you got earlier rather than later. When you've already gone through your side swap after 6 rounds, you know you're gonna, or well, you can passively play it out just on this half non-defense. Of course, you go to OT, things will shake up, but Astralis, they wanna take this in regulation. Gonna take the timeout now to get ahead of the problem.
And the thing is, if you look back on every timeout that's been taken up to this point, both teams have used their timeouts in every map. Each team has won at minimum 1 round immediately after calling the timeout. 5 for 5. Considering that, if you're Astralis, the thinking is, all right, this should be good enough for us to get that 6th round. Then you move to series point.
Yeah.
Again, it is fully within your grasps to close this out without needing overtime. We have not had an overtime just yet. The first 2 maps did go all 12 rounds of regulation, but while the teams have been closely matched, not close enough for those 3 extra rounds to determine a winner. Again, Astralis winning that first half 5-1 is enormous, and it has given them such a tailwind. But sometimes you end up adrift without any wind at your back at all. And that could happen to Astralis here. There's a reason why this Koi team won a major.
Yeah.
They've been able to dig deep, and that FaZe core that might not have had as impressive a performance here at SI was one of the best teams over the last year, and Koi were able to handle them in Berlin. You don't just win a major by lucking out. This is a team that you can never count out at all. They made it to the final 6, technically the final 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, I go back to that bank map. A couple clutches, even 1 clutch from Astralis falls flat, and it's a 2-0 for Koi, and we're watching OXG versus W7M right now.
Yeah. And now at that timeout, Astralis is gonna show us a change up in their performance and their gameplay. One big thing that we learned here with the insights to coaches' tactical timeouts is just how valuable information that is easy to digest is to give to your players, right? Feedback that can be applied the next following round. And it's why I think that you mentioned, Parker, that teams are finding success right after a timeout. Things are easy to digest, easy to apply, and they can be done so immediately. Astralis needed around here to show that that's the case again. Koi playing it, cautiously. Slowly making their way through security, but down below is J9O on this Solace.
This is an aggressively attacker-favored border. Only a single round won by the defense. I mean, we looked at Astralis and we said, hey, look at how good their entry is. They're able to take up space so quickly, force out these players from Koi. And now it's Koi doing the exact same thing in return. In fact, based on what we're looking, basically dead even.
Yeah.
The first 2 rounds for Astralis, one of them was flawless, same with Koi. That gives me that feeling that once again, we're gonna need at least 12 rounds.
Oh, we certainly do. We certainly do.
This is cheeky. Leon Gids reading through the Kiba barrier and Kanto as well. Astralis was hoping that the trend would stick. Still doable, but it's looking dire. Those first 2 picks for Koi. All 3 rounds so far, they've been in a 5v3. They haven't thrown it yet.
Oh, Koi gotta slow things down though and play the numbers advantage. They're close to bomb site.
They only have 1 drone left, excluding the Rotero drones. Now they have none left. All this fighting is gonna have to happen without advanced intel. Astralis reduced to just 2, now to 1. The timeout puts Iconic into a 1v5. Astralis certainly feeling like they're in a timeout.
Oh boy.
Sit in the corner and stare at the wall. Koi 3 in a row. What a comeback this is.
Yeah, an enormous comeback. I mean, my one note I had for Koi to win this 3rd map was shut it down. And I mean Astralis, right? They're key members, they're clutches, and there are ways of finding into these rounds. They're doing so perfectly on their attacking side. They're not letting Astralis have any breathing room at any point in the round.
Like, look at this. So much of this round was spent with Koi under 3 drones. Now, mind you, they could be anywhere, but I mean, for that round in particular, Astralis were exemplary at being able to find the drones and get rid of them. But Koi still won those engagements. And it seems like through all 3 of these rounds that Astralis are just not in tune with where Koi is going to come from.
I fully agree. And there are a couple of complications here, because they might suffer the same issue that Koi did. If you go too far in the roam, bomb site's weak. If you stay too close to the bomb site, well then the roam clears way too fast and easy for Koi to deal with, and you got the Nuke open, and you got the Ying open. So you're being pressured on both sides of the equation right now, and we saw how well Astralis could utilize that when they're on the attacking side, but they're also struggling in the exact same scenario with the side swap. It's very concerning to see, because it looks like Astralis only really have 1/2 figured out. And right now, that second half they're missing, we're seeing the gaps and the flaws.
Koi win this round. We sit at a 5-5 draw. We will again need all 12 rounds. We hope none of you had plans other than watching Rainbow Six today. All 3 maps were played in Wolves versus G2 earlier, and given the way both OXG and W7M have played at this event, I expect all 3 maps to be needed for that contest as well. It's coming up right after this one ends. Again, the winner of this series gets a date with G2 in the lower bracket tomorrow. Loser goes home. Koi have been perfect on their entry, these 3 attacking rounds, getting the first 2 picks. Kanto Raketti very nearly losing his head. That would have break the streak.
Look at this. They got Ying on one side, Nuke on the other. It's been red though. The Astralis are holding the entry point. That's Iconic, the Nuke player himself.
And he gets it. Astralis the first pick that they so desperately need. More will need to be found, but they've got some breathing room and they don't need to worry about Cryan leaving and trying another way into that bathroom teller's site. Now both Kanto and Spoit will hit a Guzmat mine upstairs. There go the Candelas. Try to alleviate some of this pressure over by Fountain, but suddenly it's Astralis fighting back. You can't ever count them out. They'll continue. Deepek in a 1v5.
What is happening?
Astralis are just stopping them now. No flawless round. Deepek knows how dire this one is as well. He's been here before. On cam right now by Metal, top Metal, and down the main stairs he goes. Astralis just need to wait a minute. 60 seconds for them to sit on series point. Then the climb for Koi becomes 2 rounds in a row to go to overtime. Deepek taking his time. He has the diffuser. They know exactly where he is. And Astralis are going to send multiple troops at him. He's good for one, not good enough for the other. Astralis on series point.
Oh, Koi. Now, it's all or nothing. Cryan has spin their way into these rounds, and Iconic recognizing it, expecting it, and shutting it down immediately makes it so much more difficult for Koi to find the success. The crossfire, the long lines of sight we spoke about earlier, such a present issue on border. And Astralis is set up without that triple wall being breached on east side. It's so hard to pick apart. Where they go, that's the question. Astralis got everything open besides tellers.
I mean, where do you go and you hope to win for the first time, right? You cannot go back to tellers for the remainder of this map. The one bomb site that you've been successful on only reopens if you go to overtime, which means that you go just as you did on your attack, 1 and 5 on their attack.
Send them home.
Send them home.
High stakes, of course. Whoever loses, they only get to play this best of 3 on stage, and it's every single player's dream to play on this kind of stage every day of their careers. Very few get to have the privilege of even playing a single best of 3. It's a heartbreaking moment for teams that lose. The winning team get one step closer to any Siege player's biggest dream of lifting that hammer. Astralis, they've gotten to a grand finals before, almost winning a major. Koi, back then known as Rogue, they found that success. Leon in this round finds Shuttle. They're building the opening kill, but another engagement awaits him. Iconic runs away.
That's absolutely enormous. Picking off Shuttle, looking to keep Koi's dreams alive. Major winners, but that's not a world championship.
Oh, not quite, but it's damn close.
If Koi goes home, that leaves just 2 remaining world champions by my count. Fabian, the coach of G2. Julio over on W7M. There's Leon Gids down. Forest drops, so does Iconic. Working in tandem with one another, they'll retake the top of East.
Yeah.
They suspect there's somebody outside, and they're right about it. It's Kanto. What are you doing? Spiff a rookie mistake, and Kanto can feast on the corpses of Astralis.
The risk assessment right now a match point for both teams. I mean, they're both making the hard choices right now, fighting every single area that they can. Kanto with a perfect read finds 2 for the price of 1, putting his team into 3 versus 2. That could very well be the defining factor for Koi in this round, but Astralis, their late round, we saw it on Bank, we saw it on Oregon. This is where things get scary for Koi. They got 4 drones to work with, and they need all the info they can get.
Well, I mean, they've got flashbangs, they've got nades as well, so there's a saving grace if you don't want to engage in a direct gunfight. And you've got, arguably, 2 of your strongest players still on the board for Koi. With an advantage and with 1 minute to go. But where do you put your forces? That is the real question.
Right now,
Ash charges going out. You can hear the explosions. Execute coming any moment.
Koi on the security side, all 3 members playing together, not risking the isolation. Could cut that main Bieber rotation. Then Astralis, where they choose to play, is also their stock. They're both in armory. It's a full commitment by both teams.
J90 read into this. He was far enough back, and he'll play the pixel angle. This is a tough shot to make. Gives his position away to Deepak. That's the diffuser in hand. Cryan takes out Forrest. J90's got 10 kills. Can he pull off a clutch of his own? No, it looks like the collapse is coming. Just too many bodies thrown at the problem. Koi stays alive.
Man advantage, it makes all the difference. Imagine that's a 1v1 or even a 1 versus 2. That is so much easier for Astralis to figure out and problem solve. Leon Gids with that opening kill, leading the charge for his team instead of Customs. Set the tone for the round. The Koi, they want to fight back. Kanto with the double. Asami tried to go for a run out with that Claymore being shut down.
I got to go back to what was the play from Spiff there. I mean, he must have known in Kanto's position. That was a call that was made at the top of East.
Sometimes things get missed. I mean, there's so much happening in the rounds of these players, and miscommunication can easily occur. The pressure, of course, as well. I will say, Spiff going for the aggressive play on match point, you can respect it. Having the nerve to attempt it, even if it was the wrong play. He's 7-7 so far, going even with that death in the previous round. Iconic gonna play a vital role on the Solis, as you can play vertically on both Armory and Ventilation Bomb side to deny the diffuser plan and gain that information. But Koi, they keep clearing the downstairs area. Ventilation Customs, the first place they go. Then they work their way up. They understand the layers of border. Start down, work their way up because of that verticality.
Very quick to the punch so far for Koi. Bringing the Ying as well. No Warden to stop this. Not that Warden is an absolute requirement, but certainly it helps.
Certainly helps. I will say Capkin with C4 downstairs, J9O, when Koi walk in security, that could be a problem for them. But again, the layers are being understood. Drone downstairs, know there's a Capkin, knows a C4. Now they're going to deal with that problem first before they hit security. It's a really well-read situation by Koi.
Neither of these teams have needed overtime. They've needed all 12 rounds. We find ourselves in a very similar situation on that 12th round. A 5-1 half for Astralis, we noted, was unlikely to be repeated by Koi. We might be 2 minutes away from eating our words.
Maybe.
This first pick is going to be critical. So far in the second half, the team that gets the first pick has gone on to win the round. Leon Gids, not unlike a bull, kicking up dirt, waiting, trying to draw somebody out, shooting away. Surely gets the attention of Astralis, but no movement from them.
No. As J9O and Leon gets downstairs holding each other off while the fight is upstairs.
What did we say about that first pick?
Wins the round.
Forrest is down for the count. Koi in a 5v4. Now the walls close in. Candela's as well. Nades to go over towards half wall. This is a very tough place for Iconic to be in, but J9O says something else about it. Nade finishes off Iconic. That's Armory control. Astralis gets on the board, but the advantage in terms of numbers stays in the hands of Koi.
J9O killed Leon, gets inside of security across the map on a horizontal gunfight while that mini execute happened upstairs. It doesn't impact what happens in Armory, but it does mean that Astralis, they're not that poorly off. A 3v4 is easily winnable for them. Got 45 seconds left, ventilation bomb site, and J9O still has that C4 in pocket inside of Customs.
J9O's been the star of this map for the team. You find him get put in an unwinnable situation. An entry through detention, and Spoit takes some damage in the process. J9O has to fight his way out, but that's a big pick for Koi, looking to secure overtime. They know they have the down. Spiff and Shuttle to run back to the bomb site. It's Vents. You can hear the telltale sign of the LMG going off. Koi will get ever closer, but you have to be very wary of this time. They're boxed out because those Kiba barriers. Shuttle engages. It's Spiff to clutch out the newest player from Astralis, and he's putting together a great body of work. But all about Spoy sending us to overtime for the first time in this series.
They both want it so bad. They're fighting for it. They're taking the gunfights. They're not slowing down. The J9O could have been the hero inside of security, but gets wall-banged into an injure. A devastating moment. Overtime's in the menu. That means a best of 3 in terms of rounds on this final map. It's almost like it's back to 0-0. That's how the players think about this. Don't worry about it, guys. It's just like the very beginning of the third map, except we only play 3 rounds. Don't be afraid of winning. Don't be afraid of losing. Just play it round by round. No timeouts available from either team. It's just the players who have to problem solve.
Literal life on the line for Koi in game. Oh, frustration, but you got to keep that mental up. They might not be major winners, but Astralis made it to the finals in Charlotte against DZ. They've been in trickier positions before. They have the mental to bounce back. They decided to hang tight with DZ, despite the fact that DZ could have mopped the floor with them. No, no, no. People keep counting Astralis out.
The difficult thing now is, because of the nature of overtime and who gets to start defense and attack, things are now changed up. You've just played 6 rounds on your respective sides, and now it gets flipped again. It can be very difficult for teams to adjust to this. And given what we saw, it's a very attacker-favored border. Well, Astralis, they will get 2 out of 3 rounds in attack. And of course, Koi, they get 2 defenses. whoever can adapt better and win their defensive side, well, they can essentially control who ends up winning this match. But since Koi starts there, they gotta find success there guaranteed. They can't just win their single attacking round, then they lose.
Yeah, in terms of these sides, we do see some oddities occur in overtime. The trend line very rarely does hold. But from what we've seen so far of the 12 rounds, 10 for the attackers, 2 for the defenders. Astralis get the benefit of attacking twice. But again, they haven't been here in quite a while. They're picking away at the Kiba barriers from above. Leon Gids is the one holding up the fort. Or holding down the fort, really. I mean, it supposes whatever direction you want. I suppose it'd be holding up the fort in Australia.
Upside down. Astralis is standing out pretty straight, though. On the archive side of things is G9O Forest and a +1 member taking office in their control. That's almost in the bomb side.
Iconic looking for the first engagement. He finds it, but he's not successful. And there's the Azami. Leon Gids in the same spot on the same operator Spiff died on, right by the door. The Nook has found an opening. Forrest getting the diffuser down. Astralis maintaining the tempo they had the first time, but Kanto blows them to pieces. Diffuser retrieved. Koi still trail. They need to box out these last 2. That's the diffuser down again. No way you don't check for that. They'll get him back up. A little worse for wear. Spoit retaking from above. They'll retake together. Cryin, seen, spotted, damage being done. Astralis knows that both players from Koi are in the same spot. Shuttle attempting the diffuser. Second time for Astralis. Is it a charm? Yes, it is. And into the post plant, these 2 teams will scramble. Spoit on the jump out. He misses the opportunity. An easy read from Astralis. Cryan's fortunes decided to rise when he went onto this vigil. Oh, he doesn't have information on the 3 last players. It's the king to kill Cryan. Astralis again on series point.
And Astralis completely dictating the pace of the entirety of the round, hitting that opening kill, hitting the bomb side, and yeah, things didn't go their way. Kanto's phenomenal C4 double kill, that's a play from him, but the Frost map, an oversight from Astralis' attack, it stalls out the round for 30 seconds, but they get the attack in the end. Koi gets to go twice on defense if they were to win this following round when they go to the attack. And they would have to find success. Astralis, they can also just do it first. Figure out this defensive round. You go 8-6, you send Koi home. 3.5 minutes is left possibly of this match, and then it might be over.
I hope your heart can handle these matches, really. Wolves G2 is exhilarating, but I'm going to be a bit biased and say that I think we got the better of the 2 matches so far. What awaits us in W7MOXG? Will there be a North American team in the grand finals tomorrow? If you're a fan of OXG or the region in general, you hope that they overcome the Brazilian juggernaut that has been W7M at this event.
Oh boy. As an IGL,
look at this.
Leon Gids, he calls for the glass.
Look at this.
He calls for the Ying and the Lion. That signifies the archives push we've all seen before, and it gets very tricky for the defenders to pull that apart. Iconic on the Warden could be the playmaker. They're not gonna go just yet.
Say what you will about these 2 teams, whether you cheer for Astralis, whether you cheer for Koi, there is no way this round is not thrilling. All the tools from Koi. They've had no problems on attack, same as Astralis. And they're about to bring a world of hurt to the doorstep of AST.
It's worth noting that Kanto is not there. He has diffusers at a break room. Might be a fake, actually.
Might be. Astralis did it to him. There go the Candelas. Maybe the attention over towards Metal. Smoke's now going off. Leon Gids amidst the confusion. He gets kill number 1. Hops in, hops out. That's all he needs. Spoit gives another advantage to Koi. This 5v3, but Spiff is holding up quite well inside of Office. That's diffuser down as well. It will need to be retrieved. It's Cryan to pick up the case. Spiff still sitting in this position. Spiff don't whiff.
No smokes from the side of Koi.
Koi are opting for something different. They wanted it. They wanted it to be, but then they can't. So now it's gonna be what? It's gonna be Armory.
Yeah, I mean, they have to change the plans when there's no smokes from Leon Gitz and Kento died. Gotta change the course of action now. You got time to work with, but you might have to go in the offense and find some kills. I don't think you can plant here.
There's no way Leon Gitz just decides to unsheath the secondary and go close quarters combat as Glaz, right? That's silly season. There's certainly no way that that's gonna happen. Of course, now that we said it, that's exactly what it is. We wanted a rush. We didn't quite get it.
Well, they went for the fake instead, and now they're just kind of bleeding out Astralis, making them question where exactly is the opponent. Well, gonna knock down that armory door with pressure from Sandwich Window, and Leon gets on main stairs.
They don't have the hard breach to deal with this, though. This will just be pure pugilism. Fist to fist, combat to combat.
Oh,
Flashes go in, and the smart glass is up for Iconic as he moves over. Leon Gitz takes down Shuttle. Yes, he is. The glass is indeed going close quarters combat. He gets found by Spiff, still in this spot.
Oh!
Iconic tries for his best, but Koi are doubled up on the door, and we have all 15 rounds.
The confidence from Leon to make that call as the leader of his team on match point when you're down. The glass of all things, the fake execute into just saying, guys, the strat didn't work. We gotta just walk in a door, walk up a staircase, and take the fight to them.
What a shot by Leon Gitz. Mr. Giddens doing business.
That means we are going to have our absolute very final round.
No more. 3 minutes from now, one of these two teams will be sitting in the stands for the rest of the weekend. The other will begin their prep work against G2 Esports tomorrow morning.
It comes down to defender curse. Honestly, seeing as Koi on this final round finds himself on the defensive side, it's up to them to break it and really win this round and win the game. If the Astralis just do the thing they've always been doing, well, they will naturally just be the big victor. Ventilation bomb site. It plays out across the entire map, vertically, horizontally. Astralis have a lot to work with now. Let's see if they can be as ballsy in their calls as Leon Gitz and Koi were on their side.
I will say this, win or lose, this is Astralis' 4th lower bracket match. They are running the gauntlet at the moment.
Yeah.
And they are now a single round away from either going home or going on. That is as impressive as you can really get. And again, this just shows Astralis is going to keep and hang tight no matter which team they're playing. Astralis sent Sonics home, they sent Lost One home, they sent BDS home. They're looking to do the same to Koi. Koi, in terms of what they bring here. Major winners looking for a world championship. Kento looking for another hammer.
Yeah.
Which team comes out ahead? Favorable side goes to Astralis, but it really is a coin toss of a map. It's been a coin toss of a series, and this is a coin toss of a round.
Comes down to how you attack it. Of course, the early kill, building that advantage that has been the defining factor for most of these rounds, and both teams playing a little bit slower than usual. Don't want to risk giving up that death early on from either side.
Worried about whatever sloppiness might come if you try to get into the building a bit too quickly. Both of these teams know a thing or two about rapid attacks. Saw Astralis pull it off in their previous round. Koi tried it but failed.
Oh, the nade!
Look at the nade go in. Deepak will break. First pick goes to Astralis again. These teams getting the first pick. Monumental. Spoit keeps it close. Down goes J90, the best player statistically for Astralis. Now Spiff is down as well. Koi have retaken from above. The Lion looking for something. Shuttle has ice in his veins, but they will trade. This is a madhouse going on.
And no one gets the advantage. It's completely even 2v2.
Spoit and Leon Gitz damaged. Astralis at full HP. No explosives to be tossed on out. Spoit will reposition. He's been so good this second half. 1 minute remaining for both of these teams. 1 minute remaining for your time at the 6 Invitational. Astralis still making calls in the final 40 seconds right now. Iconic can go for the drop. Soft destruction happening, but Forrest is almost out of those skeleton key ammo.
Yeah, I don't know if they can plant the scenario. They're gonna make this choice right now.
He drops, they hear him. I'd imagine so. Iconic fighting Shadows. Sound of the diffuser will go down. Forrest attempting it. Iconic has the correct read on one of the last two players. But they're not moving in. He sees the shoulder of one. It's a post plant. Caught by the Oryx.
1v1.
Leon Gids to save his team. But Astralis accomplish it. They get it done at the final moment. The dream continues for this NA squad. And the miracle run continues for Astralis.
Lower gauntlet run is one of the most difficult things to do. The fatigue's gotta be setting in. I'm sure they can feel it, but the job is not done yet.
Could you ask for a closer match? Could you ask for a more exciting finish? I couldn't imagine it. How do you top that finish to bank? Well, how about a 15-round border in a 1v1 post plant? Good Lord, what a game. And Astralis continues to get it done. Right when you think they're out of gas, no, they're still very much in it. They leave a trail of bodies in their wake through this lower bracket run. It will continue apace tomorrow against G2.
If there's one thing I can say about that is that Fabian has a flawless record against North American teams. If Astralis go the entire distance, they're doing it in the most historical way possible, taking out every single obstacle in the greatest of fashions, the best teams in the world, back to back to back to back.
We are down to the final four at the 6 Invitational. 1 Brazil, 2 NA, 1 EU. A stunning finish to map 1, a stunning finish to map 2, and a stunning finish to map number 3.
Yeah, Koi, of course, they're going home. I mean, they'll be watching from the crowd, of course, but their run in terms of playing, well, it ends right here. That was the final match.
And honestly, what an impressive showing from Koi. Really, Astralis are no slouch. They continue to surprise us. They continue to send good teams home. Koi, just the latest victim. It started against the Sonics. People thought that they would be one of the final 4 teams. But Astralis stunned us. BDS, the most recent victim prior to Koi. Major champions. Back-to-back major champions sent home by Astralis. That is one hell of a performance and one hell of a fact.
They can certainly be proud of themselves, and I think a lot of teams and even casters, we kind of clocked them out early on. I mean, Koi during group stage looked a bit shaky, but they really shaped up and rose to the challenge, got out of groups and upper bracket, made it this far in such a close series against one of the best looking teams here of Astralis. They'll be going home knowing that they did their best.
They just won't die.
No,
they just won't die.
Blood armor.
Astralis is in position to be eliminated, and they just won't die. This team has some kind of magic right now. And again, this lower bracket run, if they want to make it to the finals, they have a lot of work to do. They've got G2 up next. Then they've got the loser of W7M versus OXG. And if they succeed in both of those matches, then they go to the grand finals. It's been a long run. You don't want to hear from us anymore, though. We know you want to hear from Astralis. You want to hear from Iconic. And more importantly, you want to hear from the beautiful Ian Chambers on stage.
Parker, thank you. There can only be one man who stepped up for the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Iconic. Astralis are on a wild run. You are taking out big names left, right, and center, and you've just done it again, sending home Koi. And that last round must have had your heart beating out of your chest.
Man, it was crazy, you know, just down to the wire, 1v1, 7-7. What better can you ask for as a Siege fan? So, you know, just a hell of a game from them.
You all enjoy that, right? That final round. Whew. Lots of people are saying that you're the underdogs. Is there any part of you that feels a little bit underestimated as you continue on this lower bracket gauntlet run?
I mean, it's all hype. We don't pay attention to the noise. We just stay focused on ourselves. So, that's all I got to say.
I love that. And I mean, it's pretty obvious that you've kind of got a home crowd, sort of, right? I think we've got some Astralis fans in the building. Charlotte, we were there together, the Charlotte Major, and you came ever so close to raising that trophy in the air. And you had that home support back then. What's it like at Siege's biggest event to offer with this level of support, and you're only a matter of steps away from the biggest prize available?
I mean, it's just amazing to have the fans here to support. It's just incredible seeing everybody in person, but especially people who cheer for Astralis. It's crazy. So I just got to thank all the fans for coming out.
You know what, Iconic, I feel so uncool standing next to you. Just give me 1 second, hold on. Is that all right? Is that better?
That's my dog, yeah.
Iconic, right? G2 up next. And I know that you're very capable of talking a good game. You back it up on the server. Anything in particular you want to say to that G2 roster right now ahead of you facing off against them?
I mean, talk is cheap. I'm not going to really say anything, but, they're a great team. So, we're just going to get our preparation down and we're just going to come to play. So, I'll see them in the lobby tomorrow.
Batman, are you going to lift the hammer?
I can't worry about that right now. I got G2 next, so I'm going to stay focused on that.
Cool, calm, collected. There is only one Iconic in all of esports. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Astralis. All right, we are now going to throw back to the analyst desk as this crowd continues to chant the name of Astralis. Milos, do I look sexy in these shades or what?
You always look sick in any shades, or not, Ian. There it is. Ian Chambers from the radio. And you saw it, Astralis victorious on an interview. Always classy and cool. Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm Milos the Medic, your host. With me are Jesse and Jack. And at the end, I have to say, I was on the floor early because I can't believe it. I don't know. I'm very glad I took out insurance before coming here. Because a heart attack is not something I'm willing to risk when I'm away from home.
It's true.
No, Milos, I mean, these types of games only come around every so often, right? Where every single map could have gone either way. It really came down to the wire. But Astralis, they are that team. They're going to go against all of our predictions. I doubted them. You doubted them. Fresh doubted them. It doesn't matter. They're still on top. They have a massive win over Koi, advance over through to the lower bracket semifinals against G2. Puts a smile on my face.
They just won't die, Jesse. I can't explain this. We go into map 3, and let's go back all the way to the lower bracket. Map 3 against Sonics, 7v5. 1v4 clutch. We go map 3 against Lost One. 8-7 on border. They get themselves through on the very final round. You go to the BDS game, 7-5 again on the third map. And then here, 8-7 again. They just keep finding a way to win these final rounds. They're like cats. They just have multiple lives, and they keep using them up.
And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the days when, obviously, it was the height of G2, and we were saying, never count G2 out until the match is actually over. Now we can apply that same sort of mindset on Astralis. I can't wait to see what they do later on in the bracket because they go up against G2 Esports. And that is a game I'm definitely going to be sitting down here. I have to sit down to watch it in its entirety. Really looking forward to it. But we had all 3 maps. We went all the way, Des.
We did.
As our great Tim, we hope you're doing well, by the way, Tim, would say, really put us on the edge. What happened in those ending moments on map 3?
I mean, we had the 1v1, right? We had the kit going down inside events. I was worried about the cover, right? Because we obviously had the trades favoring Koi a little bit towards the end of that, coming back from the 2v1 into the 1v1, but my God, Forrest. I mean, he has had some moments throughout this best of 3, I think particularly on Oregon, where Forrest was looking a little bit shaky, where he was, sometimes not in the greatest of positions. But when he's on, and we saw that so many times here in Border. This was another great round, round 5, where he gets in with the rush strat, plants the defuse kit, and then goes upstairs in the gridlock to help cover it as well. I mean, his positioning is so good, and it's, again, always that factor that pushes Astralis into that late game, into the potential for that clutch.
I think Astralis, and I say this all the time, they draw people into their game. They don't draw them into traditional Siege. And when teams are playing their game, Koi played their game today, which was all about gunfights, which was all about map control. And Astralis' shrewd operators, they're very intelligent players individually, where they can just pop up in really, like, almost it feels like random. It's not random, it's just locations where they're expectant of an enemy, wherever they can find a gap and slip in, and they pop up and get these kills all the time on the attack. And obviously, it was the attack that got them over the line in the end. There was only 2 defenses in 15 rounds.
If there's any players to highlight, who would you highlight in this case, Jesse?
Oh my God. I don't know. Maybe Forrest. I mean, you can't just ignore that play. I also, again, thought he had a great round number 5. I think if you go back as well, had some fantastic plays throughout this map. So maybe Forrest, but honestly, he was at the bottom of the scoreboard. Everybody on this team played so well today.
Spoit at the top, +6, still not enough to pull the team, and it really depended on which side these teams were.
Yeah, Spoit on the defense was like 1 and 6 or something. He really brought it back in the second half of that game on the entry, and obviously the Ayana was banned away from him as well. So it showed good mental fortitude from him, and I think with Koi getting the choice, Koi getting the choice of the starting side initially on the ban phase, and they chose to start the defense, probably kicking themselves right now, wishing they'd started attack.
Then who would be our MVP just in numbers? Because I guess you can put all of the players in here as MVPs. It's Shuttle on here with only an EPS of 109, which normally is not what you see with an MVP, but he was doing a lot more than just putting one stat on there.
The only player, and I am going to repeat this, in a best of 3, Shuttle was the only player that was positive on Astralis, and he was +1. That doesn't tell you about Astralis. I don't know what does.
It comes after their BDS win where none of them were positive, and they still won that BO3. Incredible performance from Shuttle. I don't know if we've seen a player turn around a tournament just like that. It has been insane from him. Him coming forward, of course, was rated 100th out of 100 players before this best of 3. For him to come back, get MVP, obviously those are just numbers, but man, you can't doubt this guy.
He has some seriously important rounds when he goes.
Yes.
He makes some really important plays, some really important kills. And I'm not just talking in the context of this game, I'm talking in the context of the whole lower bracket run.
All right, Jesse, would you like to tell us a story?
Yes, I mean, Milos, there's so many amazing clutch rounds that we could highlight, but I've chosen to instead highlight a round that kind of goes back to something I was talking about way in the early desk, right? Before the game had started, we talked about bans, and I said that I would like to see an Azami ban coming through from Koi, and I don't think them not banning the Azami is why they lost this. I mean, this was an incredibly close game. They could have absolutely won it, but this is kind of a good example of why I thought that would be important. So let's start off by just taking a look at the field. Of course, we've got, it's tough to see, but this is going to be iconic playing that Azami. Already you can see a lot of the barricades have been used up in security. They've kind of given those up. They're no longer playing around that area. And he's going to get this opening pick on the very top of the map. On drone is crying, bit of a miscalculation on where the players were at. Not really what we're focusing on, though. We'll keep on going with this clip, and you'll see he gets that one pick, and then what does he do? He covers himself up. Little Kiba barrier right there to make sure that they can't get through to him. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Koi as they keep on trying to push forward. Now, they've got a Ying coming in. You can see it now. This is a Ying play that's going to try to force some players out. Again, it's going to be very difficult for them to get through these Kiba barriers, and as soon as another one gets generated, there it is. Blocking off the doorway one more time, then through the soft wall, kills Spoit. This is just one of those fantastic plays that I thought needed to be highlighted, and there's one other thing I wanted to mention right before we finish up with this. Take a look. The main counter to those Kiba barricades, the Rotero drones, not a single one used by Deepak. Now, I think this was a bit of an anomaly. Generally, Deepak was pretty strong on those Flores drones, but still, that's the type of power that Azami brings to the game, and I think it's something that Astralis do often utilize very well here on Border.
Thank you very much, Jesse. What a beautiful story you tell. I wonder what it's like to hear a bedtime story from Jesse J. Chick.
It's not great because it's about siege and death and all the frags that go down in the game, and usually
Excel
the kids
sheets.
don't. Yeah, usually the kids don't appreciate it before bed.
I think Excel sheets would set me to sleep.
He has got the biggest Excel sheet I have ever seen.
Oh, thank you.
That's a lot coming from Jack. All right, fair enough. Gentlemen, that was an incredible matchup. I'm very happy to have been here in the middle of it all to witness it. Astralis, make it forward. How would we pull up that bracket just to put everything into perspective one more time before we toss it to our break? Because there is a third matchup left for today, our final best of 3, and that is the upper bracket of W7M versus OXG. Are you ready for that? We'll see you after the break.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
We're live. Hey, look at that. We are live right now. Welcome back to SI 2023. How are we doing, everybody? Hey, hello, everybody. How's it going? It's good to be back, right? In a big arena like this. You know, I work with a lot of talent and, you know, the production team that know exactly what it's like to be at an SI. This is my very first one, and I understand completely what all the fuss is about. So thank you so much for having me. Now, every single time we have an SI, we give out commendations. And earlier on, we were celebrating the life and times of the wonderful medics who's been observing with Siege for the last 5 years. We're going to continue this journey and highlight another individual who's been doing incredible things behind the scenes. It's one of our production directors who's shown incredible leadership over the years. Check out this from Saluma.
Je pense que la curiosité, c'est une qualité. Siege, c'est vachement bien pour quelqu'un de curieux, parce qu'il y a sans arrêt du renouveau. On est obligé, pour rester pertinent, pour rester une expérience de jeu de qualité, de se poser plein de questions, de se remettre en question, et donc il y a sans arrêt des nouvelles choses à découvrir. Je m'appelle Salomé, et je suis directrice de production sur Rainbow Six Siege. En fait, j'ai découvert les jeux vidéo un peu grâce à mon petit frère aussi. Je me souviens des parties de Tekken 3 avec mon frère tard le soir. Mais gagner ma vie en travaillant dans le jeu vidéo, je ne peux même pas considérer ça en fait. J'ai 2 amis très proches qui étaient partis s'installer à Montréal, qui me travaillaient au corps pour que je les rejoigne. Donc j'ai fait la demande de mobilité avec Ubisoft. J'ai eu un entretien avec Rainbow Six Siege, puis j'ai été prise. On est arrivé à Montréal en janvier et mon ancienne chef Audrey m'a rapidement pris sous son aile et m'a fait découvrir en fait toute l'équipe qui était déjà assez imposante à l'époque et m'a dit on a besoin de quelqu'un pour l'équipe VFX, on a besoin d'une gestionnaire de production, est-ce que ça t'intéresse? Je fais oui bien sûr, j'ai déjà fait du VFX, c'est trop bien. Puis après quelques mois, on m'a proposé de partir la première cellule multidisciplinaire sur les opérateurs de saison. On a eu vraiment du fun pendant 9 mois en fait à créer les opérateurs de la saison Y4S2, donc Nuck et Warden. C'était la première fois que les discussions que j'avais, les collaborations avec cette équipe en fait, s'est retrouvée presque telle quelle dans le jeu, puis dans les mains des joueurs et des joueuses. Et ça, c'était un sentiment fantastique en fait. À la fin de la cellule opérateur, on m'a proposé de repasser productrice associée, mais cette fois en charge des gestionnaires de production et des team leads qui s'occupaient des cellules multidisciplinaires et de tout ce qui est data, contenu. J'avais envie de ce défi-là, en fait, de voir si mes idées de gestion de production pouvaient encore faciliter la production, mais cette fois-ci de tout Siege. Une des parties les plus difficiles des métiers de production, c'est que tout le monde veut la même chose. Nous, les devs et puis la communauté, on veut le plus de features possible, le plus ambitieux possible et le plus vite possible dans le jeu. Mais faire les choses bien, en fait, ça prend du temps pour s'assurer que toutes les équipes de production sont prêtes, que derrière, les équipes de test ont le temps de tester et qu'on a le temps de préparer les opérations live. Et ça, ça nous force des fois à mettre un petit peu, à tempérer notre enthousiasme et à décaler des features pour que ce soit faisable dans de bonnes conditions et qu'on arrive à la fin avec un produit d'excellente qualité. Ce que j'aime de mon travail, c'est qu'il me met au contact de gens formidables, qui savent faire des trucs que je sais pas faire et devant lesquels je suis toujours en admiration. J'ai plein de choses à apprendre tous les jours et c'est le projet parfait pour ça.
Salomé, c'est la personne qui nous donne le reality check des fois, des idées qu'on a. C'est vraiment notre baromètre en fait.
To do what Salomé does, you need to have that natural curiosity to understand how everything works.
Ça, c'est des valeurs qui me parlent en fait dans l'équipe de Siege et même au-delà en fait dans la communauté, parce que cette curiosité et cette envie de toujours trouver la nouveauté, tu la retrouves à tous les niveaux. Tu la retrouves au sein de l'équipe de dev, dans le sens où on veut se renouveler, on veut s'améliorer, on veut fournir une nouvelle expérience à notre communauté. Mais également chez les joueurs et joueuses où la méta évolue en permanence, on trouve toujours une nouvelle manière d'utiliser les outils qu'on leur fournit à travers le jeu. Et c'est un cycle qui se nourrit en fait de lui-même. C'est tout ce qu'ils trouvent de nouveau vont nous amener des nouvelles idées et nous faire développer des nouvelles fonctionnalités, par exemple. au SI, de voir le résultat de notre travail de toute une année sur grand écran et puis joué par des joueurs pros en direct et de voir les émotions et l'intensité que ça génère dans le public, ça rend humble. Et en même temps, tu te dis, ok, j'ai une grande responsabilité. Et je pense que ça, c'est partagé par toute l'équipe de dev. Je pense que c'est ça qui est aussi puissant dans le SI et pourquoi on aime autant y aller, c'est qu'on se remet un peu, ça remet en perspective pourquoi on fait ça. Et ouais, je pense que c'est précieux de participer à cet événement avec la communauté.
The incredible Salome, who I believe is somewhere in this arena. I know she's very shy, but wherever you are, Salome, congratulations. A round of applause one more time, please, everybody. And now it's time to get right back to business. Ladies and gentlemen, you are once again, of course, watching the Rainbow Six Invitational 2023. And it is now time for our upper bracket final. One of these two teams is on the cusp of stepping into our grand final on Sunday. But before we bring them out here onto the stage, let's meet them.
Our game plan against W7M will be to just handle the aggression because we did play them in Berlin and it didn't go too well. They play very aggressive, so that is a good and bad thing. But if you do your homework, it's pretty easy to counter. My message to W7M is be ready. I know you are confident against playing us because of the past, but we are a way different team and I wish you the best.
I think it's really nice to play against Oxygen because we are like one of the favorites for the tournament. They prove themselves throughout the tournament, so yeah, it's gonna be pretty nice. They have really good players, like individual skills and good strategies. I think the biggest weakness for Oxygen is the players are not that experienced and they can feel a little bit pressure with the crowd and with the stage. It's gonna be a really good match and we're gonna scream a lot for them for sure.
All right, let's bring them out. First, it's a team looking for a dream finish to day one of our finals. It's Oxygen! A team on an incredible run of form that's taking them on a wild upper bracket ride. One more step ahead of them for a shot of a lifetime. Their opponents are the last LATAM team left standing, and they are more than happy to carry a weight of a nation on their shoulders. It's W7M! When Julio catches a glimpse of the hammer, memories of SI 2021 will come flooding back. And there is no doubt that this man wants to raise the hammer high in the air one more time, and he is surrounded by a group of incredibly talented players, all gunning to lift it for their first time. This should be a spicy one. It is our upper bracket final. What a way to close out Play Day 1 here in Montreal. And time to preview it all, Milos.
Thank you very much. It's Ian from the radio. It's good to hear him. We're back. And friends, we still have a Brazilian team in competition. I know, against an NA team with an NA crowd, things get tough. You heard it a bit ago with Astralis and their game versus Koi, but OXG are also massive fan favorites. W7M so far have been rolling through their opponents. But we'll talk about that and more on the Analyst Desk. Hello, I'm Milos Semitic, your host. With me are Jesse J. Chick and Mr. Fresh, the Jackers on the desk. Friends, are we ready for this one? Another NA team
I think so, Milos. You've been dealing with a lot of Europeans down in the lower bracket, kind of where they belong. Now we're in the upper bracket, NA and Latin America squaring off. This is, I think, what everybody in this arena has been waiting to see.
I forgot how annoying you can be, Jesse. I mean, look, this is probably, I would say W7M are the tournament favorites. You know, from the outset, everybody was talking about W7M, W7M, W7M. I think OXG, though, have surprised a lot of people to even be in this fixture so far. I think they've developed a nice balance in their team competition. I think they're looking at a genuine 9-map pool as well. And they've gone very far. Whether they'll get past W7M, I don't know.
Well, last time OXG, and Foxy specifically, was on this stage was back when they were known as Reciprocity, and they went up in exactly the same level of competition against G2. And that was the roadblock. Same levels of strength here against W7M. It's a big challenge ahead of them. But to introduce our teams, kind of talk about them in detail, we'll go through it one by one. First up, our North American team, OXG.
Milos, they've always been good. They've never quite reached greatness. This is a squad that has gone so well so far throughout this tournament. They've, of course, made that roster change, bringing in Sweater, start of stage 3, and it seems like it has gone so well for them.
Yeah, and I think so. And we've got to talk about that guy Nuas as well. We've got to talk about him. Whenever OXG are up in the round cup, whenever OXG are doing well, everything is going through Nuas. You can see this here where he's got a very high rating whenever the net rounds of those fixtures are doing well. Everything goes through him. You know, I compared him, and I actually think this is maybe a little bit disrespectful, but I actually said on Twitter the other day, I think he's the NA Shaiko. I don't think that anymore. I just think he's Nuas. He's setting his own path. This guy's consistency across the board is incredible.
Look, he called me an EU shill, so I'll leave it at that. I think that's all you need. Big respect to New Year's that we saw on the interview desk earlier on in the week.
Yeah, we were in the elevator with OXG coming to the event this morning, and I asked Newers, I said, hey, New, how many kills you dropping today? He said 600.
Did say that, didn't he?
He said 600. Now, I've run the numbers on that. The stats say that that is unlikely. However, I kind of believe him because the performance he's put on so far at SI, 600 kills in a day. Like, if anybody could do it, it's probably him.
I think OXG for me, just to come back to the overall team as well, is especially with the way Sweater's been playing, especially with Nuas, they look like they achieved a lot more balance in the team. And I talk about balance with OXG the same way I talk about it with G2. They're looking like a proper team that has a lot of solutions to a lot of answers.
But you see W7M on the screen, and W7M, they have been scary, to say the least, Jack. But this is a squad that looks to be in the top 3. We've been talking about it for weeks now, how deep they can go, and they have made it.
This is about the point in the major where W7M tend to drop out to a regional rival, to a Liquid, to a FaZe. There is no LATAM team left in this tournament apart from W7M. There is nobody that they're even thinking about in the back of the mind that they are bothered about playing. And they are so good. They're so good in terms of their strategy. The strategy is very basic, but it's very confident. They don't think about anything. They just do it. And that's not to say they're brainless, it's just they trust the process. They trust what their teammates are doing them and telling them to do. And by the way, every single one of them is an unreal gunner as well. Like, there's seemingly no weakness in this W7M team.
What this team does so well, better than anybody else by a wide margin, has to be their defenses. This is a squad who has written the book on how defense is played in 2023. The new era of Siege, they are the ones who are defining it. You take a look at a lot of their stats, a lot of their bomb sites here on D. They seem to be a brick wall, completely unbeatable by any attacking squad. And for anybody going up against them, that's what you've got to figure out, because they've got 4 guys who will swing you, who will fight you, who will never back down. They won't give up any ground for free. And then they got Julio in the back, who can't seem to lose.
Do you have any graphics for W7M?
I do, actually, Milos. I do. I have a little defense graphic. I love their defense so much, I think it deserves taking a look at some numbers.
Did you draw it yourself?
Yeah, you know what? Let's say I did. Let's say I did. It's a beautiful one. It's up on the screen now, of course. Massive rating, 1.16, the best here at the event. 68% win rate. I think the most interesting stat here, though, is the last one. Their 4v5 recovery. What this means is that their overall defensive win rate, 68%. If they lose that opening pick, it only drops 6%. They basically don't care if they lose that opening pick because they're so good at getting that trade. They're so good at continuing to fight you for that ground. They don't mind if one player dies because it's been so strong for them on this defensive half.
That graphic to me tells me that they understand the win conditions of every single defense that they play. The fact that they are recovering so many rounds from 4v5, no, sure, some of the rounds in there will be like a trade, but most of them will be genuine 4v5s where they understand the win condition, the positioning, and the team play that they need to get themselves over the line. That's absolutely scary, that even when a team on the attack gets the advantage, they can't seemingly do anything.
Our map bans for the series, what do they look like? Again, continuing with BO3s. Whoever wins this game is in the grand final. Simple as that. And a best of 5 series away from lifting the hammer. Julio's already done it before. Can he do it again? Theme Park is up first. OXG's pick, they start on defense. A border for W7M, they start on attack. And finally, W7M had the final say on Oregon. They'll remove that and take us to Clubhouse. Jesse, your thoughts on the map ban?
I have missed this. I would say Oxygen are the best theme park team in the world if we were like 6 months ago. The problem is they haven't won it since stage 2, 6-0 at the start of this year. Haven't won it since. They got kind of figured out stage 3 when they made that roster move. It looked a little shaky. They couldn't seem to find a win on it. Now is the first time they're bringing it back into their pool since they had those suffers on it. And you take a look at W7M on theme park as well. This used to be their permaban.
Yes.
They've played it twice, once at Yongshiping, once here, so it seems to be back on the menu. But absolutely, this is a throwback map for Oxygen.
I actually expected W7M to be banning away Bank and Theme Park and Oxygen to pick Skyscraper. Those 3 maps are kind of W7M's like low preference maps, and it's not uncommon. We saw G2, we've seen multiple teams go for the strategy to pick whichever is available out of that. W7M will then go through onto a border, which both teams like. It's a nice high preference map for both teams. Now, the one that really gets me here is Club.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I am going to say it, I think W7M are the best Clubhouse team in the world. The fact that they didn't pick it and then it stayed up in the ban phase to get to a decider is absolutely intriguing to me, because I think if Oxygen are going to have any chance in this game, they need to be getting it done in 2 maps. If it goes to Club, I just cannot see W7M losing that.
All right, if we settled now on Theme Park, our lobby's almost set here. What do we expect to see between the 2 teams? Because W7M, they really didn't look like much can phase them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for Oxygen, we're going to see something new, right? They've had some time off at Theme Park. It's been a long time since they've played it. Obviously, their most recent 2 plays were both losses where they did struggle quite hard. So I'm excited to see what we are going to have from Oxygen. I really don't know what to expect, but I hope it's something that, you know, couldn't have been prepped for from W7M. It's something fresh, something exciting. That's something that can get them the first map win.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Oxygen have obviously got that surprise factor. They've played 7 maps at this tournament. Theme Park will be the 8th map that they will play. And I think that's one thing that Fox alluded to the first time we interviewed him in the playoff bracket, was that actually we've only shown 4 maps. We've only shown 4 maps in groups, and we'll get through. And we'll get through on all the maps we haven't shown. We're going to 1.
So our predictions that were made, at least by both of our analysts, before we knew what the maps were, what do they look like? Here's our graphic, and fresh on W7M, Jesse sticking with an A. All right, look at him, he's back.
I only make mistakes
Redemption
once.
arc.
Only make 1 mistake once, okay? I'm not going to repeat that one. Never again am I doubting NA in an NA building.
Fair enough.
I just cannot see a weakness. I search and I search and I search for a weakness with W7M. It used to be stats like attack win rate. It used to be stats like entry. Every single stat that I track, you know, from A to Z, they are unreal. And I can't find a weakness, and therefore I cannot feasibly predict against them.
Fair enough. Seems like, if anything, this is going to be well contested. Will OXG pull on our heartstrings like we had with Astralis before, or will W7M just roll through their opponents? They've been rolling through almost everybody, no matter the match that they had. And remember, both of these teams are 1 win away from the grand final. They're here, they'll be set up for Sunday, and it's already a big paycheck that you guarantee yourself. If you're second even, just making it to the grand final is $450,000, which in Canadian, that's like...
That's almost 3 million.
Trillion.
Yeah, that's billions, trillions, yeah. Canadian dollars or Monopoly money.
Not as bad as dollar dues. Hello, James. But in this case, after having seen the map bans, are we seeing it go this way?
I think it depends on W7M's Theme Park, realistically, because you know, OXG could get it done in 2. Like I say, I will repeat this. I think if it goes to 3 maps and we go to Club, I do worry for OXG.
Jesse, you agree?
I do. I mean, Clubhouse is disgusting for W7M. Oxygen have 3 games in a row winning on it, right? They're 3-1 here at SI, so it's not a bad map for them, but it's not W7M.
All right. Another North American team in a North American building. Jesse himself said he wouldn't bet against them. Seems like that's the case. Are there any OXG fans in here? I still saw some Brazilians in here lifting their flag, so let's see what'll happen in game. OXG versus W7M, make some noise! Blue and Stokes, take it away!
Thank you very much, Milos. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready for our final series of the day. And what a series we have in front of us. LATAM up against North America. LATAM has come so close to ultimate victory already at 2 of the previous majors this year so far. And they've got a chance right here, right now, to claim a spot inside of the grand finals from the upper bracket. Stokes, what do you think of this one as we get ready to go into it?
Well, first things first, everybody. We're back in Montreal. Let's make some noise. It is fantastic to have a crowd back for the 6th Invitational, and what a matchup we have for you to wrap up the day. It's Oxygen versus W7M, some of our favorite Brazilians we've ever had in 6 Esports. Let's get right into it, folks. It's going to be Ying removed first as we have Theme Park on the docket.
Dokkaebi going to be the first ban, or rather second ban to be knocked out here, as Stokes already mentioned. Ying and Dokkaebi making perfect sense. We've been seeing quite a bit of the Doke used just overall throughout the course of this tournament, especially for maps like this one on Theme Park, where you have that heavy extension deployed on essentially every single site. Great for locking down those players. Obviously no longer the case. First defender ban going to once again align with what we've been seeing so far at this tournament, as Mira is first in the pecking order here as Oxygen's final choice. W7M has the last ban, and they will choose to go in the direction of Mute, interestingly enough. Not really aligning, of course, as we've been seeing a lot of the Azami and Solus bans, but this time, both of them going to be left in play for map number 1.
We've seen some super interesting ones even past that, with like, you know, Bandit working his way in, and some other things that people have been trying to remove from the defense of places like Club and places like Theme. So definitely fitting that theme, I would say. As for the offense, though, both of these teams actually removing both of our top offensive bans so far this tournament. So we have Ying and Dokkaebi both working their way in. Ying actually banned out 47% of the time so far this tournament, John. Pretty high stakes there for her. Haven't been seeing too much action, but obviously when she's in the pool, she's played extremely often. So won't have to be worried about her, though, here for Theme Park, as we're just now warming up the server. It's going to be Armory and Throne for our very first defense. It's going to be W7M to take the helm.
We're talking about the fact that Azami left out of the ban pool. That means KZ immediately going to go for the selection on her, especially for this first site choice. Those barricades going to help out tremendously for the late round fight here, as it will get tense. And once W7M is able to strike true at the beginning and makes a massive impact against the initial map control bit that OXG will go for. No repicks for OXG, a very balanced lineup. You got one operator fulfilling one job for the most part, and of course the doubling down on the hard breaches. It'll be incredibly important for Oxygen to make sure they can open at least one of the 3 major walls to access the throne room down below.
Yes, indeed. And you can see Oxygen have lined themselves up to be able to work around the launching pad that they want to build. They have all that info game built up with Foxay and Newers via vertical to lock up a lot of the flank routes with those air jabs. The double hard breach setup for Dream as well as Sweater, just to make sure everybody feels a little bit more comfortable with their position. Nobody's going to get too harshly punished, or they can't open up a wall, which is so critical to a bomb site like this.
Already 30 seconds into the round, though, and already seeing Oxygen make their first few bids over the next few seconds here, such as the drum entry from Noors. Almost loses his life while attempting to do that, though, because of Hertz's angle from up on top. Will block off rotations into the electrical closet with one of the Toxic Babes, so that'll lock Noors into Gong for the time being here. Forces him to back out, rethink his presence, as with that low HP, may not want to try and adventure forward this early on in the round.
Oxygen, they're going to play patient. Want to try and recognize what W7M are doing with Theme Park. Remember what the analyst desk said. Both of these teams not really playing this map routinely, so both of them going to have to give over that respect. A big swing there from KZ, but it's ill-advised.
Lots of pressure on the yellow wall coming in right now for the Oxygen roster, but at the same time, really only one player from Oxygen throwing that pressure out to begin with. Well, W7M have committed at least 2 of their own players, one of which is now dead, unfortunately, to the fight against that wall here. Lots of damage being traded onto the Oxygen members, but no full kill having transpired just yet. Half the round now gone, though, so W7M are at least bleeding out the time. I don't believe Oxygen is going to be too worried about this, as they are still on the right path to eventually get themselves into the site. Vertical trying to push himself forward, definitely aware of Herds' position on the inside of Cash to some extent, but he's got to be careful. Volps to the other end of this towards control, also working towards a flank. It'll be a pinch if he's not aware of it pretty soon here. The battle out now, Vertical doesn't realize it. Elsewhere on the map, Julio will be able to knock out Noors. That damage he took earlier on in the round, going to come back to strike him. Air jab down does prevent the push against Vertical. He's holding his ground quite nicely here, and in the meanwhile, Dream has the plant going down inside of Throne Room. Herds eventually gets the better of Vertical upstairs, but at the cost of the plant, now going on to the site.
Big kills here from Foxay into the 3 versus 3. They have the post-plant position here for Dream as well, but so many opportunities for W7M to try and wrap, especially from the Dragon position. Volts will take down Sweater. JV92 in from Slit. Big fight here, but Dream's better, and he'll take him out. Low HP for both W7M members. Up to Julio to try and clutch this out in the 1 versus 2. Hops on top of the box, gets one, can't find the other just yet, but he knows where Foxay is. He knows he has to be the back of Dragon inside of maintenance. They play off the angle. He has to go for the rotation. The He's still down. That timer dwindling. Julio, he won't be able to make it happen. It's going to be an Oxygen round all day for the first offense.
Good attempt from W7M to hold on to the defense. Problem is doubling down too much on the roam game, especially upstairs here. Nice kind of false signal being thrown out by the Oxygen roster as well with the way they put presence over towards yellow. I believe ultimately end up executing in through electrical when everything is said and done, though. So W7M having shifted all their defensive presence over towards Armory instead cost them a denial on the plant when Dream is able to successfully plant it there. There's still a very tense post-plant scenario. Oxygen just barely having enough players set up for post-plants here to prevent the retake. And even then, W7M technically succeeds in the retake, just does not leave themselves with enough time to get the counter defuse off. So Oxygen just barely squeaked by with round number 1.
Well, it's definitely the case, especially for W7M. You really wish they could have just kept the smoke alive there for just a while longer. If they have that denial utility in play, that throne position not nearly as potent for Oxygen, but we saw how that went. It went the way of OXG. Now they're going to be ascending to the top floor for W7M's sake, as they'll be moving into bunk and daycare. Oxygen looking to try and assault this, but do they want to go through this via traditional means or potentially try and have a harebrained scheme? As of right now, we're going to have the Monty and play the Buck working its way in as well, and Alliant to try and lock up some of these positions. Frost, oh Frost, she'll work her way back in, our Canadian operator, with those welcome mats that have been the bane of every professional player's existence, it seems, at SI 2023.
Even in the final rounds of that series we were just watching with Astralis, we saw it come to bear there. Just an incredibly effective piece of utility when your attackers are otherwise distracted. Very simple, but very effective at the end of the day. And we're going to continue to see teams using it, of course, especially on a map like this where it really made its name about 2 years ago when we started seeing teams start to pick this operator up once again, bring her into the meta more.
Especially around the labs and storage position you see for that site. Lots of window plays around there, and Frost the best in the business when it comes down to a position like that. Speaking of positions, though, JV92 and a hot one as the Monty will be donning his doorstep. Looks to back up in towards office, have some reinforcements as well as rotations here to try and assist him. You see how W7M have set up this kind of dual-prong defense here, try and worry about not only the office, but also the initiation side of things, security. But this is what Monty is so good at, and just constantly walk these members back. And you see JV92 has to respect this. He's going to back up and seal up the wall, make it to where there's not really any other Oxygen member that can try and push themselves forward and assist with him, potentially get that big kill.
JV92 definitely wanted the fight if it was at all feasible. Unfortunately, just not the case, especially with that unfortunate choke point being in the way there. His teammates will now be able to group up with him. They'll wrap themselves into full office control. Dream, of course, completely unscathed from this position. Herds just shooting back in hopes of catching another member of the Oxygen roster, trying to transition in and play with Dream from the office spot. No luck in that regard, however, so Oxygen continue to play mainly on intel at this point. They'll take a pause, not looking for a huge amount of map control. They'll look instead for their execute option. The first kill that they need to claim for themselves now, but it's not going to go that way. Sweater's dropped instead. That's the hard breach that goes with him. No backup. They do have secondary on Dream, but he's probably going to be too occupied throughout the rest of the round to use it, except for, of course, this can opener he goes for now to get them at least to the top of yellow.
This will be hopeful for Oxygen in their current position. Rocking a hard plays as W7M have set up all of their linebackers. Everybody prepared for this blitz from Oxygen. No real rush just yet. No handoff, no nothing. Oxygen looking to see if W7M will potentially give up the goods. See if they can find that frag that is pushing them back so hard so far. Fox8 trying to be that new addition, but he's taken down. It's not even him, actually. It's Vertical. It gets blown sky high via the Nitro Cell. Oxygen finally with one off the back of Newers, but they have to get so much more done in this position. And Volp's already trying to shut it down here, trying to get the top of the Monty. He'll beat him away, and he'll shoot him down. It's up to Fox8 now inside of Cafe. Trails one, goes for the swing, and it's all left up to the Wamai here. JV92, though, will be the one sealing this deal.
W7M just holding the line much more prominently that time, not giving Oxygen really an inch except for that office clear where JV92 was on his own, so we really had no choice but to back up and respect it, especially considering he had that extra shield, or wall rather, to put back up on the other side of the yellow rotate there. Good plays from W7M, not over-aggressing, not overextending to potentially, yeah, maybe they pick up a kill from it, but at the same time could have lost themselves. So the whole time they hold back, exercise restraint, and that allows for them to just bring this round down to a timing point where Oxygen has no choice but to throw themselves at that wall and unfortunately collapse in the process.
It was super hard fought, especially kind of that midpoint where we saw Sweater go for that swing on the Frost. Everybody's just trying to get that lead off pick, but you really want to see him try and do it with some, some gusto, some sauce to it, kind of like what we saw with Fox8, kind of that patient play later on that rolled over with the Buck. So we can see some more of that, less active play on the front line where some major picks could happen, like what we just saw to Sweater. Maybe get some bigger rounds for them starting off early, but it's very, very early on inside of this series. Speaking of which,
losing the dedicated hard breach early on didn't really do them any favors either. More than likely wanted to try and open up one of the walls closer to initiation side, so they had a second angle to approach that site with. Obviously, once again, that player is the first to go down on that round, so it did limit their options to actually execute there as well.
Yeah, not lacking that hard breach is a huge thing too, because those secondary hard breaches don't make that big of a hole. You can jump through it, you can kind of crouch through it, but nothing you can be very quick with.
It wasn't even really like they could have the Monty with the secondary hard breach go between the two walls and try to open up a second one too. First of all, it would have been way too small of a breach to realistically work an entry from.
Exactly.
And secondly, it's the Monty, so he's kind of busy. At the end of the day, you can't really just pull him over across a big opening and commit himself to full utility clear there either. So either way, Oxygen going to quickly rehash things. We did a quick tech pause there, folks, so apologies for that. But we're already back in game, so let's get into the round once again. See if it's going to be a rebound from Oxygen or the beginning of a streak from W7M.
Yeah, we'll see what Oxygen thinks about this. I don't think the Monty was the worst thing in the world. I just think that Sweater playing the position like he did was really the downfall of that round for them. They, as you said, really needed that hard breach, having those Selmas there to be able to assist them with some quick wall breaks. Definitely going to be a big boon for them if they can open up the back end of a site for W7M, so they just don't have nearly as many places to try and exist. See if that is able to help them out with this round, as W7M have went back to one of the hard-fought sites of Theme Park. It's going to be Armory Throne.
Back downstairs to hopefully have some better results this time. Did not feel like they were going to be able to win it on an immediate retry, but now that they have found success in the upstairs dorms, things are looking a bit brighter to maybe hold it off on the second attempt. Oxygen giving it very much the same flair, though I think the same exact lineup as round number 1 for their attack, so nothing going to be changing up. They feel it was a success, and indeed it was, so they'll be trying it the same way again. Late reinforcements coming down from W7M, but not of a huge risk. That's definitely a hatch you want to have locked down for your defense here. It gives Oxygen quite a bit of play capability into the site if you leave it soft right from the beginning of the round here. Herds already being spotted out by a drone, so going to be a little bit more hesitant to play this position over towards control. Nors is aware of that fact, so he'll also keep his eyes above him just in case Herds tries to go for any crazy top-down play here. Nothing really to be lined up at this point, but he's going to try to go for the nade play over the top of this one just to get rid of that electric claw. Unfortunately, it's in a bit of a trickier position to find. That's actually the batteries, yeah, from Bandit here. There we go. Second toss is a bit more successful. Will open up a clearing path now for Dream.
I think you got a little unfortunate with that first one, John. I think it bounced over the rail of the actual throne chair there. Ended up blowing up on the other side. A shrapnel. Quite RNG when it comes down to it, but very precise if it's laying on top of you, obviously.
And now we're going to see the strength of a zombie, of course, being demonstrated by Keys. Already has the additional cover being deployed towards Dragon Door, that box just to the left of the bomb chassis itself. And he can even recover the breach that had just been made, of course, by the attackers here. Lots of play capability, lots of time-wasting capability, more than anything that comes out of KZ, in addition to the fact that he's going to be much more well-prepared for a fight to come his way at some point in the next few seconds.
And that's why we've been seeing a lot of, like, Ashe and Zofia start to work their way in again, because people need those ranged soft breaches breaches. My word, hurts. Try and break up some of these locations. Impact out from Volps. They're trying to limit the hard breach of Dream. He's got the wall, I do believe. No more impacts. KZ, he's going to try and play this close to the chest. He's ready for the gunfight. Oxygen are down a man, so really need something to go their way. A positive light, but no, it's utter darkness as W7M take over. Quick trigger pull there from Oxygen as he'll bounce back with 2, but still W7M making a grandstand, and mostly the Valkyrie of Volps getting a lot of done from the breach.
Norz and Vert still stacked up at top and bottom Dragon respectively. It's the same issue as the last round though, where W7M have just put up 2 stalwart of a defense, not giving up an inch on this line. The few trades have opened up a path in, but it's going to be dangerous at best, similarly to the last round. Norz already down, and the second player not going to last long either. Beautifully done once more here by the W7M roster as now they take the lead 2-1 with 2 rounds in a row built up so far.
Fantastic job to W7M, a much more sound defense of the basement. Just a lot more bodies inside of Throne and Armory, first of all, respecting that Oxygen weren't going to go for the full top clear, so reinserting themselves down low, especially after some bigger pickups, was a great idea. Really like what we saw there, but also kind of the tell of the tape when it comes to Theme Park as well. This map currently sitting at a 60% defensive win rate overall. The Armory Throne Room at a 59%, everything actually above a 57%. Worst site being that 57%. Initiation room / office, actually. So everything a fantastic site when it comes to Theme Park. You're really expecting the defense to pick up some big rounds here. Even if it's a 5-1 split, that's almost expected.
It's going to be a very out and about setup for W7M this time. Expect very active in the face of Oxygen's play. They're going to have not only the Azami, but the Solus is also going to join the roster on this round as well. Volps is going to be playing that, so expect him once again to be at the forefront of the aggression from Oxygen, looking to directly counter it. So has that reverse IQ ability to spot out drones and attacker gadgets. That includes just attackers on their phones. So a huge amount of free intel constantly being fed over to that player makes them perfect to stand on the front lines of battle.
Well, Oxygen will be working the Monty back in, but it will be an attempt onto a different site. We'll still have to try and be attentive to this top floor, though. No breaching charges here, but they do have the Sledge of Foxay, so that'll be extremely useful in a position like this. Nuros will be back onto the Yana, his bread and butter op when it comes to this offense, and a bread and butter op for a lot of aggressive players when it comes to the offensive side of things. Speaking of offensive, Vertical, I think he's got a read and he doesn't realize it. Nitro Cell! Oh my! So worrisome, but GV92, he feels like taking a look at some daylight. He's gonna find himself a Newers.
Nicely shot by Norz. Clean kill from Oxygen. They've struggled to find that so far at the beginning of the previous 3 rounds. This will be a sigh of relief, more than likely to the entire team, that at least they have that locked down for themselves. Don't have to worry necessarily about that opening pick. They can take a few more risks when they're ready to move into the site. But we've got at least 1 bunker still to clear out. We can see KZ deployed to the inside of it right now, taking himself directly into the fight. Also here, he'll lose a lot of HP, but he'll also trade quite a bit back onto Sweater. No one really the winner from that fight. So the defense gets it by default here, as they're still wasting out plenty of time in the process of continuing to hold inside of Throne.
Solid motion from Oxygen so far. Big pickup onto JV92. Love the teamwork on the balcony. Making sure to maintain a multitude of angles. So difficult for JV92. Just has to guess right. Wasn't even aware of the potential for an Oxygen member to be there. Quick shots here from Herds. He's going to throw one of the kunai down, but the Monty's already moving in behind. He'll seal himself inside of Daycare. This is definitely going to be an interesting round now. Newers trying to solve it, but Herds, he's got the answer instead. He's the truth. He'll take down Newers, looking for the Monty, but he can't punch him through the wall. It's Dream instead. Sweater will pick it up. Vert with a mop of W7M. It's only KZ and Julio to try and slow this train down.
Once again, this is the benefit of them finding that opening kill and W7M just not being able to work response. Unfortunate for Norz as he kind of sets up his own demise at the hands of Hertz from the other side of that soft breach. But his teammates there to immediately trade that back and maintain the overall player advantage and push it 1 step further by finding another kill elsewhere here. 35 seconds to go. Things are still going to be a little tense for Oxygen as they have not really made the full transition down as of yet here. You can see Julio still on the inside of Billiards, more than ready for a challenge, even as a castle barricade blocking things off over towards the bathroom side. But he's got got the intel. They've got some cams leading them into it. KZ already finding one. That leaves Dream off on an island on the inside of the bathroom. Oxygen may still yet lose this round here if they can't forge a path into the site. And right now, yeah, their Montaigne's found a way in, but where's the rest of the team? KZ has the cutoff. There's going to be another drop. Dream did have the case in hand, so the plant will start to go down, but Foxy, he's dropping HP as well. KZ with the jump out. He shuts one down, and the plant's denied also. W7M hold it in a 2v4 and claim the 4th round.
So much utility used on that top floor, John, but not a single person attentive to the base level where all of W7M still resides. Yeah, you might have cleared out the top floor, but are you worried about the angles around yellow? Are you worried about the potential for somebody to be inside of Throne? This is commonplace when it comes to labs, but Oxygen aren't aware.
Oxygen just not counting their time well enough. You're not expecting as aggressive of a setup from W7M, and so many obstacles on the interior of the site as well, tripped up by it after finally figuring out the early round. It seems like it was only one piece of the puzzle.
John, I think Julio's found himself. He's back on a 6 Invitational stage. He's no longer the backdrop of W7M. He's not the man with a insane survival rate. He's the man taking lives. 5-0 right now. This is a man that in 2021 was able to lift a hammer with Ninjas in Pajamas before transferring over to this roster. Looking to do it again this year with yet another Brazilian squad. See if they can continue on this reign, but what a game so far from him through 5.
Already at a 1.25 KPR with that scoreline, and 0 deaths makes it all the more impressive. We'll see how much further he can push that envelope as we get deeper into the series. Sometimes we will see those players tend to fall off a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, is Oxygen once again going to try to change things up slightly? Overall, the lineup bringing a lot of similarities to previous rounds, but the Osa now being added in a different form of that shield play. Going to come out for Dream and the rest of Oxygen as they try to finally get a second round here towards the tail end of the half.
More aggressive front, and also that kit coming with a lot of potent pieces that you can pick up, whether it be the 5.56 AR or the PDW for primary weapon. You also still have some other cool things like some smoke grenades as well as secondary EMPs, even past her amazing shields that can be played from the offensive perspective for some of you that are fresher to Siege. Been changing up some things recently, or maybe you're just coming back to things. She is definitely quite the potent op due to those deployable shields. So we'll see how Dream tries to operate around those and assist Oxygen, especially with a site like this. You figure they try and set some things up, open up some longer lines of sight, wait for those mistakes via those OSA shields. And already got Newers in down low. He's going to occupy lab for a time. See if he can try and cut off any of these rotations. But as we know, W7M mostly focused on this top floor.
Much quieter round overall for both teams, really. That's going to start to change over the next few seconds. Volps not too ready to fling himself at the first bit of aggression from Oxygen, leaning itself towards Cafe right now. You can see that zombie barricade blocking things off, making it awkward for the push for Dream and anyone else that wants to work their way in through Cafe. And there'll be immediate resistance on the other side of that one. Dream already suffering, unfortunately, from this blockade as he tries to work himself in. Gets lit up to a considerable amount, just under half of his damage gone already here, as Herds continues to actively stem the tide as well.
And this is where OSA can start to be an issue. Everybody paying attention to that position now. Oxygen could potentially try and rotate this around to some other stairwells. You know, the W7M do have eyes on. A nice hop out from Julio, and he'll pick it up. He's fully stunned, but does he get away? JV92 on the other end of things. He'll pick up one, but Oxygen, they're back in it. Around the OSA shield is Dream. It's a Dream play from him as well, making this a 3 versus 3. They're looking to pick up their second round on the offense. Be such a big ordeal if they were capable of doing so. You see the wrap coming around from Newers on yellow. Right around the corner is the Valkyrie. Him and KZ both been so dominant over this last year. KZ trying to line it up. He knows they have to try and work his angles. Right around the desk, but KZ shuts him down. Newer's not ready. W7M all over this push from Oxygen. It's up to Dream to try and clutch this out in a 1 versus 3. First shot's in, he'll tag up Volps, but he's gunned down. Amazing plays here from W7M. Calm, cool, and collected.
Dream with the warning and all still can't shut it down, as once again W7M looking nearly unstoppable here. We're going to get the tactical timeout on this round from Oxygen. Very much needed at this point, as they're dropping rounds left and right. Even though they've seemingly made some progress back on round number 4 with obviously making things a little bit cleaner in the early rounds, still not able to control it in the late round, losing the 2v4, and then all that progress gone once again as W7M has a very one-sided hold here on round number 5.
A little conversation here from Redeemer. Sadly, we don't get to listen in like we did during group stage, but that's because we all have you lovely crowd here now. So a little difficult to listen when you guys are being rowdy and having so much fun. So hopefully Oxygen can try and fix some things up on this offensive side. Just a couple things getting lost in translation for them that W7M are able to exploit. A lot of these big picks coming early, and it makes it to where Oxygen really can't translate things in the way that they want to. They don't have the man advantage to try and go for big fights. And sometimes even when they do go past that and still go for it, W7M shoves them even deeper in their grave, making it nigh impossible to even try and pick up the round.
So the input from Oxygen's coach is going to make up the difference for the final round of the first half here now. And well, yes, this is generally tending to be a defender-sided map. Oxygen are still very far behind on that scoreline right now. Would want to try and control at least a 2-4, in my opinion, to make this winnable for them going into the second half. W7M sets up a 5-1. Oxygen are truly going to have to bring out the best defense possible in order to still make this map palatable for themselves. And it's even more important when you consider the fact that, obviously, check out the top right of the UI there. It's their own map pick. So this is one that they surely would want to try and control, as W7M is going to get that extra boost of confidence going on to their own for the second map after this one.
Yeah, this is getting terrifying, especially when you look at Border. Border is such a map, it's a map where it's just really, really up in the air when you go to it. There is so many different things that can happen. It's just like an unknown quantity sometimes, or you'll be so confident that one team is going to roll over practically anybody when they come to a map like Border, and it just won't be the case. So have to see how things break down there. W7M could just have the wheels fall off the wagon when we get to Border. Again, just really don't know. But so far on Theme Park, they have looked dynamic, diabolical at some moments. See if they can continue this. KZ on a tear so far here, 6-2-2. He's been showing his similar face to what we'd seen in Jönköping inside of this series thus far. Newers as well as Sweater, though, on their side of things, actually switching around some ops. Sweater's going to pick up the Yana, make it to where he can be a little bit more aggressive, won't be running those Selmas any longer, and Newers going to be on quite a sneaky op. But they're going to lose Foxe off rip here to Hertz. I don't know where that interaction went down.
KZ still looking to hold the line, but with the kill already in their pocket, not a real reason for him to stick around. Like I've been saying already, W7M, not a team that's willing to take risks necessarily. Ones that they need to, of course, to get the early advantage. Here we go.
Got him on the roof.
Nicely found on the inside of the control hatch there. That's where W7M claimed the opening kill. But once again, now that they have that, that's all the risk they need to take here. Just establish their presence, slow down the overall take speed from Oxygen, and back right up into the site, where they know things are going to be all right moving into the later portion of the round. They've got the advantage now, so they can hold back, let Oxygen make their own series of mistakes, potentially, to trip up the rest of their attack, and hopefully give another one over to W7M.
Well, Julio might have finally found his Achilles heel, John. This corner, dastardly to try and play. He's got all the ADSs and a shield here, but one proper frag grenade past that, and he's a world of hurt. KZ, speaking of which, he's getting lit up. Tries to work his way over through the bottom of yellow, take a lot of damage. Nades in now to try and get rid of this shield that's playing around Julio, around the smoke. He'll be able to try and battle them back for a little while longer. Volp's also going to go down. Some awkward interactions in between these two, but it's going the way of Oxygen. Swear will take down KZ. Remember, Volp's is still down, so this is technically a 3 versus 4.
W7M, their defense falling a little bit here as Julio tries to hold the line with the shotgun. Can only pick up one, though, but the good news is JV92 gets the confirmation off onto vertical as well here. Volp's still down, so that's still leaving us with only 2 players standing here for W7M. And the down player also on the site. The Nitro through, though, the intel's there, but it only gets the confirmation off onto his own teammate. Plant will now go down for Dream. Herds with the swing, though. It's going to make Dream think twice about this one. Still commits himself to it. Tries to immediately flee on himself, but he can't get the read onto Herds' position quickly enough. He retakes it instantly. Gets a 3rd kill on the round, and a 5th round overall for W7M on the half.
And this is what makes Theme Park so hard. The offensive side trying to pick up big rounds, but nothing doing for Oxygen. They cannot figure out this algorithm. Now it's 5-1 in favor of W7M. They only need 2 rounds on the offensive side. And this team, they have been so strong throughout this entire event on both sides of the coin. This is most definitely worrisome for OXG. Oh, what a shot.
Instant shot there, yeah, from JB. One and done. The definition of it right there. This Nitro as well. A little late on the intel, I do believe, or rather late to act on the intel, as we did have a member of Oxygen standing next to the corpse of that W7M member, but just unfortunately a little late to actually get the Nitro cell in there. They rotate it away by the time it goes off, so they just have that awkward moment where they end up knocking out one of their own teammates. Doesn't even affect the outcome of the round ultimately either.
I mean, what a round. I mean, what a half, actually, we've seen from W7M here. Every single person across the board positive, and all of them bringing to bear exactly what they've wanted to state over this last year. They are here to lift a hammer. They are here to win a major. W7M taking it to Oxygen, but fortunately enough, we are on different sides now. Oxygen can try and slow down W7M as well. They now have all the tools to be able to do so, and it all starts with things like Capcan and some properly placed aggression. Let's see what Madhouse Oxygen can make out of Theme Park.
Yeah, a bit of a different take on things, of course. We even see the Frost used heavily by W7M, and I'm sure Oxygen will potentially pick it up at some point in this half as well, just feeling the Capcan a little bit better here for the potential throw and execute, when you consider the fact that it's oftentimes moved upon in low time scenarios. And that's where, much like the Frost mats, those Capcan traps are going to have some pretty good effectiveness. This site specifically plays a lot more heavily into doorways, and that's obviously Capcan's favorite spot to put those. So it was hand in hand quite well when you start to think about it like that.
Yes, indeed. W7M, I'm going to lose Herds to one of the Capcan setups. He'll get down. I believe it was a Nitro cell. Nope, Sweater's the only one that has that, so it'll definitely be the EDDs that were placed inside of Locker. So very well done there from Sweater. A little cheeky location, and speaking of which, he tries to go for the cheeky kill, John. He knew those EDDs went off. Potential for somebody to be outside, but JB92 is ready on the off angle as Sweater breaks that up. So unfortunately timed for Sweater there, and is going to give the big kill over to W7M that they needed for this onslaught.
W7M continue to find the exact kills they need to control the early round, just masterfully playing things out.
Already got the wall open too.
Yep. Wasting absolutely zero time after finding that kill. Knew there's really only going to be one or two players trying to resist things from the top of yellow, because they already control the top of yellow, so they know there's not going to be any more resistance coming that way. One of their own teammates would need to die first before they could make it downstairs. Volp's forced into a fight. Newers will battle out from that position and continue to maintain top Dragon. Keys elsewhere though, or KZ rather, will be able to still pick up another kill from the inside of Control. That eliminates Vert, brings Oxygen's defense down to only 3 now, with Newers and Dream also being quite heavily injured, about half of their HP gone each.
Oh, Newers. Just a pixel of the thermite exposed. Julio jumps down. Feeling as though he might be able to find some influence here. What a shot from JB92. That angle, you can't even see it. Single sliver. And ends up taking down the Oxygen member. Speaking of which, Newers now with the rotation. Foxay still upstairs as well. They've completely evacuated the site, but this might be the moment. This might be the time. They're in behind W7M, and they have to try and fend them off. Rotating in, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Oxygen have got what they've wanted. Julio's going to start this plan up. Herds with the Overwatch, low on HP. Doesn't know the angles that Oxygen could try and abuse to get back into this. We go into the post plant. Foxay was in solid positioning, or at least where the case went down.
Oxygen find the trades, yes, but can they get themselves back into the site now? That's the problem. These positions have changed hands, and it's oftentimes a brutal retake. This round will be no different. W7M lock it down without too much of a struggle even, and immediately get themselves onto map point here with only 1 round being picked up so far by their opponents.
6-1 in favor of W7M on Oxygen's map. They can't hold a candle to this fire. Brazilian squad firing on all cylinders currently. Just another day in the office for them, it seems, John. See if they can continue on this absolute tear we've seen them on throughout this map so far. And I mean, how do things go once we get to border? I mean, I guess the good news is, you know, if we're going to speak doom and gloom, this isn't Oxygen's last series, no matter what happens. If they end up losing this, they are in the upper bracket, so they still have to transition down to the lower bracket. And we'll have to see what happens with that. I mean, we still got to see G2 tomorrow as well. There's so many games still to be played, and fortunately enough, both of these teams still kept a life on the board.
Absolutely the case. So Oxygen Count their lucky stars. That is the play status quo at this point, but not going to want to give up too easily either as they get ready to still try and shift themselves into a winnable position for this one. Maybe not on this map, but potentially on the second one.
Well, if you remember back to SI 2022, TSM lost in the upper bracket finals before they got sent to the lower bracket and came back to beat Empire. So maybe this is the beginning of the OXG story. Maybe this is where the hero has a little bit of a downfall, a little drop-off. Never know with these anime characters nowadays, Gassan. We'll have to just see. W7M, they're ready to try and take this series and take us to border, though.
W7M seemingly with full control over Theme Park here. Having Oxygen's number both on the attack as well as the defense. Now, so far, of course, only having seen one round of Oxygen's defense actually being played out. Maybe Throne Room just wasn't their sight. The upstairs hold gives them a bit more freedom of movement and, more importantly, arguably, better rotation capability to get back into the site. Oh, that's awkward. Hurts chucks a nade right at Noors' head. It's going to bank too far because of that. But both players will end up surviving. Just a bullet or two connecting onto Noors as he falls back.
Quite the awkward situation between those two. Really don't know how Noors was able to get out of it. Practically unscathed, but able to still reside in the building. Monty in plays. We heard Volps rocking around there, the metal clang of Monty's shield. They'll be able to at least get Dragon here, but they don't have any air jabs to hold up the flank, so that'll be dedicated to cameras. Get those set up now. Still plenty of time for W7M to transition through this map. It's going to be the mid-hold here for Oxygen as they're trying to make sure that there is nothing going on over on the initiation side. But as soon as I say that, they're actually going to seal up their two avenues, those two angles that they had, the one there for office as well as for initiation, breaking right off the site. This is going to force W7M's hand. They have to get some hard breach in here, and they have to do it now.
W7M setting up for the crunch very quickly through this hard breach and through potentially trying to rotate Montaigne over through the main door. Problem is they do have the counters in the other sites. The Montaigne won't necessarily have a safe path forward, but the breach may very well be enough. Herd's already claiming an opening entry, knocks out Sweater, eliminates the Frost rotate going into break room, but they'll still establish Overwatch for that due to the rotation positions that Oxygen have set up deeper into the site. They've lost initial control, but still have quite a bit of play contention against this execute from W7M right now. So once again, smartly realizing this, W7M does not commit themselves fully to the depths of the site just yet, since they still have a little bit more time to play in. Now they've got another entry. Here's where we're probably going to see a hard commit.
W7M constantly fighting the tide here, right to the limit. They do not want to overstep their boundaries. Oxygen, they finally gotten their kill, but Herds with 3. The Monty's found Dream. He can't try and get around him. They're trying to kill the Monty, but he's just too damn good. Volt's constantly spinning on a dime. They've gotten the kills. They know where the last two are. W7M with a statement on Theme Park.
Shutting things down on Oxygen's own map pick. Only a single round picked up. Aside from that, it is a perfect run. I believe a flawless 7-round streak there as well from W7M to close out the map. If things gone their way on round number 1, this realistically could have been a 7-0.
I mean, North America, you asked, excuse me, for the beast, and you got it. W7M, they've came to play today. Amazing showing there, but that doesn't mean that Oxygen is just out of it yet. Still have border, a high-flying map, so very aggressive from all fronts. So very excited to get into the second map, John.
You said Oxygen not out of it by any means. Certainly learning a few things, but a lot more to talk about. We can see their coach immediately going to work as soon as they got up from their seat. So we'll see if they can bring it back. But before we get to that, we've got to go to a short break. And we come back, we'll get you guys ready for map number 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to Six Invitational 2023. Our Brazilian team takes up the lead 1-0 on Theme Park, looking dominant to get it started. That's W7M. Hello, we're back on the desk. I'm Ostomatic, your host. With me on the analyst desk to help us break things down on map 1, Theme Park, is Jesse and Fresh. Now, I'll be very honest, this map is called Theme Park. It was a wild ride, Mr. Bones' wild ride very specifically, and I think OXG are very happy to get off of it at this point in time. So let's focus on our winners, W7M. They looked incredible earlier in the tournament, and they prove it in our first one.
Yeah, it's so nice being able to choose the starting side when your opponent picks the map and starting defense, the best defensive team on a very good defensive map on theme. Really impressive stuff coming in from W7M. They felt very, very comfortable playing throughout these bomb sites. 1 round loss, round number 1, and then 7 in a row to close out this game.
Where are the weaknesses? I can't find them. I think this team is so smart. They understand exactly what their opponent's going to do 2 steps before they do it. A big factor to that was actually the bans, the fact that OXG banned away the mirror. Valkyrie or Solis was in play every single round. I was actually backstage on the third Observer PC spectating only the Valkyrie or the Solis. They understood exactly what the win conditions for the attack of OXG were, and then they played into the relevant win conditions themselves in terms of W7M. Whether that was the half clears on the Admin Throne side, whether that was the full clears on the Bunk Stakeout side, they had everything, absolutely everything, under control. Obviously, they relied on a couple of clutches and a couple of individual plays at the same time. But that is where this team has absolutely no perceived weaknesses.
Yeah.
Absolutely none of them.
Yeah, I saw that as well, focusing on the Valkyrie picks. Obviously, KZ had that big C4 round number 2 with it. Also, we saw Volts rocking the operator a couple of times. It felt like it was a very impactful operator. And OXG didn't bring the Valk even a single round. So they only had 2 defenses, sure. But still, it's tough to see such an important operator for W7M not show up at all in the defensive half of OXG. I also thought an operator that didn't really show up enough, or maybe didn't show up in a strong enough way for Oxygen, was the Monty. It felt like the differences were massive. Whereas Dream on the Montaigne, oftentimes there were players ahead of him. Sometimes he wasn't that first person in. People were dying before he could really go for his execute.
Yeah.
When we saw Volps grab that shield instead on the side of W7M, he was the first one in every single time. He was the one that was making that space for his team, and he had such an impact for W7M.
Yeah, but we saw Volps, the Monty in that last round. That was beautiful. A masterclass in how you play Monty. Not just going one way and then turning around in the hallway, but surviving against 2 players that are trying to pinch him down. And then there's somebody else from his team that's also locking down the angle through the daycare doorway.
Yep.
That was impressive teamwork and individual play in the moment, Jack.
There's absolutely everything, and I can't stop saying it. There's absolutely everything with this team. Like you said, the teamwork is on point. When that falls down, you've got the individual play. There's 3 separate players in that game for W7M. In a 7-1 victory, they got a 3K or more. Like inside of a round. 3 separate players. So they've got these big explosive plays. They've got the great strategy. And I do just want to highlight what an influence Julio has been on this roster. Because adding him into this roster has brought the out-of-server experience in terms of coming to these events. You know, in terms of coming to these events, the experience of coming to LAN, dealing with the crowd, dealing with the pressure. Adding him inside the server, it feels like these guys know everything, have seen everything, and are expecting everything, and are therefore ready and punish everything.
The new guy on W7M is having massive impact. Unfortunately, the new guy on Oxygen struggled in this map. We have to see more out of Sweater. 4 opening deaths throughout this game. Really did feel like he was very disconnected from the rest of his team, even in the late rounds, when he was the one who had to cover for the plants going down inside of Throne Room, or whether he was the one who had to try to hold down the 4v2 round that they ended up losing against the lab defense, not being able to flush out that guy inside of Throne Room. It felt like Sweater was never super aware of what they needed to do next, right? Where he needed to be aware of the threats. So I'd like to see him have a better game here in map number 2.
I've got some positives for Oxygen, just a couple.
Sure.
And one of them was, for me, them trying to do the half clears. They realized that should they try to do absolutely everything perfectly against W7M, it wasn't going to work. They were going to run out of time. So the 2 Armory Throne sides, they tried to do the half clear, they tried to utilize the Nomad, and to be fair, that very first round, they did win it. The same with some of the other sites, they tried to push 2 places at the same time, try and exploit a hole. Unfortunately, they were just against an opponent that had all of those holes sealed up.
Very quickly, our map bans, bringing them up. Border is map number 2. We might be seeing a clubhouse, but that depends on the performance and the starting sides. On here, very quickly, our lobby is ready. Gentlemen, how do you see this going?
It's so tough to
pick
I know. Oxygen. You got to pick W7M. It's their map pick. They just won the opponent map pick 7-1. This is going to be scary.
I think Border obviously takes away a little bit of team play, so Oxygen could find some success, but it's going to be a difficult one, is what I would say. Oxygen have just been 7-1 on their own map pick, so they are now going on to their opponents, where you would expect W7M to be stronger.
You know what Oxygen needs? Because we have a strong Brazilian team on the other side. What OXG needs in North America, as a North American team and a North American city, is support from North American fans. Are there any OXG fans in here? That won't be enough to get them to win. Do you want to go to map 3 or not? I can't hear you, and they can't. There you go. That's what they're going to need. We'll toss it to our casters. Blue and Stokes, take it away.
Thank you, Milos. Oxygen now up against a wall here, and the question is, can they break through it on a very similar map for our second one? Just a lot less territory to work through. Border is on the docket, and it's time to see if W7M is going to rush their way to the grand final, or if Oxygen has a little bit of hope. Stokes, I think he has some, what did you say, breathing exercise?
Oh, man, I think just as the entire unit, North America just needs to take some sharp inhales, John. Just in through the nose, just... Take a breath. Woo, son. Remember your pressure points, you know? Remember your pressure points. I think really right now for Oxygen, it's a full mental reset. After that map, especially on your map pick, you need to just take a breather for a moment and then work your way back into Border. But that's the thing about Border. This is where things get kind of murky. Border is a hell of a map. I mean, there is so much action going on at all points in time. There's no safe foothold. There's no nothing. Nothing is a given when it comes to Border, and that's the beauty of a map like this, folks. You know what else? We don't have to wait very long to get back into the action here at the Place Bell here in Montreal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into what could be our last map of the day. Make some noise. I love doing that. The best part of my job.
All right, well, the bans are up. Nomad is first. Nomad incredibly useful for this map. I talked about how it's a little bit smaller than our previous one, and indeed, that means Nomad is very effective at blocking off the staircases or the usual rotation points to prevent the defenders from having a successful potential late round flank. No longer, obviously, is that going to be the case. Dokkaebi, just a carryover from map number 1.
Hey, it's Mira. All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody at once, are you ready? Wait for the countdown, all right? Oh, come on. They're not picking it. Come on. Hey! I don't know why they got Milos out of here. I don't know what he did, but that's a little unfortunate. I really do like the pickup, though. On a map like Border, very important operator. He's got Valkyrie cameras that can't be destroyed unless you have an explosive. Pretty damn good at the end of the day, I would say. But now that we're into it, all the fun, ladies and gents, well, that's out the window. It's time for North America to root for Oxygen and W7M to try and tear it away. Let's get into round 1.
Fresh made some great points on the desk. Very definitive ones at that. W7M have the appearance of a near perfect team right now. Basically 0 weaknesses and essentially perfect adaptation to nearly every single situation that was thrown at them back on the first map. Oxygen will have to put everything on the table to try and beat such a power package as that. As Stokes mentioned, though, even if things do go awry throughout the rest of this series for Oxygen, it will only drop them down to the lower bracket finals. They'll have to face off against either G2 or Astralis, pending the result of that game tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. Things can only go so wrong for Oxygen here, John. It's not the end of the road for them, just another chapter in the story. We'll see what Border has to offer here. Is it well written? Well, we'll just have to find out. As for Border as a map, though, is actually our only map in the entirety of Rainbow Six Siege competitive map pool at the current moment. That is a dead heat, 50% defensive win rate. It means both sides of this coin have got to have some gusto, have got to have some action from these teams. W7M will be on the receiving end of things this time around, as Oxygen will be trying to set a precedent on their offensive side.
W7M Starting out with the usual expected sight upstairs here inside of lockers. Immediately, Noor's going for the clear downstairs. If we do have any rotation points established there for IW7M, Oxygen will try to bleed them down into it. Then Noor's will execute them. He's got the nades from down below as well, but doesn't have any good intel to play into just yet, so still waiting himself back. Even has that pre-placed drone a little bit further ahead too to watch out for those flanks ahead of time. And Vert is going to score first elsewhere as he holds the south main doorway. He's able to catch Herds in a transition, knocking him out to start out the game.
This is a huge issue for W7M. This position has been so pivotal throughout all of our borders so far throughout this entire tournament. If you're able to get control of CCTV, well, you practically have free reign over your next step into Armory. Some fantastic shots of pre-fire actually there from Vert. Ill-advised cross from the W7M member, and now they're trying to get it back in blood. It'll be Sweater to go down first to JV92.
Perfect movement there from JV92. Just barely steps out of the way from the clear from Sweater. At least is able to get his 1-for-1 on this round. It's not the end of the world just yet here for Oxygen, but certainly the beginning of a slowdown that they'll have to try and work themselves past. This has already tripped them up on multiple rounds back on map number 1. W7M can deploy themselves in a very similar pattern here on border as well, so they can play this out in the same way to try and get back that control. Noor's not spotting any rotations from down below, backs up, regroups. Is the entire team going to try to push west side now?
Well, that key position down there, John, usually they try and build the frag grenades into the position inside of CCTV, but since they're already dead, they don't need Noor's down there anymore. They're going to rotate him back upstairs and try and get him in front of this assault. Somebody has got to kill somebody on W7M. Finally, it'll be Foxay. We got to get some movement here, some action out of North America. There's a minute remaining. We're looking for the feistiness. Julia will be holding the cross here for the rotation out of CCTV. Still Volps in the backline as well. He'll be inside of the B bomb site right behind the bomb chassis. Oxygen still have some things to suss out. A lot of drones down. It's up to Newers to try and assist them with this.
Perfect shots coming in there from JV92. He knew it was a high-risk peak, and unfortunately finally pays the price for it when he goes for the third kill. But taking 2 with him is a massive advantage considering that Oxygen has a huge amount of hesitation following up that trade. And already another member of the W7M defense has taken up the mantle. Oh. Light coming in here. It's going to lead to blows immediately. Smart play, however, from Noors. Backs away from the situation, but still can't win it. Julio is given a second chance now to claim another kill. Over to the secondary weapon. It's not workable in the fight, though. Dream wins it out. Now everything falls to Volps with the M590. Nitro out. Fortunately gonna get caught in the middle of that spray. Dream will be able to put the plant down onto the ground as well. The red dot gives him away as he rounds the corner, so Foxay shuts it down, and Oxygen get onto the board first.
A dead heat in this first round between these two. I mean, you just gotta think about it. If Azami stays alive there without that random spray from Vert, that's anybody's round. This border is gonna be so back and forth. Vertical. Such a positive boon off rip. He didn't even know that he was going to get that. He was just simply breaking down a door. Ends up killing one of the W7M members, but a beautiful round there from Oxygen. They don't overplay their hand, John. They use the maximum potential of that clock. Try and clear things out. Apply the pressure to W7M across all of these annexes, and it works out for him.
So 1 round on the board, but we saw similar things back over on border, of course. Let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling as W7M will move to a new site now, back down on the first floor. It'll be a teller's hold for them here on round number 2 as they attempt to get their own first round. Start this comeback to quickly try and re-ascertain control of the overall series here. A few operator changes are going to come along with that, namely the castle, to try and block off the initial clear from Oxygen. Obviously, they will have the utility to respond to that one. Only a little bit late on it, though, using primarily their nades to try and get rid of these castle barricades. So that could create a few problems later on in the round if they end up needing to get past one of them and they haven't already cleared it in advance.
Yep. No sledge, no ranged soft destruction either, so it's going to be either the frag grenades or... I mean, Foxay, I do believe, will have a secondary Gone 6 on him, so he can also use that. And actually, so we're vertical now that I think about it. That's something you always got to remember in that back pocket. Not really exactly shown off to us on the spectator HUD, but yeah, more than likely have Gones for those. So we'll just have to see. Actually, one of the Gones going off right there. Nice little audio cue. So for Oxygen, they're going to be beginning things on the southern side yet again here and start this top clear, pushing over towards the north. They have to worry about a lot of these balcony positions that a plethora of people have been using for the entirety of this land. Haven't had too many people at the bottom of the square, so this might be a new look here from Newers. Gonna have the castle in play. JV92 pre-fires, tags Newers actually, and I love this castle barricade setup too. Nice little transition back into sight that he can play off of.
Gives him quite a bit of play capability, especially around the east staircase here. Can even pretty freely wrap himself up those stairs because of where the castle barricade is positioned as well. So indeed, this is going to be quite potent for W7M and will certainly create some issues for Oxygen to work past here. Not going to have an easy solution for this. Once they get more established control over towards East Main, probably going to make the hold a bit of a moot point as he won't be able to watch his back as clearly as he would need to. But for the time being, Oxygen not too worried about that one. When you consider that we do have Keys here playing on the inside of it. He'll get the shutdown. He'll be shut down by Vertical. Vertical will even look for a second one too. Herds commits to the top of East Main now. Tries to take the fight, get the trade against his opponent. Nearly has the timing down there. Vertical losing another sliver of his own health, but he'll back away from it, trying to make it a bit harder for the defenders. And ultimately call for a little bit of a personal timeout on this play.
Oh my. The castle, he's right under it. Oh, Newers has been cut off. The audio not clean on the crouch walking castle. JB92, he slips through, circumnavigates all the angles. No one aware of the player at the bottom of square. Thought he was still just going to reside inside of sight, but he's cut him off. Foxy will go down too. W7M, although Oxygen have finally gotten their second round in the series, they are not getting off of this gas. They will not go quietly to map 3. JV92 holding on to things. They know this player still has to be around square, but he's playing it perfectly, John. His positioning around these half walls make it so difficult. Vertical's finally found him. Somebody's got to assist. They'll finally shut him down, but they have to motion towards sight.
That's going to end the drop seen as well by Sweater. Takes him a moment to recapture his target, but he does indeed find it. Volp's now down. The plant going in for Dream as well. And Julio caught in the midst of the rotate. Herds, the only one able to make an impact. Sweater, in the meanwhile, already making his with a triple kill on this round. Herds, however, he's still in the fight as well. Reducing it down to a 1v1. Has the intel here to play out into it. Tries to go for the peek, but exposes himself on the way back. Vertical takes it instead. That's Oxygen, now with a second round in their pocket.
Vertical existed on this balcony as well as the outside portion of the exact same area for the entire map, and W7M could not deal with him. Fantastic positioning from him. What a play. Indomitable. Absolutely dominant there. W7M can't do a single thing about it. And this is just practically going to be a highlight reel of Vert constantly being able to find this stalwart position over and over again. JB92 getting a lot done in that round, but when it came down to a square play, it was the combo action of all of Oxygen building off of what we saw from Vert earlier. Really able to translate that into a site attack for the Aegis. Very well done. That's 2 rounds here on Border.
Border continuing to look promising for Oxygen. And a great rebound being seen from them after it really looked like W7M had Oxygen's number outright in map number 1. Not so much the case here as we move into new territory. And things look a heck of a lot more promising now for the North American squad as we go deeper into this map. Still time, of course, for W7M to rebound in their own regard. And they'll look to do so with another upstairs hold coming up on the 3rd round here.
Yep, they're going to rotate back to the tried and true Armory Archives here on Border. The only site that we have in this entire building, John, that is above a 50% win rate. Everything else dwindling. 49 for 2 of them. I do believe another one's sitting at around like 42%. So this is W7M's best bet statistically to try and pick up around here in the near future. Herds is going to have ace, though. That's going to be the likes of Dream. On cam, nobody shot the default. We'll see. No. Foxy, not aware either. They're going to know that that detention hole is now there.
Free intel is free.
It is indeed, and that's the best kind of price, John. Free 99. So W7M have in spades currently. Nobody's still checking that cam. He's going to be able to just keep track of Dream this entire time.
Sure, it'll eventually get caught here, but regardless, as mentioned,
a minute in.
Still no one's noticed it. This thing is sitting up and continuing to feed over a massive amount of intel to the W7M defense. They know exactly where anyone trying to play west main side or in through that jail breach is going to be headed towards. They'll even know now, look.
Oh my goodness.
Gets caught. It's like, cool, the jail player's gone now. You don't have to worry about him if you're roaming around downstairs. He's probably going to repel or try to play main door. This is all so much intel. So many things that W7M now don't have to risk their lives in checking for. And it's going to create a real issue for Oxygen, as they're going to be wondering why they can't find anyone on W7M.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just your friend Larry that doesn't know how to shoot default cams. It happens to everybody, okay? Including professional players. Oxygen going to get lit up just a tad bit there. And although that early info, you know, very useful for W7M, it's really just going to tell them the beginnings of things. But they are looking to end it quickly. Foxy battles back. That's the buck that we saw go through detention earlier, but finally able to get something going here for OXG. But it's really the W7M camp that found themselves finally here on border, their map pick. This looks like it might be the first successful round of theirs.
JV92 trying to prepare for aggression over at the Archives doorway. Not seeing much of it shown just yet from Oxygen. OXG trying to figure out what the best path forward still is going to be as they do renegotiate control downstairs by the lobby. And by extension of that, East Main Sweater very low in the process of capturing this, so not going to have a lot of confidence on these peaks as he moves around to try and take 90 control. Still no CCTV steal has been made by the attackers just yet either, so not even really with control over that. Really just going to have to attempt to make things work on the Archives push. Nice spot by Dream. Takes off the immediate counter angle, but there's plenty more waiting in the wings here for W7M. And Oxygen have considered this. They have some players in position to counteract this. Still going to be a tense plant regardless, however. They now try to work their way into it and justify Dream putting this case down on the ground.
Fox is going to try and hold the angles from down low, but Julio with a big kill onto Dream. Nobody going through the traditional rotates that Fox was trying to occupy, but now it's just down to Julio. On site here, he'll be able to down one, but as you know, Fox's right around the corner! 3 rounds in a row as Oxygen are able to collect themselves before W7M can send the death nail.
Don't even need the plant when everything is said and done, just brute forcing their way forward. They're able to take it. That's going to trigger a W7M timeout. This is now a 3-0 lead for Oxygen. The crowd as well. W7M is going to feel that as they know their opponents are waking up, and that's got to be making them shake in their boots a little bit.
A crowd on a team's side is one of the most dangerous things in sports, ladies and gentlemen. If you want Oxygen to continue in this series, then we gotta have your energy. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. That was almost perfectly timed for that little
worked well with the
right
replay there. Yeah.
Perfectly timed. But Oxygen up 3 rounds after such a dominant showcase from W7M on Theme Park as well. You'd think that they wouldn't be fully mentally in it, but they're built for this, John. They're built for the mileage. They're ready for this full best of 3.
Talked about it, the tail end of their game a few days back. Oxygen have come so close to success at both majors and SIs, going all the way back to when this roster used to be known as Reciprocity as well. Even in that aspect, we'd seen them come so close, but had been knocked out in so many unfortunate ways. This was by far the closest they have come to lifting that hammer. They did not come this way just to mess it up again and lose 0-2 in the upper bracket. They want the rebound. They want that third map. And at the moment, they are barnstorming their way towards it with the 3-0 lead. Let's see, though, as W7M, hopefully an impactful tactical pause, now brings new strategy to bear as they do go downstairs in events for the first time so far in this map to try and finally control their first round.
I mean, what a story we have on our hands here if Oxygen is able to clean up border as easily as what we saw with W7M on Theme Park. That means Clubhouse would be, I mean, almost unprecedented what we would see at that moment in time. I mean, you could practically throw the script out, set it on fire, whatever you want to do, because Clubhouse definitely not going to play out the same. These teams probably going to be neck and neck, quite aggressive, trying to get those big picks. But you have to get there first. Oxygen still with a lot of work to do. They need 4 rounds to be able to secure things here on border and send us to that third map.
Slow play, of course, inside of our first 30 seconds. No one rushing directly in. We do get an early EE1D charge off. Where KZ gives out a bit of intel from his yellow ping there on the Solus as well. Sweater maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew as he tries to go for immediate West control. Pre-fire there is in the correct spot to grab the player over at the window balcony from W7M. Unfortunately, still just behind a solid wall, so none of those shots actually going to end up connecting when he ends up throwing them out there. Nice little replay of what we just saw our attacker go through when he tried to brute force things and quickly learned his lesson, being forced back from that. Still some decent damage having gone both on to Sweater and Hurts as well, so he'll have to restrain his aggression slightly to correspond to that lost HP.
Oxygen trying to open up all of the facets to the top floor, make sure they have these angles adopted into their plays so W7M don't have an escape hatch. Other men for Oxygen will begin the work downstairs. Make sure that they can try and find a hole for this plant, and then the line's gonna be going deep here. Dream's gonna begin the plant. Vertical's gonna wrap around and try and prevent anybody from the back of Workshop. A big kill for him. A big stop though for the defense as they have Solus upstairs. Makes it so hard to try and get those sneaky plants off nowadays.
Hertz to move forward here with the spray. It goes a little wild, but still able to get back the control and find the trade against Vert. Down to a 3v3 now, but Foxe has plant positioning to go into the site with, oh no! KZ gets tunnel visioned on his ability, hasn't realized that Sweater has already made the entry forward upstairs, takes him down, puts the numbers advantage back in the favor of Oxygen now. As it's down to only Volps and Herds. Herds will try to make a play to regain top control, and he'll get it. Maybe not realizing that Sweater still in the area. Nicely timed by Sweater on the repeat. Gets the free shot on Herds. Volps in the meanwhile, though. Oh no, Rotero drone nearly ending that round, but it is Bullets that take it instead as OXG continues to dominate flawlessly on map number 2 with a 4th round now.
I mean, what a toxic way to hold up the case. Drop a Rotero on it. Those things fuse time. Feels like centuries. So well done from W7M there as well. Able to at least buffer, bounce back the plant there for just a moment. But Oxygen, they had so much map control at that moment in time as well that was playing into their positioning quite positively. Especially once they were able to get Sweater repositioned on the top floor and deal with the Solus positioning. I mean, that round was as good as gone from W7M. So many positive things there for OXG and 4 rounds to boot.
So is Oxygen and now sit well in the lead regardless of W7M's efforts throughout the remaining 2 rounds and a half. They feel a lot more comfortable about their position inside of this series. Map 3 starting to look more and more likely here as W7M shift again to a new site that they have yet to play into here. This one going to be inside of Customs. Completely full rotation. I believe that's going to be all 4 sites at least attempted now by W7M.
So really fun little tidbit about this site. This site's only been played 9 times in this entire tournament. Border's been played 22, just to give you a little bit of insight onto that. Also, this site has only been won 33% of the time, so 3 wins out of 9. This would be the 4th out of 10. W7M can get it. See if they can defend this top floor. This portion that you see JV92, well, that happens to be the most important piece of this entire puzzle when it comes to this site. You really want to hold on to the verticality. If you don't, all of the breaching charges will practically tear your setup to pieces.
Bit of a Hail Mary site selection maybe coming in here from W7M to just subvert the expectations from Oxygen, throw them off their game a little bit as they'll have attacked this just as little as, of course, they've seen this get played out overall throughout the tournament. So maybe giving W7M a greater capability to mask their own intentions, finally allow that to net them around here. Sweater, though, still in the clear, but Herd's a bit more ready for the challenge this time. Just wins out the duel there with about a 1/3 of his HP remaining. Nearly goes for another peek, but that drifts him too close to Newer's own position. He lands the nade right on top of him, finishes off the trade, and locks us down to a 4v4. Foxe with some great control in the waiting room as well. Grabs Volts, and with it, the man advantage.
I mean, what patience out of Foxe. Picture perfect positioning at the bottom of square, dancing around the half walls, giving W7M such a hard time. Never a straightforward gunfight unless they can just click that head. W7M down a man, but still willing to go the full length of this. Go for these aggressive swings. It's a big gunfight, but Newers is better. He's looking for the second. They need to try and help with this. JV92, he almost gets the 3rd. Dream will shut him down. It's a 2 versus 1, but Julio has an opportunity right here at the bottom of metal. Does still have sight control. Who's the case with? It's going to be with Dream in this scenario. Has to worry about that verticality. No Selma's on Dream, but I do believe they still have that breach just on the other side of this metal detector. Yes, indeed, they do. The cross angles will work masterfully here for Oxygen as they begin breaching, charging up the floor. It's going to be Julio on the rotation here. He's found himself inside of jungle. So silent. Doesn't want to make a peep. All it's going to take for Oxygen to try and bear down on his location. You can see not too much drone work for Oxygen's side. You see the dead people flipping through those. They want to make sure that there's no big rotation, but there's nothing on site for them to try and garner of Julio. There's no info here. He's been able to fly under the radar. Some potential as he does rotate around, and now Dream with the plant. Foxe on oversight. A big moment here. Can he prevent this? Foxe able to shut it down. Oxygen with 5 perfect rounds so far here on Border.
Oxygen continuing the rebound. Just 2 more rounds to go now. The perfect 6-0 half, potentially even in the cards for them at this point. As W7M one more time change their sight back over into what looks like it's going to be Teller's. Still a few seconds to change it, but now locked in. to hopefully, just maybe, give the Latin Americans in the crowd some hope as well here. Fans as well. So much effort put forward in map number 1. Like I said, a perfect 7-round streak from them. Now Oxygen looking more and more likely to potentially have that same outcome themselves here, unless W7M wakes up on this final round of the first half.
I have never seen a more energized Foxay in my life, and he is tearing up the server right now. 7-1-0. Everybody knowing his name, fearful of when he takes a swing. Oxygen looking to take this map 7-0, and this obviously coming into the fold here as well for them potentially. Round 6, be a huge piece here, especially after such a dominant first map from W7M, moving into a map like Clubhouse after you've 7-0'd your opposition. It's going to be so hard fought for them to try and get in the right headspace before we travel over there. But North America and Brazil, known for their clubhouses. I'm just excited to see it, John.
All right, let's see if they can complete the set, or if W7M has at least a little bit of a response to make on the defensive side of things. Sweater already primed to work himself in through passport check. W7M will have quite a bit of resistance mounted in that part of the map, even potentially through the soft breach walls, so Oxygen will have to be careful. That's going to be their first target of control to begin this round with. Nades will also be working their way into Archive. Not really much in the way of targets primed up for that one. But he's going to clear out some room by chucking in the nades inside. Herds as well, nearby, ready to fend off some of the challenges, being prepositioned by Oxygen over on the east side of the map. Really just seeing that in the form of, I believe, Newer's on the rappel currently, though, so it's a light buildup. One that W7M may be able to directly get into the way of. Sweater strikes true yet again, though. This is another player that's had a massive improvement from map 1 to 2. Alongside guys like this, Newer striking true for the second clean kill so far on this round by Oxygen. 2 kills to none so far. We'll take another look at Sweater's on the right side of the screen there as he's able to lock out one just over at the bottom of the east main stairs.
I mean, this is picture-perfect aggression on Border from Oxygen. They're finding the info, they're immediately backing up the play. Past that, they're making sure to occupy these different spaces around the map where they're going to see some more aggressive looks from W7M. Being able to capitalize on those situations as well. Now W7M just trying to get something, trying to squeeze blood from a stone, but they can't get it done. Oxygen constantly able to battle back, but finally KZ able to shut one down. But again, it's constantly Oxygen able to make these huge plays, these huge contributions. The Nitro Cell goes down. I don't think it's going to land properly here, and the plant will successfully go through. Julio to try and stop a flawless half in a 1 versus 3.
Such an awkward Nitro going down there as well. Dream can't even fully lean out the kill. It just has to make a wild dash and hope he doesn't get picked. Thankfully, saved under those circumstances. The play with the Nitro toss already having gone down. Julio now left alone inside of the 1v3. Nice find to start the clutch, but he's got a long road to recovery here if he wants to at least make this a 1-5 scoreline. Back out over towards the site. Oxygen already in stable post-plant positions. It's going to have to be Julio getting aggressive, and he's already nearly out of time. Just leaps directly onto the counter. Where are we going to see the retake come from here? As indeed, he jumps onto it. Already had hopped off the case. So even if he won that fight, the round still would have been lost. Oxygen complete this perfect comeback now on map number 2. 6-0 in their favor to start out the first half.
And I mean, what a comeback. From a map where they were only able to muster a singular round to not allowing arguably the best team in Siege at this moment in time to not even get a round on Border defensively as well. Like, just mind-boggling what Oxygen have been able to produce in this last hour. They're looking to try and tidy up this series here, make it 1-1, 7-0 on Border. I'm excited to see what they try and do with their defensive half, because their offense was just so perfect, man. They're able to hold down every single portion of the game plan there from W7M. Even some of the loose aggression coming from them, still able to put a collar on this dog.
The crowd, once again, a lot louder than that first map here. A lot of folks at home, maybe even here, thought that maybe they had been beaten at the end of map number 1 already, but that wasn't the case. They quickly refocused and came back with a vengeance and a half at that. W7M still without a single round after having played out the defensive side, looks to try and gain something here. Oxygen immediately repeating the same site defense they just played on the attacking side. It's down in tellers for this round. Sweater as well lined up for some immediate aggression to potentially be swung out from the inside of security. We'll see if he's able to capture anything from it, but at the same time, the Argus cams, W7M making a smart choice here to bring Zero into the fold on this round. Already having found out Sweater's positions, that will prompt a bit more hesitance on his part. We already are about 30 seconds deep into the action phase.
And I mean, speaking of Sweater as well, he's been on an absolute tear for the main stage. The group stage befuddling him every once in a while, kind of starting off on the wrong foot, but able to bounce back in a considerable way. Even here, 10-3-3. Before the series started, only -7 on his KD spread, so well within his right to finally enter positivity. Looks like he's going to be positive on round count here soon as well, as they're looking to take this flawless. Julio looking for the angle with the glass, but it doesn't exist. They haven't opened this up fully. He's waiting for that little tight-knit angle just down to the left. See if somebody will slip through that. It's going to be Newers on the opposite end. W7M trying to build this up for their first round, but they've already lost a key portion of this. JV92 will go down.
Newers as well lined up for success, and he's going to capture it. Volps walks right into his setup, none the wiser to it. Even a free pickup for the defense once more. Already 2 down. KZ potentially in a winner's position here to try and rotate out some of the upstairs presence, but you'll have noticed Oxygen already giving most of that up. Purds to walk in, it's a messy spray, so he will be revealed here. He tries to take out the clone from upstairs. Succeeds in that at the minimum here, but Julio, the spins from Sweater. He's not giving him a shot, nearly a 360 shot against him. Instead, the drone hole, potentially saving Herds' own execute, but even he can't lock down the kill. Julio finally grabs it. Sweater can't run forever, it seems, but Newers has the other side of the scope, shoots him through the glass, knocks him down, and puts Oxygen once again in pole position here as it's down to a 4v2, and W7M only have 40 seconds left. A spot, though, from Herds brings them back into it as he locks in the headshot against Fox and the nade to hold back the rotations. Herds, he's got to look back to that Fox 8 position for a moment ago. Dream realized he's already got eyes on it. Dream backs up. OXG may not have locked this one down just yet, as they're a little scared to fend off the pressure, but at the same time, Julio needs to get himself into the site to start putting this case down.
Only a Sam Cam to try and help Herds here. He'll get one, but he still has a long road to go. The case on the ground, Dream and vertical. They'll shut it down. Oxygen with a perfect 7-0 on border.
Dropped the first map 1-7, but comes back with something even better than that. A perfect map to take us to our third and final map of the series and determine the first grand finalists of the 6th Invitational 2023.
What a disgusting series between these two teams right now. The opposition for both of them only able to drop 1 round and then 0 for the second map. Absolutely ludicrous. A 7-1 on Theme Park in favor of W7M. A 7-0 by Oxygen on border. We only have 1 map remaining, John, and it happens to be a Rainbow Six Siege marvel. It's Clubhouse.
While those first 2 maps have been incredibly one-sided, at least looking at the scoreline, I highly doubt we're going to get that on map number 3. Stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming back to you in just a few minutes with the final map of the series.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
We're live once more. Welcome back to the show, everybody. We have a map 3 in our hands. Is that it, OXG fans? Come on. Thank you, and thanks to your shouts yet again, an NA team has recovered and taken it to map 3. That's the energy of the crowd that we talked about all day today. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Medic, your host. With me on the stage are Jesse and Fresh. Gentlemen, what a way to put a statement down after being 7-1 on map 1. You come back and do it a bit better, 7-0.
Yeah, hard to top a 7-1, but somehow Oxygen have done it, right? Beautifully executed by them, taking it on their opponent's map pick border, one that we thought W7M were going to be dominant on a side that W7M should be dominant on. The defense was what we hyped up W7M as being experts at, and then OXG come through and crush it. They had a fantastic attacking half, obviously 6-0. So happy to see Sweater having that comeback game. We called him out in the last post desk, right? Didn't really have that impact on Theme Park, came through and dominated on border.
I think when you're looking at a team and you've just lost your map pick in a best of 3, you have to question it, and you have to kind of, at that point, you have to say to the team, right, write it off, just get into the next map and just play it round by round. Realistically, you're not expecting anything. So for OXG to show such mental fortitude, such mental resilience, to be able to get Theme Park out of the back of their minds, not show any fear, get onto border and that's all they did, is they took it round by round. They punished the aggression from W7M, and then rounds just snowballed into a very, very clean 7-0 victory. That was the Oxygen that we expected, that could have made Theme Park a little bit more competitive, that can make this best of 3 competitive. They finally showed up.
Yeah, and I really do think they were clean attacks, you know?
Yeah.
W7M, they tried a couple different things. They started by being really aggressive, right? They started by trying to spawn peek the windows, and Vertical consistently was shutting that down from the same window over and over again outside a catwalk, being able to shut down those aggressive plays, right? And then the tack timeout got called after round number 3, and we saw a bit of a change of pace from W7M, but still, the opening pick eluded them. They could not get that foot in the door, and Oxygen were always just barging in. I thought this was a fantastic performance from them. The plant focus from Dream. I'm sure we'll see the stats soon. Dream is now the most plants of any player at the 6 Invitational, just overtaking Bride. And Bride, of course, out of the tournament, will not be taking that title back. So Dream, incredible performance from him. 4-3, bottom of the scoreboard, but he is truly potential MVP for this map.
It's not too bad, is it? 4-3 plus 1, 86% cost. It was 100% for a long time as well. All those plants, as you say. Oxygen have had a very, very, very clean map.
But how? Look, I'm trying to make sense of this, because there's no way we can go into a series and with teams that we're saying, okay, OXG are good, but W7M, man, they're like another level beyond them, and then somehow you would destroy OXG 7-1, you go on map 2, you got rolled over 7-0? Where's the logic?
Like I said, we've got a little bit of egg on our faces here. We did not anticipate this coming whatsoever, because, you know, it's a great map for W7M. I think there's a couple of things that factor into it as well. Is obviously OXG showed some great mental fortitude. There's a few newest signs about as well. But he is him. There's one about newest stole my girl as well in the crowd. There's a lot of newest fans in this crowd. But yeah, there's obviously OXG had to come back. But also, I think from W7M's point of view, is they were maybe feeling themselves just a little bit too much. They maybe thought that this was done and dusted already inside of the server. You know, they were being very confident. They were maybe staying in places when they should have left. They weren't really reading the situation as well, which is something that I praised them for in map 1. So it all accumulated into this big old 7-0.
Yeah, it's tough because they never really had a good start to a round. Sometimes it kind of, you know, they would lose and they would do that thing where they're good at coming back from rounds on the defense. Sometimes they would start to do that, but then it would always get shut down, or there was Sweater trying to cover for that plant or what have you. It always felt like OXG were able to close it out when just W7M couldn't.
Our third map guaranteed now. What about our map bans? Can we bring them up one more time for the series and for today? Yes, we can. Clubhouse is where we will go. W7M banning Oregon to take us there. That is our decider. If you can't play Clubhouse, you might as well not be playing competitive Siege, especially not at this level. It's a classic map. Two teams should know it by heart completely. How do we see this going?
Both teams do know it by heart. Oxygen, a 3-game win streak. W7M, a 4-game win streak. And for W7M, all 4 of those games have come at this event. Elevate, BDS, M80, Koi, all of them failed to take down the giants of club. Maybe the best club team in the world, Jack?
I believe so.
We'll see if Oxygen can.
I think, and this is the leverage that W7M have, I think, over every single team. I've commented on it a few times during this tournament in that the way that teams look to ban and play against them. Of course, Koi picked Clubhouse into them. Other teams have very much tried to shy away from it because it's a map that they will always leave open and they're very good at. If I go back all the way to map 1 and I think about how Theme Park and Clubhouse are similar, the attacks, the processes, they're all very similar, very familiar, whereas Border is a lot more fluid than that. So I think that W7M probably take the advantage on Clubhouse. You know, they are in such a hot streak on it and they're beating good teams on it. This is not just beating teams in groups. They know everything that's coming, and I think their situation management is very good when they know what's coming.
Who's winning it? Just give me a team name.
OXG, never doubted.
Apart from last map.
Nah, never doubted, never
Apart
doubted.
from the last map, Jesse.
Jack.
You're flip-flopping around here. W7M.
Ooh. Look, let's ask the crowd. W7M? There's some. OXG? I think you heard him right. Let's toss it to our casters. Give us some noise. Blue Stokes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Ladies and gentlemen, it's come down to one final map as we get ready to go into Clubhouse, the quintessential competitive Siege map, to decide the fate of one of these two teams, one of which will be moving on into the grand finals already, and for the other, a chance to potentially rebound and get revenge against their opponent sitting in front of them right here, right now. Let's see who's going to take it as we move into the final map of the series right now.
Montreal, make some damn noise! It's time for some Clubhouse. Oxygen versus W7M. It is our last map of the day. I better be hearing noise after every one of these rounds. We don't talk tonight. That's how this works. We'll let our voice rest. We'll sleep it in. We'll bring it in tomorrow. Let's get into this. Ying's gonna be banned out. We'll also have Maverick removed for this one. Ying still our most banned offensive operator of this entire tournament. Still going to be showing its ugly head here on Clubhouse. Maverick still a staple of this map as well, and that's why he will be removed. Mira, too, past that, as we've seen her find a lot of success on some of these more aggressive basement setups.
Found a lot more pointed bans inside of this series, too, with teams trying to lean them specifically at their opponent's picks. That's going to kind of stay in play here as we'll look at the Cade for the final ban from W7M. Just not wanting to deal with the counters and the hatch play more than anything on basement attacks. But there's a few other areas where Cade can cause problem points as well. Bandit obviously can be slotted in for a few of them, but not all of them.
Yes, indeed. Kaid banned out, although Thatcher's still up, mostly because nobody wants to be chained to those EMPs. They want to guarantee that things get open. That Maverick ban especially kind of hindering things, in that regard, as well as he is a guarantee that things get open. So both of these teams respecting the other's bans, building this map up to be quite even when it comes down to things. Now, this is where the rubber hits the road. Oxygen on the offensive side, which they picked, and W7M will be starting defense.
And as W7M take on that defensive mantle, we'll see if it potentially gives them the boon that teams usually expect to find on this one. But Stokes already bringing up their Oxygen, picking to go over towards this side. Clearly, the economy might be starting to shift the other direction if Oxygen feels they stand a better chance by working themselves onto the attack first. instead of the defensive side, where in the past at least, teams have been able to exercise far more control over this map. In terms of the operator selects for the defensive setup here, no huge surprises when it comes to W7M's play. Definitely wanting to try and limit things when Oxygen get down into the basement, while also still setting up for some early round shenanigans, as you're going to see KZ and Volps commit themselves to the second floor roam at the start of this round.
And that's exactly what you can call it, John. Shenanigans. They're looking to get some early kills here. It's probably going to be a messy, gritty round with this clear from Oxygen that has a lot of potential to come in as Foxay dons the logistics hatch. But W7M may just send it back to site early as well here. It's really the look that Oxygen's going to give them. As this timer dwindles, it's kind of a telltale sign of what positioning the offense could be picking up, as they might not clear things. And that is, well, what it's looking to be. Vertical's going to go down the main stairs. The sledge ready on the castle barricade. John, I think this is going to be fast.
As they move themselves in, though, unfortunately,
Newers is
themselves
down
directly into the Capcan setup. This is why they brought it, to prevent these from being successful. Still, he's brought back up. There's not enough time for W7M to rebound on that. Now they're gonna have to slow themselves down, though. It's a miracle that Vertical doesn't also get dropped by that as well, which is how low he was brought down. Good thing that they both stay alive here for now, but that is gonna freeze them up as they no longer have the HP to commit to the full swing through Moto into the site.
Key differences between a 2 armor and a 3 armor there, John, on full display. Sledge now a 3 armor, and that's the only reason that he lives. If he was still a 2 armor, both of them would lay down on the ground. The rest of Oxygen would have to try and figure out how to get them out of that blood-soaked portion, the bottom stairs. But now W7M, they can just wait patiently. They know that Capcan's probably done some serious, considerable damage to the Oxygen lineup. You can see the patience play now from them. Nitro cells out. It won't do anything to Newers. W7M don't really have to be the one to do much here. They can rest on what they've already accomplished so far in this round, although it was through utility they set up in the prep phase.
Be careful with the nades here, given the low HP. So what comes near to blowing up in their face could have very well killed both of them as well, but they get the job done. They're professionals at this level after all, and Sweater scores the first actual kill of the round, even with the damage being made on Vert and Newers earlier on. That's going to prompt the entry, and more than likely the rest of the site follow through here. Now, nicely played by Oxygen so far, not to get tripped up by the Capcan plane, still maintain map control, but now the defenders will start to fight back. Sweater with his second on the round, with that M59, he still stands in the way by Moto. Going to have to work their way past that, as it's just him and JV92. Deeper in Arsenal, I believe, still playing into this one. Holds the very end of the dirt extension. We'll try to play the rest of this out. No plant going down just yet, but Dream counters out Julio's angle in the church. Leaves it all on the dirt player here, and he's got no way to battle out from his position. The swing and a hit from Foxay to end it as they get on the board first.
Some amazing energy out of Foxay, and I said it before and I'll say it again. The most energy I have seen out of this man, not only at the NAL, but also at LAN. He is ready for a war. Oxygen, they are playing lights out right now, John. Not only do they get the position finally after having to take some very, considerable gunfights up against W7M, but they stand stalwart in those positions. They don't go too far down the line to where it's destructive. They hold on to blue. They hold the main rotate. They allow Dream. They trust him to work himself into sight and find success with that plant there on the dark spot. He's able to not only get the kill, but get that plant as well. Oxygen, practically a hive mind at this point. They are working so well together.
And now with Oxygen finding that confidence yet again at the beginning of our third map, W7M has to ask themselves, where do we find ourselves in this series? Where do we get back into this game? We thought we were the perfect team. You haven't heard the analysis desk talking about it. I agree with them as well. A near flawless team, basically zero mistakes to critique going into this series, but suddenly things aren't looking that stable anymore, and a trip to the lower bracket potentially becomes more and more likely the more rounds Oxygen get on the board. Only one round having been played out, though, so still plenty of time for this LATAM roster to rebound and find their own path to the grand finals.
Yeah, but here's the thing, John. You think you're mad at home when you lose a round to Rainbow Six Siege. Every single one of these rounds carries the weight of the world. W7M attentive to every detail. Same for Oxygen. Not a single thing can go missed. That's how these rounds quickly turn on their end. You can lose in a big advantage that you'd built up already. As for W7M, it looked like that round could have been theirs, but Oxygen more willing, more able from their positioning, especially on their mid floor that they'd garnered earlier in the round, able to wrap themselves around the site and find success. This time, be coming in from the east side as they push in via Cash. More than likely, we'll still have a few people playing around some pivotal locations out on the master balcony. Newers almost too aggressive of a look there. So he tried to swing back through the wall, but fortunately not for him. And those bullets going to make any contact.
Oxygen, the slow approach so far here to their second attack. As W7M continue to hold the extremities upstairs, specifically over towards construction. Have given up the cash hold already. They'll just re-secured the Logi play as well. And now that they know pressure's going to begin boiling in there from Oxygen at any moment. Still quite a bit for our attackers to actually work their way against, including that nitro thrown in there, but apparently read appropriately by our attackers. Nades and explosives going off from both sides right now, but neither one finding success as OXG try to set themselves up for the site clear now.
Some good drone work here from Oxygen, but we're going down into the dying minute now. Fantastic Valk Cam selection here from Julio. That'll be piloted by KZ for some time. Both have full lineups, which means this last minute is going to be an absolute hellscape no matter what way you try and dice it. Be able to find some of the drones working their way in, and now the shots out from their respective squads. 2 big kills as the bodies will fall to the floor, but nothing to come from it past that. Nitro cell lineup for KZ as he awaits somebody rotating in via the Jacuzzi wall. Newer's also with a frag grenade of his own. He'll chuck that deep, but the Womai disc will eat that up. With only 30 seconds remaining, Oxygen must find a place to put this case. It's going to be in Dream's hands here as Foxy's going to propel himself forward. Nitro cell late. He's found a home inside of Waits, but they have to get more kills. They have to get these angles shut down, John, but KZ, he's ready for it, looking for the second kill there in that situation, his third on the round, but it's the rest of W7M, a triple for KZ, and Vert, so late to the party, everybody's already went home, he's dead, W7M, and KZ especially with a hell of a round.
Some echoes from our first map there as once more W7M refused to give up an inch in their actual site setup, constantly shutting down any attempt from Oxygen to steal that map control away, especially KZ on the inside of the Shower's position with the wild swings and the refusal to give that up. Continue to hold back the tide from the rest of Oxygen's execute, and ultimately was the main proponent and the main player that stopped this play from going further into it.
I mean, what a stalwart way to play that bathroom position. Practically not moving the entire time, but able to deal the death blow to 3 out of the 4 kills that he found, all from playing inside of the shower and proper angle work. So beautiful, especially that kill that he picked up onto, I do believe Foxy, creeping his way in Waits. Such a tough ask of him in that position, but still able to get it done. On W7M, they'll tie things up here on the defensive end of Clubhouse, and they're going to go to our most successful site so far this entire event. When it comes to this map, it's going to be CCTV and Cash.
W7M now rebounding here. Going to give us a pretty normal expectation of things on this upstairs hold as well. Most notably, of course, we will have the Azami played out there by Volps. More than likely, he'll be the player to maintain garage control, and indeed, it's going to be the case as they rotate into it. Still supported by the Frost Mats and a deployable shield as well from JB92 to make sure that this position is not given up easily by any extent of the word. No Montaigne deployed by Oxygen, so they will have to kind of directly contend against this, but should have more than enough to deal with it as they're already opening things up on the primary wall outside.
Now the hard breach going to go off successfully for Oxygen, but they are going to be attacking, once again, one of our most difficult sites to try and bust up. Not only is Clubhouse our most played map in this tournament, John, at 24 plays, but Cash CCTV is one of our most successful bomb sites. It's got 33 plays, but a 73% win rate defensively. See if Oxygen has anything to say about that stat line.
I think Njors knows the pain point for this execute. For a lot of teams, they've been getting tripped up, clearing out the back cache and top red positions. That's what prevented attacks from being successful, at least from what I've been doing, more times than not. So he's going to try to take up that position for himself. Already getting to the bottom of the staircase. Just needs some supporting angles to justify a play going directly to the top of it, whether it's going to be a nade from him, a call out from his teammates once they get a drone to the inside, or something else. Once the justification is given, he'll be the one to swing up top and start the action for his team, more than likely. Never mind. Foxy's taken that instead. He's gone directly in, and already 2 players are down. One on the catwalk outside, still another to be dealt with, but Foxy will grab that one as well. Finally dashed, however, by Julio as he sprints out from his top red position. should prompt for Norris and a few of the others to begin working their way in, but he's too busy, still working on controlling the situation on the inside of Garage as W7M continue to fight back from inside of it.
Well done from these respective squads. Foxay with an early call as he simply berades W7M, moving in off of the breach, able to get some really, really big kills. Dream be able to at least clean up KZ and confirm this 3 versus 2, although more than likely not going to happen when it came to getting him back up. Hertz is going to prepare the Nitro cell for delivery. That tape rip already gone, but now gun back in hand, so they will have that audio cue if it does end up coming to fruition. Going to continue to try and hold things down on Cash. Oxygen have got to find a home for this case, though, and that's the biggest issue right now. Over on the Garage side, have they been able to make the breach? They'll be able to work their way in. Dream planting up close and personal, but now he's down via the smoke and dead. Julio gets it dealt with his last 2 smokes, and only 30 seconds remain for Oxygen to try and clutch this up.
W7M is such a difficult team to play against. You never know when they're going to get suddenly hyper-aggressive. And an otherwise incredibly passive hold here. Vertical, though, with the catch, finally latches onto Herds' timing and is able to take him down, but he still has another target, and he's all that remains here. Dashes to the inside of it. Julio has him from down below.
Oh, no.
There's a red ping there. It won't matter as
the angle.
The timing, the angle, it's going to work out. But Zombie Barricade blocks it, though. Will give Dream the clutch, indeed. It's going to be captured by Oxygen as they take the lead yet again.
There's no way in hell the Kiba barrier is what blocks the angle on Cash.
The ultimate twist of the Azami barricades working in the attacker's favor instead. A double-sided edge to that knife for sure. And indeed, things still nearly falling out of Oxygen's control. We saw it, the original plant attempting to go down does not work out. Vertical has to clutch it out instead here for OXG, and they get the job done. The plant going down where Dream could not, and the clutch immediately afterwards had the cerebral read on that red rotate and immediately shut down the attempted clutch from W7M.
Man, I got goosebumps after that one, John. Vertical, what a moment for him. One that we'll call back on Clubhouse as well if they're able to take this series. So far, so good for OXG. The ship's staying together. There's been some rogue waves, but they're getting through it. 2 rounds so far on the offensive end. They're building up now, John. This basement execute, it was so strong for Oxygen. Looked very, very good for them, especially with their willingness to fight, their willingness to adapt from some of those hard stuck positions we saw over on main. Able to get that rotation over towards blue, and that's where we saw Foxay light a fire under Oxygen. They were able to claim that first round that looked quite muddy.
It's just what we expected to get so far out of this map. Truly testing the full metal of both of our teams as they've unfortunately, at least one case or the other, fallen apart in the first 2 maps here, leading to 2 very one-sided scorelines. Don't believe that we're going to be in for the same thing here on map number 3 as they go back and forth. W7M looks to get revenge yet again on their basement hold. No immediate execute coming through this time for Oxygen to try and take immediate control of the bottom main stairs area. But Noors, as you can see, still looking to quickly work control over blue. He takes out some of the supporting utility, that barbed wire at the bottom of the stairs to prime himself for the push when he and his team are ready to move towards it. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to get to that point, though, as there's still a bit of momentum to build up.
Yeah, lots of time on the clock when it comes to a basement attack for Oxygen. Not only that, they do have some soft destruction around the space and potentially need to suss out a position inside of Strip Club. I don't believe there's anybody there, but it's just ghost pressure built up from W7M, forcing the clear here from OXG. We're gonna get a little insight on this, and yeah, nobody home. They just broke this open to be annoying. Force Oxygen to try and respect a possible position there, but obviously not the case for OXG. Gonna begin working their way down the stairwell. Have to be attentive to the nitro cells that tend to pour their way into the bottom of main.
Sweater having reached the precipice, but again, not fully convinced just yet. The rest of the team still needing to drone things out for full confirmation. And W7M not giving over anything on their own aggressive hold here. Nor's trying to spot it, but obviously limited really by his scope right now and the ability to catch that in the distance. Eventually grabs it though. Volps crosses too many times into his vision. And finally, on the 2nd or 3rd attempt, Norris will latch on, grab a headshot against him, and score the first kill of the round.
I mean, Volps, you're messing with a bad, bad man.
He's been doing this all tournament as well.
This entire time, John, and nobody's putting any respect on his damn name. I'm getting tired of it. Newers has the best rating in this entire event. You don't peek a man like that. 2 down for W7M. Oxygen dominant in round 4 so far. KZ with a moment in blue. Damage down onto him, Nitro Cell out. He's still alive, but JV92 will take down Newers. Gives him an opportunity. We know just how dominant he is in these dying minutes, and that's gonna be a huge moment for W7M. But Foxay, he's found a hole inside of the back line. He'll take down 2. Big plays here from Oxygen. Julio now the only man alive for them to try and pick up these pieces. He'll be able to at least kill the planner.
Too late,
he has
though.
a bead on somebody. Has a rotation, knows that the line's around, prone angle, but now they're all aware of each other. Where is Foxay? Has he made the rotation upstairs? He has indeed. He's playing inside a freezer. So very smart. He just has to hold on to this. Allow Sweater to play this out down low. Waste time. Julio on the triple wall. Back and forth he goes. But the timer, it continues to dwindle. Only 18 seconds remain. He has to make a move, and it has to be now. Oh, almost finds the lion there. He'll be able to take down Sweater, but now Foxay has to mess this up from upstairs. And with only a moment's notice. There's no time indeed, John. Oxygen with 3 rounds on the offensive side.
The lead claimed by the North American roster once again, just 4 rounds away now from a spot in the grand finals. Meanwhile, on W7M, so close to success, but the impatience gets the better of them. They don't pay the proper respect to Norris' top blue angle, and once again, the beginning of the snowball is claimed by him. As he gets that free kill, the rest of the aggression from Oxygen is unleashed. They feel the confidence to move forward at that point. Without that kill, doubt we would have seen that end up happening. Just a little bit more hesitant, a little bit more of a passive hold from W7M, and in my opinion, this round may have gone a completely different direction.
Oxygen have found the perfect point to stop to allow W7M to start going for these aggressive swings, and they are constantly dominating off them. Not only did you see it from Newers there, John, but you saw it from Sweaters inside of Moto. 2 W7M members swinging into his location, and that's exactly what he wants. They're giving the kills over. There's a massive gap now, and then you get plays like Foxay up dirt. There's not enough people alive for W7M to manage all of these ways that Oxygen can abuse them inside of these late rounds. So I'm really looking to W7M to try and force that clock more. Try and keep some more bodies alive. You can still go for those early interactions. Just don't get down to a 2 versus 5.
Big props to Sweater, by the way. Critique was set his way by the analysis desk after his performance on map number 1. He immediately realized it and was by far one of the biggest proponents to Oxygen's success back on map number 2 and is remaining that player here on map number 3. He might be the big difference maker right now that pushes Oxygen over the edge and into the grand finals if they continue to excel in the way they have been so far here, with now the 3-1 lead over W7M. Already back on the board, of course, and beginning to clear things out upstairs so they can begin the transition from cash side over to the gym bedroom hold that W7M currently claims.
Well, W7M, if there was a time, it's now. One of the best in Brazil that we have ever had. And they're here at the 6th Invitational to try and prove that they can lift a hammer. This is the upper bracket finals for those of you that don't know. Both of these teams still have a life. No matter what happens, no matter which team loses, they still have to go to the lower bracket and play things out there. This is for who is able to get to the grand finals first. And Oxygen definitely making their case. W7M, though, still have a long road ahead of them. Still a lot to this tale for both of these squads to try and decide it here on Clubhouse. Oxygen now with the top floor assault of the EMPs out, as well as the exothermics. They're going to get the single panel for construction here.
It's going to be both, of course, the hard breaches used now. Not going to have another one in pocket to save for later on in the round, but it looks like they already dealt with the jacuzzi balcony as well, considering that Dream is currently down 2 of his Selmas.
So wild that Newers has gotten here already as well, already halfway through. W7M, I don't think they had any actual control over the garage balcony. Nothing really there, nothing doing. This extension from W7M has been left. Newers with a frag grenade over now, but oh no, Julio, actually a misread there. Didn't see him through the wall, but Oxygen definitely did. Frag grenade in, Julio down, and Oxygen with the man advantage again.
Timing on the nade is perfect for Oxygen. Catches Julio just as he reattains the position in cash. No one else here as Oxygen swings around there. They'll have confirmation of it too. You can see it one final time, and it literally was just as he came back into the room. Watching that replay there, you can see him running back in and immediately trying to run back out when the nade hits the ground. Obviously, too late to evacuate, however, as Oxygen now once again claim the opening kill of the round here. Noor's gonna pocket the nade to just deal with the zombie barricade real quick. Foxay will claim the kill that Noors was going to look for. Once again, Foxay continuing to also have a heck of a match here. His first play on the main stage in quite a few years. Volps, though, firing back against it. Not going to be left as the only player left alive here as the rest of his teammates fall down, but he still brings it into the 1v1 with his third kill on the round. Noors, can he get the better of him though? No, the shotgun wins it out instead. And W7M respond with one more pickup.
And that's a W7M that we're used to seeing, feisty all the way down to the wire. They finally get another defensive round here on Clubhouse. It just takes Master in order to do it. Fantastic extension out towards the western side, over towards Cash. Able to get at least a decent amount of time delayed, but Oxygen making their case for the site. It was finally Volps that was able to lock things down with this shotgun play, trusting the M590, able to get a very precise shot with that SMG-11 as well. W7M needed somebody to step up to the plate. It happens to be named JV92.
So W7M one more round away from tying it up, but indeed locking in that 50-50 map share percentage that Stokes is talking about at the beginning of this play. OXG, however, at the same time, has given us one heck of a show so far here. Which is one more round going into their control. They'll have the advantage switching over to that defensive side also. Just W7M with a few small change-ups going into this final round here. Most notably on JV92's own operator selection. The Thorn into this one. See if those traps will potentially trip things up for Oxygen. As already, we have seen it in the past with Capcan. OXG potentially not checking a few things, leading to the death or near death of some of their own players. And even then, though, still able to win the round. So even this switch up may not be enough for W7M to capture their own personal third.
Well, if they were able to do it, it would mean the most to the Brazilian fans, not only at home, but here in Montreal as well. Oxygen are ready for war, though, as we've seen over these last two maps. Sweater's going to be back onto the IQ, one of the hallmark operators for him at SI's. A lot of people have been trying to figure out their way around these Valkyrie cams, figure out their way around Solus, John. It seems like that's been the answer for a lot of these moments. Past that, also a very good gun to boot. Speaking of guns, well, Noors has been quite hot with his. He's got quite the pivotal position right now. He's going to be down inside of blue. So Gon 6 going off as he'll clean up. I believe one of the Banshees immediately to his left, but he's going to take his time with this. Doesn't want to push too far. He's got the ping on the one player, and he's got the damage, but he can't find it. JV92 goes down. Oxygen, they've opened up the door to sight, but finally, W7M slam it shut back in their face. Julio with a big pickup, KZ as well, and it's a sea of orange across the field.
Oxygen still trying to drone into this one. I believe Foxay currently on that one. We're being forced off of it due to the basically 2v4 that they'll be thrust into. Julio confirming it now as he's finally brought back up. Dream not even sure if he's aware of the player up on top, but certainly watching for it. As Foxay also tries to control a bit of a situation over here on the top of the Moto hatch. We'll try to open that one up to give himself and the rest of his team a bit more room to execute. But indeed, Dream now totally aware of Herds' own position, but can't really do anything about it. Him and Foxay gonna have to try and work together. Foxay taking command of this scenario instead as he goes upstairs, counters the rotation from Herds. And Herds perfectly fine. He'll just camp out right here and wait for the aggro to come his way.
Patience from W7M. We'll see if it's a virtue. Have to stick to their game plan, stick to their guns, and they'll find one. Nice find from KZ inside of blue. It's a triple kill for him on the round. Up to Foxay now to try and collect himself, collect this for OXG. They'll start off here, but what a pinch from Herds. W7M, they're not gonna let this go quietly into the night, oh no. Oxygen, we're here to play. It's 3-3 on the half, so we'll switch sides. Oxygen and W7M, both with an opportunity to close this out in regulation. We're practically 0-0.
A dead heat between these two teams. Now an opportunity, of course, for both of them to reset things and forge a path to victory. Yet again, it's Oxygen back on the defensive side now, of course, so they have the opportunity to dictate the state of play, both in terms of where we're going to be going and how we're going to be playing these rounds out. Do they want to get in the face of W7M and immediately challenge them, or do they want to hold things back and try to play a much more passive game, as we saw W7M shift themselves into to finally close out a few more rounds at the end of this half? Oxygen immediately with a double stack over here to prevent the Moto push from W7M if they try to play that through that doorway. For the rest of their hold, though, it is looking like once more we'll have a pretty straightforward hold in the depths of the basement, but Don't forget, we'll also have probable extension upstairs as well when we consider the operator selections in play between the Solus and as well Sweater's pick over to the Azami.
No IQ in play here for W7M, so won't be able to exactly thwart all of her game plans, but they do have the Lion, as well as some other key pieces of utility to try and assist with this site, as well as assist with these players and attempting to hold them down, keep them at bay. Sweater's going to be quite aggressive here, over towards Stock initially. This is not the worst thing in the world, honestly. A lot of people getting caught off guard simply by this door just being broken down. We'll see if JV92 is that type. We have back off here from Sweater. All the doors open and he sees that far angle just got sealed up. So JV92 very aware that Sweater was just in this area. He's going to force himself back towards Secret, seal up that door with one of the kunai.
JV92 is still here for the clear, however, will follow his drone up to the second floor. Again, flushing down any of the remaining pressure from OXG. Obviously not much of it left still in play on the second floor. So just up to W7M to get full confirmation on that. Have the defaults and a few other things as well on the way down. But it will be slow play from our attackers here as they still try to build up enough momentum and confidence to get fully into Oxygen's setup and not lose the breadth of their own defense or their own attack in the process here. KZ, the Overwatch on blue and probably going to stay here for the foreseeable future until he's given the go-ahead by his teammates.
Still so much time on the clock for W7M to process the site setup and get this soft destruction dealt with. That's going to be our first sign of the timing from here from W7M, as we'll have some of the X-Kairos go off. Able to at least get the bar hatch, and they'll start over on Kitchen. Fox is going to try and make some holes here to try and prevent things, not only from the angle outside that he's going to continue to try and play with, but prevent these X-Kairos from going down. Really no way for him to find too much success here as the angle is playing against him. Right up against that windowsill is where the Habana is able to just swing through, find that, just so happens to not be the angle that he can work. But now, able to find himself a pivotal position through said hatch. Although W7M going to be quick work of that past that moment. Foxay no longer able to hold them at bay, so the kitchen hatch will be opened as well as the other hatches around the space. They'll get blue control now too.
To respect the aggression there from Foxay, trying desperately to get that headshot pick off from the other side of the kitchen hatch. Just a bit too difficult of a shot to land, however, the stars do not align for him and the rest of OXG to prevent that hatch opening. So W7M has reached now that pivotal point of the round, ready to move themselves down into the defensive setup. Just not a lot of excess time to get the job done. And of course, Foxay still firing back through those top-down openings here. He's got to be careful as he's being aggressively hunted now by the players on the other side. Ends up trading with his opponent as they both go down. And now more pressure starts to work its way. And Herds thought for sure he'd already got the kill on Sweater, but a double dash back in, claims that kill, and one more on top of it. Vertical to respond here on the defense, but now he's alone. Foxay already down, and Herds to once again clean things up. It's W7M to take the lead as we head deeper into the second half.
This right here, John, is why we never counted them out. Oxygen, they were able to find some serious contributions when it came to their offensive side, but W7M, they're so good when it just comes to Siege overall, no matter what side of the coin they're on. And they are always willing to take it down to the wire, take it down to these gunfights. That's what we see so far here from W7M. Fantastic ability to process the map quickly and start this execution, carving Oxygen out of church, and getting a place to put this plant down. We move forward now as Oxygen feeling as though that basement really wasn't the best. So they're going to try it all over again, but with some different operators.
So a lead for our Latin American squad. Now they need to keep it though as OXG goes right back into the depths of the basement for another retry themselves. A few switch-ups on their selection here, not as aggressive. They're going to peel back, double down on the trap operators, it looks like, as Norse will go over to the Legion. On top of that, the Capcan also going to be played out here by Foxay. Try and trip up the very fast clear that W7M went for, only in those final 30 to 40 seconds of it, though. The thing is, W7M, once more, an incredibly smart team, often able to read into these change-ups and adjust their own strategy as needed. So expect a bit more faster play this time from our attackers to try and get over that potential issue of clearing out the traps downstairs. Oh, and a hop out here from Norse to potentially start it, but the timing is not there. JV92 assists and shuts down the aggro from Norse.
That slight second of hesitation, John. Do I go? Do I not go? Happens to be the timing that kills him there. Herds now. Important gunfight. Not able to win it out against Sweater just yet. We'll seal up one door. That means another one's open. Moving his way around inside of Lounge, attempting to delay more time, especially with the kunai that he's able to apply around these Kiba barriers, meaning so much to the position that he's been able to muster here for some time. Now he's going to be forced back in the first minute. Oxygen already losing Newers, obviously, so this round now paramount, especially this next pick. But that means that W7 with the full breadth map control at their disposal to begin breaking up these hatches, trying to set things up for their success going into our last minute.
There's the replay there of Newers getting caught once again from the perspective of our attacker that grabbed it. Herds though with a nice IQ pick, gonna find immediate counter to these trap setups down below, make them a non-issue if we have to see a last-second execute come in here. Vert, in the meanwhile, testing his own strength. He's in a very forward position against the Moto hatch. No angles though, as the player that had just peeked in a moment ago, now long gone. Foxay elsewhere on the map is going to have some better success. Believe once again playing into those top-down angles. He actually finds the shot, it looks like, against JV92 that he was looking for on the last round, but obviously it evaded him this time, finds it much more directly. That's going to slow down the overall clear from W7M. There we go. There's the replay of Foxay's pick. One more time there on the right. Sweater to claim the second kill of the round now with the elimination of Volps also.
Herds is going to focus on Mud here, but they're obviously going to be aware of his positioning as he breaks down the soft barricade. We do still have a logic bomb on KZ though, and plenty of stuns and other pieces of utility abound for W7M. Foxay is going to try and hold things down in AK, does have the assistance, but the damage is going to send him reeling. So very low now. A nice shot there from Dream. He knows the IQ still inside of Dirt. Battling back and forth, but it's going to be vertical. W7M, it's up to Julio. He's had an amazing series so far, John. He's 8-3 after that kill, but he's got so much more to do. The stun grenade's out. It'll blind him. It'll stop him for a moment. It'll be long enough for Dream to work his way back in. Oxygen tie things up yet again here on Clubhouse.
Great support coming in from Foxay's teammates to prevent him from getting pinched out from Blue there. Finds the kill against it at pretty much the perfect time and allows him to be pretty much an unbeatable obstacle to the member of W7M that has been attempting to push in through Dirt. Foxay as well finds success now in preventing the kitchen hatch from being open. So beautifully done as they're able to double down on things and find immediate correction to the mistakes that caused them to lose the initial hold. Now locking it down for the next 2 rounds as they move to the next site on their own personal rotation upstairs into the gym bedroom hold, following a very, very similar path to what we saw W7M take. Still tied up though, 4-4. Both teams need 3 rounds in order to win it here in regulation.
I mean, let's be honest. We're probably going to overtime. We're not. They're going to chain us.
Likely outcome.
Yeah, they're going to chain us to this casting desk. We're not leaving tonight. That's how this works here. Fortunately enough, we do have a limit for not only our own psyche but our own voices. So if we do end up going to OT, it'll be a best of 3 rounds. I know, guys. So sad. So sad. You guys all want to stay here all night. But Oxygen and W7M have to close out this clubhouse some way, somehow. See if they can force that OT, or if one of them has the gall to end it here in regulation. It's 4-4. Oxygen going to be going to a successful site that we saw from W7M earlier on in the likes of Master Bedroom.
Attacker lineup.
Ooh, Foxay. Oh, Foxy downstairs. Looks like we're going to be going on the roam. See if we can potentially get in behind W7M on this offense.
Like you said, he's got energy about him right now that we have not seen in a long time, and that's definitely showing in game with the amount of impact that he is having on a round-to-round basis, even just from that basement hold there. Slows down the clear tremendously, both with the pick he finds against the bot up on top, and the hold against the Dirt player too. Quintessential to Oxygen's success in the previous round, and I imagine this round is going to be no different. W7M though, changing up their lineup to correspond to this site take. Immediately with the Thatcher in place, should have no problem whatsoever in opening up the Jacuzzi wall, even though we do have the Bandit play from Sweater sitting just on the other side, and he'll more than likely have tucked himself into the relative safety of the bathroom. Oh no! He'll actually get pitched by Herds, who pushes the main stair at the exact time the Jacuzzi wall was being popped.
What an incredible setup from W7M. They know the Bandit has to try and hold down the wall. They play the timing perfectly. Herds, he goes fishing up main stairs, and he finds himself a Sweater. Not exactly the greatest fish in the world, but it's something. Oxygen now, after that Sweater death, they'll need something back. W7M, though, they're going to slow things down. They don't want to try and challenge Oxygen's sleuthiness. They've been able to constantly get big picks throughout this tournament. especially off of some of these patient plays that we've seen from them. It's going to be a mark up. Oh, it looks like it'll deliver. Herds onto Dream. Oh, so very lucky that Concrete exists. The fragmentation will not grace Dream's doorstep.
Hertz does dump a second nade on top of him too, so the utility now gone for him. As Stokes mentioned, Foxe sitting on the other side of this read. The drone heading in that direction, though. Will read directly into Fox's hole. He's going to stick around, at least take the initial challenge. Quickly dashes back down the steps, though. Upon getting the full peek from Herds. 1-to-1 exchange between KZ and Newers. Herds quickly corrects upon Dream to give his team back the advantage in this scenario here. Vert with the jump out. A little bit more credence back into the round for Oxygen, but it won't stay in play for long. Vertical and Foxe quickly dealt with, and the lead now regained by the Latin American roster as W7M go up to 5.
It's Herds all day here for W7M, and he's able to get it all done off of the back of a regular, degular, old schmegular wall opening, John. Something that happens every single day. That jacuzzi wall is getting opened in a ranked game somewhere around the world right now. And he has the experience, the intelligence to try and force it up main in that opportune time to try and counteract Oxygen's play against the jacuzzi wall. Not only that, but the big plays against the Valkyrie downstairs. He is always attentive to every detail, and it is helping out W7M tremendously.
Herds once again with the big entry power that we've been seeing in earlier phases of the tournament as well. The rest of the team really stepped up their own performance, so we faded into the limelight just a little bit here, but now in one of the most important series so far for this team in the tournament, he has come out once again in a massive way so far in this second half to dominate on the entry for W7M and continue to set up the lead. Even if it's just by one round, sets up the lead that could very well, at a minimum, carry W7M into overtime here. You were wondering, we had a bit of a break, of course, between that previous round. It was the tack timeout from Oxygen as they took a minute to figure out what's been going wrong on these opening rounds of the second half, and how do we very quickly correct this to still stay in control.
Oh my, they're going to run it back on the site that we had just seen where Herds took full control of the entirety of Master. Oxygen choose to double down, see if they can find success here yet again. If they don't, that's map point for W7M. That means 2 flawless rounds from Oxygen past that. So far it's been neck and neck. It's been a teeter-totter between these two. It seems like they simply can't stay away from each other, John. So for me personally, I feel like Oxygen will pick up this round, but we know just how strong of a team W7M are. Again, like we said earlier, possibly the best team in the world right now. But Oxygen still with a couple of chances to try and slow him down.
We'll see if they can accomplish that. Coming hot off of the pause from the previous round. Renewed birth potentially for the defensive sided strategy here. Foxe going all the way over to the Solus as well. Full confidence in his own performance and trust him on an operator like this. We'll see what type of impact he's going to continue to be able to make here. As Newers doing some Newers things, trying to line up for a pre-fire against the initial push from W7M. It's so far not coming up with anything.
First logic bomb out here from KZ. So be out near the main gate spawn. W7M haven't gotten too aggressive, minus getting Herds in down low. That's what that first logic bomb was used for. W7M able to get on their cameras and clear out a lot of portions of the building, including his entryway downstairs. That's the beauty of those logic bombs. So W7M now know the portions of the map, at least initially, that are cleared out, not being held from Oxygen. That's why they're being so forward with their play. Herds, will grace the likes of Cash begin moving himself in here as the rest of W7M start breaking up some of the windows and other things, trying to set up some crosses for their teammates in the building.
Herds still in position here, waiting for the first strike that he can commit himself towards. As he tries to lean into it, not being given anything, and you can see all these silhouettes from Oxygen lined up to counter him. The nade in though, and it finds a mark. Vertical, dead to rights, no response to be found just yet. And W7M to immediately steal full control of construction away off of that one. A bit of resistance still potentially to be thrown in from the Logi side. Newers as well, he can see someone leaning out from Cash there, just not actionable. Tries to line up for it though, and indeed gets the pick. Herds to go down, bringing it on to a 4v4, and even keel between both teams here as we enter the final minute of play.
Inhuman reaction time there from Newers. Just the hair of Yana exposing there, immediately rips her head off. So 4 versus 4. W7M still set up for success here. Do have Julio the hard breach on the Jacuzzi side, but I don't believe they have a way to actually get this wall open. No EMPs on KZ, but a kill. His Sweater will wander a little too close to the sun. Ends up dying to an unbeknownst angle. They're on the drone hole. Oxygen now worse for wear because of it. JV92 will take some damage, but this logic bomb is assisting them. They know where a decent amount of these players are now. Oxygen will be able to equalize going into the last 30 seconds, though.
Volps has a target, knows he's got someone sitting behind the weights inside of Jim. The timing on the execution from Foxay as well. KZ thinks he's safe. Volps apparently just has to go for it on the hop into the bedroom window here, trying to take down his opponent. Julio will end up claiming the kill against Newers instead, but it matters not, as the refrags show up pretty much instantaneously to tie us up again between Oxygen and W7M here. 5-all as we enter the final 2 rounds of regulation.
This series is just gonna keep on giving, folks, so I hope you're here for it. Stay glued to that screen because these last 2 rounds are gonna be paramount here. Frag grenade in there from Hertz. W7M, I think they had some really solid contributions. The biggest issue was they couldn't get the Jacuzzi wall open. Why is Julio playing hard breach if we can't even open the wall that he's supposed to open? That's the biggest issue there for him. They brought no EMPs, John, to try and get a key, try and get an access point to the Jacuzzi wall. So instead, they had to try and funnel on in, and clearly it didn't work out.
Potential spicy operator pick showing up here in the attacker repick for Hertz specifically, as they're potentially going to opt for a fuse pick on the next coming round here. Still got a couple of seconds, of course. We could end up shifting himself away from it, but you can see the commitment there at the bottom right side of the screen. Pretty much the entire team is going to end up changing their lineup to correspond to the basement hold now from Oxygen. The fuse certainly going to help to potentially get players like Foxay out of the way of the window hatch clear. A few other positions where we could find those nades being very useful too. So this could end up being a very smart selection when everything is said and done.
Won't be too scary for Hertz to try and operate around a lot of that soft destruction either, because Dream is the only one with a Nitro cell. So it's not going to be too risky. Obviously, I mean, there is a chance of death still, so got to at least put that in the description of the job, but doesn't seem like it'll be too risky for him. At least initially, Newers so much damage off that frag grenade, practically perfectly cooked. Sweater's trying to help him now too. They're gonna fight fire with fire. Impacts out. JV92 and Hertz both lit up. Are they actually going to make it out of this? I think they are. They've been able to match W7M's energy, and they're like, oh, no.
W7M just gives the full respect over. They back up entirely from the window and go back to the usual second floor, as well as kitchen clear now.
Too much important utility still in their pockets. You have those EE1Ds from JV92. You have the entire fuse kit here with the cluster bombs from Hertz, something they haven't even seen yet. But might have seen fuse there, so could know these clusters are coming. Just have to see.
Hertz, of course, now working himself over to that top kitchen position where there's plenty of spots to place down the fuse chargers themselves. One already set up and had been previously used. We're going to see if another one yields results once he's ready to do so, but expected to show up around the 120 mark here when himself and Julio are ready to begin working things over on the kitchen side. Right now, kind of helping out his teammates, trying to make sure that Oxygen aren't swinging up the staircase to reestablish their own aggressive hold. The Terror Drone's even being used for soft breach now on the main hallway floor. Try and open things up. There's obviously no sledge in play for this lineup because they brought the fuse. They do need more creative ways to establish top-down angles.
They do have the beauty of time, though, as well on their side, especially after the big kill onto Foxay. W7M might have the opportunity at their fingertips. They've taken down the leader, and now they just have to take out the pack. Low HP still on JV92, but I do believe he still has an EE1D in his pocket. That could be the call sign for their aggression coming later. Continue his drone game here, and Hertz, still so many clusters at his disposal as well. When will those come through? KZ will take down Sweater. Hertz is going to move in. They could just use this on the triple wall to try and clear up cash, or rather Church. It's going to be some stuns in. Dream's going to get marked up. I do believe that might be the clone there from the Yana. We'll just have to see. Yes, indeed, KZ is going to be back up on the other end. Vertical ready for this.
Counter.
And to win it out. 2 OXG wins, but also an OXG death. Vertical to try and pick this up at the angle. It's too strong. Plays back to it. Can't find the kill. Swings in from the main door, but W7M are the first ones on the match point.
Only one attempt to shut it down. However, if we see any form of response from Oxygen coming up in the next round, that triggers immediate overtime and 3 more rounds to decide the winner of this series. Either way, though, it's map 3, so we'll be locking it in here on this map. Let's see if W7M can get things done now as Oxygen really going to throw us for a curveball, at least as far as NA play is concerned. Bar is their next upcoming site.
I mean, well, you got to try something, don't you? Might as well go all the way into the back of that little black strat book and pull out the thing no one expects. It's going to be Bar, our least played site here on Clubhouse, but one that has actually turned a lot of people into a believer over this last year. It used to be that this site was completely unplayable, folks. Everybody would scoff at you, not only as a regular, everyday Rainbow Six player, but as a team if you went to this site. Clearly not the case anymore. Oxygen banking everything on the fact that they can win here on Bar right now in Clubhouse.
It's found its state of play, starting out more than anything inside of EU. If memory serves me correctly, we've slowly seen those strategies bleed out, start to be incorporated more and more by other regions. Oxygen's certainly going to be taking the cake on that one as they play things entirely upstairs for the most part on the start of this hold, and will slowly but surely wrap themselves back into the defensive setup downstairs as the need arises for it. But we'll be looking to abuse these top-down angles as much as humanly possible if W7M tries to go for a direct play. As we have them out onto the board, then we'll pay attention to their opening clear. A lot of it going to emphasize getting past this jacuzzi wall, but at the same time, only those 2 pocket impact EMPs for JV92 to use and potentially help out with the clearance on this one. Very possible we could still see the defenders maintain their hold on that wall. That'll create some serious issues for W7M if it remains the case.
So much solid position adopted into this lineup, or solid play adopted in this lineup for W7M when it comes to this utility. You have the logic bombs of the Doki, you have the EE1Ds of the Lion. That's such a strong info game being built up from W7M. EMP's out. They're going to try and bandit trick this. All first nade in. It's going to deal some considerable damage to Vertical, also to Sweater. Have those being chucked in from the rear. Volp's going to be able to take down one. Vertical can't get it. The wall's open now here for W7M. They have an opportunity to end it here, end it now in regulation. They don't want to give Oxygen a chance. You have to get rid of this flame. No chance for Oxygen to try and work their way in. If you open that door a crack, they will bust it down 1 foot at a time. It's going to be hers to try and seal this deal, John. He'll work his way in from weights. Remember, the site is downstairs. This entire upstairs area meant to deal with it on the roam clear. Some solid damage. Off onto Vertical, off onto Sweater. Big kills. JV92 thinks he knows where the last one is. Can't catch up, though, to Foxay. No, it's Dream instead that goes down upstairs. A 5 versus 2 now lay at the feet of Oxygen. It lays at the feet of Vertical and Foxay.
Both players off the site as well, trying to play to the extreme angles in hopes of trading this back out. Very tense scenario now presented to both of the remaining Oxygen members. For W7M, it's just a matter of taking a slow roll on this, droning out everything they possibly can, making sure they trade their way towards a win. They have more than enough of a player count to accomplish this. They just can't get jumbled up and give over multi-frags to the players from Oxygen. 1v1s as well. They're going to be a short path to failure on this execute for W7M. Foxay's given one regardless, though. It knocks out the first target in KZ. A little bit of a fumble here on the assault down the main stairs. Vertical, regardless, though, will be affected by the flash. He now tries to head back up top. Herds with the pre-fire. Neither player yields results, though, and the plant well on its way. Now down on the ground. We can see hard pings going on to multiple players, but Vertical, no actionable intel. A little too high on that shot there. Doubles back down the steps for a reset. Well, he also waits for his teammate Foxay to get in position, attempting to work it from up on top. But you'll notice W7M, they even have presence up there. They're going to find Foxay. He gets locked down, and so does the final member. It's W7M to be the first team in the grand finals of Six Invitational 2023.
The Bulls are on parade, ladies and gentlemen. W7M. The first team in our grand finals of SI 2023. The first team to be able to get a chance at that hammer. So very excited for our Brazilian squad. They came so very close in Jönköping, dropping their series to BDS, but they won't drop it to Oxygen. They'll send them to the lower bracket tomorrow, and they'll be waiting for someone on Sunday.
This also continues the record of LATAM's dominance overall as a region. This is now 3 major events in a row that a Latin American team has been able to at least make it to the finals and claim the second place prize. Will they be able to go all the way this time and lift the hammer, lift the yearly championship for Siege? All that's still to be determined as they have a day off tomorrow. They get to watch the remaining matches. And Oxygen, in the meanwhile, will have to prepare for their own duel with Destiny, of course. Gets the winner from the lower bracket semi-final. That's bound to be a match in and of itself. And a very strong opponent awaits them at the edge of that. But we'll have to wait and see if OXG can potentially line themselves up for the ultimate rematch here against W7M, if they can win that matchup and earn their own way back to the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. I mean, what a series in between these two. Ladies and gentlemen, don't W7M and Oxygen deserve a round of applause? Come on. Fantastic showcase between these two. The full breadth. Both of them so very dominant on the other's map, but it took Clubhouse and max regulation to get it done. Oxygen not out of the fight just yet, as once again, they will be headed to our lower bracket.
Just a very fun series overall to watch, given the way that this entire matchup continued to seesaw back and forth. A 7-1, a 7-0, and then nearly going to full regulation time on this final map as well. Finally getting a back and forth affair between these teams, but I think once more, the best way to test our true winner ultimately, as once more, at the end of the day, they still end up coming out on top for Latin America.
Yeah, and I mean, so many positive plays there from W7M as well. KZ showing up in huge ways. Volps as well with some astounding play. But, I mean, at the end of the day, for me, my highlight player, it's got to be Julio. Julio, stalwart always for this unit. And welcome back to the table, guys. Hopefully you guys had some fun with that as much as we did. But yeah, Julio, what an amazing player. Able to constantly be that backline support, but also able to step up in a huge way. We saw that on the first map as he was like 7-0 on Bandit. I mean, truly amazing stuff.
Herds is another one you gotta give a massive amount of respect to, just with regards to the entry game as well there. Him on attack absolutely brutalized W7M's way into the site multiple times throughout the course of this series. And without him, I doubt they'd have as many successful rounds on the attacking side. I think he was a big piece of the puzzle, especially on map number 3, when the team really came into the fold and was able to bring themselves back from that very unfortunate 0-7 defeat on the second map to still take this series 2-1 at the end of the day.
I think that's the biggest shocker of this entire series, is the second map being a 7-0 in favor of Oxygen that pushes us to Clubhouse. You know, it's a big selection there from W7M. They're fantastic when it comes to border, but just something not in the cards for them, not able to hold a candle to Oxygen in any sense of the term. So hopefully, when it comes down the line, you know, grand finals wise, border isn't something that comes back to bite them.
We'll have to wait and see, of course, when the rematch, if it's going to even happen, of course. But I know you guys want to hear from our winners, so let's send it down to the stage with Ian Chambers. He's got an interview waiting with one of the members of W7M.
I do indeed, and of course it is the legendary Julio standing here, just a matter of inches away from the hammer. W7M, of course, send Oxygen down into our lower bracket. You have just booked your spot in another grand final.
Yeah, man, we are so happy, like all the year of dedication, you know. And sometimes I've been in the grand finals, I won, I lost, and sometimes I just feel like we're gonna win, you know, and I'm feeling that right now, and the confidence is so high, man.
I think in all sports, when you go on a run where you've got that winning feeling behind you, it's a real sense of momentum. Obviously, I haven't ever experienced it on the level that you have, but when things are going your way, it makes you feel like an unstoppable force, right?
Yeah, for sure. When things are going our way, we always guarantee the advantage, you know. We never lose confidence on the game, but when things are going south, it's hard, you know. But it's hard for all the things, so yeah, it's some things that is difficult in the game.
Julia, last time we chatted, it was last year. And I asked you about, you know, why do you still do this? Where does the hunger still come from? Because you've been to the mountaintop already. You've lifted the hammer back in 2021. Albeit that time around, you didn't have a live crowd like this cheering you on. What makes this different to back then?
I think everything about early, I do it for my family, for the boys on W7M, for Brazil, for everyone, you know. And now it's different because they lost on Charlotte, they lost in Berlin, I lost with them in Stockholm, and now we just know that we are ready, you know. We fixed all the mistakes, and even when things go like 7-0 for them, we have the mentality to bring the game. Yeah.
You're the veteran player on this roster. You've got some younger players around you. How do you keep them grounded and make sure that when you are in, situations where it goes to a third map, that they keep their cool?
We have a really good staff, Igor and Abril. They really make them composer, even they're young kids. I pass them some experiences too to maintain calm, but today everyone played awesome. The communication was awesome, and so they're just ready, They're just ready.
Interesting fact, and I know that people are starting to leave because it's another start tomorrow. You'll all be back. A quick round of applause because Julio just became, hold on, the most experienced Tier 1 Siege player of all time. After completing that map, that was your 428th Tier 1 map. And you're still as young as they come, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be 4 years old playing or being a coach, or I was gonna be here. I love Rainbow Six, and I love everyone here, and thanks, everyone. And yeah, let's go.
All right, last one from me. Of course, it's either G2, Astralis, or Oxygen now that will meet you in the grand final. Any favoritism from your perspective? Anybody you particularly want that to be?
Man, we love everyone, we love Alemão, we love Iconic, the guys from Astralis, Oxygen, so yeah, who comes is gonna be a great game.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this man is a legend, so you gotta give him their flowers when they're standing on the big stage. It's Julio. Congratulations to W7M. What a moment, you just booked your place in the grand final. This could be yours on Sunday evening, but for now, go join your team and have a nice day off tomorrow, all right? Enjoy that. No drinking, all right? None of that, of course not. All right, thank you everybody in the arena. I am now going to cross over to that wonderful man on the desk, joined by two other wonderful men. Milos, let's wrap this up.
Thank you very much, Ian from the radio. Big shout out to the Brazilian fans that we have in here. Look at him. Oh, it's a good thing. I was this close to turning my head around, Ian, but that could have been one for the ages. Anyways, for all the people that are jealous, love you too. Big love to all the crew that we have in here from Brazil that are joining either from UB Brazil or from the media team that we have around, from the teams themselves. It's great to see that even here so far away, there's still support for the region. I know it's getting late and everybody's very tired, so we're gonna go through things one by one. And don't you worry, we still have a ton of energy here on the desk. Hello, I'm Milos. With me on the desk are Jesse and Fresh. Gentlemen, let's break things down because that map 3 was an absolute banger and it went the complete opposite of 1 and 2.
Yeah, we finally got, I think, the map that we all wanted for the upper bracket finals, right? We got to see 12 rounds going through from these two squads. You had no idea who was going to win until the very end, and I really do think that this was the map where we got to see Herds come alive. Man finished 15-8. He had a phenomenal performance throughout this map, and I really do think him turning it up on attack is why we got to see W7M take that spot in the grand finals. I think there's a couple players that you immediately identify with certain spots. Shaiko, the basement of Oregon, Bolo, the top floor cafe. Herds on the main stairs on Clubhouse. Every single round, whether it was basement, he's running down and getting 3 kills. Whether it's gym, he's running up and getting 3 kills. It always felt like he was playing around that position, and he always found so much success playing there.
I think what Julio said in the interview there was actually very important. He said that these boys, it's their time. Now, I spoke to him back in, Jönköping. Obviously, he'd been in Stockholm and then into Jönköping. When they lost and they went out in the semi-finals. And I said, Julio, commiserations, unfortunate on leaving the competition. He said, it's not commiserations. He said, these boys need the experience. They need to experience this failure and their time will come. And he said, it was not our time this tournament. If he's now seeing it's their time, I fully believe him, it's their time. I think the best team across the course of the tournament, because let's not beat around the bush. These guys actually finished 3rd in their group, right?
Yeah.
They didn't actually do too well in the groups, and they've just come alive through the bracket. I think the best team across the whole tournament has obviously reached the grand final from the upper bracket. They'll go into the grand final, and they'll have that veto advantage as well coming in on it. And these guys, they look so scary. The fact that they were able to come back from a 7-0, you know, we was talking about it with Oxygen. They were able to come back from a 7-1. They came back from a 7-0 into a very close map and just about had the guts to see it out.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that mental resilience, right? And in the interview, he talked about the support staff on the team. Igor, their coach, has, I think, really been one of the unsung heroes. Everybody talks about the talent of these players, but Igor himself has really put in a lot of work to help get these guys on track. Of course, his win rate after the tactical timeout is the highest of any other coach at this event. He's been phenomenal to help them out. Obviously, a huge part of that team. You cannot forget about the wonderful support staff of W7M.
Can anybody stop him?
I think they showed today that they are beatable. They are beatable in small segments. I think OXG actually played a very, very good border and a very good theme park. OXG could have beat, a very good clubhouse.
Yeah.
But for theme park, this could have been a much closer series, I think, should they face OXG again. Even BDS, even Astralis, it's all very different styles, very different strengths and weaknesses. They're not absolutely unbeatable. I came in today saying I think they've got 0 weaknesses. I think a couple of those weaknesses were exposed today, particularly a little bit of overconfidence, maybe staying too long, believing in themselves a little bit too much. But apart from that, no, on the balance of things, I don't think they're going to be stopped.
Well, here we are. Big performance from W7M. And despite a lot of negatives on the OXG side, they were pulling rounds properly on their end. However, for all the OXG fans out there, you know they're not eliminated. They're dropping down to the lower bracket. And my question to you now, gentlemen, is there a world where we see OXG back in the grand final? Because our first grand finalist is already locked in W7M.
Absolutely. No question about it. They are going to be one of the favorite teams to go to the grand finals from the lower bracket. They obviously only have to win a single game now against whoever ends up on top, I believe, right between G2 and Astralis. They win that game, they're in the grand finals. I think OXG have still played a phenomenal tournament. You still got to talk about Newers. He wasn't really the star today. You know, we talked a lot about Sweater. We talked a lot about, I think, Fox having a great map too, especially map 3. But for OXG, yeah, they 100% should be considered some of the favorites to make it back into those grand finals.
Jack, who do you think our MVP is?
Ooh. Do you know what? Julio's actually had a great day. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Julio.
That old man?
It's either going to be Herds or Julio for my money.
All right. There they are, still celebrating here on the stage. Who is our MVP for the matchup? Bring it up. It's
deserved.
There it is.
I mean, again, I think his map 3 performance, when he really stepped it up big, was that final half on Clubhouse where they needed to get 4 attacking rounds, and he 100% delivered. As I mentioned, always playing from those main stairs, phenomenal throughout the tournament. Again, 32 kills today in the best of 3, half of those nearly coming from that final map on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's had a great performance. He absolutely has. It's the consistency that we expect out of a player like him. And I do just want to give a quick note to Julio as well, because inside of the server, he's not always the best fragger. You know, he is the most experienced player in Siege now, officially.
Yep.
But he's gone +10 against formidable opponents today, and across 3 maps has hit a 93% cost. That is pretty formidable. You know, not just providing the value in the kills, he's done that today, but also obviously in the survival, in the trades, and on the objective play as well.
I'm really wondering who he took that title away from. Number 1.
I believe, I know this, because it's a stat that comes to us from Dev Marta. He took that title away from his fellow Brazilian, Nesk.
Wow. All right. There you go. This Invitational breaking records already here on the main stage. Julio has been competing for over 10 years in esports. It's been great to see his rise, and look at him now, ready to go in the grand final for yet another one of those hammer lifts. And now, though, from our conversation here, let's recap that bracket, because we had 3 bangers of games today. BO3s that went the distance. And here is where we are. In the lower bracket, Wolves and Koi have been eliminated. However, G2 will be playing Astralis tomorrow. And then the winner of that will go up against OXG. And the winner of that goes up against W7M in the grand final, best of 5 on Championship Sunday. And I cannot wait for that. But also, let's be fair, we have so many good games. 3 only are left, really. But they're the best games of the entire year, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Undoubtedly. I mean, that graphic, I think, makes it look like a very long road ahead still for G2 Astralis. You know, it's going to be tough. They're going to have really difficult opponents, but they've both come so far. Both were in the very first round of the lower bracket. G2 dropped down from the upper bracket. So really, this has been a journey already for these 4 teams, and there's still 2 more days to go.
I think there's great success stories across the board. If you asked pretty much anybody before the tournament, name the Final 4, I don't think, genuinely, I don't think G2 Astralis or OXG maybe would have been in there. There'd have been a lot of Liquids, a lot of Kois, a lot of Sonics. So for these teams, the journey, sure, they're in the low bracket, but they've been on great runs. I fancy OXG to beat whoever they come up against tomorrow. I think they've shown enough good signs across the whole tournament that I think they'll be able to get through, especially if that is Astralis, with that being a regional matchup.
All right, now that's the big question then. What happens tomorrow? Actually, we have a schedule for that, so let's put it on the screen and show you what you can await. Here it is. You see it. G2 versus Astralis is up first, and then the winner of that game will advance to play against OXG for a spot in the grand final. But in between is the season panel. Now, I know there's some Rainbow Six fans that are watching this. You have to just, you know, keep it $150. But for the season, for Year 8, Season 1, this will be the moment to watch. 14:30 local time here on the East Coast. That's where you have to come back because it'll begin. We'll show you everything that's coming in Season 1. Now for the rest of the year, that'll be on Sunday, just between you and me. But for Season 1, that's tomorrow. Make sure not to miss it. Set your times for it. And that's, I guess, for our European friends. That'll be around, what, 8:30 p.m. in CET or 7:30 if you're in the UK. On that note, thank you very much for watching today. It's been a pleasure to be back home in Montreal where Siege was created, was born. Now we're back for a massive tournament, the World Championship that hasn't happened here in just over 3 years. A massive thank you to our production team, and of course to both Jack and Jesse and our entire production team and our casters today that made it all happen. We hope you enjoyed the action. Those watching at home, we wish to see you at our next event, and there'll be more about that in the next couple of days. Until then, take care. We love you so very much. Good night.
On the way to lifting the hammer, there are no shortcuts. Every second of every round is a test of your skills, brains, and determination. But as the stakes get higher and the competition gets fiercer, legends are made and champions are crowned.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.